Chapter 1. Talent, Hundredfold Enhancement. Su Yuan woke up from the cold. He found himself lying on a wooden bed, covered only by a thin white cloth. The color of the walls around him was pitch black, naturally formed. There was only a narrow space of about 10 or so square meters, which made people feel extremely oppressed. In the center of the room stood a black wooden square table, and the candle burning on it illuminated the entire room. Damn, where am I? He threw off the white cloth that covered him, sat up, and discovered he was wearing a thin black shirt. A gust of cold air blew in, making Su Yuan shiver, and his lips turned pale from the cold. Last night, after returning home, washing up, and going straight to sleep, how did he suddenly end up in such a small black room? Kidnapped. If this were a kidnapping, why wasn't he tied up? Thinking about this, Su Yuan quickly walked toward the door. As soon as he opened the door, it was pitch black outside, like the throat of a fierce beast, intimidating and causing fear. A bone-chilling wind swept through the darkness, as if something was lunging at him. Su Yuan jumped in surprise and hurriedly shut the door. At that moment, a voice came into his ears. Welcome to the strange world. Forget the past. Now all you need to do is struggle to survive. What kind of strange world? Su Yuan's eyes widened. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Intense knocking could be heard from outside the door. Who's there? Instinctively, Su Yuan took 2 steps back. Dong 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 dong, dong 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 dong. No one responded. The light tapping sound at the door turned into heavy blows against the wooden door. Su Yuan tightened his sleeves and kept retreating until his body bumped into the edge of the table, making the candlelight flicker twice, nearly extinguishing. Meanwhile, the knocks against the wooden door became even more violent. Su Yuan's face changed drastically, shouting, "Who's out there?" Still no response. He felt his breathing become increasingly labored. With a creak, the door opened itself, allowing a cold current of air inside. Clang. The door slammed shut again. Though his face was pale, and he saw nothing, Su Yuan felt that something had entered the room and was now present. Turning around, he approached the candle on the table, as only the warm glow of the candle could give him slight reassurance. Meanwhile, Su Yuan noticed a purple-black notebook placed on the table. The completely purple-black notebook seemed mysterious. Perhaps some secret was hidden within. Su Yuan hastily grabbed it and opened it, only to find the first page boldly written with 6 twisted black words, Strange Survival Manual. Below the Strange Survival Manual, a mass of black fog slowly condensed and gradually transformed into black little characters. This bizarre sight caused Su Yuan's hands to tremble, resulting in the manual being dropped on the ground. However, his gaze never left the text that appeared on the page. Strange rules, ghost candle. Please protect the flame of the candle on the table. If the candlelight goes out, you will die. Survive the night, and it will leave naturally. Strange rules, what exactly was going on? Whoosh. A small breeze blew through, and Su Yuan immediately used his hands to guard the flickering candlelight. Gulping down his saliva, Su Yuan realized there was a ghost. His complexion was deathly pale. The previous breeze clearly felt like someone blowing. Yet, in this narrow room, there was only him. What should I do? Protect the candlelight. Yes, it must be protected at all costs. Whoosh. Time and again, a forceful blow towards the candle caused Su Yuan to firmly cover it, preventing the flame from extinguishing. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long. This was Su Yuan's thought. Eventually, the candle would surely be blown out. Not only that, he discovered the candle firmly stuck to the table. He tried prying it, but couldn't budge it. Would he really die? Su Yuan felt his heart had risen to his throat. At that exact moment, a voice sounded in his ear. Awaken talent, hundredfold enhancement. It's being implanted. A warm current flowed into Su Yuan through his heavenly eye point, gradually spreading throughout his whole body, giving him a sensation as though something had been added inside. Awaken talent. Su Yuan hesitated for a second, when his eyes returned to the flickering candlelight. The candle's information became visible. Candle, regular item. Can emit light, with some exorcism effect. Strength, 5, easily extinguished. Sustainable burning time, 5 hours. Not only could he see the item attributes, but behind the attributes, there was also a plus symbol. Su Yuan imagined clicking the plus sign. The strength originally at 5 instantly surged to 500, hard to extinguish. Su Yuan's face brightened. Could this be the effect of the hundredfold enhancement? Not only that, but the original glow described above clearly changed to divine light, having an intimidating effect on strangeness. In the next instant, the entire room was filled with brilliance, the warm light landing on his body instantly dispelling the chill. Ah! A shrill and terrible scream rang out in Su Yuan's ears. A sinister shadow flashed past him, rushing towards the door. Clang. The door was opened, then closed again. The ghost had fled. Su Yuan looked at the candle on the table, its gentle divine light soothing, and he let out a breath of relief. Hurry up and reinforce the burning time. We can't afford it to go out. But as he prepared to reinforce the burning time, the plus symbol behind the attributes disappeared. Could it be that it could only be reinforced once? Su Yuan looked at the table. Table, ordinary item. Hardness, 5. Durability, 3. Once more, the plus symbol appeared after the table's attributes. He reinforced the durability, changing it from 3 to 300, then the plus vanished again. It seemed his guess was correct. He could only reinforce one attribute of an item. Su Yuan looked at the tightly shut door and pondered to himself. It was scared off by the divine light. It probably won't come back. Su Yuan walked over and picked up the manual. The strange rules on the page had disappeared, replaced by a single sentence. The strange presence has left. No further strangeness will occur this first night. The rock in Su Yuan's heart finally fell away. It seemed he really had come to a strange otherworld, participating in a game of survival. He glanced at the survival manual in his hand, thinking quietly, this must detail everything about this world. What came next? Su Yuan flipped through the pages, opening the second page. This page contained his basic attribute information. Survivor ID, Su Yuan. Strength, 4. Stamina, 5. Agility, 4. Spirit, 6. Average ability of ordinary people is 5. Life, 1. Ordinary people have 1 life. Talent, 100-fold enhancement. Skill, none. Items, none. At this moment, Su Yuan's eyes lit up. There was a plus symbol. A plus had appeared after his own attributes. What did this mean? He could choose which attribute to enhance 100-fold. Absolutely couldn't use it recklessly. After all, he could only choose one attribute. Strength, stamina, agility, life, spirit. Su Yuan faintly smiled, having already made his decision. 100-fold enhancement. 100 lives. This was a survival game after all. The importance of life was self-evident. This was absolutely an incredible start. Don't get too cocky. In this eerie world, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough if you're careless. Su Yuan calmed himself down. But compared to other survivors, I have an unmatched margin for error. Su Yuan also discovered that the talent of 100-fold enhancement couldn't be used on just any item. He grabbed a handful of soil. Soil, ordinary substance. It had no attribute suitable for 100-fold enhancement. Su Yuan continued flipping through the strange survival manual. On the third page was displayed the small black room. Level 0 small black room. Main room, 13 SQM. Defense, 5. Anti-eerie, 3. Anti-eerie effect, mainly to intimidate eerie entities. Materials required to upgrade to level 1 small black room. Wood, 100. Stone, 100. Anti-eerie, or 50. The small black room is your base of resistance against the eerie entities after arriving in the survival world. You must act quickly to upgrade it, increasing its strength against the eerie. Material decomposition and processing room, level 0, 10 SQM, where items can be decomposed and processed. Processing material yield, average, good, superior, perfect, legendary myths. Storage room, level 0, 12 SQM, used to store supplies. Upgrading increases storage space. Antiseptic effect, poor. Kitchen, not yet activated. A place for cooking food, requires upgrading to level 1 small black room to activate. Equipment synthesis room, not yet activated. A place for crafting equipment, requires upgrading to level 1 small black room to activate. Neither the kitchen nor the weapon synthesis room had been activated, so they were temporarily irrelevant. The material decomposition and processing room and storage room should be behind the 2 doors on the wall facing the entrance. Su Yuan went over, opened each door to take a quick look. They weren't immediately needed, so he paid them no further mind and shut the doors again. When Su Yuan looked at the manual entries for the small black room, the processing room, and the storage room, the familiar plus reappeared. After 100-fold reinforcement of the processing room, the material grade obtained from processing became legendary. After reinforcing the storage room, its anti-corruption effect changed into does not decay. Haha, this is amazing. However, these reinforcements, for the current stage, didn't seem to make a huge difference yet. Su Yuan focused on the attributes of the small black room. Without hesitation, he chose to reinforce the anti-eerie attribute. Anti-eerie attribute, 300. In this eerie world, the role of anti-eerie was bound to be stronger than defense. Just as the reinforcement was completed, an array of heart-wrenching screams came from outside. Su Yuan startled, realizing that there were quite a number of eerie entities outside coveting him. Chapter 2, A Comfortable First Night. Su Yuan continued flipping through the survival manual. When the 4th page was opened, a chat channel appeared. The global chat channel, 7 billion people worldwide. Local chat channel, 6,000 people within 100 kilometers. And friend chat channel, 0 out of 0. So it's true, the entire world has been organized. Su Yuan swallowed hard. At this point, people were already talking in the chat channel. System prompt. Here, there is no distinction of race or nationality. Everyone is the same. Any text appearing in the chat channel will automatically convert into recognizable words for the sake of global communication. Is anyone there? Yes. +1. +1. Don't spam. Are you all in a small dark room too? Exactly. Where are we exactly? I want to go home. Whoever sends me home gets $1 million. I'll pay $2 million. Forget it. This isn't the world we knew. No one can send you back. Face the reality. Don't let yourself get snuffed out. Were any of you disturbed by a ghost knocking on your door? It's inside now. That thing wants to blow out my candle. So scared, it keeps blowing around me. The candlelight is almost gone. Same here. Even if it doesn't go out, it'll burn out soon anyway. I'm about to break down. Someone save me. Ghosts can save you. You're right. Ghosts are right beside you. Fellas, is there really a ghost nearby? Is it just constantly blowing? Could it be? What do you think? Do you imagine someone else could be blowing like that? Damn, it's coming again. I'm so scared. I'm only 18 and I haven't even had a proper relationship yet. Wah, big brother, save me. Sis, don't worry. Big brother's got you covered. You're close to her? Huh, maybe you're the ghost. Stop joking around. Concentrate. Don't let the candlelight be extinguished. How do we slow down the burning of the candles? I know. It says freezing might slow down the combustion. Freezing? You have a fridge. Throw some salt on the flame. Do you have salt? Well, maybe I brought my own. Fellas, you're wandering off topic again. I'm truly terrified. I don't want to die. Screw that. I'm a butcher with heavy bloodstains. Let me put out the light and see if it's real. Big brother, no. Don't be reckless. Haven't you read that you might die from doing this? Su Yuan couldn't help but say, don't blow it out. His words instantly turned into text appearing in the chat window. After all, Su Yuan had just seen that shadow and heard its miserable screams. Did that big brother really blow it out? Is Butcher Big Brother still there? Butcher Big Brother? The conversation in the global chat suddenly stopped. Everyone waited anxiously for the butcher's reply. Until a black system announcement popped up. Yang Dazhuang has been torn apart by the ghost. Yang Dazhuang was precisely the name of the butcher from earlier. He's dead. Every person felt their heart miss a beat. Their eyes instinctively glanced at the candles on the table. It must not go out. Everyone moved their hands closer to the candlelight, afraid it would go out. The night seemed endless. Time passed. Everyone stood frozen in place, guarding the candle. Hunger and cold consumed them. Except for Su Yuan, who lay comfortably in bed, looking at messages on the global channel, quietly pondering whether others also possessed abilities akin to his own, 100-fold enhancement. But after brushing through endlessly, there was no mention of any such talent-related discussion. This bed is truly hard. Su Yuan flipped over, glancing at the white cloth that looked like it was meant to cover a body. He revealed a bitter expression before shifting his gaze to the bed. Bed, common item. Comfort level, 3%. Durability, 100%. With such a low comfort level, no wonder lying on it feels so uncomfortable. He decided to apply a 100-fold boost to the bed's comfort level. Comfort level, 100%. Overflow attributes converted into special function. Temperature regulation, automatically adjusts bed temperature according to surrounding environment. Can it be done like this? Su Yuan immediately lay down again to feel the fully optimized comfort of this bed. What the? Even without a mattress, this bed somehow felt like an actual spring mattress. Lying on it, he felt himself sinking slightly into the softness. Not only that, but the wooden board emitted just the right warmth, bringing him immense comfort and relaxation. A bare plank of wood had turned into a luxurious, high-end bed experience. In one word, fantastic. Once Su Yuan settled in bed, he kept flipping through the manual, trying to uncover more information. Trading platform. Survivors may trade supplies through this platform. Right now, there were only a few trading requests for candles on the trading platform. The problem was, who would have extra candles? Even if someone did, who would trade with you? As he flipped further, the 6th page was the survival strategy section, where survivors could share their experiences and summaries of survival techniques. At this moment, it displayed, survival strategies, 0 entries. Below was a note. When you publish enough effective strategies, you may receive unexpected benefits. The 7th page of the manual contained honor titles and power rankings. Honor titles were granted and certified by the system after certain special conditions in the survival process had been triggered. The power rankings would be made available 10 days later. The system would evaluate and rank the strength of all survivors, publishing these results on the rankings. For the first night here, this section remained entirely empty. Su Yuan didn't know what use the so-called honor titles and power rankings would have. Flipping further, to the 8th and final page. The first 3 words were, survive. Behind them were 2 prompts. During the day, you'd better go out searching for supplies to ensure your survival. At night, you'd best return to the small dark room. The night outside is full of danger. It can kill you without warning. At night, along with the strange occurrences, there are also surprises. Only during the night do treasure chests appear. Opening a chest can give you food, tools, items, skill books, abilities, or attribute bonuses, but they might also summon the strange entities. Danger is always tied to great rewards, but who would dare risk it to look for chests? After all, staying alive is the ultimate way to survive in this world. But Su Yuan was different. I have 100 lives, and tomorrow after I collect some resources, I should start trying to find those treasure chests. You need to build an early lead right from the beginning. He once again opened the global chat channel. Everyone was still desperately guarding their candles. Su Yuan casually said, have you ever thought about driving it away? After using the holy light to drive the ghost away, the bizarre rules had disappeared. That might have been the method to survive the first night. Not just protect the candle until dawn, since, even if the flame wasn't blown out, the candle could burn out anyway. Unfortunately, Su Yuan's suggestion went unnoticed, sinking into silence like a stone thrown into the ocean. Everyone continued feeling sorry for themselves, imagining they'd wake up back in their original world. Only when a few more system alerts popped up in the chat about more people being killed by ghosts did they finally snap to attention. Su Yuan touched his nose, then immediately opened the 5th page, clicking on the survival strategy section to post a new article. He titled it, Night 1, Ghost Candle Blowout Survival Guide. A candle won't last long enough to burn through until dawn. The mysterious entities fear objects of purification, such as child urine. If you drive away the entity, you'll survive the first night. Tested and proven effective. To be honest, Su Yuan mentioned child urine not as a joke, but because, under such conditions, it was the only thing he could think of. Wonder if writing strategies will earn me any benefits, he wondered, and clicked send. As soon as the strategy was published, Su Yuan noticed the global chat explode with excitement. A strategy has been posted. Awesome, there's always a pro around. Pro player, take me with you. Driving away the ghost, does that make it safe? Don't know. Didn't the big man called Su Yuan say that it worked on him? My candle's almost gone. I'm gonna try it. Did you try? Big brother, does the child urine really work? I succeeded. I scared off the thing blowing my candle away. +1, +1. Who is child urine? Let's trade. Send me a ton of it. Can't you use your own? Kinda embarrassing. Old man here isn't pure anymore. Trade request. +1, +1. Su Yuan discovered that after posting his first strategy, apart from being labeled effective, no other feedback had appeared. He decided to post a few more strategies later. Closing the survival guide, he placed it aside, ignoring friend requests and settling down comfortably. He quickly fell asleep. In the end, surviving wasn't just about guarding a flickering flame, but finding creative ways to live another day. Chapter 3. The trading platform is in an uproar. The sunlight streamed in through the small window of the dark room, landing right on Su Yuan's face. His long eyelashes fluttered twice, and his eyes slowly opened. Is it dawn already? It's daytime. Su Yuan flipped over and sat up. He had slept too comfortably last night, almost forgetting his current predicament. He briefly glanced at the messages in the global chat channel. Surviving until dawn was not easy. Thanks to Su Yuan Sr.'s strategy. No problem, but the road ahead is still long. Hope the senior releases more strategies. Don't keep chatting. If you don't go look for supplies during the day, you'll starve to death. That's right. You have to sleep strangely during the day, so you must quickly go out to find supplies. Su Yuan closed the manual, took it with him, and walked outside. When he pushed open the door, a putrid smell wafted in. Su Yuan furrowed his brow and discovered that next to his little black house was a public restroom. However, this made it convenient for him to handle his 3 urgencies. Looking around, Su Yuan found that his line of sight was limited to about 5 meters. Beyond that distance, the area seemed enveloped in a mist, making it unclear. He looked up at the sky and could clearly see the sun. Strangely, a countdown appeared on the sun. 4 hours 35 minutes and 53 seconds. This should be the remaining time for daylight. Even though there is no strangeness during the day, such a short range of vision makes it impossible to walk far. If I get lost and can't come back before it gets dark, that will be embarrassing, Su Yuan thought. Su Yuan moved straight forward from the dark house. His luck wasn't bad because after only a few steps, he spotted a small park nearby. Next to the park was a small supermarket. Entering the supermarket, there weren't many items left on the shelves. Su Yuan only found 5 bags of bread, 10 packets of instant noodles, 2 bags, a total of 20, of sausages, and a pack of mineral water. Damn, this supermarket is too poor. Su Yuan sighed helplessly as he stared at the items in his hand. He didn't think other survivors had looted here, otherwise, these things wouldn't even remain. Su Yuan carried the items back, planning to take them all to the dark house first. Carrying heavy stuff drained his stamina and restricted how far he could walk. Once he returned to the dark house, Su Yuan casually opened the world chat channel and found everyone complaining about the lack of supplies in this world. Moreover, others had noticed a much more severe issue. Did any of you find medicine? Nope, didn't even see a pharmacy. I went to a hospital, but it was empty inside. Forget about medicines, I couldn't even find a single bottle. I came up empty-handed in a drugstore as well. It's strange, perhaps there isn't any medicine in this world? Big trouble. What if we get sick? We can't even afford to catch a common cold. We need to face the strange events at night and search for supplies during the day. It's way too hard. Su Yuan scratched his head. If he got sick, would choosing suicide be a better option? After placing the food in the storage room, Su Yuan went out again. This time, he headed in the opposite direction. Walking for about 5 minutes, he saw a hardware store. Su Yuan approached, observing the broken-down store entrance. He guessed there wouldn't be much inside either. Sure enough, after rummaging around inside for a while, he found only 1 axe, 1 fruit knife, and 2 candles. Upgrading the wooden house requires wood, and this item is just what we need. Su Yuan looked at the properties of the axe, quite satisfied. Axe, common item. Sharpness, 5. Durability, 6. Condition, 100%. Su Yuan directly boosted the sharpness attribute of the axe by 100 times. The sharpness increased instantly to 500. Holding the axe, he made a light slash on the aluminum alloy door of the hardware store. It cut through steel like mud, indestructible. The sharpness attribute of the fruit knife was 8, and Su Yuan boosted it to 800, which turned out to be even more terrifying than the axe. Unfortunately, neither of these 2 items possessed evil warding attributes. On the contrary, after enhancing the 2 candles, they both gained holy light properties for evil warding. Next, Su Yuan arrived at the side of the road, lifted the axe, and with a light swing towards the roadside poplar tree, heard a snap sound as the tree broke off. Carrying the axe, he kept cutting along the road. All the poplar trees between the dark house and the park were chopped down and fell to both sides of the road, immediately becoming usable lumber. Su Yuan counted them and found there were exactly 100 logs, enough to upgrade the dark house. Chopping them down was easy, but when he actually planned to carry them back, he faced difficulties since carrying timber required 10 strength points, and his strength wasn't high enough. Helpless, he decided to return to the dark house first. By now, there was only about 1 hour left until the end of the day. Su Yuan prepared to eat something first to fill his stomach. He took out a bag of bread and a bottle of mineral water, checking the expiration date. It turned out to be produced just a few days ago, originating from a certain place in the original world. These supplies are probably brought over together with the old world, Su Yuan mused. He tore open the bread bag, ready to eat when the attributes of the bread appeared before his eyes. Can food also be enhanced? Su Yuan looked at the attributes of the bread, his eyes shining brightly. Bread, common item. Reduces hunger by 30%. Behind hunger, a plus sign appeared. Su Yuan gave it a 100-fold enhancement. Reduces hunger by 100%. Overflow attribute, strength plus 1. What? Su Yuan's expression suddenly changed. An extra attribute point for increasing strength actually showed up. He hastily shoved the bread into his mouth and swallowed it bite by bite. After finishing eating, it was as if he had just enjoyed a feast, with an overwhelming sense of fullness. Su Yuan opened the survival manual, flipped to the second page, and saw that his own strength attribute had already become 5. It had indeed increased by 1 point. He could distinctly feel that he was stronger now. Time to enhance something else. Su Yuan performed enhancements on both the sausage and instant noodles separately. The results were identical. They all became items capable of reducing hunger by 100%, along with strength plus 1. Only the mineral water was different. Mineral water, common item. Replenishes 20% of lost body water. After a 100-fold enhancement, it replenished 100% of lost body water, along with stamina plus 1. Su Yuan drank another bottle of mineral water. Stamina increased by 1 point. Currently in a state of being full and well hydrated, there was no way he could keep consuming more food to further increase his strength. Otherwise, Su Yuan would definitely have eaten 2 more bags of bread to enhance himself even further. He opened the survival manual and flipped to the 4th page, the trading market. He discovered that quite a number of items for trade had already been posted. Mostly knives, saws, and such tools. There were none that could repel oddities, nor was there any food. These 2 categories were clearly what everyone lacked the most right now, and people were unwilling to use them for exchange. A sudden thought came to Su Yuan, leading him to come up with a quick way to obtain supplies. He placed the bread he had enhanced onto the trading platform and hung the transaction information. A special item that reduces hunger by 100% and increases strength by +1, needing 20 times the quantity of food-based resources for an exchange. In the global chat channel, trading platform, come quick. What's wrong? Someone's listed food that reduces hunger by 100% and gives strength +1 on the trading platform. So what? Have you ever seen materials with attributes? No. Strength +1. Imagine how much your own strength points are. This is like increasing your strength by 10%, nearly 20%. Shit, it's true. If I eat more of these breads, wouldn't I become incredibly strong? That's right. How come I didn't find such stuff? Who's selling such precious items? It's Su Yuan again. The great Su Yuan is amazing. Don't yak anymore. Go check out fast. Su Yuan looked at the flood of trading requests coming his way and smiled broadly. He filtered directly for a man named Zhang Jiong who offered 20 slices of hand-torn bread, and then clicked to confirm the transaction. The transaction's done. My god, I came too late. Who was the lucky one who took it away? Does Su Yuan still have more? Let's trade please. He definitely has more. Otherwise, how could he bear to trade such valuable items? Su Yuan wasn't planning on hoarding this. It was a great opportunity to acquire resources. Thus, without hesitation, he put all the remaining 3 bags of bread, 10 packs of instant noodles, and 20 sausages online for individual trades, each needing 20 times the amount of food for the exchange. What's happening? Am I crazy or something? Crazy, absolutely insane. I've never seen anything so. My god, is the big shot stuck inside some kind of destiny circle? Has he pulled out even more? Could there still be some left? Although Su Yuan had run out, the resources he traded for could also undergo a 100-fold enhancement, allowing him to gain possession of attribute-laden materials. Is he reborn or something? It must be. Su Yuan eats attribute-boosting stuff every day. Isn't he about to become immortal? While we're still struggling desperately to find supplies, Su Yuan's walking farther and farther down the path to godhood. I'm fangirling over Big Brother Su. Can we have some fan perks please? Fan count +1, +1, +1. When the people on the trading platform saw the food Su Yuan had listed, the entire world erupted in excitement. Chapter 4, Similar Souls. 680 bags of various food supplies. Su Yuan made a killing. The traded goods appeared directly in the storage room of the little black house. Seizing resources is extremely important for survival games. From some unknown day, when all the world's supplies will be exhausted, at that time, these things will become an enormous wealth. If it wasn't so full, Su Yuan would definitely exchange for more. After all, the food stored in his storage room won't rot. Su Yuan walked to the window, looked through it, gazing towards the sun in the sky. Nightfall was about to come. Midnight. The next second, a full moon replaced the sun in the sky. A new countdown appeared on the moon. 19 hours. The long night thus began. Su Yuan opened the Weird Survival Handbook, turned to the first page, and below Weird Survival, a line of strange black words appeared. Weird rule. Tonight, a similar soul will knock on your door. Absolutely do not open the door for it. It's waiting for a face-to-face embrace with you. It will leave after sunrise. What does that mean? Everyone was confused. What did tonight's weird rule signify? As long as we don't open the door, it'll be fine, right? Many people curled up in the corner, looking at that pitch-black wooden door. Clang clang, there was noise outside the door. Soon after, a chilling wind swept through, making one shiver despite oneself. Su Yuan walked over, lit the reinforced candle, and the room was enveloped in a peaceful glow. The bone-chilling cold dissipated instantly. However, soon afterwards, a knocking sound came from the door. It's here, the weird thing mentioned in the survival handbook. Ah. Then followed a blood-curdling scream. A slight smile appeared on the corners of Su Yuan's mouth. Do you think whose this is this black room? Do you really think it can knock like that? Remember my black house has a 300 anti-evil attribute. Open the door. The knocking sound was replaced by a familiar voice. Too familiar that Su Yuan couldn't figure out who it was at first. Hurry up and open the door. It's so scary outside, let me in. An eerie voice came again. Su Yuan hesitated for a moment before realizing. Isn't this my own voice? This is the same tone he'd hear whenever he played his recorded audio messages. Similar soul. Is the bizarre thing impersonating me outside the door? Su Yuan scratched his head. Even if you pretend to be me, I'm less likely to open the door for you. Isn't this weirdness kind of silly? But thinking about the plan prepared for the night, to go out and look for treasure boxes. Su Yuan still needs to unravel this bizarre rule. But how to break it and drive the weird presence away? In the rule, it said absolutely do not open the door. He was torn. When Su Yuan's hand touched the doorknob, he hesitated once again. Do you still refuse to open the door? Do you want yourself to die outside? Quickly open the door. If I die, you'll die too. If you keep forcing me, I'll crash my head against your door and die with you. Is that true? Sneaky weirdness. As if I believe you, ghost. Die if you want. Although he didn't believe it, Su Yuan felt something odd inside. After all, under this bizarre rule, perhaps it could really drag him down to die together. Aren't I supposed to have 100 lives? I have plenty of chances. I might as well try. Don't be afraid. Su Yuan made up his mind. His hand already rested on the doorknob, slightly pulling it. With a creak, the door opened. A familiar face appeared. Damn. It was truly himself. Under the holy light shining in the room, it screamed out. Yet the very next second, it lunged into Su Yuan's arms. There was only a single human head, his own head. On the familiar face of that head emitted a sinister aura. That pair of eyes exactly the same as it stared straight into him. Before Su Yuan even had time to feel terrified and scream, it exploded. Right in front of him, it detonated. The force was like a bomb. Boom. Su Yuan lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he was still in the same place. Su Yuan suddenly noticed another head flying towards him through the still open door. Clang. He closed the door again hastily. Breathing hard, gasping for breath. Su Yuan had already died once. Am I really dead? He checked his manual. The number of lives left showed 99. But oddly, the bizarre rule hadn't changed. Even though that human head exploded in his arms. Still no breaking of the rule. And again the head reappeared at the door. Familiar knocks sounded, the same words were heard. Su Yuan wouldn't dare to open the door casually now. Until now, his heart was still pounding wildly. Even though death and resurrection happened instantaneously, seeing his own head explode in his arms just moments ago. Psychologically, that shock far outweighs any physical damage. He flipped to the third page to the chat channel, and the regional channel remained silent. After all, people in the same area in the survival world had a certain competitive relationship. The friend list did have quite a few requests, but Su Yuan ignored them and directly opened the global chat channel. It's still knocking on the door. Did anyone open it? Too scared to. Same here. +1. +1. Indeed, after yesterday's event with Yang Dazhuang turning off the lamp, everyone deeply understood that eerie things could kill. It was genuinely possible to die. Su Yuan felt this even more profoundly, as he had just died once himself. However, when he passed away, the system did not make any announcement. This was probably related to his life attribute. The system's definition of death likely meant life reduced to zero. The voice outside sounds so much like mine. Could these similar souls be pretending to be us? Definitely. Too cunning. He could pretend all he wants. We won't open the door. But he said if he dies, I'll die too. That's correct. His voice started getting weaker. If he dies, would we really die as well? Don't know. Do we need to drive this bizarre presence away this time? What can we do against it? Is there anyone willing to test? How would you test? Open the door? Try sprinkling some urine at it. That's a good suggestion. Exactly, it's worth a try. Anyone got pure child's urine? Let's give it a go. Who has it? Let's try it. +1. +1. No one actually attempted it. What if the bizarre thing outside the door died from being pissed on, and then they themselves followed? Su Yuan noticed that the strange force aggressively fighting against his little black house had become incredibly weak now. In a small voice, it muttered, "If you don't open the door, I'll really die. You can feel it, right? You're freezing. If I die, you will die too. Freezing is only the beginning. Next, do you feel weak? Can't even stay in bed because your life is slipping away. My hands and feet are getting numb, right?" Su Yuan quickly covered his ears. The words from outside the door were almost hypnotic, making him uncontrollably believe everything they said. He really was freezing cold, and indeed, his body began to feel powerless, his limbs went limp. In the global chat, everyone seemed to experience the same sensation. A sudden thought appeared in Su Yuan's mind, being dead. The similar souls had generated empathy. This was the most terrifying aspect of the eerie event tonight. It used sound to unleash an invisible mental torture until you collapsed under pressure, thus succumbing to death. Plugging your ears wouldn't help as the sound had strong penetrative power, resounding directly inside one's mind. Annoying. Su Yuan's gaze grew colder. What is someone about to break down do? That's right, they'd opened the door to fight the eerie entity to the death. But he knew opening the door wasn't an option. That head didn't care about any holy light. It would charge forward and explode instantly. Even others who might possess anti-evil talismans or tools would likely meet the same fate. However, someone in the chat couldn't take it anymore. "I can't bear it anymore. I'll piss on it and chase it away." Even before Su Yuan could reply telling him not to, the system already broadcasted his death information. The chat once again fell into silence. Everyone enduring torment mentally. Even without opening the doors, this long night would slowly torture them to death. Unless you possessed extraordinary mental strength. We can't sit here and wait to die. We must try something. Su Yuan looked determinedly. His number of lives right now gave him an innate advantage. But if he couldn't overcome this eerie event and search for treasure chests during the night, sooner or later, this situation would become useless baggage. He must still try. Su Yuan held his breath, his eyes focusing on the bizarre rule written on the first page of the handbook. Absolutely do not open the door for it. It's waiting for a face-to-face embrace with you. That sentence must be key. Face-to-face embrace. Isn't it? Chapter 5. Rare Treasure Chest. If only he didn't face it directly. What would happen? A preliminary plan formed in Su Yuan's mind. He slowly approached the door of the small black room, then leaned against it. The sounds outside continued. Have you felt it? The heartbeats are weakening. We're dying. You and I, we're one person. Damn this doghead. Su Yuan twisted the door open with his hand behind his back. Come and give me a hug. The human head turned sharply and rushed towards Su Yuan's arms as it entered the small black room again. Bang. The door was shut, leaving the human head inside the small black room while Su Yuan remained outside. Let me out, What are you doing? What kind of light is this? No. Su Yuan leaned against the door, gasping for breath. That's right. As long as it doesn't burrow into his chest, it won't explode. An unknown amount of time passed before the sounds inside the room gradually faded. Su Yuan wasn't sure whether it had been killed by the holy light or had simply stopped making noise. Regardless, he had successfully made it to the outside, to the eerie night of this bizarre world. The fog that had shrouded everything during the day disappeared at night. The pale round moon hanging high above emitted a faint sense of melancholy, enveloping the entire city. Visibility was much better than during the day. Not far away, the dilapidated little park, the mini supermarket next to it, and the hardware store in the opposite direction were all visible from where he stood. However, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel that these places were different compared to what he had seen during the day. It seemed like everything around him concealed something. The night was filled with an ominous aura everywhere, and perhaps what was hiding could not be seen or touched, an intangible eeriness. Thinking this to himself, Su Yuan's gaze scanned around carefully. Where could the treasure chest be? Where could it possibly be? Despite the fear swelling in his chest, he tried not to think too much about it. There. His gaze fell upon a bench within the nearby park square. A rectangular treasure chest, emitting a purple glow, sat unmistakably on the bench. Su Yuan's goal was to capitalize on the advantage of having 100 lives, so he must secure the treasure chest. With clear objectives in mind, Su Yuan walked straight towards the park square, his pace accelerating gradually until he began running directly toward the treasure chest. Yet even though the distance looked short, no matter how long he ran, he couldn't seem to get any closer. Damn. It seemed he had encountered some strange phenomena. If his guess was correct, this should be a ghost circle. Su Yuan had brought the survival manual with him. Glancing at the first page of the manual, the peculiar rules regarding the human head phenomenon hadn't disappeared. Another set of mysterious rules also emerged. Mysterious rule, ghost circle, the illusionary path ahead appears endless. There is no way back, and you will remain trapped here forever until swallowed by the darkness. Shit. His guess was spot on. Su Yuan stopped in his tracks. Looking back, a certain distance had formed between him and the black house. Attempting to run back, just as described by the strange rules, he couldn't return. He was stuck halfway, unable to reach the treasure chest ahead or retreat to the black house behind him. This left Su Yuan somewhat overwhelmed. This strange rule seemingly provided no clues. While lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that the skies and surrounding world started collapsing. The small park up ahead, the black house behind him, everything had collapsed into ashes, followed by an endless pitch-black void. Su Yuan grew anxious, watching helplessly as the collapsing world transformed bit by bit into pure darkness, creeping ever closer to consume him. Before long, his position would collapse as well, plunging him entirely into darkness. There must be a way out. Su Yuan adjusted his breathing several times, trying to calm himself down slightly. The illusionary path ahead appeared endless. There is no way back. The illusionary path ahead appeared endless. There is no way back. Closing his eyes, Su Yuan repeated the strange rules over and over in his mind. The illusionary path ahead. Yes, exactly. The misleading path was before his eyes, not in his heart. Opening his eyes once more, Su Yuan murmured, "What you see isn't always true. Everything might just be an illusion." Closing his eyes tightly once again, he cast off every ounce of fear and stepped forward, towards the collapsing direction. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Gradually, Su Yuan picked up speed, until he tripped over something and stumbled slightly. Only then did Su Yuan open his eyes and look down at the white poplar tree beneath him. He smiled. Everything had returned to normal, the collapsed world restored itself, and Su Yuan had reached the entrance to the park. He opened his survival manual and checked the strange rules listed there. The ghost circle had disappeared. You have exited the maze. Good. Su Yuan let out a deep sigh of relief. The purple treasure chest still sat on the bench, so he quickly ran over and picked it up before beginning to run back. All the while, Su Yuan kept an eye on the first page of the survival manual, ensuring he hadn't fallen into another strange situation governed by those mysterious rules. Nothing else happened after that. He had already reached the door of the little black house. Geez. The door of the nearby restroom suddenly opened a crack. Su Yuan's heart abruptly leapt. He took a step back and pressed his back tightly against the little black house. At this moment, a large rat squeezed out from the opening in the restroom door. It looked around and then scurried away, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. It was just a rat. Su Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The eerie night without any protective items truly made it difficult to feel at ease. Su Yuan turned around and looked at the door of the little black house. That human head should still be inside. The mysterious rules about it in the handbook were still there. Still leaning his back against the door, Su Yuan suddenly yanked the door open. Damn it, I'll kill you. A decaying human head rushed out directly towards Su Yuan's arms. With a clatter, the door was slammed shut. This time, it was outside while Su Yuan was back inside. The holy light shone everywhere, and the harmonious atmosphere inside the room made Su Yuan feel much more at ease. Bang bang bang. The terrifying sound of pounding on the door came again from outside. Shit, can't deal with this thing? However, Su Yuan's mindset at this point was quite clear. He no longer believed in the empathy words from the other side, and hence wasn't subjected to its mental torment. He walked to the small black table, placed the treasure chest down. The treasure chest sitting on the table emitted a mesmerizing purple glow that made one unable to look away. Treasure chest, rare quality. The attribute that appeared on the treasure chest caught Su Yuan's eye. Unfortunately, it couldn't be upgraded. He didn't rush to open it either. After all, there was always the risk of something bizarre emerging from it. Weird things sleep during the day, so Su Yuan planned to open it after dawn. He stretched his limbs, ate a sausage, and drank a bottle of mineral water. Hunger disappeared, strength +1, sufficient water supply, endurance +1. The enhancement of strength was something Su Yuan could clearly feel. Lying on the ground, he tried doing push-ups, continuously doing hundreds of them without feeling tired. In the past, a dozen or so would have been his limit. Standing up, Su Yuan picked up the survival manual and headed towards the bed. The goal for the night had been accomplished, it was time to rest. Lying on the bed, he opened the manual and first skimmed through the messages on the world channel. I can't make it, I'm dying. I'm going to give up too. Guys, hang on. It died, I'm probably dead next. I agree. What they called fear spreads fast. Originally, some people who were strong mentally might resist, but seeing such statements in the chat channel pushed even them into the empathetic trap. The power of the strange entity was terrifying indeed. Now someone had to step forward and break this balance. Su Yuan began writing his second guide. The second night, survival guide for similar souls. It isn't afraid of ordinary exorcism items. Verified ineffective. If you have a powerful exorcism weapon, naturally it's different. Its main abilities are empathy. That is the essence of similar souls. Remember, its death has nothing to do with you. So-called, when it dies, you die, means, once your spirit collapses and you open the door, it will charge into your arms, explode, and you'll both die. I saw it, a head identical to my own. Conclusion, therefore, don't open the door under any circumstances. Don't believe its tricks. Persist until dawn, and you'll win. As soon as the guide was published, the world chat channel instantly bubbled over. It's out. A guide. Su Yuan the master updated his guide. Did you see? Yes. +1. +1. Master Su Yuan says not to believe its lies. That's right, don't believe it. I never believed it anyway. You're all nonsense. Alright, now I don't believe it either. Speaking of which, I suddenly discovered a scarier truth than the weird rules. What's the truth? Master Su Yuan must have traveled back through time. No doubt, otherwise how did he write this guide? That's right. Look at this sentence. It will rush to your arms and explode. Reflect on it. Think carefully. Shit. Could it be that Master has already become a ghost? So this guide was written just before his death. Fuck. Master Su Yuan's selfless dedication deserves our study. Master Su Yuan. Even though you've gone, you still live on. That's right. Living in our hearts. +1. +1. Su Yuan really couldn't stand it anymore. Ahem. I'm still alive. Was that Master Su Yuan responding just now? Master Su Yuan is awesome. Can souls talk? Why haven't other dead people spoken? Is Master Su Yuan normal? That's right. That's right. Su Yuan almost lost it. You're all crazy. You're dead. You're the soul. Your whole family is made of souls. Chapter 6. Scribbling. This night was very long. People were barely holding out, resisting the strange harassment. Only Su Yuan lay on the luxurious bed and slept soundly. Sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Su Yuan stretched his arms and sat up from the bed. The daytime was too short. Once it became bright, one had to seize the time to look for supplies. But he had other tasks to do today. The first thing after getting up today, open the treasure box. Su Yuan cheerfully walked to the little black table and poked at the rare treasure box glowing with a purple aura. Treasure boxes of this quality should be able to produce some good things. Su Yuan opened the world chat channel and wanted to see if there was any news about treasure boxes in the world chat channel. Finally, it's dawn. I'm so tired. I didn't sleep all night. Impossible, right? I listened to Su Yuan's advice, dropped my head, and fell asleep. I should have slept earlier. I didn't fall asleep either, surrounded by my own voice in my ear, unable to sleep. I want to sleep now. Don't go to sleep. Hurry up and find something to ward off evil spirits. Agreed. +1. +1. No more talking, get out. After Su Yuan finished reading these, he scrolled back to look at the records. Last night, everyone struggled against the weirdness outside, and just not being affected emotionally by it was a relief. No one dared to take risks like him and search for the treasure box during such dangerous nights. Therefore, there was absolutely no information about treasure boxes on the channel. Survivors nowadays are utterly powerless against the eerie occurrences. None would risk entering the night. Except for Su Yuan. Let's unpack it. Su Yuan cheerfully picked up the treasure box and noticed there was an obvious catch between the lid and the body of the chest. Just pull it upwards, and it opens. Fortunately, it didn't require a key to open, or else that would have caused tears of frustration. Just as Su Yuan prepared to pull open the treasure box, his movement stopped. Just in case, he took out the last candle, lighting it up. Su Yuan took a deep breath, fiercely grabbed the latch, and gave it a hard pull. Phew. He sighed in relief. No bizarre entities appeared. Su Yuan blew out the candle and looked inside the box. A purple-red skill book appeared inside the box. Su Yuan reached in and pulled it out. The purple-red book showed 4 big words. Comprehensive explanation of talismans. Comprehensive explanation of talismans, skill book. Do you want to learn it? Yes, no. Talismans. The kind specifically used against the weird stuff. Su Yuan also began to suspect whether he hadn't been caught in the circle of destiny. This item came at such an opportune moment. He clicked to start learning immediately. In the next second, countless pieces of information regarding talismans rushed into Su Yuan's brain. The comprehensive explanation of talismans has already been learned. Indeed, they're just the methods for making talismans. These methods for carving incantations on charm paper, Su Yuan instantly understood them thoroughly. Drawing symbols requires sufficient mental strength to complete. His current 6 points of mental power can only sketch ordinary talismans. That is, the lowest level yellow paper talisman. Talismans drawn on yellow paper mainly include the 5 Thunders incantation, Clear Heart incantation, Spirit Fire incantation, etc. Drawing each symbol consumes 1 point of mental power, so he could draw only 6 symbols in one go now. The materials needed to draw symbols include vermilion ink, yellow paper. The higher the grade of the material, the higher the success rate of drawing symbols, with world-class materials having a 100% success rate. Rhythm for taking off? Here we go. Su Yuan felt like singing a song celebrating the peasants' liberation. This feeling was exceptionally pleasant. All conditions are met except for the wind. Su Yuan set off to look for the materials needed to make talismans. Eerie creatures, wait for daddy to make your talismans. Let's see who still dares to knock on doors. Su Yuan carried an axe, humming tunes all along the way. However, after strolling around in the vicinity, he discovered that within a mile's radius, there wasn't even one Fukushu store. Don't play around. Su Yuan couldn't find even a piece of coarse paper, let alone yellow paper. Affected by the mist surrounding him, he dared not walk too far, checking the time indicated by the sun. There were less than 3 hours left on the countdown. Perhaps he could try walking a little further. Su Yuan continued walking along the small park. As he walked, he recorded the location and coordinates on this site. When Su Yuan saw 4 treasures of the study specialty store appear before his eyes, his excitement knew no bounds. It must be there. Su Yuan walked in and silently repeated in his mind, vermilion ink, yellow paper, vermilion ink, yellow paper. Yet, he went home disappointed. Other than an intact brush pen and an inkstone, there was nothing to be found. He shouldn't venture further. With the small park as the center, Su Yuan began searching radiantly around it. After searching over half the area, Su Yuan found nothing. This place was a bit remote. Apart from a few small stores, there were only some empty shell office buildings. After turning around for just half a circle more, Su Yuan would have to turn back. At this point, he suddenly noticed that the storefront ahead seemed to be in relatively good condition. It was a copy shop. Su Yuan walked inside. The printer in the room was old and dilapidated, looking as if it had been broken for a long time. He lifted the printer cover and pulled out an ink cartridge from inside. Could this thing substitute for vermilion ink? Further inside, there was a stack of A4 paper sitting in a corner. Su Yuan picked it up. I wonder if drawing talismans with ordinary ink on white paper will have any effect against evil spirits. Anything is better than nothing. Su Yuan packed the things he had found here and was about to leave when he suddenly froze. He quickly turned around and looked at the table facing the entrance. His gaze landed on a bronze Pishio statue on the table. He walked straight over, picking it up. Pichio statue, anti-evil item. Anti-evil, 5. Purification, 3. This item has an anti-evil effect. As expected, his guess was correct. In the previous world, the Pichio statue already belonged to items used to repel evil, all the more so here. Su Yuan satisfactorily pocketed the item. After returning, he would carefully consider whether to enhance its anti-evil or purification properties. As he stepped out of the door, Su Yuan discovered that the countdown was down to 2 hours left. He walked in the direction of the little black house. Back at the little black house, Su Yuan ate something first, further enhancing his strength and endurance. Now these two attributes were almost doubled, and Su Yuan could clearly feel how different he was compared to before. He placed the Pichio statue on the table and once again checked its attributes. Practical testing had revealed that both the holy light and the little black house's anti-evil effects were deterrents and defenses against strangeness. The problem was, sometimes mere deterrence and defense seemed insufficient. So Su Yuan decided to reinforce its purification property. Purification should inflict damage on the strange phenomena. Purification, 300. Su Yuan was now very curious. If the bizarre human head from yesterday was placed alongside this Pichio statue with a purification attribute of 300, would it be directly purified into ashes? Su Yuan placed the Pichio statue on the table, directly facing the door, so when the bizarre came, it would purify it immediately. I wonder if I can draw talismans with ordinary ink and white paper. Su Yuan smoothed out the A4 paper brought back on the table. Then he used the fruit knife he had found earlier to lightly cut it into palm-sized rectangular pieces resembling talisman paper. Next, he poured the ink from the ink cartridge onto the inkstone. He picked up the brush pen, dipped it in ink, and according to the shape of the clear heart talisman engraved in his mind, began sketching. In one fluid motion, Su Yuan excitedly looked at the properties of the talisman he had just drawn. Random scribbling, regular item. No use whatsoever, recommended to discard into the trash bin. Damn. Chapter 7. Talisman success. Su Yuan tried several postures, and found that it was not because of the wrong posture. Which meant painting talismans with blank paper and an ink box really didn't work. Just because there were no such materials around him did not mean others lacked them, right? Su Yuan sat on the bed and opened the trading platform. He attempted to search for cinnabar ink. There were none to be found. So why not post a request? Su Yuan listed a few loaves of bread and some ham on the trading platform, and especially noted that he would only trade for cinnabar ink and yellow paper. As soon as his trade information went up, the global chat channel started buzzing. Great, Su Yuan is still alive. I just saw his trade post. Can souls be traded? Are you serious? Wasn't he the one whose head blew up? You're the one who got blasted, your whole family blown to bits. So now you can't let people talk? Did we mention you? If it weren't for Great Su Yuan's strategy guide, would you have survived till today? That comment hit home. Those guys shut up. However, the next second, someone else sparked another quarrel. These two-faced people must be envious of Great Su Yuan. Exactly, incapable themselves, and they can't stand anyone else being strong. Who are you calling incapable? Su Yuan merely shared 2 guides. I guarantee I could write if I had a rebirth. Before your rebirth, you couldn't even survive the first night. With what will you write a guide? Hold it. Stop fighting already. Haven't you noticed what item Great Su Yuan wants to trade? What item? Cinnabar ink and yellow paper? For what purpose? Isn't that used for drawing talismans? Could it be Great Su Yuan knows how to draw them? I get it. Could it be Great Su Yuan is an enlightened monk? Monk, my sister. Don't monks perform rituals? Come on. They are Taoist priests who draw talismans. Whoa. So brother Su Yuan might be a Taoist priest. Sis, stop dreaming. He's probably an uncle. He might even be an old man. Hey, even if Great Su Yuan is an old man, people like him anyway. Tu Tao Min Sao. Su Yuan almost coughed blood reading all this. It was still over an hour before nighttime. Since the information was posted already, he decided to take another turn outside to see what more he could find. This time, when leaving, Su Yuan prepared to walk left of the small black house. He vaguely remembered seeing something like a farmyard over there before. He wondered whether he could discover anything good over there. If the farm raised poultry such as chickens or ducks, maybe he could catch one to try roasting it. Too bad, he didn't have any cumin or chili powder. Walking along while swinging his axe, Su Yuan fantasized about the deliciousness of roasted chicken. Arriving nearby, he confirmed that this was indeed a farm. Row after row of pens, looking like a pig farm. Roast suckling pig wouldn't be too bad either. As Su Yuan ventured deeper, he found nothing but desolation. The empty pigsty only contained the stench and abandoned enclosures. Su Yuan doubted whether, during the transition into the strange world, buildings came alongside people, or otherwise why would the smell be so concentrated, yet no pigs present at all? Unless all animals here had been eaten. Still unable to find anything after circling twice, Su Yuan was just about ready to give up and leave, when suddenly from his side among the pig pens sounded a familiar bark. Woof. Dog. Su Yuan turned his gaze sharply. Sure enough, inside a pen several times its size stood a little black puppy circling frantically, unable to climb out. Its stomach appeared sunken and flat. It seemed like it had been starving for a long time. As Su Yuan moved closer, unexpectedly, the little black dog began barking furiously at him. Woof. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Don't bark. I truly don't plan to take you back for stewing. Yum. Su Yuan swallowed audibly. Heck. All I intend to do is rescue you from the pig pen. It's not because your black dog blood wards off evil spirits. Trust me. Su Yuan looked earnestly at the little black dog, swearing in sincerity. His gaze was so heartfelt. Even a fool could see through his true intentions. The little black dog showed no signs of caring about Su Yuan's words. Instead it continued barking madly. Could it be a rabid dog? Then there's definitely no keeping it. Su Yuan smacked his lips, tightening his grip on the axe in his hand, drawing back to gain momentum. Did I mistakenly injure something? Turning back, Su Yuan felt terrible. A python as thick as a bowl had been split clean in half by him, convulsing on the ground. No wonder the dog had kept barking at it all along. You couldn't say anything, huh? You scared me half to death. Su Yuan jumped into the pig pen, You going or not? The little black dog stared at him for a moment, then proudly waddled over with its tail up high. Su Yuan grabbed it by the neck and lifted it straight up. His strength had greatly increased compared to before. Su Yuan left the pig pen with the little black dog without even glancing back at the python and walked straight out of the pig farm. Not until he got back to the little black house, still holding the almost breathless puppy by the neck, did Su Yuan finally throw it down on the floor. Leaning against the closed door, he let out a sigh of relief. I hate snakes the most, yet I encountered such a huge one. Su Yuan could feel his legs still trembling. It took him quite some time to calm down. Woof, woof. Though having been pinched all the way, the little black dog was after all saved by him, so it acted very affectionately, circling around his feet and licking the tips of his shoes. I'm not eating meat today, just behave yourself. He no longer had any thought of stewing dog meat, kicking it away with his foot and tossing an open ham sausage towards it carelessly. He decided to keep it well fed for now and consider cooking it some other day. Su Yuan walked to the bed and sat down, flipping open the trading platform. Someone had initiated a trade application through the trading platform. Cinnabar ink, yellow paper. Upon seeing the items the other party wanted to trade, Su Yuan immediately stood up stiffly. He clicked to accept the trade. Immediately, the transaction was completed. A piece of good quality cinnabar ink and a large piece of ordinary quality yellow paper were traded over. At the same time, the other party sent over a message. First attempt at making, not great quality. Surprisingly, Su Yuan's expression instantly became very complicated. The items were self-made. Doesn't that mean this is a long-term supply source? Must add as a friend. Friend request was sent, and the other party soon agreed. When applying for the friend, apart from the mandatory display of name and gender, age was also shown. Lu Yi, female, 23. Su Yuan couldn't wait to send a message. Did you make the cinnabar ink and yellow paper yourself? Yes. Can you continue making them? Do you need a lot? Yes, exactly. I lack food here. Can we exchange food? Are you okay with it? Sure, no problem. After I finish, I'll contact you again. Alright. Su Yuan cleared all previous friend requests. Friend chat channel, January 1st. Lu Yi online. The meaning of being displayed as online should indicate she is still alive. If she died, she would probably go offline. By the way, where is this woman's little black house? She can actually produce cinnabar ink and yellow paper herself. Su Yuan didn't want to think too much about these matters. He stared at the materials in his hand, eyes shining. Finally, he can start painting talismans. Su Yuan carefully trimmed the yellow paper. Then he began examining the block of cinnabar ink in his hand. Su Yuan could clearly see the fine cinnabar particles inside the inkstone. Cinnabar ink, good quality. It has a certain effect of warding off evil spirits and must be used appropriately to manifest its effects. Unfortunately, it cannot be strengthened 100-fold. If it could be enhanced into a world-class material, it would be awesome. Su Yuan washed the inkstone clean and poured a little mineral water into it. Holding the cinnabar ink, he carefully ground it. Before long, the ink melted, the light red ink resembling blood. Su Yuan adjusted his breathing, gripping the brush and lightly dipped it into the cinnabar ink, and started sketching on the yellow paper. As Su Yuan lifted his pen, the cinnabar ink spread on the yellow paper, naturally blending together. It's done. Woof, woof, woof. The little black dog seemed to sense Su Yuan's joy, running over and rubbing against his leg, expressing its happiness at finally having eaten a full meal. Su Yuan gave it a glance, thinking to himself, since the talisman is completed, should I stew it as a celebration? The little black dog looked at Su Yuan's longing gaze with delight. Apparently, he likes me rubbing against him. So it continued rubbing itself against Su Yan's ankle. This man smells really good. The dog bit into his clothes. Taste is good. The next second, the little black dog suddenly felt dizzy. It was kicked away by Su Yuan. Chapter 8, The Water Ghost's Attack. Su Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Drawing talismans may seem simple and elegant, but only those who draw them know how immensely draining it is on one's mental energy. Fortunately, mental energy can be restored with a good night's sleep. Qingxin Talisman, Exorcism Item. Exorcism Power, 50. Purity Enhancement, 10%. Talisman Effect. Removes some of the negative effects caused by malevolent forces. The effect of the talisman was indeed extraordinary, with its exorcism power already reaching 50. Su Yuan did not plan to enhance this talisman's exorcism attribute further. Instead, his focus shifted to the Qingxin aspect, and he amplified it 100-fold. The information of the talisman changed instantly. Qingxin Talisman, Exorcism Item. Exorcism Power, 50. Purity Enhancement, 100%. Talisman Effect. 1. Removes all negative effects caused by malevolent forces. 2. Can temporarily inhibit various abilities. The higher the ability of the target, the shorter the inhibition duration. Silent Spell? Su Yuan was greatly surprised as the overflow attribute had directly strengthened the characteristic of silence. Without wasting another moment, Su Yuan began sketching the Wulei talisman. Starting stroke. Finishing stroke. Failure. Huh. Woof woof. The little black dog came back again, wagging its tail happily while crawling around his feet in complete ease. No wonder I failed. If you keep messing around, I'll skin you right now, eat your meat, and take your blood. Whimpering, the little black dog lowered its head and smartly ran away, hiding in a corner where it watched him from afar, too afraid to come closer anymore. Su Yuan adjusted his breathing. One more try. Starting stroke. Finishing stroke. Failure. Damn it. Su Yuan dared not try again. He had only 3 points of mental energy left. Let's switch to another. Su Yuan decided to try drawing the Linghua talisman instead. Lifting the brush. Finishing stroke. Success. Linghua talisman. Exorcism item. Exorcism power. 30. Burning effect. 120. Talisman effect. Summons Ling fire to inflict burning damage on malevolent forces. Su Yuan was highly satisfied with the Linghua talisman's effect and immediately enhanced the burning effect 100-fold. Linghua talisman. Exorcism item. Exorcism power. 30. Burning effect. 12,000. Talisman effect. Summons 3 pure fires to inflict burning damage on malevolent forces. Three pure fires. After enhancing the Linghua talisman's burning effect 100-fold, it had actually evolved into 3 pure fires. This is damn powerful. Su Yuan waved the brush once more and created another Linghua talisman. After enhancing it 100-fold, he prepared to draw another Qingxin talisman. However, just as Su Yuan lifted his pen, dizziness struck his brain. His legs wobbled, and he fell backward, collapsing on the ground. Woof woof. The little black dog came running up cheerfully, crouching next to his head, its little round black eyes filled with concern. When Su Yuan woke up, every bone in his body ached. He'd been sleeping on the cold floor. Overused mental energy. Su Yuan realized instantly that he must at least reserve some of it for himself. Woof woof. Seeing that he was awake, the little black dog seemed quite delighted. Su Yuan ignored the block of moving meat. He opened the attribute panel and found his mental energy had recovered to 3 points. Now, is it evening already? Instantly energized, Su Yuan flipped open the first page of his survival handbook. Mysterious rule. Tonight, gale force winds and heavy rain will hit. It's searching for substitutes. Guard the house door carefully, and be sure not to get yourself wet. When the rain stops, it will leave naturally. Clang clang. The freezing wind raged outside, making the door swing loudly. Su Yuan approached the window and looked out. Outside, there was already pouring rain. Under the cover of night, Su Yuan saw a shadow in the distance gradually coming closer to his little black house through the rain. Why should you bother going out in the rain when you could be sleeping peacefully at home? Such persistence, what a devoted comrade. Su Yuan stuffed 3 talismans into his pocket and pushed the table inside toward the door, blocking it securely. The Paisho statue on the table faced the entrance like a guardian god. Listening to the sounds of the storm outside, Su Yuan tightly gripped a Linghua talisman. Honestly speaking, he felt both nervous and excited. Nervous because if the talisman didn't work, how would he deal with the malevolent force? Excited because he finally possessed the means to resist against it. While the rest of the world trembled in fear, huddled helplessly, Su Yuan was ready to fire the first shot in an armed rebellion against these forces. The little black dog also sensed something, lowering itself to the ground and letting out a fierce growl toward the door. Unfortunately, its baby-sized body wasn't very intimidating. Clang clang. Wind drove the rain inside the small black house. Raindrops splashed onto the ground, soaking a large area and slowly forming a puddle. Is the mysterious presence not here yet? Su Yuan pondered silently, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the direction of the door. Woof. Suddenly, the little black dog went berserk, charging straight at the door. Pata, pata. Its little paws stepped into the water puddle on the ground, splashing water in all directions. The splashing water suddenly seemed to come alive, flipping over in the air and rolling straight toward the little black dog. Ayo ayo. The little black dog let out 2 cries of woe, grabbed by the water as if by a pair of hands, being pulled into the puddle. The door was blocked, but it had already come through the rainwater. Su Yuan understood now. The eerie happenings tonight were closely tied to this rain. Seeing the little black dog squirming helplessly and about to be dragged into the water, Su Yuan felt annoyed. My dog meat you're stealing? Don't you worry that the black dog's blood might directly extinguish you. He took a few quick steps and rushed to the doorway. With quick eyes and fast hands, he immediately grabbed the Paisho figurine from the table and hurled it toward the strange force that had caught the little black dog. Purification. When the Paisho figurine touched the eerie water, a streak of white light shot out, instantly severing the flow. Wong wong. The little black dog proved agile. It leapt aside, snarling at the puddle on the ground and not daring to approach again. Relieved that the puppy was safe, Su Yuan tossed the Linghua talisman directly. Tung. As the talisman's incantation pattern lit up with a red glow, the temperature around them soared instantly, and a bright crimson flame shot out of the talisman. Ziaila. The 3 pure fires landed on the puddle, hissing furiously. Ah! With a shrill scream, a cloud of black smoke erupted from the puddle. Su Yuan sighed inwardly, thinking, did I win? He instinctively flipped open the survival handbook. At that moment, something wet and green like aquatic grass suddenly shot up from the puddle burning with the 3 pure fires, aiming directly for Su Yuan. His face went pale. He had no time to dodge. Zzz. Suddenly, the plot reversed again, as the 3 pure fires burned up along the eerie form, instantly turning it to ash. Phew. Su Yuan's legs went weak. He'd half believed this was some inferior version of the 3 pure fires that couldn't even handle the eerie forces. He glanced at the survival handbook, where the strange rules had already changed. It fears flames. Your intense fire has successfully destroyed it. The Linghua talisman truly was powerful. Su Yuan pulled out another Linghua talisman and looked at the flames that had dried up the water in an instant, secretly acknowledging the terrifying power of the 3 pure fires. Wong wong. At that moment, the little black dog scampered over quickly. It peered with its small eyes at the 3 pure fires still blazing on the ground, seemingly curious. Ding. Just then, a crisp prompt sound rang in Su Yuan's ears. Following, it was the voice of the eerie survival world system. Congratulations on killing a ghost creature, successfully earning the title of Ghost Hunter. Su Yuan has completed humanity's first kill against an eerie force. All survivors will be exempted this night, and the eerie presence will leave on its own. Su Yuan completes the first kill against the eerie force, gaining the honorary title Ghost Hunter. This information will be pinned at the top of the World Chat channel this night. Chapter 9. The first honor title, shocking the world. I'm so scared. That eerie thing has already come in. What should I do? Waiting for strategy online. Don't panic, just go for it. Forget it. The cross I picked up was immediately pulled into the water by it. Praying for Su Yuan's strategy. It's out. Strategy is published. What kind of strategy? Was it posted by Su Yuan? Seems not. The author of the strategy is called Sun Xing. Damn, another god-level player? People began to flip through Sun Xing's written strategy. The strategy says that the eerie hides in the water, and anything stained with water will be dragged into the water by the eerie. Therefore, all we need to do is avoid touching the water. Be careful not to get yourself wet. Oh, that's what this means. Big brother Sun Xing, you're awesome. Awesome. +1. +1. Seeing the gratitude and praise for him in the world chat channel, Sun Xing felt happy and proud. He had gone out during the day and accidentally obtained a peachwood sword. Thus, after the Eyrie came in along with the rain, he was already prepared for a desperate battle. It turned out that things only got dragged into the water when touched by it, and the Eyrie showed no intention of actively attacking. He finally understood the meaning of tonight's Eyrie rules and posted the strategy. Sun Xing secretly rejoiced to himself. So what if Su Yuan is a big shot? Haven't I surpassed him? The one who completed the strategy tonight is me, God Sun Xing. I can't hold on. That Eyrie water is flowing towards me. Me too. It's coming. I feel like I can't avoid it. Running away won't work. It's chasing me all over the room. Help me. Finished. I've been splashed, brothers. Farewell forever. At this moment, Sun Xing's face turned unusually dark. He noticed a puddle had appeared right under his feet while he was gloating. In the instant that Sun Xing thrust the peachwood sword down, the sword was taken away by a green, oily piece of seaweed. That's it. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. Meanwhile, countless others were waiting for death as well. However, they soon found to their surprise that the Eyrie had left all of a sudden. Sun Xing shed tears in relief. I didn't die. I actually survived. Life is good. So damn good. The Eyrie is gone. It's actually left on its own. My heart almost stopped. I almost got grabbed. Crap, it's already entangled my ankle. What's going on? Wait, what about this pin notice? My goodness, quickly check the system's top message. God Su Yuan killed the Eyrie. I just noticed the previous announcement. Su Yuan got the first kill, and because of that, we successfully avoided death. The Eyrie disappeared on its own. No issue here. I see it too. Thank God Su Yuan. That's why Su Yuan didn't publish a guide. He was busy killing the Eyrie. Whoever doubts Su Yuan isn't a time traveler, I'll argue with them. Time travel or not, I don't know, but one sentence sums it up. God Su Yuan is incredible, unmatched. This line came from Sun Xing himself, whose survival filled him with unusual excitement. God Su Yuan rocks. Invincible. +1. +1. Everyone in the world chat channel was wildly spamming messages. No matter how much they spammed, the sentence recording Su Yuan's honor always remained at the top of the world chat channel. Come quick, look at the honorary title page for Ghost Hunters. Already saw it. First kill of the Eyrie. This title is invincible. Speaking of which, what's this title for? Don't know. In the honorary titles page, all we can see is the shining golden Ghost Hunter title, but its exact functions aren't displayed. Could it just sit on top of the head and glow? He imagined the scene from role-playing games where a character activates a title. Probably not. Maybe only Su Yuan himself knows its purpose. Don't know if our god is around. Could he come out and explain it? You're absolutely right. God Su Yuan, are you there? God Su Yuan, I want to bear your children. Me too. If convenient, I'd like to share a small black room with elder brother Su Yuan. A message from a girl. I want to live with brother Su Yuan too. I have a cute voice. I'm 22 today, fair-skinned, pretty, long-legged, can sing and dance, and am technically proficient. If brother needs it, I would also like to live with you. Being technically proficient, can that even fill your stomach? Brother Su Yuan, I'm excellent in cooking, Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Guangdong cuisine. If you want to eat it, I can make it. Stop arguing. Maybe God Su Yuan is an old man. Let me take care of him. Let me handle this. The tone then shifted, and female players inside the world chat channel were now quarreling intensely. They seemed to forget completely. In the Eyrie world, no one dared to leave their small black rooms at night, and the heavy fog during the day severely affected visibility. Not only did they not know Su Yuan's location, but even if they did, they couldn't reach him. Su Yuan ignored these pointless conversations and had no intention of displaying the effects of his title in the world chat channel. Seeing the friend request list about to explode, Su Yuan directly selected all and deleted them. At the same time, he saw a message from Lu Yi. Master Su Yuan, you killed a ghost? Did you use the cinnabar ink and yellow paper I traded with you to draw talismans? Are you really the old Taoist priest they talk about? Su Yuan rolled his eyes. Why must the person who draws talismans be an old Taoist? It was true though. When Su Yuan added friends, he hadn't noted his age. Her misunderstanding made sense under the circumstances. The world chat channel and the private message channels were bustling, but the regional chat channel remained silent, as no one had spoken in it yet. After all, speaking in the regional channel would expose your position and identity. In this resource-scarce survival world, nearby survivors accumulating resources inevitably faced some competition. Survivors within the region didn't want others knowing their progress, which was the main reason for the quietness in the regional chat channel. Su Yuan flipped to the 7th page, and his gaze fell on the honorific title. Beneath the golden title, there was a small line of text. Owner of this title, Su Yuan. As for what the honorific title did, Su Yuan opened it to check its displayed effects, and a slight smile curved his lips. Honorific title, Ghost Hunter. When facing ghostly creatures, intimidation increases by +10, and attacks deal 30% more damage against ghosts. Note, after killing 30 ghost-like creatures, the Ghost Hunter Master title will be obtained, doubling the attributes. Unfortunately, the honorific title lacked a 100-fold amplification plus mark, otherwise, he'd have been outright invincible. To double his stats, he'd need to hunt more ghosts, Su Yuan thought. He had to take advantage of his time to make more talismans, and quickly eliminate enough ghostly creatures before anyone else got ahead of him to obtain the Ghost Hunter Master title. He seemed unaware that across the entire world, only he possessed the ability to hunt such strange entities. Woof, woof. The little black dog barked twice around him. Su Yuan looked down at it, and thought. It seemed like one of the stronger talismans to suppress ghosts required black dog blood when made. This little guy was so thin, it probably didn't have much blood. No, he needed to fatten it up as soon as possible. With that in mind, he quickly went to the storage room, pulled out a sausage, and threw it to the little black dog. Woof, woof. The little black dog wagged its tail contentedly as it chewed on the savory sausage, secretly smirking inside. This human is really getting better at understanding us. Barking twice lets him know we're hungry. Oh my, so delicious. Chapter 10 Little Coal Ball. Deep into the night, it was drizzling outside. Little black dog had been sleeping on the floor until woken up by a cold breeze. It looked up at Su Yuan, who was in bed, then got up quietly and walked over. With a gentle leap, it jumped onto the bed. The moment its paws touched the soft bed, it perked up. So soft, so comfortable. Little black curled up and nestled at Su Yuan's feet, finding a comfy position. This feeling, it had never experienced such luxury from its days living in a pigsty. How relaxing. It drifted off to sleep with drool running down its mouth. Su Yuan furrowed his brows and woke up. Why did his foot feel sticky? He sat up and saw the mess. His face turned black with frustration. Without hesitation, he gave the dog a kick. Woof. With a startled yelp, the little dog flew through the air, crashing into the corner. Its expression spoke volumes of how wronged it felt. Isn't this just warming up together? Do you have to be so fierce? Have you already forgotten the time we fought side by side moments ago? In human terms, we're comrades in arms. How could you disregard comrade loyalty? As the little dog barked at him, Su Yuan considered slaughtering it right away. The information about talisman making in his mind surfaced. Ghost subduing talismans required the blood of a black dog. After a good rest, his spirit force needed for making the talisman had recovered to 4 points. Why not take the black dog's blood and refine it directly into a talisman? Say no more. He swung his legs off the bed and walked to the table, picking up the incredibly sharp fruit knife. Come here, little one. Su Yuan held the knife behind his back and smiled as he called the dog over. Woof. What's he planning to do? I sense something very strange going on here. The little dog became alert and backed away 2 steps. Come here, little one. Su Yuan moved closer slowly, gripping the knife even tighter, ready for a quick and precise strike. Woof. Woof woof. The little dog ran off with its tail tucked between its legs. Run. Su Yuan quickly caught it. Little thing, I'll see if you can keep running. When it saw the fruit knife pressed against its neck, the little dog lost all hope, kicking its little legs in desperation, but could not escape the grip. Su Yuan carried it to the storage room and grabbed a plastic bag he'd gathered before, perfect for holding the black dog's blood. But just as he was about to cut, the dog's stats caught Su Yuan's attention. Dog, tameable. Breed, local dog, evolvable. Strength, 3. Agility, 2. Alertness, 10. Animal average equals 5. Animals with high alertness can detect anomalies when they approach within 1 meter. 3 facts about the dog intrigued Su Yuan the most. 1. It could be tamed. 2. It could evolve. 3. It could detect abnormalities within a 1 meter radius. You might be more than just food. Su Yuan hesitated. If he used the 100-fold enhancement on its alertness, it would become an anomaly detector. Besides, it is alive, and in this survival world, it could provide some companionship. Su Yuan put down the knife and gently pinched the little dog's fur. This opportunity might never come again. Seeing the sausage in the other's hand, the little dog instinctively wanted to bite Su Yuan's finger, drawn by its irresistible aroma. Woof woof. Its eyes locked onto the sausage in Su Yuan's hand, full of longing. Want it? Su Yuan teased. Woof. The little dog wagged its tail. If I become your master, you'll get sausage every day. Woof. Without hesitation, the dog agreed. Of course, Su Yuan couldn't understand what it said, but he noticed that its attributes had changed. Dog tamed. Master, Su Yuan. Please name. Black and glossy like charcoal. I'll call you Little Coal Ball. As soon as the words were out, the name Little Coal Ball replaced the word dog. Little Coal Ball tamed. Master, Su Yuan. Current affection equals 50. Pet will rebel when affection drops to 0. Rebellion 2? Su Yuan sighed and fed the sausage to Little Coal Ball, which began chewing immediately. Affection +1. Once the sausage was gone, its strength attribute increased by +1, now reaching 5. Feeding boosts affection. Not bad. Su Yuan gently stroked the soft fur around Little Coal Ball's neck. Little Coal Ball closed its eyes, reveling in the pleasure. Affection +1. Ah, such cheap affection. At this point, Su Yuan focused on the plus sign after each attribute and decisively chose to enhance the dog's alertness. Alertness, 1000. An animal with extremely high alertness can detect anomalies when they approach within 100 meters. The moment its stats changed, Little Coal Ball's alertness feature transformed and gained an additional ability. Barrier breaking. Its excessively high alertness granted it an extraordinary ability to uncover illusions, breaking through most tricks. Alert range 100 meters. When we go out in the future, it'll be like having a weirdness detector. Plus, it can break illusions too. This skill isn't bad at all. Su Yuan nodded and tossed Little Coal Ball to the ground. He was quite satisfied with his pet's attributes. As soon as Little Coal Ball landed, it immediately perked up its ears, froze in place, and its little tail shot up into the air. It had sensed its own change. Everything around it felt much clearer than before, as if it could now clearly perceive everything. Woof. Little Coal Ball suddenly barked. Its sharp little eyes flickered faintly. Seeing this, Su Yuan slightly frowned. Had it detected something? Moments later, he saw Little Coal Ball twist its head backward and start chasing its own tail, spinning in circles on the spot. Sweat dripped down from Su Yuan's forehead. He sighed, feeling a bit exasperated. He took a biscuit, enhanced it 100-fold, then ate it. Strength +1. Afterward, Su Yuan lay back in bed. The sky hadn't yet brightened, so he decided to sleep a bit longer. Tonight, there was no eerie presence. The world chat channel seemed unusually quiet. Aside from a few insomniacs still chatting, most people's tense emotions were relieved, and they exited the chat early, entering dreams. Louis. Su Yuan suddenly noticed that within the unread messages of the friend's chat channel, just a few minutes ago, there were several messages from Louis. Great Master Su Yuan, Taoist Priest, are you there? Taoist Priest, do you still have any talismans? Taoist Priest, I need your support. Truly, save me. Are you going to let me die without help? Amitabha Buddha, where's the great compassion of the Taoist priest? Hell, Su Yuan felt annoyed. You're calling me a Taoist priest? No, you're a Taoist nun. Even if you think I'm a Taoist priest, what do you mean by Amitabha Buddha and great compassion? Aren't those terms for monks? Why should I give you a talisman? Su Yuan replied coldly. I can trade with you. Super World Class Vermilion ink. I want 2 of your talismans. 1. Deal. Super World Class material. Could this woman produce Super World Class Vermilion ink? Good. With this, he would have a higher chance of success in creating the 5 Thunder spell. Given Su Yuan's current spirit force, he could still draw one more talisman. Hurry up, or I'll die, and the deal will be gone. Lu Yi's trade request came over. Su Yuan was puzzled. Hadn't the strange occurrences already left tonight? Hurriedly, he went to the table and quickly drew a talisman with his brush. His luck was good, and he successfully completed a spirit fire talisman. Su Yuan clicked the trade option, sent over the spirit fire talisman, naturally, without enhancing it 100-fold. Firstly, he kept some room for himself. Secondly, who was she calling him Taoist priest anyway? Thank you. And with that, Lu Yi stopped replying. Su Yuan didn't care to follow up. He toyed with the super world-class vermilion ink, quite satisfied. It was undoubtedly perfect for drawing talismans. Placing it beside the survival manual on the desk, he closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. On the floor, after spinning in circles until it tired out, little coal ball stopped and jumped onto the bed upon seeing Su Yuan lying down. It didn't crowd near Su Yuan's feet but instead nestled at the foot of the bed, comfortably resting, ready to sleep. At this time, inside a dark little room, Lu Yi finally relaxed after looking at the spirit fire talisman in her hand. She tightly watched the door clang open and shut, not blinking once. Bang! The door opened. A shadow darted in and lunged directly at her. Lu Yi hastily threw the talisman toward the figure. Whoosh! A scorching fire erupted, striking the strange being dead center. Sizzle! 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 In an instant, the creature was engulfed by the flaming talisman. Ah! With a wild scream, the eerie entity dashed crazily out of the room. Lu Yi confirmed that the mysterious force had vanished before taking a deep breath to relax. The night truly shouldn't be entered lightly. She nervously nibbled on her red lips, her beautiful face pale, due to the tension. Recalling how, after leaving the dark little room, she encountered the eerie phenomenon just a few steps away, Lu Yi still felt terrified. If it weren't for bringing the vermilion capable of suppressing the eerie forces, she might already be dead. Lu Yi sprinkled vermilion again at the entrance and sat on the bed. Thinking about the terrifying flame earlier, she silently thought, talismans indeed are extraordinary. No wonder Taoist priest Su Yuan could kill such bizarre creatures. I wonder if he has any other talismans? When I make high-quality vermilion again, I'll try my luck with him once more. Lu Yi lay down and pulled the white cloth over her body to sleep. After a while, she opened her eyes again, her shimmering big eyes filled with haze, while her cheeks turned slightly red. In this eerie world, if only I could get closer to the Taoist priest, or even live in a small black room with him. What am I thinking? What does senior Taoist priest Su Yuan look like? Hurry up and sleep. We'll try making cinnabar ink tomorrow. Chapter 11. This woman is dishonest. The sky was just brightening when Su Yuan rubbed his eyes and sat up. Zayamikyu was lying at the foot of the bed, on his side, with all 4 legs spread out, his belly pressed tightly against the wall. Su Yuan got down from the bed, and the little black dog woke up suddenly. He followed Su Yuan to the door. Su Yuan opened the door, stood at the doorway. Outside it had rained, and now cleared up. Looking towards the sky, the sun had just risen, the countdown displayed. 6 hours 28 minutes and 30 seconds. The time during the day would be longer today than usual. He opened the manual, and by now, the world chat channel was already bustling with activity. Last night I had a good sleep. It was very comfortable. The bedboard is too hard and cold. By the way, do you still cover yourself with that white cloth? Why not? Do you have a better option? You haven't noticed that, apart from leaving us a little bit of food, this world seems to have nothing. Sitting here consuming what little we have. No problem, my clothes smell sour. Su Yuan's black clothing also emitted an unpleasant odor. It's pretty good that there's something to wear. He closed the survival manual and walked out. Zayamikyu tightly followed Su Yuan, sometimes running in front of him, sometimes falling behind. Su Yuan was heading toward the pig farm where he initially found Zayamikyu. He intended to check if the python's body was still there. At the time, being scared by the python made him overlook its own value. Regardless of the medicinal value of the python gallbladder, python meat, and python skin, based on the information about talisman making in his mind, the python blood was exactly what Su Yuan needed to carve the ghost restraining talisman. He planned to take some, despite feeling somewhat repulsed. In this eerie survival world, all resources needed accumulation. When Su Yuan arrived at the pig farm, the python's body was indeed still there. Unfortunately, its blood had drained completely, and it emitted a nauseating stench. Seeing the python, Zayamikyu's ears instantly perked up, growling lowly. This python chased them for a long time, forcing Zayamikyu into the pigsty. Trapped without any options, Zayamikyu nearly became the python's prey. Fortunately, Su Yuan showed up. Now, were you still so arrogant? This dog now has an owner. As they say, beating a dog still needs to consider something, right? Wang, why don't you move? Zayamikyu looked at the huge gash left by an axe on the python's body. It's dead. This ferocious python is dead. Wang. Zayamikyu rushed forward. He barked loudly around the python. Anyway, taking it back first. Su Yuan searched around and found a rope. Despite his inner resistance, he used the rope to tie the python's head and began pulling it back. With his current strength, he effortlessly dragged the python back to the small black room. Su Yuan brought it to the disassembly processing room. The entire room contained only one workbench. Su Yuan placed the python on it. A pop-up window appeared on the processing table, asking whether to start the disassembly process. Yes, no? Su Yuan chose yes. Mechanical arms then started operating on the python, with a timer appearing on the side of the processing table. Time remaining until processing is complete, 10 minutes. Su Yuan didn't stay here, as he still had another task to accomplish. Over these past few days, eating many foods that boosted his strength attribute, his strength had already reached the standard for transporting timber, 10 points. Su Yuan followed the road from the small black room to the park, carrying logs back one by one. Besides following him all the way and barking aimlessly, the little black dog couldn't offer any help. Although he was strong enough to carry the logs, after doing so for a while, Su Yuan found himself sweating profusely. If only there were a transportation vehicle. Unfortunately, after searching all around, no means of transport was discovered, not even a bicycle, let alone a car. After half an hour passed, Su Yuan gradually felt his strength waning, his endurance almost depleted, and he managed to bring back only over 40 logs. Su Yuan entered the storage room, took out a bag of bread and a bottle of water, replenished his energy, and then immediately turned to go to the adjacent disassembly processing room. This place is indeed convenient, he remarked, looking pleased as the python had already been completely disassembled on the table. Python meat, python scale skin, python gallbladder were divided into 3 sections. Unfortunately, due to the delay in bringing it back, there wasn't a drop of python blood left. World class. This is incredible. Upon seeing the details of the materials extracted from the snake's body, Su Yuan cried out in surprise. Python meat, 2 pieces. Quality, world class. It is not fresh, therefore cannot be eaten raw. However, owning world-class quality, it can be cooked. After consumption, it increases intimidation toward snake species plus 10. Python gallbladder. Quality, world class. It is not fresh, therefore cannot be eaten raw. However, owning world-class quality, it can be cooked. After consumption, it provides a special attribute, immunity to snake venom. Python scale skin. Quality, world class. It could be preserved completely and used for sewing clothes. The garments sewn from it would be indestructible and would come with a special attribute, warm in winter and cool in summer. These attributes were truly impressive. However, when Su Yuan imagined himself cooking and eating the 2 slippery pieces of snake meat, he felt slightly nauseated. But its attributes were indeed very tempting. What's more, Su Yuan discovered that the snake meat's attributes could be enhanced by 100-fold. Without hesitation, he chose to enhance it. After enhancement, the attributes changed to 1000. And it also derived a special ability, deterrent power against snake-like monsters plus 10. Monsters? Su Yuan's face slightly changed. Sure enough, in this eerie world, anything could exist. He had to be even more cautious during his next night outing. He glanced at the small coal ball happily lying beneath him and muttered to himself. Since snake demons existed, dog demons probably did too. He wondered if there was any possibility that this little guy might transform into one. Su Yuan mused that since Xiaomaiqiu ate food that increased attribute points, its body must be undergoing subtle changes. Just as he was lost in thought, Wong, Xiaomaiqiu pressed its forepaws on the ground, suddenly jumped up, and snatched a piece of snake meat. Then it trotted away joyfully. Xiaomaiqiu. Su Yuan looked utterly exasperated, but since there was still 1 piece left, he didn't bother trying to retrieve it from the dog's mouth. But this is snake meat. I wouldn't know how to cook it anyway. And how about those scales? How do I sew them? A flash of inspiration struck Su Yuan. The kitchen and equipment synthesis room. However, first, he had to upgrade the little black house to level 1 so that he could cook the python meat and python bile, and also make clothing from the python scale skin. That way, he could finally replace the ragged outfit he was wearing. Say it, do it. Su Yuan placed the python bile, python meat, and python scale skin in the storage room first, lest Xiaomaiqiu steal and eat them again. Then he began his work. It took almost another hour before Su Yuan managed to transport all the timber back. At first, he thought he would have to personally build the little black house, but unexpectedly, once the materials were sufficient, the little black house filled itself automatically. Wood, 100 collected. As for the stones and the spirit repellent ore, Su Yuan could always browse the trading market. Indeed, he found plenty of trading information regarding stones and spirit repellent ores when he opened the trading market. One name caught Su Yuan's attention. Lu Yi, female miner. Seeing her note for herself, he was taken aback. She actually knew how to mine. Since she was an acquaintance, naturally, it would be easier to deal with her. Su Yuan sent her a message voluntarily. I need 100 stones and 50 spirit repellent ores. It seemed Lu Yi was waiting right by the friend's chat window. She replied instantly. Whatever, how many charms will you pay? Lu Yi leaned on her mining pickaxe, unsure whether she was tired from mining or for some other reason, but her cheeks were currently flushed pink. Su Yuan checked his spiritual power. It had already recovered to 6 points. After all, with a world-class cinnabar inkstone, he could draw 5 charms. But evening was approaching fast, and he needed to reserve at least 2 charms for himself. 3 charms. Deal. The speed of her reply was astonishingly fast. Currently, especially attack-oriented talismans were of immeasurable value, whereas ore was relatively easy to obtain as long as there were nearby mines. Her quick response was likely an attempt to leave a good impression to negotiate better deals in their next transaction. This made Su Yuan realize Lu Yi was quite an astute woman. Looking at the completed transaction, Lu Yi was delighted. The current talisman was definitely a top-tier means of self-preservation. She was already grateful that he was willing to trade it with her. Moreover, had it not been for Su Yuan's trade of the Soulfire charm that night, her game would have already ended. So why would Lu Yi bargain with Su Yuan? Hee, I wonder if he'll drop his jaw when he sees the quality of the spirit repellent, or I traded him. Chapter 12. The small black house got an upgrade. Su Yuan did not attempt to draw the 5 thunder talismans. He drew spiritual fire talismans instead. Subsequently, the deal was made. Su Yuan received 100 stone blocks and 50 pieces of repelling evil ore. This quality, that works. Su Yuan thought silently after seeing the quality of the materials Li Yi traded. No wonder she asked for 3 spiritual fire talismans. The grade of the repelling evil ore was all perfect, with a repelling evil attribute, +5. Her mine near the small black house must be something special. Not only that, Su Yuan discovered these materials could be strengthened 100-fold. Doesn't that mean if he strengthens them immediately, the attribute would instantly become +500? Using these things to upgrade the small black house, wouldn't its attributes just go through the roof? Su Yuan immediately used the ores for the upgrade. Stone, 100. Repelling evil ore 50. Collection completed. On Su Yuan's survival handbook, there appeared a note indicating it was ready for an upgrade. He clicked confirm right away. Small black house upgraded to level 1. Level 1 small black house. Main room, 30 SQM. Defense, 500. Repelling evil, 999. After detecting the materials upgrade, excess repelling evil attribute was automatically converted into a special ability, Holy Gaze. Activation condition, silently recite in your mind. After activation, within a 10-meter radius, you can launch a holy light attack against any strange occurrences. To upgrade to level 2 small black house, required materials are stone, 100, copper, or 100, repelling evil, or 150. Small black house upgrader, requires opening a treasure chest to obtain. Material decomposition and processing room, level 1, 20 SQM. Processed materials gained, peerless. Storage room, level 1, 20 SQM. Used for storing supplies. Upgrading can enhance its storage space. Anti-corrosion effect, never corrupts. Kitchen, level 1, 20 SQM. A place to cook food. Cooked food quality, common. Equipment synthesis room, level 1, 20 SQM. A place to manufacture equipment. Sewing table, produces clothes and armor of common quality. Smithing bench, produces tools and weapons of common quality. Next, changes occurred in the small black house. The space became larger first, then 2 additional doors emerged, one leading to the kitchen, the other to the equipment synthesis room. The only little wooden table in the room also grew a bit bigger, and next to it were 2 more large round black chairs made of wood. That single bed turned into the size of a double bed, and an extra cushion was added. For Su Yuan, the biggest advantage was that the area got bigger, meaning he could now roll around at night. Su Yuan glanced around after assessing everything, but didn't find where the holy gaze was located. Could it be outside? He stepped out and looked toward the small black house, where a golden, tightly shut vertical pupil appeared on the roof. This must be the holy gaze. Su Yuan controlled it to activate, and as the pupil slowly opened, it released a beam of golden holy light. It was still alright. There were no weird things going on, and the exact strength could not be seen. He closed the holy gaze and went back inside. There were truly many benefits from this upgrade, yet Su Yuan frowned when he thought about what was needed to reach level 2. All the rest is okay, except for the small black house upgrader, which requires opening a treasure chest to obtain. I have no idea what it even is. At this stage, it's probably very hard to get. Since it requires opening a treasure chest, Su Yuan had never seen such a thing, so upgrading to level 2 will have to wait. Next, Su Yuan went to the kitchen and the equipment synthesis room, enhancing both places' attributes 100-fold. All common qualities were transformed into peerless. Su Yuan walked into the kitchen and found there was only an earthen stove. A big pot rested on the stove, and next to it was a 3-layered wooden steamer. Beyond that, there was nothing else. There wasn't even a bowl, chopsticks, or a spoon. Seems like the utensils can be crafted from the equipment synthesis room. He came over to the adjacent synthesis room. This was even simpler. A wooden sewing table, plus a wooden crafting bench. Su Yuan was stumped. How does one use a carpenter's workbench? And how am I supposed to know how to craft pots, bowls, and spatulas? Just as he was about to check the world chat channel, he noticed in the small black house's last page that the equipment synthesis room had an extra option for blueprints. Su Yuan touched this option, and the corresponding blueprints immediately appeared, all of which were woodworking blueprints. This should be limited by his current level of the small black house, so he can only make wooden items. He entered the terms chopsticks, spoon, spatula, and bowl. The pages displayed the corresponding blueprints and provided the required materials, wood. Wood was easy enough to come by, and before long, Su Yuan had gathered 5 bundles of it. Su Yuan placed the wood on the carpenter's workbench, then clicked the Make button at the bottom of the blueprint. In the blink of an eye, 5 pairs of wooden chopsticks, 5 wooden spoons, 5 wooden bowls, and 2 spatulas appeared on the table. Regardless of their external appearance or detailed craftsmanship, these utensils were exquisite. Su Yuan picked them up to use, finding them not only light, but also very handy. They truly lived up to their peerless quality. Great set of kitchenware. Let's see about some clothes. Su Yuan searched for the blueprints for shirts and pants, which currently were all low-level ones made from leather materials. He took the python scale leather from the storage room, placed it on the sewing table, and clicked Make. A set of snakeskin clothing appeared on the table. This leather garment was adorned with a layer of greenish-brown snake scales, creating a visibly layered scale mail coat that looked like chainmail armor. Python scale leather clothing. Quality, peerless. Defense, 30. Durability, 100%. Special attributes. Warm in winter, cool in summer, incredibly soft, can stretch freely to adjust size. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes as he enhanced the defense attribute of this outfit by 100-fold, instantly increasing it from 30 to 3,000. Good. I doubt ordinary things could penetrate the defense of this suit. Pity it doesn't have the ability to repel strange forces. Su Yuan took off his smelly clothes and changed into this new outfit. Let's keep going. No time today, but tomorrow I must go take a bath. As he passed by the small park, he noticed a little pond there. The water inside seemed just right for bathing. However, Su Yuan certainly wouldn't bathe in the pond. God knows what might be in there. Instead, tomorrow he would gather some wood to make a wooden bathtub and bring back some water for a more sensible plan. Next, Su Yuan brought the kitchen utensils out of the equipment synthesis room and retrieved the snake meat and snake bile, heading over to the adjacent kitchen. Xiaomaiqiu, little coal ball, stood on the floor of the kitchen, pacing back and forth. Upon seeing Su Yuan, it immediately lowered its head, looking like a guilty child. Su Yuan found it both amusing and exasperating. After all, if it had already eaten the meat, could it really spit it out? No second chances. I don't mind cooking a pot of dog meat hot pot. The threatening remark hit home. Woof woof. Little coal ball barked twice, then obediently ran to the door to guard it. I wonder how to prepare these 2 items. Su Yuan scratched his head, pondering for a moment, deciding to stir-fry them directly. He opened the trading platform and browsed through information about spices available for trade. There's one here, let me see. This person has peanut oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, all fairly complete, but they seem to want an item to repel evil in exchange. Su Yuan scratched his head again. The only anti-evil item he had was the Pai Shu statue on the table, whose purification ability wasn't bad, but Su Yuan didn't want to part with it. He continued flipping through. Suddenly, Su Yuan noticed someone wanting to trade these seasonings for food that boost strength attributes. I've got plenty of that. He took out 2 loaves of bread and clicked trade. Agreement confirmed. Su Yuan successfully obtained a bucket of sunflower oil, a packet of chili peppers, a bag of Sichuan peppercorns, a bag of salt, a bottle of soy sauce, and a bottle of vinegar. His ingredients turned out to be even more complete than what the earlier trader had. With the snake meat placed on the cutting board, Su Yuan sliced it thinly using a fruit knife. He used to cook often, so his operations were very smooth. After preparing the ingredients, Su Yuan began to drill for fire, heating up the big pot. Once the pot was heated, he poured in the oil, added the peppercorns and chilies when the oil reached temperature, and stirred until fragrant. When the aroma emerged, Su Yuan threw in the snake meat first. As for the snake bile, he placed it in the steamer basket for high-temperature processing. At this point, a shadow shot inside swiftly, landing before Su Yuan and frantically wagging its tail. Little coal ball stared fixedly at the large pot, drooling uncontrollably. Do you want some? Just as the dish was almost ready, Su Yuan scooped it out and poured it into a wooden bowl. Woof! Little coal ball lunged forward with great enthusiasm. Too fragrant. So fragrant. It's mine. All mine. Grr. Before it could enjoy too much, Su Yuan grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, lifted it up, and tossed it out of the kitchen. Chapter 13. The Special Attributes of the Beverage. Su Yuan swallowed the steamed snake bile in one gulp, then ate large mouthfuls of the still steaming snake meat, trying not to think about what it was. To be honest, although the taste wasn't great, for Su Yuan, who hadn't eaten a hot meal in a long time, this meal was extremely satisfying. Little Cole lay its head back, looking at him longingly. Its little eyes seemed to be saying, give me a bite, just one will do. You grab it. Su Yuan chose to ignore it, and before long, the hot snake feast was finished. Burp. Satisfied, Su Yuan patted his now round belly, then opened the survival manual. He discovered that indeed 2 new special attributes had appeared in his stats. 1. Immune to snake venom. 2. Able to control snakes with intent. Intimidation toward snake monsters increased by +10. In the future, there would no longer be any worry about being bitten by a snake. Su Yuan walked out of the kitchen and came to the small black table, where he spread out the yellow paper he'd prepared earlier. Then he took out the world-class cinnabar ink and got ready to draw talismans. After being busy all day, his spirit energy hadn't recovered at all. Previously, Su Yuan had drawn 3 talismans for Lu Yi, so he could draw 2 more. To be on the safe side, he decided to continue drawing spirit fire talismans. After all, since the quality of the yellow paper was low, if the 5 thunder talisman failed, he would waste a bit of his spirit energy again. The spirit fire talisman was successfully completed. After enhancing it, Su Yuan stored it carefully. Now he had 3 enhanced spirit fire talismans and 1 enhanced clear mind talisman in his possession. He stepped out of the black room and looked up at the countdown on the sun in the sky. 18 minutes and 25 seconds. There were only a few minutes left until nightfall. Su Yuan turned and returned to the room, lying down on the bed. It's even more comfortable. Not bad, not bad. With the added padding, the wooden bed was softer and more comfortable than before. Su Yuan flipped open the world chat channel of the survival manual. At this moment, everyone was discussing the upgrade of the black room. After the upgrade, the black room has grown considerably larger. Still fine, my demon warding attribute has already reached 150 points. Not bad. What quality demon warding or did everyone use for the upgrade? Ordinary quality. Same here. I used good quality demon warding or I upgraded with high quality demon warding or what? High quality? Are the attributes off the charts? Strong. Great. It seems like another god level player is emerging, possibly catching up to God Su Yuan. Hearing the praises in the group chat, Zhang Jiong couldn't help but laugh out loud a few times. The food he acquired from God Su Yuan directly boosted his strength to 10 points. First, he discovered a high-quality demon warding or mine, and then found a sharp axe. Finally, after working hard for 2 days, he managed to obtain enough wood, stone, and demon warding ore. He completed the upgrade, and his demon warding attribute had reached 800 points. Without a doubt, he was definitely one of the top-tier presences in the level 1 black room. Next, as long as he proceeded steadily, he could gain a substantial lead advantage and surpass Su Yuan wasn't a dream. Did Su Yuan upgrade yet? Zhang Jiong couldn't resist asking, unconsciously omitting the title God. Su Yuan didn't respond, but others replied instead. He must have upgraded. Not necessarily. If great Su Yuan really is a Taoist, his strength should probably be pretty low. How low can it go? Does he lack materials for attributes? That's true. Unfortunately, my strength isn't enough. I can't carry the wood. Me neither. Quickly go check. The attribute materials are listed again. Really? That was right. Through this, Su Yuan could absolutely make another profit. Thus, he took out 50 packets of various food items, including bread, ham, and mineral water. He set a clear price, 1/4/50 exchange rate of similar food supplies, allowing for any quantity for the trade. Heavens! With resources so scarce these days, a 1/4/50 exchange is nothing short of extortion. You're right. Who has that much stuff to trade? Definitely not me. Enough said, there are 36 packs left. There are 10 packs left. Quickly look, the transaction is over. Su Yuan hadn't expected the transaction to proceed so smoothly. 2,500 portions of supplies were piled into the storage room all at once. Had it not been for the area expansion post-upgrade, it likely wouldn't have fit. Su Yuan got out of bed and went to the storage room, strengthening all the supplies 100-fold. Whether it was food or water, each gained corresponding attributes. There's a bottle of drink here. When he saw a bottle of sports drink placed in the room, he picked it up. Sports drink, common item. Energy boost, 100%. Spirit energy +1. Hey, looking at its attribute, Su Yuan was shocked. A heavenly gift. What did he need most right now? Spirit energy. Who would have thought that after being enhanced 100-fold, a drink could actually be used to boost spirit energy attributes? Perfect. And about this 100% energy boost effect, if he didn't guess wrong. Su Yuan tilted his head back and finished a bottle in one go. Burp. He hurriedly checked his attributes on the survival manual. Spirit energy, 7. Indeed, the meaning of energy boost was to restore spirit energy. With this, he no longer had to worry about the consumption of spirit energy while drawing talismans. Su Yuan roughly glanced at the food items in the storage room. They were all placed separately according to their categories. There were plenty of mineral water bottles, but very few drinks. Only 16 bottles in total. Regardless of whether they were sports or fruit drinks, Su Yuan noticed that every single drink could boost energy and increase the spirit energy attribute. As he was about to head to the trading market to get some drinks, he realized it was getting dark. Let's draw a few talismans first. Tonight, Su Yuan planned to go out again. The benefits from treasure chests were enormous. Just take his acquisition of the first treasure chest as an example. It directly revealed the complete explanation of talismans. Su Yuan secured the storage room's door and walked to the table, cutting the yellow paper into pieces and preparing to draw talismans. He attempted to draw a 5 thunder talisman, but failed again. This made Su Yuan quite puzzled. Could it be that he had to use world-class yellow paper paired with his world-class cinnabar ink to succeed? He had no choice but to abandon the attempt for now and switch to drawing spirit fire talismans. In no time, Su Yuan drew 3 spirit fire talismans and 2 clear mind talismans. After enhancing them 100-fold, his methods to attack anomalies were sufficient, especially when considering his 99 extra lives. The darkness seemed less fearsome now. The sky gradually grew darker. The moon rose, and the countdown for the night began. Su Yuan placed the talismans in the pockets of his python scale leather coat, picked up the survival manual on the table, and flipped to the page detailing the rules of anomalies. Anomaly rule. The anomaly courier has arrived. It has brought you a treasure chest. Here's the problem. Dare you open the door? Will you dare to accept the chest delivered by the anomaly? Or do you think not opening the door will make everything okay? Of course, after sunrise, it will leave on its own, along with the treasure chest. To open the door or not, so mysterious. Even before the arrival of the anomaly courier, everyone had already conjured up endless imaginings. Su Yuan wasn't worried. He sat in the chair, opened the world chat channel, and wanted to see what everyone was talking about. Can we accept the chest sent by the anomaly? Dare you accept it? But what if we can? This is the anomaly survival world. Kid, you're too naive. This might be the closest I've ever come to a treasure chest. What does this rule about the anomaly mean? Who knows? I'm so scared. Is Su Yuan online? Any guide? Seek guidance from the master. Kneeling request. +1. +1. The anomaly hasn't even arrived yet. What guide? Isn't Su Yuan the one who eliminated the anomaly? Give us a guide to kill anomalies. Exactly. Eliminate the anomalies and snatch the chest. Master Su Yuan, give us some tips. Did you drown it with child urine? Logical. Master Su Yuan's first guide mentioned child urine. Wow. I heard the master is an old Taoist, having preserved his purity for decades through cultivation. The power of that child urine must be incredible. Logical. I want Master Su Yuan's child urine. Seek Master Su Yuan's child urine. Request for Master Su Yuan's gift. Request for the gift. +1. +1. Su Yuan slammed the survival manual onto the table with a loud bang. I'll pee in your face. You're the old Taoist who preserves purity forever. You're a perpetual child body. You have maintained purity for 10,000 years. Chapter 14, The Headless Mystery. Second by second, time slipped away. Suddenly, someone in the global chat said, "Did you hear that?" Yes, someone's knocking on the door. What should we do? I'm so scared. Let the barrage protect us. Our 800 demon repelling attribute. Would a mystery dare to knock on our door? This statement came from Zhang Zhiyong. He not only had a premium material upgraded little black room, but also picked up an amulet outside. Mysteries? They're all younger brothers. It definitely won't dare. 800 demon repelling truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier demon repelling mine, with amazing attributes. What about us? Yeah, my black room is still at level 0. Me too, Zhang Zhiyong said. Don't panic. My side hasn't been knocked on for a long time. It must have been intimidated already. Let me check out how to break the mysterious rules and grab the treasure chest while I'm at it. Go for it, Brother Yong. Onward, Brother Yong. We'll be waiting for your walkthrough. Huh? That's strange. Zhang Zhiyong suddenly changed his tone. How dare it collide with my little black room door? What's going on? Is this mystery that powerful? Can't even stop it with 800 demon repelling? That's terrible. It seems spraying urine isn't working. Brothers, same situation here. It doesn't like me not opening the door, so it's just colliding now. He told me to open the door, or he'd rip my head off and take it away. No way. Don't open it. I feel the door might break soon. Zhang Zhiyong curled up in the corner, gripping the amulet tightly with both hands in front of his chest, watching the shaking door, trembling uncontrollably. Su Yuan, who was looking at the chat messages, heard another scream coming from outside the door. The mystery had been there for half a day. No matter whether it was knocking or colliding, it was being thoroughly suppressed by the demon-repelling attributes of his own little black room. Must have shaken the mysterious creature pretty hard. Woof, woof. Little Coalball barked furiously from behind the door at the mystery. Su Yuan wondered if opening the door would make Coalball act as brave as he is right now. Coalball's inner monologue. Master, look, we're strong, right? We barked through the door. What can they do to us? After quite a while, a somewhat weak male voice sounded outside the door. Your package has arrived. Please open the door to sign for it. Just leave it outside. Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. I need your personal signature. Please open the door a bit. I still have the next delivery. Hurry up. The sound outside seemed slightly anxious. Well, go ahead then. Su Yuan rolled his eyes. Little Coalball growled lowly towards the door, warning the ghost outside. Inside are fierce dogs. Do not enter. Open the door. Aren't you interested in this treasure chest? If you don't receive it, I will be in trouble, urged the voice outside. Trouble? You just want to rip off my head. Will you open the door or not? If not, I'll... Hesitating after thinking about its previous experience, it paused and said, I'll smash your door with a rock. Damn, what behavior is this? Where did your dignity go as a mystery? As a mystery, you're actually choosing to bash doors with stones. Such vicious behavior. Bang, 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 bang. It started smashing. Judging by the sound, quite rhythmic, and very enthusiastic. You're so annoying. Su Yuan silently activated the holy eye. It suddenly became bright outside. Holy light shot toward the mystery. It emitted a continuous wailing cry from the other side of the door. Please stop. I made a mistake, big brother. Stop. I'll stop smashing. I'm just delivering food. Su Yuan frowned deeply. Aren't you supposed to deliver packages? Show some respect for your own profession. Su Yuan got up and walked to the door. Even through the door, he could still hear its cries of pain. Its voice began to weaken. It seemed it couldn't hold on much longer. He quietly opened the door. Seeing this, little coal ball darted into the inner room in one swift motion, all its bravado from before vanishing instantly. Su Yuan's gaze landed on the scene at the door. Even though prepared, Su Yuan was still startled when he saw the mysterious figure. It was wearing a red courier uniform, holding a golden treasure chest. These details weren't extraordinary, the key point being it had no head. Its neck was empty, giving a somewhat chilling impression. It should be a headless ghost. So where does its voice come from? The headless ghost seemed to sense Su Yuan's presence, standing stiffly in place, trembling more than ever, not daring to move. After all, the title of Ghost Hunter holds some intimidation over ghostly beings. Another ray of holy light shot out, directly illuminating the chest of the headless ghost. Instantly, it let out a sizzling sound, releasing a puff of black smoke before collapsing to the ground. Dead. Su Yuan turned off the holy eye and clutched tightly onto the spirit fire talisman as he moved closer to the headless ghost. Little coal ball also ran out, hiding behind Su Yuan as it followed him toward the headless ghost. Master, woof. I'll stay with you, don't be afraid. Woof woof. Hey, master, slow down, wait for me. Su Yuan stopped, because he realized the headless ghost was still alive, trembling as it tried to get up. Hey, how do we break today's rules? Or should I hit you with more holy light? Su Yuan wanted to scare out the solution to break today's mysterious rule. The headless ghost didn't reply. Suddenly, it stood up and hurled the treasure chest towards Su Yuan with all its strength. While Su Yuan caught the treasure chest, it turned around and fled. A faint smirk appeared on Su Yuan's lips. This ghost wasn't just cowardly. It seemed like today's mystery really was a deliver man for the chest. But, there's no way you're escaping. With another flash of holy eye, a beam of light knocked it down instantly, followed by a ball of 3 purities, true fire. Its power overwhelmed the ghost. It couldn't withstand the flames at all. Before Su Yuan could even hear a scream, it had burned into ashes. At the same moment, a pitch-black treasure chest appeared where the headless ghost had been reduced to ash. Another treasure chest? Are they being delivered one after another? Su Yuan smiled in delight, approaching to pick it up. Woof, woof. Suddenly, little coal ball began barking wildly beside him. You've detected some strangeness? Looking around, the swings in the nearby park suddenly began swinging on their own. Damn, let's go. Su Yuan quickly headed back inside with the chest. Coal ball kept barking uncontrollably behind him as they entered the little black room. Once the door shut behind them, it continued barking. Furrowing his brow, Su Yuan muttered under his breath. This stupid dog has it gone mad? That was until he noticed Coal Ball's gaze fixated on the 2 chests in his hands. Coal Ball can detect anomalies. Could its barking be about the treasure chest? Woof. Little Coal Ball was getting anxious. This cursed box gave off a scent repulsive to dogs. Woof woof. Swiftly placing the 2 chests on the table, Su Yuan pinched an incantation in his hand while gripping a spirit fire talisman tightly. Arf arf arf. Again, little Coal Ball barked furiously, this time aimed at the golden treasure chest. It looked increasingly worried. Opening the survival handbook, Su Yuan flipped to the survival rules page. The rule is still there. His face immediately darkened. The headless ghost had already been burned to ashes by Su Yuan, which meant the problem must lie within the golden treasure chest delivered by the headless ghost. Woof woof. Coal Ball's warning instincts were amplified 100-fold. Such abnormal behavior from it indicated something must definitely be wrong. Clutching the spirit fire talisman tightly, Su Yuan cast a cold eye over the chest in front of him. Right then, that chest started moving as if it had legs, rolling itself to the floor with a click as the lid popped open. In that very instant, the objects inside tumbled out. Su Yuan's face turned completely green. Chapter 15. The Greed of Human Nature. Silent. Zhang Jiong held his breath, silently chanting, "You can't see me," for a long time. Suddenly, he realized there was no sound outside. The treasure box is placed by the door. You come and get it. That was the last sentence said by the eerie figure. A treasure box at the door? Why do I find it hard to believe? Zhang Jiong gripped the amulet, quietly walking to the window. He tilted his head, slanting his eyes to peek at the door. Where's the eerie presence? It seemed like there was only a golden treasure box left. Zhang Jiong's face lit up with joy. He carefully pondered over that sentence in the eerie rules. If you don't open the door, do you really think nothing will happen? No problem. If you don't open the door, then nothing will happen, right? Haha. The eerie one has gone. The treasure box is mine. He cheerfully ran towards the door and could still only see the golden treasure box through the crack in the door. There didn't seem to be anything eerie around. But just as he opened the door, he hesitated. What if it's still there? No way. I should check what others say. Zhang Jiong rushed back inside, opened the survival manual, and flipped to the global chat channel. Did it leave? Yes. The eerie deliverer man has gone. I don't know. He said he put the treasure box by the door. You come and get it yourself. Isn't that him leaving? Do you actually believe ghostly words? True enough. But from the crack, all I can see is the treasure box. Same here. But it's a treasure box. What's inside? A ghost-repelling talisman? It's possible. I want it so much. Me too. Zhang Jiong also became interested. No, everyone in the world became interested. Treasure box, a bonus of the night. But at this stage, who would dare go out looking for a treasure box? And now, a treasure box was delivered right to the doorstep. What kind of temptation is this? It's like Pandora's box. Even if everyone knows it might be a trap, they can't resist wanting to take it and open it. Suddenly someone in the chat channel said, "Look quickly. Su Yuan's guide is out." Indeed, Su Yuan's guide is out. Just now, as the treasure box fell and opened, a rotting dead man's head rolled out from inside. Su Yuan immediately went blank. That eerie head, with its gaping rotting mouth and glaring rotten eyeballs, let out a strange shriek as it lunged towards him. Su Yuan had already prepared himself. The spirit fire charm in his hand was instantly unleashed. Boom. The 3 purifying fires shot out of the spirit fire charm, instantly wrapping around the head, causing it to burst into flames. Ah, so hot, so painful. Evil, evil. I will bite off your neck. Ah, the head screamed out in terrible pain. Listening to its voice, Su Yuan felt his whole body shiver. It turns out the one knocking on the door earlier was exactly it. Damn, almost tricked by the illusion spell of the eerie presence. He broke out in a cold sweat. Even though lives are plentiful, Yet the real fear of facing the unknown and death exists. Su Yuan took out a clear heart charm seal. Huff. He used the clear heart charm seal on himself. A streak of green light came out of the charm and entered his body through his forehead. Only then did Su Yuan gradually calm down. Little Cold Ball trotted happily towards him. Woof. Master, isn't your little dog amazing? Helped identify the Eerie. Thanks to you. Su Yuan stroked Little Cold Ball's head. Woof woof. Little Cold Ball looked blissful. Intimacy level +2. Master, aren't 2 sausages required next time? Tonight, truly thanks to Little Cold Ball. If it hadn't warned me, probably my life would have been -1 without preparation. Arf arf. Little Cold Ball enjoyed Su Yuan's strokes and lay on the ground rolling around. After the accident, Su Yuan dared not lower his guard. He hastily flipped through the survival manual to check. Fortunately, the Eerie rules within had changed. You discovered the Eerie hidden in the ghost box and found the true treasure box. Ghost box. The gold shiny box from before wasn't actually the treasure box. No wonder it opened itself. The real treasure box is the black box that exploded from the headless ghost's body. Little Cold Ball ran to a corner chasing its tail while Su Yuan's eyes fell on the pitch-black treasure box on the table. Will this thing spawn more eerie items again? Thinking about the ghostly head from before made his scalp tingle. The burnt smell of it lingered in the room. At this moment, Su Yuan saw a message sent by Lu Yi. Master Taoist, an Eerie left a treasure box at the door. What should I do? Can I take it? I'll send you a guide. Read it yourself. Su Yuan casually replied and started editing the guide. This was already his 3rd guide. He wondered whether rewards would appear. Survival guide for the Eerie delivery on night 4. 1. The Eerie deliverer man was a headless ghost. If my guess is correct, when you open the door, it will hand you the treasure box. If you don't open the door, it'll eventually place the treasure box at the doorstep. 2. In the treasure box delivered by the headless ghost, there is a weird rotten human head, which I deduce to be the ghost's own head. The truly dangerous entity is this head. 3. The treasure box is inside the body of the headless ghost who delivers the mail. If you can defeat it, the treasure box will appear. What's inside the treasure box is unknown. It was right about then that someone in the global chat mentioned Su Yuan's guide being uploaded. The treasure box at the door is fake? That's what Su Yuan's guide says. Is it really fake? With the treasure box right before their eyes, no one wanted to give up, but Su Yuan's guide did indeed mention that the head inside was a ghostly one. Yet, there were still some people holding out hope against better judgment. This golden shiny treasure box doesn't seem fake at all. I think so too. So what do we do? Do you dare to take it? After daybreak, it'll disappear. Silence. The entire world fell into silence. Zhang Jiong's heart was torn apart within himself, even though he wanted to trust the words of Su Yuan whom he admired greatly. But a voice kept telling him, the Eerie rules of this night are merely for scaring people. Go and take the treasure box. Nothing will happen. Once you open it, you'll get an unexpected benefit. What's inside the treasure box? Zhang Jiong's eyes flickered with indecision. He moved towards the door. His hand already rested on the doorknob. To open or not to open. It was only a moment's decision. This fleeting thought, it's greed. Zhang Jiong was drenched in sweat, trembling from head to toe, the amulet in his hand soaked with sweat. Alright, never mind. He let go, leaning heavily against the door, collapsing down. After resting for a long time, he finally stood up, walking to the table and flipping through the survival manual. The world chat channel had erupted in chaos. Help! Save me! A ghostly head jumped out of the treasure box. It's chasing me. What do I do? It's happening to me too. Someone save me. We should have listened to Su Yuan. Save me. Countless cries for help covered the chat channel. In front of temptation, there will always be those who cannot control their greed. Even if warned that it contains demons, they will still open the Pandora's box, stemming from the deepest greed of human nature. Thankfully I believed in Su Yuan. Lucky. Zhang Jiong sighed in relief, feeling immense gratitude towards Su Yuan. For the cries for help in the chat, Su Yuan could do nothing. The guide has been uploaded. Whether to follow it or not was entirely up to others. He was considering whether or not to open the black treasure box on the table. Little Cold Ball can detect the Eerie presence. Why not have a check? Little Cold Ball, come here. Woof. Upon hearing Su Yuan's call, Little Cold Ball excitedly rushed over. Little Cold Ball is ready for duty. Chapter 16, Ghost Contract. Little Cold Ball was picked up by Su Yuan and placed on the table, where it sniffed at the pitch-black treasure chest. It wrinkled its nose, made no indication whatsoever, then hopped down from the table and turned to walk away. What was that supposed to mean? Su Yuan felt a little puzzled. Little Cold Ball, get back here. Cold Ball's body stiffened for a moment, and then it reluctantly dragged its head back. Woof, woof woof. Master, I can't smell anything unusual with this thing either. Is there anything mysterious inside? Oh woo. This doggy has no idea either. It could sense something odd about the box because it was a ghostly one. If the chest remained unopened, Little Cold Ball couldn't truly detect what was inside. Su Yuan looked at it curiously. Didn't you notice something earlier? Is there an issue this time? Woof woof. Little Cold Ball barked twice and then ran away without looking back, lying in the corner, covering its eyes with its tail, and remaining silent. How embarrassing. This dog has failed to meet the master's expectations. Su Yuan completely failed to understand what Cold Ball was doing. However, he didn't intend to wait until tomorrow to open the treasure chest again this time. If there were indeed any mysteries, burning it off with a spirit fire talisman would suffice. Su Yuan clutched the spirit fire talisman in his left hand and cautiously reached out with his right to open the chest. A clicking sound. The chest opened, and he took a step back while clutching the spirit fire talisman. Phew. Su Yuan let out a sigh of relief. There wasn't anything eerie. A piece of black parchment paper appeared inside. Could this be a skill scroll? He extended his hand to pick it up and examined it closely. It's not a skill scroll. There was no option to learn anything from it. On the very top of the parchment were two bloody big words, Ghost Contract. This was a contract, and Su Yuan started reading through it. Its general meaning was as follows: sign a master-servant contract with a ghost, gaining a ghost servant. The method of signing the contract was extremely simple. All that was required was for the ghost to come into contact with Su Yuan's blood, and then Su Yuan would use his blood to write the ghost's name on the contract to complete it. This ghost contract could be used to sign contracts with 6 ghost servants. This is a rare item. Looking at the plus sign after the number 6, Su Yuan chuckled like a pig. Let's amplify it by 100 times. Su Yuan had already begun fantasizing about how powerful he'd become with 600 ghost kings under his command, striding confidently in the eerie world. Thinking too small. He stood up and walked over to the window, glancing outside. The pale full moon indicated the countdown still had almost 15 hours to go. I'll have to head out tonight and search for some more treasure chests. Before that, he needed to draw some talismans first. Su Yuan fetched a bottle of drink, laid down yellow paper, and began drawing. When his spiritual energy was insufficient, drinking directly from the bottle restored it sufficiently. 20 spirit fire talismans plus 20 clear mind talismans. Enough. I wonder if there's anyone selling drinks. Su Yuan opened the trading platform and scrolled through the trading information. There actually is. To his surprise, he really did find a trade listing for beverages. Homemade beverages, a total of 50 bottles. And the other party only wanted 5 days worth of food in exchange. It was just unclear whether homemade drinks could produce the same effect. But for Su Yuan, providing a little bit of food met the requirements easily. He retrieved the amount for 5 days from the storage room and selected the trade. Transaction completed. 50 glass jars of homemade drinks appeared in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan picked one up and amplified it 100 times. Success. Orange juice, homemade. Energy boost, 100%. Spiritual power +1. At this moment, the other party sent Su Yuan a message via the trading platform. Great Master Su Yuan. It's actually Great Master Su Yuan. The heavens are merciful. Great Master. I am your fan. Could you spare me a spot on your friend list? Su Yuan frowned slightly. To someone else, he'd definitely say no. But the homemade drink had drawn Su Yuan's attention. Adding the person as a friend wouldn't be bad since he could always trade drinks with him later. Sure. Soon afterward, a friend request was sent. Zhang Quankai male, 22 years old, currently attending XX Agriculture University. Survival signature. I want to eat meat. I really want to eat meat. After agreeing, Su Yuan's friend list finally had 2 people. 2 halves. Lu Yi, note, talisman material supplier. Zhang Quankai, note, homemade drink supplier. Great Master, hello, I'm glad to become your friend. Oh, Great Master, is there something? No, nothing. It's just my first time communicating with a Great Master, so I'm a little nervous. Oh, Zhang Quankai was really anxious. Once Su Yuan accepted the friend request, he couldn't stop pacing around his room nervously. Great Master, you're really amazing. Able to crack every eerie rule each time. Could you possibly be a person who traveled back in time? Not really. Then are you really a Taoist? And how did you know that the treasure box at the door contained a ghost's head, and the real treasure chest was inside the body of the headless ghost? Did you kill the headless ghost? You must have, otherwise you wouldn't know. Why does this guy keep asking endless questions? Su Yuan quickly changed the subject. Did you make the drinks yourself? Yes. Does the Taoist like to drink beverages? Whether he likes it or not, his need for drinks is indeed great, which is very true. The title Taoist fits perfectly. Never mind, let him call as he wishes. I only have an orchard near my little black room. Woof woof. I could only eat fruit every day to stay full, then later found many glass bottles around, and made the drinks out of boredom. How about it? Is it good? I also learned from the internet before. If I need it next time, I'll trade with you again. After saying this, Su Yuan directly closed the survival handbook. He talked too much without stopping. If given the chance, one whole night wouldn't be enough for him to talk. Su Yuan didn't have the time to waste on him since he still needed to go out and look for treasure chests. Su Yuan packed the talismans, strapped a fruit knife to his waist, and brought along the survival handbook and the ghost contract, picking up the axe placed behind the door before heading out. If it weren't for the large size of the pie show ornament, making it inconvenient to carry, he might have taken that too. Then he called Little Coalball, pushed the door open, and walked outside. Little Coalball, you go ahead and clear the path. Su Yuan beckoned Little Coalball to walk in front. Woof. Little Coalball was somewhat reluctant. Master, isn't it better to just stay home safely at night? This dog's heart hurts. Unfortunately, orders from the master can't be disobeyed. Little Coalball perked its ears, vigilantly watching for any oddities that might appear at any moment. Su Yuan looked around as well. This road was one he'd walked countless times. Ahead was the small park. Su Yuan planned to follow this road and explore further ahead. Treasure chest. Just as they approached near the entrance of the small park, he saw a treasure chest sitting on a slide in the park. Su Yuan walked into the park. When he got close to the slide, he suddenly tripped over something. Su Yuan got a fright, thinking he'd encountered something strange, but it turned out to be just a pile of ordinary paint cans. He glanced under the slide and noticed that there were quite a few paint cans there. This stuff wasn't useful at all, and Su Yuan didn't bother looking closely. He successfully retrieved the treasure chest and sent it back to the little black house before heading out again. Tonight's goal is 3 treasure chests. Encouraging himself, Su Yuan continued walking in the original direction. With Little Coalball around, Su Yuan had saved quite a bit of effort. After all, this little one could sense any oddities within 100 meters. With warnings in place, equipped as he was, facing the weird shouldn't pose much of a problem. Little Coalball, don't stop. Woof. Little Coalball turned its head to look at him, and then reluctantly continued leading the way in front. This time, just as they reached beside the park, Little Coalball suddenly stopped. Its fur stood on end. Woof woof woof. Little Coalball perked its ears straight up, barking furiously toward the park's direction while retreating uncontrollably. Su Yuan's face slightly changed, and he took out a spirit fire talisman. There must be some eerie presence coming closer. By now, Little Coalball had retreated to Su Yuan's side. It crouched low to the ground, growling ferociously. In this state, the eerie must be nearby, right? Su Yuan felt his palms starting to sweat, yet he couldn't see anything, nor detect anything. Chapter 17, The Abyss. No matter how skillful one is, fear still arises when faced with the bizarre. After all, it was only his 5th night in this world. Su Yuan held an axe in one hand and a spiritual fire talisman in the other. He was ready to launch an attack on any strange phenomena that suddenly appeared. Woof, woof woof woof. Little Cole suddenly barked loudly at Su Yuan's feet. Su Yuan realized something was wrong and quickly retreated. Suddenly, a pair of pitch-black strange hands emerged from where he had been standing just now. Su Yuan immediately threw the spiritual fire talisman at them. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The three purifying fires burned the strange hands, turning them into ash within the blink of an eye. However, little Cole was still agitated, growling non-stop. Swoosh. Su Yuan felt a chill in his feet as another black strange hand shot out, almost grabbing his ankle. He dodged to the side and swung his axe with force. Crack. The strange hand was severed, transforming into a cloud of black mist. Fortunately, the axe seemed capable of dispersing the strange hands. Howl, howl. Little Cole let out a painful roar. He'd already been grabbed by a strange hand. Su Yuan swung his axe again, saving it. Howl. Little Cole tightly followed Su Yuan. Dozens of strange hands sprouted from the ground, lunging towards them. Damn. Su Yuan kept swinging his axe, severing the strange hands, which then turned into clouds of black smoke before recondensing. These indestructible strange hands left him struggling to cope. Su Yuan wanted to run back toward the little black house, but when he turned around, there was an abyss stretching for 10,000 miles behind him. His heart tightened, so he turned to run toward the small park instead. More strange hands reached out from beneath his feet, trying to grab hold of him. Thankfully, Su Yuan reacted swiftly, successfully climbing up the slide with little Cole, where it seemed that strange hands only appeared from the ground. They were temporarily safe here. Huff. Su Yuan caught his breath and hurriedly pulled out his survival book. At this moment, a new mysterious rule had surfaced on the page about strange rules. Mysterious rule. In the darkness, evil chi has polluted the land, turning it into an abyss place. Be careful not to be caught by ghost hands, or you might fall into the abyss, be assimilated by it, and become one of the bizarre. Become bizarre? It seemed not all mysterious rules lead to death. Some involve bizarre assimilation. Su Yuan's expression changed drastically. He suddenly felt that his 100 lives weren't so important anymore. If he became one of the bizarre, what good would many lives do? Su Yuan's eyes fell on the ground of the square in the park. He discovered that the ground was as if coated with a layer of asphalt, dark and sticky. Ghost hands were emerging from underground, looking everywhere for prey. A howl escaped from little Cole, its body trembling, cowering behind Su Yuan, motionless. Su Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He used a Qingxin talisman, allowing himself to relax a bit. No problem. The threat of the spirit fire talisman against the ghost hands was still significant. But if he had to burn each ghost hand individually, not only would he have trouble eliminating all of them, but even if all the ghost hands were destroyed, the spirit fire talismans would be used up, leaving him vulnerable if he encountered other strange things. A flash of inspiration struck Su Yuan. His gaze landed on the paint buckets under the slide, deep in thought. Hee, like to stick out from underground, huh? Turn the ground into a sea of fire. Come on out and try. However, he still needed something to start the fire. Su Yuan opened the trading platform and searched for strong liquor. There really was some. Wait, why is it that guy again? Alright, he sent over a trade message asking. I want to exchange talismans for your liquor. Is that okay? Zhang Quankai replied. Big shot Su, such a coincidence. You want to trade with me again? You like drinks, but also alcohol, right? I brewed these myself. There's something odd though. When I brewed the wine, there was a time bar above it. Originally, it should take a long time to brew the wine successfully, but now it only needs a day and a night to finish. Do you know what I used to? Quit talking nonsense. I'll say it again. I want to exchange my talismans with you. Just tell me yes or no. Taoist master, don't get upset. The temperament of someone who practices Taoism must remain steady. Su Yuan nearly spat blood from anger. Alright, I won't talk anymore. Seriously, I don't need your talismans. Do you have any food? I urgently need strong liquor now, and I don't have food with me. Oh, you can give me some later. I'll proceed with the transaction first. Though this guy was very talkative, his efficiency was commendable as the trade was completed instantly. Su Yuan obtained a large barrel of strong liquor. No food on you. Zhang Quankai suddenly realized. Taoist master isn't out there alone at night, is he? Having obtained the strong liquor, Su Yuan immediately closed his survival handbook. Truly terrified of him. The amount of alcohol wasn't much, but it was sufficient. Are you ghost hands ready for the fiery feast? He stuck a spirit fire talisman on the side of the wine barrel. After taking a deep breath, Su Yuan gripped the axe and slid down the slide. Woof. Has the master gone mad? Little Cole hesitated to chase after him, but then remembered those terrifying ghost hands and retracted its paws. Master, don't you want little Cole anymore? Woof. Master, how can you do this to me? I will never trust humans again. It helplessly lay there, looking pitiful and utterly dispirited. By now, Su Yuan had already reached the ground. He swung his axe in hand, cutting down the ghost hands sprouting from the ground like scything through leeks. While the ghost hands around him hadn't yet recovered, Su Yuan's axe struck the paint buckets. Crack, crack, crack. Faced with his axe, the paint buckets seemed as fragile as paper. With just a light swipe, all the paint buckets shattered. Paint gurgled out of the broken buckets. The viscous paint spread instantly. The ghost hands continued trying to attack Su Yuan, and he severed several of them, climbing back up the slide's ladder. Woof woof. When little Cole saw Su Yuan return, it immediately became spirited and energetic once more. I was right. Master definitely wouldn't abandon me. Woof. How could Master abandon such an irresistible dog like me? Blocked by Su Yuan, little Cole's excited antics started annoying him, so he simply pushed it aside and grabbed the wine barrel, tossing it away. Fire of the three realms, come. The spiritual fire talisman stuck on the wine barrel burst into flames immediately, entwining with the potent liquor. Whoosh. The wine barrel turned into a blazing ball of fire in an instant. Bang. As the fiery sphere hit the paint-covered ground. Boom. Flames exploded violently, surging across the ground. The park square became a sea of fire. Under the fierce flames, the eerie ground emitted black smoke, and the ghost hands were burned to ashes the moment they came into contact with the fire of the three realms. In no time at all, the ground returned to peace. At the same moment, Su Yuan heard a voice. Congratulations for killing 30 ghostly creatures. Honorary title promoted. Ghost Hunter. Su Yuan's first reaction was to open the survival handbook and check the mysterious rules. Blazing fire consumes evil chi. The strange ones are driven back to the abyss. It's over. Su Yuan looked toward the direction of the little black house, noticing that the road had reappeared. Let's see what this honorary title promotion means. Su Yuan flipped to the page about honorary titles. The original Ghost Hunter had been upgraded to Ghost Hunter Master, with attributes doubled. The Ghost Hunter Master has an intimidation effect increased by +20 when facing ghostly creatures and gets a 60% damage boost against ghostly attacks. Note: after killing 100 ghostly strange creatures, one gains the title of Ghost Killing Fanatic, which doubles the attributes. The ghost hands actually gave me some experience. Su Yuan smiled faintly. He glanced at the ground in the park where the fire had already died out. In this bizarre world, eerie auras were omnipresent. Even the searing fire of the three realms couldn't endure long. Su Yuan climbed down the slide, and this time little Cole followed closely. Well, tonight's good enough. One treasure box isn't bad, shouldn't be greedy. Just as he prepared to call little Cole back to the little black house. After stepping out of the park, they heard quick, forceful footsteps behind them. Woof, 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 woof. Little Cole suddenly turned around sharply and began barking furiously into the dark void. Chapter 18, The Great Deceiver. Creak, creak. In the distance, a bright red sedan chair swayed slowly toward this direction. As the sedan drew closer, Su Yuan noticed that the bearers were actually 4 little boys. They wore clothes with black and white spots, small round caps on their heads, and their little faces were smeared with red blush. At this moment, Su Yuan realized it was a bridal sedan for weddings. The sedan touched down. The 4 little boys stood there, their eyes half closed. They smiled at him warmly, which made Su Yuan feel his skin crawl. Just as he prepared to flee, suddenly, an invigorating aroma wafted out from inside the sedan. Su Yuan's nose twitched, and he couldn't help but sniff a few times. After just one whiff, his body suddenly felt weightless, and his vision began to blur. Bow wow. Little Meichio noticed Su Yuan standing motionlessly, frozen in place, and barked loudly at him. Bark. Master, run. Bow wow. It seemed the master was entranced. No matter how it barked, Su Yuan remained vacant-eyed, unresponsive. Indeed, Su Yuan was thoroughly entranced. In his mind, he found himself back in the world of his past, working hard every day, finally earning the trust of his superior, taking on a good project, and making quite a bit of money. His family introduced him to a girl about his age. After meeting, both were satisfied, spent some time together, met each other's families, and then started preparing for their marriage. On the wedding day, many people showed up. The scene was lively. Before the ceremony began, relatives, friends, and colleagues came forward to give their blessings. Finally, the ceremony started. He, in a handsome suit, walked down the red carpet towards the bride at the other end. Even though it was a Western-style wedding, the bride wore a full red robe and a red veil over her head. Su Yuan stepped in front of her, taking the red silk ribbon from the bride, preparing to lead her down the red carpet. Bow wow. Suddenly, an evil little black dog dashed onto the red carpet and started barking at him fiercely. Where did this mad dog come from? The disruption of the wedding really upset him. Whose dog is this? Can someone take it away? No one responded. Could it be a stray dog? He called out to a few friends in the audience. Can someone help me chase it off? Everyone ignored him, still clapping and shouting encouragement. Su Yuan fumed so much steam rose from his head, and he aimed a kick at the dog blocking his way. Meichio, get out of here. Meichio? As soon as this name slipped out, Su Yuan's face instantly changed. How do I know its name is Little Meichio? Oh right, I know because it's my pet dog I saved. Aren't I supposed to be surviving in this strange world? What's going on? Bow wow. Master, I was kindly trying to warn you. And you kicked me like I was dying. That's outrageous. Little Meichio's sad eyes brimmed with resentment. Only now did Su Yuan snap back to reality. No red carpet, no wedding venue. He was still standing outside the park in that strange world. All the relatives, friends, and colleagues had disappeared. Only those 4 eerie boys surrounded him. Su Yuan looked down at the red silk ribbon in his hand. He immediately threw it aside and turned to flee. Are you abandoning me? A bizarre and deeply resentful voice echoed behind him. The red silk flew over and wrapped around his waist instantly. Clang. His axe dropped. In a flash, Su Yuan was pulled back. A bride with a red veil appeared before him, looking exactly like the bride at the wedding. I was about to marry her just now. My goodness gracious. The bride spoke again. Husband, are you abandoning me? Su Yuan swallowed hard, cautiously saying. Miss, have you mistaken me for someone else? I am not your husband. You must perform the marriage ceremony with me. The bride dragged him towards the flower sedan. Hey, this woman who looks physically frail, how could she be so strong? Even though Su Yuan's strength had increased more than doubled. In front of her, he felt powerless. Bow wow. Little Meichio was being ignored. She was blocked by the 4 boys. Seeing this, Little Meichio hurriedly ran after them. The boys lifted the sedan chair and headed towards the small forest behind the park. Inside the sedan, Su Yuan was scared speechless. He tried to reach for his spirit fire talisman, but his arm was tightly bound by the red silk ribbon, unable to grab it. Sitting beside him was the veiled bride. Su Yuan's heart raced nervously, although he didn't know what face lay under the veil. Her chilling, terrifying aura forced him to imagine all kinds of scary appearances. He even wondered if the head under the veil was similar to the ghostly head he had seen in the ghost box. Su Yuan trembled and asked, where are we going? To our marriage. Her voice sounded pleasant enough, yet the strange, ethereal feeling was truly unsettling. Gulp. Su Yuan swallowed once again. After walking for a while, he suddenly felt the sedan chair come to a stop. The door of the sedan was lifted open by one of the boys. The ghost bride rose and floated down. Su Yuan was dragged down with her. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The 4 boys let out eerie laughter. Su Yuan looked at the grave in front of him. Not only was there no tombstone, but not even a wooden plaque identifying its owner. This must be the grave of the ghost bride next to him. Kneel down. A paper figure wearing a yellow robe flew over and landed in front of them. It began chanting. Bow. 3 times. The first bow. As soon as the words were spoken, an inexplicable force pressed Su Yuan to his knees. The second bow. If this went on to the third bow, wouldn't I be forced into marriage? Su Yuan realized things were going awry. Even though he hadn't seen the bizarre rules himself, he could almost guess. Marrying the ghost bride would most likely result in death. He couldn't let it continue. Absolutely not. But what could he do? Suddenly, Su Yuan blurted out. Wait, This is unfair. The paper figures hesitated, and so did the ghost bride. Our local customs have yet to be completed. Without completing them, even if we exchange bows, we won't officially be husband and wife. Su Yuan tried to appear calm while inside, he was utterly panicked. She better believe me. She has to. What custom? The ghost bride asked. She believed him. Great. Now he just needed her to untie him, so he could grab the spirit fire talisman. You need to untie my hands. That's impossible. Su Yuan turned red in frustration. If you don't untie me, that's fine too. He had another plan. Hey, can you read? Is reading required to obey one's husband? Hasn't mother taught me the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? So, you can't read then? Humph. Exactly as expected. Clearly, the ghost bride resembled an ancient Chinese woman. Her clothing didn't suggest she came from a wealthy family, so she was probably just a commoner. This would make it easier to deceive her. According to our hometown's customs, we need to sign a love contract. You know what that is, right? No. Cough, cough. You don't need to understand it. Just listen to my rambling and trust me. Cough. No, just follow my instructions. Chapter 19, The Red Bridal Veil. Did you feel it? Following Su Yuan's instructions, the ghost bride pulled out a black piece of cowhide paper from his embrace, and then took the dagger at his waist. Here we go. Su Yuan gestured for her to cut his fingertip. Before the ghost bride even got close with the dagger, he said again, wait, this dagger is super sharp. Just gently slice, it'll bleed easily. Su Yuan was truly worried that if she didn't have good control, she might sever his finger in one blow. Understood. The ghost bride responded, showing no patience if not for the rules forcing her to cooperate. But in order to finish the marriage quickly, the ghost bride had no choice but to comply. She made a light cut on Su Yuan's fingertip. Blood flowed out, and the ghost bride unfurled the ghost contract. My name is Lan Linger. Alright. Su Yuan's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it reached his throat. He feared at any moment she might back out. He wrote her name on the ghost contract. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. The ghost bride dipped her fingers in Su Yuan's blood, leaving her bloody name on the contract. Anyone who could read a few words wouldn't be so easily scammed by Su Yuan. The contract was complete. A stream of black mist surged out of the ghost contract, splitting into 2 streams. One entered Su Yuan's body, while the other seeped into the ghost bride's body. The ghost bride's figure flickered suddenly, transforming into a mass of black mist that flew into the ghost contract. The paper figures around them collapsed, lifeless. From within the ghost contract, another wave of ghostly energy emerged, recoalescing into the form of the ghost bride. She stood obediently beside Su Yuan, all traces of her earlier insistence gone. She's my ghost servant now. She should listen, right? Cough, cough. Su Yuan tentatively spoke. Can you untie me? At your command, master. The ghost bride moved her hand, and the red silk binding retracted. Su Yuan instantly felt much more relaxed. The ghost bride stood demurely in front of him, handing over the completed ghost contract. Ignorance truly is terrifying. Smiling, Su Yuan took it and stored it away safely. By the way, where are we? He glanced around and realized they were in a creepy little forest. Caw, flap. An ominous crow flew overhead through the trees. My master seems frightened. The ghost bride waved her hand, and the crow panicked, wildly flapping through the woods. Its head collided repeatedly against the tree trunks until it eventually disappeared, likely dead. Su Yuan's attention was drawn by the crow, and he caught sight of a treasure chest resting nearby on a tree. Just as he was about to retrieve the treasure, suddenly, a pair of eerie green eyes appeared behind that tree. Weird. Here again? Su Yuan's face darkened immediately, until he heard, woof. Xiaomaiqiu darted from behind the tree and ran toward him. Phew. Seeing him, Su Yuan finally exhaled in relief. Master, you're alive. Wah wah wah. I thought I'd end up as a stray dog again. This is too difficult. Xiaomaiqiu tugged on Su Yuan's pants enthusiastically, running circles happily. Don't play around. Ignoring Xiaomaiqiu's yapping, Su Yuan walked towards the treasure chest. The tree was quite tall, and he looked up, wondering how to climb it. Whoosh. As Su Yuan prepared to climb the tree, a red blur zipped up, grabbed the treasure chest, and handed it down to him. She can fly? He accepted the chest, and gave her a thumbs up. Amazing. Although the ghost bride was covered by a red veil, hiding her expression, judging from her fidgety posture, she seemed to be blushing. Su Yuan privately thought, so, I now have someone to do flying and earth diving tasks. Whoosh. A chill swept through the air. Even the temperature-regulated python scale coat seemed powerless against the midnight cold. It's time to return to the black room. This night had been tiring enough, and the 2 treasure chests found weren't bad at all. Hearing Su Yuan's words, the ghost bride signaled, summoning the paper sedan chair, which transformed back into a flower sedan with the 4 paper people turning into carriers. She approached, lifted the red curtain, and invited Su Yuan to get inside the sedan. Riding back home in style? Not bad. Clutching the treasure chest, Su Yuan sprinted over and climbed in. The ghost bride followed, sitting beside him. Woof. Xiaomaiqiu prepared to hop aboard, but found the sedan already being carried. With an awkward leap, he fell backward. Reluctantly, he trailed after the sedan. Inside the sedan, Su Yuan looked at the ghost bride next to him. Now that she was officially his ghost servant, he felt less fear and more relaxation and ease. Su Yuan took out and opened his survival manual. Mysterious rule. Marrying the ghost bride will bring you into the underworld, where you will spend eternity together. However, the ghost bride values this marriage highly and respects your demands regarding the ceremony, until the ritual is concluded. What a stroke of luck. That's exactly what Su Yuan was feeling right now. No wonder she was willing to respect his made-up customs and let herself be tricked into signing the ghost contract. It was all thanks to the treasure chest from tonight that contained the ghost contract. After Su Yuan finished reading the bizarre rules about the ghost bride, they disappeared, and new words appeared. You have freed the ghost bride from the bizarre rules. She is now your ghost servant. Su Yuan closed the handbook and sneakily glanced sideways at her. Her red veil seemed to be permanently attached to her head, and he couldn't help but wonder what her face looked like underneath. Ghost bride. Master, I am not called ghost bride. Oh right, Lan Ling. Master, please call me Ling. Right, Linger, could you possibly stop calling me master? All right, husband. No, Husband is definitely worse. Is it because we haven't fully consummated the marriage yet? Linger's voice trembled as if she were about to cry at any moment. Su Yuan felt a headache coming on. Call me Su Yuan. That's an order. All right. Being the ghost servant bound by the ghost contract, Su Yuan's commands had to be followed, whether she liked them or not. He cast another glance at her veil and couldn't help but ask, Linger, are you hot? Not at all. Are you? Linger turned her head slightly towards him, her face completely hidden beneath the heavy red veil. Su Yuan almost wanted to lift her veil to see what lay beneath, but he feared doing so might ruin their relationship. Not really, neither am I. Just asking casually. They stopped talking for a moment, and with the sway of the sedan chair, her veil swayed too, sparking even more curiosity in Su Yuan. Su Yuan. Linger's address was rather stiff. We've arrived. Oh, his focus was still on her veil. Could you get out first? Linger nodded, as she prepared to float out. A hand shot forward and grabbed the edge of her red veil. With a quick tug, Su Yuan pulled the veil off. But what he saw underneath left him stunned. Underneath the veil was another veil. On this red square cloth was embroidered a large, happiness character. She was covered just as thoroughly as before. Linger stood there in front of the sedan chair, curiously staring at Su Yuan. Nothing, haha. Su Yuan awkwardly looked at the red veil in his hands. I was just worried you might be feeling hot. I'm not hot. Linger didn't say much else. Woof woof. Little Zai Miku came running up, breathless. It had been through far too much already. Master, did you enjoy your ride? Woof woof woof. It severely criticized Su Yuan's behavior. Shut up and go back. Su Yuan glanced upwards at the countdown timer. There were only 5 hours until dawn. He wanted to go back and sleep. As Su Yuan opened the black room's door and was about to enter, Linger suddenly timidly called out. Su Yuan, I'm scared to cross over. Oh, Su Yuan had overlooked the exorcising nature of the black room. Right. He remembered the ghost contract could also house the ghost servant. Su Yuan took out the contract. Linger, can you enter it? Yes. Linger let out a sigh of relief. With a wave of her hand, the nearby paper figures and the sedan transformed back to their original forms. After putting them away, she turned into a cloud of black smoke and entered the ghost contract. Su Yuan stored the contract carefully and ushered Zai Miku inside the black room as they pushed the door shut. He failed to notice that nearby, the bathroom door creaked open. A pair of mischievous little eyes peeked out from behind the restroom, watching them from afar. Chapter 20. Good luck coming. There were 2 treasure chests on the table, but Su Yuan didn't plan to open them today. Su Yuan took everything he had in his pockets out and placed it on the table. Unfortunately, the axe fell, and he only realized this after returning. He decided to wait until dawn to look for it. There was no one around here, so it probably wouldn't be lost. Su Yuan did not trade his food with Zhang Kuangkai, as his food had attributes that couldn't be traded evenly. He used his attribute-enhancing food to trade for normal food, then took a 3-day supply, trading it to Zhang Kuangkai. This was what he had promised earlier. If he didn't have to exchange drinks with him later, Su Yuan really wanted to screw him over and delete him as a friend, never contacting this chatterbox brother again. Sure enough, just after the trade, Brother Kuangkai started his performance. Master Dao, have you returned to your little black room? How is the night world? Did you encounter anything eerie? Master Dao, did you get the treasure chest? Did you open it? What did you find inside? This guy was definitely a chatterbox incarnate. Su Yuan no longer replied to his frantic messages. He lay down on the bed and flipped through the information in the world chat channel. Su Yuan noticed quite a few death notifications, most of them from people who went to open treasure chests at doors. The system indicated they had been killed by being bitten on the head. They brought this upon themselves. He continued flipping through the messages. Do any of you still have food? Not much left. I'm so hungry. Hang in there, we'll search tomorrow. The mist is too severe during the day, I dare not go far. The nearby food has already been scavenged. It's so difficult. Fortunately, there are a few fruit trees near me. There's a vegetable garden near me. If all else fails, dig up tree roots. Su Yuan stopped reading further. Most people were discussing the food shortage problem. He had guessed this before. Ready-to-eat foods would eventually exit the stage of this world, and people might need to produce their own. For many farmers and hunters, this might not be a big issue. But for most office workers and the former rich class, without ready-to-eat foods, a huge survival crisis would likely occur. I don't have to worry about that, since he had stockpiled a large amount of food. Su Yuan suddenly noticed an additional prompt message on the little black room page. Do you allow the ghost servant free access to the little black room? Yes, no. This could be allowed, to avoid the exorcising properties of the little black room accidentally harming his ghost servant. He clicked yes. Su Yuan closed his survival handbook and put it next to him, then pulled out the Ghost Covenant. After acquiring his first Ghost Servant, the Ghost Covenant had changed. Ghost Servant 1. Lan Linger, Ghost Bride. Ghost Servant characteristics, support type. Weirdness level, C level. Weirdness levels classified as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Talent points, 5. Average. The higher the talent points, the stronger the learning ability of the weird skills. Talent point levels, low, average, high, top, world class, legendary, mythical. Weird abilities. 1. Illusion. Controls the subconscious of the subject and creates illusions, confusing reality with fiction. 2. Paper person mastery. Can manipulate paper figures into solid forms. Through studying Linger's attributes, Su Yuan gained a deeper understanding of the concept of weird abilities. At the same time, he discovered that he could amplify Linger's talent points by 100-fold. It was unfortunate that her weirdness level couldn't be strengthened, otherwise, Su Yuan would gain formidable combat capabilities after enhancement. Still, potential was good. It offered hope for future growth. Talent points, 500 world class. A world class talent, excellent. Su Yuan nodded contentedly. At that moment, a shadow from the Ghost Covenant emerged out of it. Startled, Su Yuan jumped up from his bed. Who's there? Woof. Little Meishio, curled up sleeping in the corner, instantly woke up and barked twice. Upon recognizing Linger, she lay back down and closed her eyes. How did you pop out like that? After identifying her form, Su Yuan relaxed slightly. Linger bent over slightly and said, I felt a bit suffocated, so I came out to breathe some fresh air. Suffocated? with your red veil covering your face. Don't you think that should feel suffocating? Furrowing his brows, Su Yuan said, you should go back. I'm going to sleep. I can also sleep over there. She pointed to the corner where Meicho slept. Before Su Yuan could respond, she drifted over. Draped in a frighteningly bright red dress, she hung limply from the wall, her head hanging down, looking exactly like a hanged ghost. To die. Su Yuan regretted allowing her free access to the little black room. What's wrong, sir? Linger, seeing Su Yuan's displeased expression, floated back quickly. Did I disturb your rest? Of course. Su Yuan was becoming slightly frenzied. Imagine trying to sleep with a female ghost dressed in bridal robes and covered by a red veil hanging in the house. Linger asked curiously, why can't you sleep then? Su Yuan angrily snapped. Rubbish. He pinched a spiritual fire talisman. Get back inside. Oh. Linger wisely disappeared back into the ghost covenant. Am I being rejected by my master? That stupid dog can stay in the house. Why can only I be confined to this piece of parchment? Being a ghost servant is so hard. I just want to hang there and watch my master sleep. After a long while, Su Yuan finally fell asleep after using a Qingxin talisman to calm his mind. A few hours passed quickly as the sun slowly rose. A ray of sunlight came through the window, landing on Su Yuan's face. He stretched, sat up, rubbed his eyes, and got out of bed. A new day had begun. Time to open the treasure chest. Little Cole, come here. With a flick of his hand, Little Cole waddled over with its little bottom sticking out. Go ahead and check if anything weird is nearby. He placed it on the table. Little Cole gave Su Yuan an irritated glance, then reluctantly moved closer and sniffed around. What do I know? Last time it was a ghost chest. How would I know what's inside? Master, you really need to be more aware. Didn't I tell you last time? Alas. Little Cole shook its head, turned around, and hopped off the table before running away. Su Yuan found Little Cole's behavior slightly odd. Did it mean nothing was detected? He still cautiously held the talisman, in case his guess was wrong. After all, Su Yuan and Little Cole didn't yet have sufficient rapport, and he certainly didn't understand dog language. Open. The first treasure chest. An ancient silver ring. Storage ring, special item. Storage space, 1 cubic meter. Could it be? A legendary storage ring. Surprisingly, Su Yuan took it joyfully in his hands to play with. With this, finding supplies or treasure chests will be much easier. Although the 1 cubic meter space was indeed small, this is no issue. Su Yuan enhanced the storage capacity by 100 times. 100 cubic meters, big enough. He slipped the storage ring onto the index finger of his right hand. A perfect fit. Su Yuan took some food from the storage room and placed it inside, just in case. He then threw the eerie survival manual, fruit knife, talismans, and ghost covenant all in. It was far more convenient to put things in the storage ring than stuffing them on his person, especially when Su Yuan realized that he could simply move his consciousness and items from the ring would appear in his hands. If he encountered an enemy, they'd surely be caught off guard. The haul from the first treasure chest was excellent. Next, time to open the second treasure chest. Su Yuan rubbed his hands together. Good luck coming. Snap. The treasure chest opened. A blue skill book appeared before Su Yuan's eyes. Recalling the previous, complete explanation of talismans, Su Yuan excitedly reached for it. What? This damn luck. Chapter 21. The Disappeared Axe. Comprehensive cookbook. A martial arts encyclopedia would be fine too. Su Yuan held the skill book in his hands, feeling utterly powerless to comment. Well, it's still okay. At least from now on, he could eat whatever he wants. Master. Just as he was about to study, Linger appeared. Honestly speaking, her bizarre appearance of being fully dressed in bright red clothes with a red veil covering her face never ceased to surprise him every time. Su Yuan finally said what he had been wanting to say all along. Hey, Linger, why don't you lift your veil? Linger asked curiously why. Su Yuan pointed at her head. Don't you think it's strange? Who always wears a veil like that? Master, I can't. Linger looked quite frustrated. It's a part of me. I just look this way. Looking this way? Exactly like this. Well, Su Yuan vaguely remembered the scene when he lifted her veil and found another veil beneath it. Naturally, she was weird, so it made sense. You should give me some mental preparation next time you appear. Su Yuan casually placed the comprehensive cookbook on the table. Understood. Linger sounded very pitiful. Master is dissatisfied with me. Am I ugly? She wanted to cover herself even more with her red veil. Su Yuan suddenly got an idea. Do you know how to cook? Yes, Linger is very good at cooking. Good, go for it. If others knew that their eerie ghost who instilled fear served as a chef, what would they think? Here. He handed the comprehensive cookbook to Linger. What is this? She couldn't read and didn't recognize the characters written on the book. See if you can learn from it. If not, it'd be better to just burn it off. After all, it kept popping out and frightening people for no reason. He had mainly recruited her as a ghost servant to get himself out of danger. Su Yuan secretly formed a spirit fire talisman in his hand. Holding the comprehensive cookbook, Linger said. 2 words popped up on it. That probably meant she could learn. What she saw must have been yes and no. He tucked away the spirit fire talisman and then said, choose the one on the left. Oh. After Linger selected it, the comprehensive cookbook immediately transformed into a streak of white light and entered her body. At the same moment, Su Yuan heard a voice. Ghost Servant Lon Linger has triggered an ultimate level talent bonus while mastering a skill. Life skill. Cooking, leveled up to maximum. So talents can offer such benefits. Linger's expression looked somewhat strange. Is this book a cookbook? Master, these foods are so strange. What kind of strange? They're different from what I ate before. Su Yuan stared at her covered in a red veil and silently criticized inside. It's odd that you can eat normal food when you're always wearing a veil. It doesn't matter, browse through it first. I'll go trade for some ingredients. Su Yuan stopped paying attention to Linger's confusion and opened his survival handbook to find information about trading ingredients. A man named Sun Xing traded various vegetables and fresh pork quite well, and crucially, the items he wanted in return were materials with attributes. Su Yuan decided to trade with him, but unexpectedly, the guy became extremely excited. Big brother Su, good day. Hello, what do you want to trade? Please tell me. The vegetables and pork you posted on the trading platform. Not a problem at all. Big brother, I can just give them to you for free. No need. Su Yuan traded over bread with properties instead. After the transaction was completed, he earnestly urged, "Let's be friends." No. Big brother truly lives up to his reputation, indeed aloof and cool. Big brother, let me know if you need to trade again. Huh. As if I'd ever come back. After the transaction ended, Su Yuan felt speechless. Are these people brains scrambled by Eries? They're either chatterboxes or overly excited. I've prepared some ingredients. They're all in the storage room. Remember to finish dinner before nightfall. Su Yuan took out a ham to temporarily satisfy his hunger and planned to eat a hot, fragrant meal when he came back in the evening. He wasn't worried about Linger messing things up because she had already learned the skills from the comprehensive cookbook. Su Yuan left, leaving behind a confused Linger. The master sure has heavy taste. How can he possibly like eating those things? It's so strange. She went around the storage room, seeing only a few vegetables and meat without spotting the ingredients mentioned in the recipe. Well, might as well look for them myself later. Su Yuan left together with little Cobalt. His first task was to look for the axe he lost yesterday. Much to his surprise, the axe had vanished completely. Could there be other survivors around here? Su Yuan circled around the park once, but he didn't discover any clue. Looks like I need to widen my search area. Su Yuan's gaze fell on the mist in the rear of the park. If he didn't make a mistake, that was exactly where last night's small forest was located. According to Linger, there was also an orchard beside the small forest, where they could pick some fruits and bring them back. The countdown above the sun in the sky still had more than 5 hours left. Little Cobalt, be observant around. If you find something, remember. Where's little Cobalt? Su Yuan looked around, spotting its trail. He quickly walked towards a nearby supermarket of the park. At this moment, little Cobalt was on the ground sniffing at something. After getting closer and realizing what it was doing, Su Yuan kicked it immediately. Stupid dog. Ouch. Little Cobalt felt it flew higher than usual. Oh my dear poop. When little Cobalt returned to Su Yuan, he gave it a warning. If such nasty behavior of eating feces were discovered again, it wouldn't be allowed to enter the little black house anymore. This was a huge threat to little Cobalt. It firmly decided to say goodbye to the delicious poop. With its head hanging low in dejection, little Cobalt followed behind Su Yuan. Su Yuan scolded unhappily. Isn't the food I give you enough? You're just like a dog that can't help but eat poop. Woof woof. Master, this is called instinct. But Su Yuan found out that the feces little Cobalt had discovered earlier were human. So, there really were other survivors around here. After walking about 1 kilometer, last night's patch of small forest appeared. Right beside the small forest was a cluster of urban villages. The orchard should be on the other side. Standing far away, Su Yuan gazed toward the urban village. And just then he noticed a furnace burning by the village entrance. Looks like there really were other survivors here. Su Yuan wasn't planning to greet anyone. He probably already spotted my traces. After all, his little black house was located by a wide-open roadside next to the public restroom. In today's situation with scarce resources, the competitiveness within the same area was strong. Meeting each other would likely cause conflicts over supplies. Had the axe been taken by another survivor here? Su Yuan speculated secretly. Moreover, since the other party possessed his upgraded sharp axe, he was even less willing to reveal himself. If the person turned out to be a fiercely strong psycho, it wouldn't be worth risking his life fighting for it. Thus, Su Yuan chose to leave and look for the orchard instead. He had barely walked away when a burly man appeared carrying a dead crow. The man went to the village entrance and started roasting it over the fire. Haha, I bet nobody else can have such good fortune as me. Zhang Jiong flipped the crow while his eyes shone with excitement. When the crow was fully roasted, he picked up the axe he had found early in the morning and slashed it lightly. The crow instantly split into several pieces. Tasty. He chewed on the wild flavor heartily and couldn't help boasting about his luck. I picked up a crow that collided against a tree when I went outside in the adjacent woods. After getting lost, I stumbled upon a park and found an unparalleled axe by the park side. Invincible. Too invincible. Zhang Jiong remembered seeing the little black house near the toilet not too far from the park. The survivor who lived there had somehow missed finding this incredible axe after so many days. TSK, how unlucky could someone get? Zhang Jiong avoided contact mainly because he feared attracting bad luck. But speaking of luck, Mr. Su was likely stronger in this aspect. No. He came back through time travel, using God's perspective. Thinking about it this way, I'm still luckier. Achoo. Su Yuan sneezed continuously a few times. I mustn't catch a cold. After all, in this world, there were no medicines. He tightened his clothes to stay warmer. Then he continued heading toward the orchard that Linger mentioned. Little Cobalt, stop spacing out. Hurry up and follow me. We need to go and pick some fruits. Woof woof. Little Cobalt hurried up, running a few steps before stopping once again. It twisted its head and looked in the direction of the urban village. There seemed to be the smell of roasted meat. Could it be an illusion? Chapter 22. Snow Pear. Although the orchard was close to the woods, it was also far to the side and rear of the forest. Combined with the interference of the mist, even if one found the small woods, it would be hard to locate its position. However, Su Yuan had known its approximate location from Linger in advance and eventually managed to find it. On the outermost part of the orchard, there were about a dozen pear trees, each bearing deep green pears. Although not many, they were scattered sparsely, with several hanging on each tree, amounting to dozens in total. The survivors in the urban village probably haven't explored this far. The pears on the trees don't look like they've been picked. Zhang Jiong indeed hadn't been here. His main area of activity was around the urban village and the nearby small forest. Coming this way, he feared getting lost. Su Yuan walked to the side of the pear tree, picked a pear, took out a fruit knife, and peeled off its deep green skin. Inside, the flesh was as white as jade, as snowy and frosty as snow. It was a snow pear. He cut off a piece and put it into his mouth. The flesh was fine, crisp, and tender, full of juice and sweet in flavor. Truly deserving of being called a snow pear, delicious. Woof. Little Meichio watched him eat happily, her eyes filled with desire, jumping up and down in an attempt to catch Su Yuan's attention. Here you go. Su Yuan cut off another piece and threw it to her. At this point, Su Yuan began to carefully examine the pear in his hand, observing its properties. Snow pear. Hydration supplement, 3%. Clear heat and stop coughing, 10%. Characteristics: cool in nature, effective for clearing heat, stopping coughing, and relieving fatigue. It can also clear heat and stop coughing. If I catch a cold or fever, these pears could alleviate the symptoms. What a good thing. While munching on the pear, Su Yuan scrutinized the two properties listed above, estimating that strengthening the hydration property should increase stamina. But what if I strengthen the clear heat and stop coughing attribute? Su Yuan tried enhancing it. Clear heat and stop coughing, 100%. Overflow attributes automatically convert. Due to a large number of overflow attributes, for cold-related illnesses, it will instantly cure them. Amazing. Cold medicine? Su Yuan thought along this line too, but didn't expect it to have a treatment function beyond just alleviating symptoms. And it was an effective drug. Instantly cured. Something not even Trump would dare say. Good. These snow pears need to be taken away, placed in his storage room, where they won't spoil. In no time at all, Su Yuan plucked all the snow pears clean, thankful for the storage ring. Otherwise, he'd have to make several trips carrying these pears. Can this stuff be planted? Su Yuan finished eating the fruit, revealing the seeds inside. Shouldn't I cultivate a few snow pear trees myself? He looked at the seed's properties. Snow pear seed. Can be used to plant snow pear trees. Germination period, 2 days. Growth period, 3 days. Maturity period, 2 days. 7 days to grow snow pear trees. He was astonished. What a short cycle. However, it makes sense. It is, after all, a strange world where anything can happen. At this moment, Su Yuan noticed that there was a plus sign behind these numbers. Can this also be boosted by a factor of 100? He wondered what kind of effect it would produce. Su Yuan gave it a try. Snow pear growth period, 300 days. Wow, impressive. Su Yuan casually tossed it onto the ground and continued walking deeper. He planned to keep the remaining seeds and plant an entire grove of snow pears when the time came. Their value would be immeasurable. Su Yuan failed to notice that after he had walked some distance, the seed he discarded drilled itself into the ground, sprouting shortly after into a tiny little shoot. Deeper within the pear orchard lay a peach grove. Unfortunately, Su Yuan had arrived at an inconvenient time. The peach trees had just blossomed, not yet bearing fruit. Su Yuan checked the properties of the peach tree. Peach tree, mature tree, 2 days until bearing fruit. Woof. At this moment, little Meichio, following closely behind Su Yuan, suddenly barked towards the depths of the peach grove. Su Yuan's expression slightly changed as he already formed a spirit fire talisman in his hand. There shouldn't be any weirdness during the day, right? Yet little Meichio's reaction left him puzzled. There seemed to be something hidden in the mist deep within the peach grove. Woof. After quite a while, nothing appeared, and little Meichio stopped barking. Su Yuan was startled into a cold sweat. What did you discover? Woof woof. There is something terrible. Little Meichio herself was frightened. When she met Linger before, she hadn't felt this sensation. It was more akin to the feeling when facing the big python earlier. Of course, no matter how she expressed it, Su Yuan could only hear her bark. Well, asking her doesn't yield much. With the peaches still not ready to harvest, and having encountered such an event, Su Yuan decided it wasn't worth exploring further. He'd come back in a couple of days to pick the peaches. Turning around, he walked back out. The black puppy followed closely behind. Rustle. From the mist behind them, a faint sound of light footsteps seemed to resonate. Little Cole suddenly looked back alertly, but the sound had disappeared again by then. Su Yuan didn't want to stay any longer and hurried away, leaving Little Cole no choice but to follow quickly. After they left the peach grove, a slender figure darted over from afar. It stood upright like a human, its chestnut brown fur shining in the sunlight, as it stared intently with a pair of pitch black, round eyes at the direction where Su Yuan had gone. Leaving the orchard, Su Yuan glanced at the time. There were still 2 hours before nightfall. Not in a rush to go back, he began searching the area near the orchard. This place should be the outer ring of the city, relatively open and spacious. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a large orchard here. However, when Su Yuan was heading back, he spotted a row of jewelry and jade stores. Jade has exorcism properties. I should take a look inside. Unexpectedly, after checking every store, not only did he not find any jade, he couldn't even discover a single piece of raw stone. My composure is collapsing. Su Yuan leaned against the doorframe of the last jewelry shop and let out an agonized cry to the sky. Just as he was about to leave, Little Cole seemed to have made a discovery. Woof, woof. It clawed at a corner of the wall and barked a couple of times, calling Su Yuan over. Master, there's something good here. Come quick. This time Su Yuan understood immediately. He walked over and looked in the direction where the little black dog had dug, noticing a palm-sized jade plaque of emerald color hidden under the wall corner. What is this? He bent down and picked it up. The jade plaque was inscribed with intricate talisman patterns. Although Su Yuan had mastered comprehensive talismans, he could not identify the meaning of what was carved on it. Could it be that it isn't a talisman? As he carefully examined the jade plaque, the only attribute it revealed was its name, Primordial Jade of Tao. The name alone sounded extraordinary, but unfortunately, all other information remained invisible. Regardless of its use, Su Yuan wasn't even sure if it possessed any exorcism powers. Strange. He could only tuck it into his storage ring for now. Perhaps some special trigger mechanism was required for the information to appear. With no further discoveries, Su Yuan glanced at the time. It was about an hour left before nightfall, and started walking back home with Little Cole. But then he got lost. Yes, since they were already quite far from the black house, and with the fog obstructing their vision, the more he walked, the stranger and less familiar the surroundings became. Fortunately, he realized in time and allowed Little Cole to lead the way, eventually finding their path back. When they finally saw the black house, Su Yuan excitedly told Little Cole, "Well done. After Linger finishes cooking, there'll be food for you too." Woof, woof. Little Cole proudly raised its head. "See, in critical moments, you need me." Chapter 23, Strange Fragrance. Getting lost had cost Su Yuan a great deal of time, and now there were only 14 minutes left until nightfall. The door to the little black room still hadn't opened, but Su Yuan already caught a whiff of an unfamiliar yet strange fragrance. The aroma infiltrated his nose, immediately igniting his hunger. Gurgle gurgle. His stomach growled, urging Su Yuan to hurry and indulge in a feast. Woof, woof. Little Meichio was also driven crazy by hunger. Eat up, Charge, 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 charge. Su Yuan pushed open the door of the small black room. It smells too good. This must be thanks to Linger's unparalleled cooking skills. By this point, the entire room was filled with this unique fragrance. Oh my, Linger is really too considerate. As for her strange appearance, it suddenly seemed much more harmonious. Back already? Linger stood demurely by the dining table, welcoming Su Yuan. Looking at her red veil, Su Yuan thought that if he could lift it to see her face, right now it would certainly be brimming with gentleness. Of course, he couldn't see it. As for Linger, she might currently have an expression of astonishment because she was feeling weird about her master's peculiar preferences. Could master really eat these? Judging by how excited he looked, he probably likes them, right? Great. Then I should be able to sleep hanging from the corner of the wall tonight. How fragrant. Su Yuan rushed towards the table. All he wanted was to get a taste of the food emitting that wondrous scent. Woof. Little Machio pounced too. However, a hand swung over and slapped her away. Woof. Master, you don't keep your promises. How could Su Yuan care what he had said before? But when he arrived at the dining table, he was stunned. Ugh, ugh, what is this? He was shocked. How could the source of such a beautiful aroma be these horrifying things? I followed the recipe. Linger didn't expect Su Yuan to react this way. Wasn't it easy for her? She originally rested during the day today, but had been busy the whole time instead. Is something wrong? I spent ages looking in the storage room and couldn't find the ingredients mentioned on the recipe. These were dug up outside with paper figures. The taste seems fine though. Linger turned around, took a deep breath facing the dining table. The strange fragrance penetrated her body, making her feel extremely comfortable, as if her strength had increased dramatically. Dug for so long. Ugh. Looking at the bowls full of bizarre insects displayed on the table in various colors and shapes, Su Yuan almost vomited. He fought back the nausea. Linger, are you saying these are the ingredients mentioned on the recipe? Yeah, they're recorded in the recipe that suddenly appeared in my mind earlier today. Master, aren't these the things you like? Ugh. Su Yuan didn't know what to say. He never imagined that the comprehensive cookbook obtained from the treasure chest would record insect feasts. Though he didn't like them, it doesn't mean others wouldn't like them. Such as Linger. Even if Su Yuan couldn't see her face, he could still sense the yearning emanating from her. A flash of inspiration hit Su Yuan's mind. Perhaps the comprehensive cookbook recorded meals meant for strange entities. Fighting off the nausea, he stepped closer and examined the food on the plate. Attributes of the food surfaced. Insect meal. Strange food. Effect. After consumption, it can increase experience points for strange beings, helping them evolve. Increase experience points. Assist evolution. This thing has enormous appeal to strange entities. It appears he had made a wrong assumption. Items from the treasure chest may not necessarily benefit survivors. Woof. Woof woof. What a good thing. Little Machio charged over, its mouth watering at the sight of the insect feast on the table. Apparently, it craved the food on the table as well. Su Yuan wondered, if this ate it, would it become a demon dog? He casually handed it a plate. Woof woof. Master, you're truly kind. Affinity +2. Linger felt a bit downcast. After all her hard work, Master still didn't seem to like it. Look, he gave our hard-earned dinner to the dog. When Master first came back, wasn't he very excited? Sigh, Master's heart is like a needle under the sea. Even a ghost servant cannot fathom it. Linger, do you want to try some? Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Linger shook her head quickly. If Master didn't like it, how could she like it? Woof woof. Little Machio voiced its opinion. If neither of you will eat, perfect, it's all mine. Not possible. Su Yuan guessed what she was thinking. Tell me honestly. Afraid to defy, Linger had no choice but to confess. Initially, I thought the ingredients were quite exaggerated, mostly bugs and snakes. But after preparing it, the strange fragrance it emitted actually enhances my power. If I continue eating these, I might evolve too. That's settled then. Take these and eat them. Huh? What about you, Master? Linger froze, wondering why Master seemed less unhappy than expected. You don't need to worry about me. Su Yuan glanced at the strange food on the table and still felt a bit nauseous. Master, shall I take this out and eat it? Linger could tell that Su Yuan was very repulsed by these things. She walked to the table, waved her hand, and the paper bowls on the table followed her as she went outside. Su Yuan didn't stop her, since these dishes were indeed disgusting, and leaving them on the table made him feel uneasy. Little Machio was busy eating its share, thinking that it should hurry up so it could have another serving. Su Yuan stepped into the storeroom. The meat and vegetables here were obviously untouched, and he helplessly shook his head. Now, he wasn't in the mood to bother cooking anymore. Anyway, the food wouldn't go bad, just save it for later. Su Yuan picked up a ham sausage but then put it down again. Its long cylindrical shape made him feel slightly queasy when he looked at it. In the end, he took a bag of green bean cakes. After eating, he took out the remaining yellow paper and vermilion ink and came out to draw more talismans. Quite a few talismans had been used up the previous night. It was already dark, so he needed to hurry. Su Yuan was crouching over the table getting ready to draw talismans when Linger returned with the strange food. Right behind her, little Machio was chasing insistently. Woof woof. Give me some. Su Yuan hesitated. Already finished? His implication was that if it was all eaten, why bring it back? Master, I have something I want to ask you. What's wrong? Linger pointed toward the door. Master, there's a long-haired ghost outside who wants to eat this meal. Can I trade it with her? Huh? Su Yuan paused in surprise. You mean there's a ghost outside who wants to exchange a treasure chest for this food? Yes. Trade it. Su Yuan chuckled. Just then, a paper figure floated in, landing on Linger's shoulder, seemingly whispering something to her. Master, there isn't just one ghost outside. There are several ghosts. They all want to trade, and they've already lined up. Master, do we trade? Of course. Shall I go and make the trade? Su Yuan thought for a moment and said, still let you handle it. He knew that once the Eerie World's night began, anything could happen. He didn't want to risk it. Even though there were more lives, immortality wasn't guaranteed. Besides, after the strange encounter with Ghost Hand, Su Yuan realized that survivors might not necessarily die. They could also be assimilated by the Eerie. Alright. Linger agreed and left with the food. Little Machio wanted to follow her, but was held back by Su Yuan. You stay here. Woof woof. I want to eat too, Master. Can you love me just this once? I already gave you some. Su Yuan pulled out a sausage, tore it open, and threw it to the dog. Eat this. We'll need those other things tonight to exchange for the treasure chests. Ow. Little Machio sulkily ate the sausage, feeling extremely upset inside. Woof woof woof. If you keep whining, I'll take away the sausage too. Oh woof. Woof. This sausage is really fragrant. Chapter 24, Long Hair Mystery. Not long after, Su Yuan's table was laden with 5 treasure chests, all delivered by Linger via paper figures. Woof. Little Cole suddenly looked up at the treasure chest on the table. Wasn't there a chest that just opened? Woof. Strange, it disappeared again? Little Cole paced back and forth, pondering secretly. Su Yuan sat in his chair, chin propped up on one hand, contemplating whether to open a mysterious restaurant in the future. He didn't notice the strange movement of the treasure chests. The chests quieted down, and Little Cole thought he must have made a mistake. Su Yuan had already begun to think about staying in the dark room, receiving the chests which would continuously come, treasures also being opened nonstop. He dreamt too well. Standing up, he went to the door, peering through the crack to observe the mystery outside coming for a transaction, but found nothing, probably because the trading place was far away from here. After all, Su Yuan's dark room has a terrifying, evil-repelling attribute, unfriendly towards mysteries. Well, no matter what they do, a small gap was left in the door for the convenience of the paper figures, bringing back the treasure chests later. Su Yuan then walked back to the table and sat down. He lit the candle he used halfway before. Its flame emitted a comforting holy light. The holy light fell on the treasure chest. The one that slightly opened earlier closed again. Little Cole's ears suddenly perked up as he turned to look towards the door. Something was approaching there. Su Yuan then took out the survival handbook and flipped to the mysterious rules page. What would be tonight's rule? Mysterious rule. A woman with flowing long hair isn't necessarily a goddess. She might be a ghost. Tonight, its long hair is everywhere, ready to take your life at any moment. It will leave when dawn breaks. Long hair? Su Yuan froze momentarily, remembering something, hastily getting up to lock the door tightly, even though Linger was still outside, because it had already arrived. When the sky just got dark, it came with the treasure chest in exchange for ghostly food. Woof. Before Su Yuan could close the door, Little Cole ran over and barked madly at the entrance. Through the door crack, swarming strands of long hair appeared. Indeed, it was already outside, the very long-haired ghost Linger mentioned who had brought the treasure chest to trade. It was tonight's mystery. Holy eyes open. Su Yuan activated the holy eyes outside the black room. Strands of holy light shot toward the long-haired ghost. Ah! She screamed painfully, evidently injured badly. But its eerie long hair still wildly surged, extending towards Su Yan. About to reach his face, Su Yuan grabbed it hard. His current strength is more than twice that of an ordinary person, but compared to this eerie long hair, it still felt powerless. But at least, he held onto the strand tightly without letting go. Zzz. The holy light in the room landed on the long hair. The color of the long hair began turning dark yellow, gradually curling and aging. Does it fear the light? Then it must fear fire too. With Su Yuan's intent, a spirit fire talisman appeared in his hand. Ignite. The talisman in Su Yuan's hand burned. That strand of hair retreated instantly, as if fleeing, unwilling to get closer. You want to run? Just as Su Yuan was about to throw the talisman, that dark, brittle long hair suddenly launched an attack. It avoided the flames in Su Yuan's hand and struck him hard on the stomach. The spirit fire talisman dropped from Su Yuan's hand, causing him to step back repeatedly. Crash! He collided with the table edge. The candle fell and extinguished. In the instant the holy light disappeared, the long hair restored its luster, directly wrapping around Su Yuan's right hand that grasped the talisman again. Whoosh! Another bundle of long hair shot inside from the doorway. Su Yuan's expression abruptly changed. At this time, a red figure appeared, blocking in front of him. Linger raised her hand and firmly caught the eerie long hair, uttering a cold laugh as she yanked sharply, pulling the long-haired ghost inside. Su Yuan sighed wryly, wondering if Linger was foolish enough to pull it in, making his holy eyes lose their effect. He had to turn off the holy eyes first. This ghost wore white. Its head, except for its hair, seemed to have nothing else, not even a face. Su Yuan was thunderstruck by its appearance. He couldn't help but think, these days do ghosts need faces? Either covered with a red veil, or having their whole heads covered by long hair. Taking advantage of my absence to sneak attack Master Su Yuan. You're despicable, despite me giving you extra food. As she said this, Linger increased the strength in her hands. Ah! The long-haired ghost let out a pained scream. At the same time, a strand of hair emerged from the corner of the wall, shooting toward Linger from behind. Humph! Linger grabbed it backwards with one hand, clenching it together with the hair already in her hand. Her strength was great. No matter where the long hair appeared from within the black room, she could easily seize it. Finally, she tightly bound the long hair from all directions together in a knot, making the long-haired ghost powerless. Su Yuan sighed with relief. It seemed that he could handle the weirdness coming his way tonight with ease. A spirit fire talisman appeared in his hand aimed at the long-haired ghost, ready to throw it over when the right moment came, annihilating it. Just then, something suddenly crossed his mind. His gaze shifted and fell on the treasure chest placed on the table. The strange rule of the night mentioned. It was everywhere. Su Yuan's body moved back. The treasure chest on the table suddenly opened, shooting out a bundle of long hair with a whoosh. Bang! Su Yuan had been alert already, so the strand of hair did not hit his vital spot, but was blocked by him crossing both hands in front. The Python scale skin coat has 3,000 defense points. This bizarre long hair couldn't break through at all. Upon seeing this, Master! Dark energy surrounding Linger surged abruptly. Although her master was fine, she was furious. Damn! Linger grabbed the long-haired ghost and started swinging it wildly around like a shot put. The long hair in the treasure chest tried again, determined to give Su Yuan another strike. How could Su Yuan possibly give it another chance? He quickly picked up the Pai Shio figurine on the table, pressing it down towards the ghost. Purifying power immediately rendered the strange long hair limp. Wanna ambush me? Watch me not burn you to death. Poof! Su Yuan summoned the spirit fire talisman, and the treasure chest full of long hair crackled under its fire. In perfect sync, Linger threw the long-haired ghost towards the flames. Poof! Ah! With a zangy sound, the three purest fires followed the long hair, directly igniting the whole long-haired ghost. In a blink, it, along with those eerie long hairs, were burned into nothingness. Linger, little Cole, be on guard for any abnormalities around. Yes, master. Woof. Another spirit fire talisman appeared in Su Yuan's hand, and he did not dare to relax for a second. Instead, he first checked the survival handbook. Fortunately, the eerie rules had changed. The long-haired ghost of tonight originally had extreme aversion to fire and light, but due to eating eerie food, its strength became wild. Luckily, you ended it with a more powerful fire. It didn't fear fire or holy light, apparently because after eating the eerie food, it turned berserk. Su Yuan was left speechless. The danger was eliminated, but Linger looked somewhat troubled. Master, I just thought it was attracted by the strange aroma, and also a greedy ghost, never expecting it harbored evil intentions to harm you. Master, are you okay? She originally thought, what harm could come from a gluttonous ghost? I'm fine. Su Yuan took out a bottle of beverage and guzzled it down, feeling refreshed. You don't need to worry too much. Ordinary eerie forces cannot do anything to me. If it weren't for the fact that the long-haired ghost of the night ate the eerie food and evolved, things might have gone even more smoothly. Yeah, Master is the best. Linger was quite straightforward. Seeing that Su Yuan didn't say more, her mood instantly recovered for the most part. Then should we continue the trade? Of course, Su Yuan was not a timid person. Eerie surprises from the treasure chests were expected, but so were good things like ghost contracts and talisman annotations. Alright. Oh yes, Master, there's still trading going on outside. My paper figures may not be able to handle it. I'll go check. Go ahead. Once Linger went out, Su Yuan opened the world chat channel. He wanted to know how others were doing now. Is the eerie almost here? Don't know. The rules about long hair reminded me of Sadako. Don't talk. I used to think long hair was a goddess essential feature. Now it feels like long hair is the eerie's standard equipment. The eerie must use Ba Wong shampoo, judging by the spread of its long hair. Don't advertise. It'll go after you next. In the chat channel, people were still chatting idly. Clearly the eerie hadn't arrived yet. This meant Su Yuan dealt with the eerie early, probably lured by the strange fragrance. It clocked in early. Your sister. Don't you understand the basic principle of working hours? Chapter 25, Forever a God. Are you here? I don't know. Waiting is making me antsy. Has the eerie long hair wormed its way into your heart yet? Let's talk about something useful. How do we deal with this eerie presence? Fine Tony, isn't it just lots of hair? Let's get some perms, dyes, and blowouts going. Watch me bankrupt it. Don't joke around. It'll come soon and beat you up. Hey, Su Yuan the Great has released a guide. Am I seeing things clearly? The eerie hasn't even shown up, and the Great Master's already put out a guide. Scam, right? Same name, different person. Fake. Totally fake. Definitely counterfeit. There's evidence now. The chat channel was abuzz with claims of counterfeit posts, but once the guide went live, everyone scrambled to take a look. The Fifth Night, Survival Guide for the Long-Haired Ghost. 1. Its long hair will burst in from various parts of the room. 2. It fears flames and light intensely. You should quickly prepare a stack of wood to burn. If nothing goes wrong, it shouldn't dare to come closer. 3. Prepare ample sources of fire. Only then can you hold on until dawn. Note, for reference only, because my side's long-haired ghost has gone berserk, it has developed partial immunity to fire. Su Yuan studied the disappearance of the eerie rules and compared them to the manifestations of the berserk long-haired ghost, summarizing the following survival guide. But remember, this is just for reference, as he doesn't know what state an ordinary long-haired ghost might be in. Is hair flammable, so the long-haired ghost fears fire? Your analysis gets full marks. I believe what great Su Yuan says. Believe it or not, I'm already sitting by the fire pile. You all said the author of this guide was fake, didn't you? Just stop talking and hurry to gather wood. Thankfully, I've collected quite a bit these past few days. That's right, the candles are all used up, so the nighttime lighting can only depend on firewood. I've gathered a good amount too. Alright, let's sit around the bonfire tonight and have a night talk. One more sleepless night. By the way, did you see the note Su Yuan added at the end? Yeah, he seems to have encountered a berserk long-haired ghost that's immune to fire and light. Will I also encounter a berserk long-haired ghost? Maybe. Let's all pray together. It probably won't happen. Maybe because Su Yuan's too powerful, the survival world system has begun targeting him. Not wrong. It seems his transmigrator identity has been exposed. Exactly. At this moment, Su Yuan noticed his friend chat flashing. Lu Yi sent a message. Why did the eerie find you early? Is it because you're a Taoist? Zhang Quan Kai sent a message. Great Master shows strength. By the way, how does your berserk long-haired ghost look like? Could you describe it in detail? I'm really curious. Su Yuan was too lazy to reply. He closed the survival manual, and his eyes fell on the treasure chest placed on the table. Sigh. In the future, when trading with eerie beings, one must always be cautious. Their integrity is truly questionable. Recalling the sudden long hair bursting out of the chest, Su Yuan felt rather irked. He moved the little coal ball onto the table. You investigate these treasure chests. Woof. Master, I can't probe unless they're opened. Well, let me pretend. Better than getting rejected by you. Woof. It wagged its tail and circled the treasure chest, then came over to Su Yuan and barked twice. Anyway, Master won't understand me. You interpret it yourself. Su Yuan relaxed at its calm demeanor. No problems with the treasure chests? Then open them. He glanced toward the door, wondering how many more treasure chests Linger would bring back. Su Yuan sat on a chair, carefully taking the closest treasure chest, and, for safety reasons, still held a spirit fire talisman in his hand. When he opened the treasure chest, inside appeared a thumbnail-sized, bright blue spherical fruit. Su Yuan picked it up and looked at its attributes. Spiritual power fruit, low-level fruit. Fruit levels divided into low-level, ordinary, high-level, supreme level, peerless level, legendary level, mythical level. Spirit +1. What a great item. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled. It could actually increase spiritual attribute by 1 point. After 100x enhancement. Spirit +100. Wakakaka. From now on, drawing talismans won't require worrying about insufficient spiritual power. After enhancing it, Su Yuan swallowed it whole in one bite. Checking the survival manual, the spirit attribute on his personal attributes panel had turned into 121. Previously, after drinking several drinks, his spirit attribute increased significantly, and now adding the 100 points provided by the spiritual power fruit, his spirit attribute reached a new height. Other talismans in complete analysis of seal inscriptions could finally be drawn. Meanwhile, Su Yuan discovered there was an extra special attribute on his attribute panel, immune to B-level and below mental attacks from eerie beings. As for the mental type of eerie attacks, they might likely be similar to mind control or mental interference sorts of tricks. Su Yuan scratched his head. This could be researched slowly. He continued to open the second treasure chest. Snap. The treasure chest opened, and inside appeared a gray light sphere. Huh, what is this? He reached out and took it out. The attribute information of the light sphere appeared. Clay puppetry, advanced spell. Spell levels, low level, ordinary, high level, supreme level, peerless level, legendary level, mythical level. Materials needed for clay puppets, soil, other materials. Different types of materials will produce different effects. Puppet level, influenced by chosen material. Puppet levels, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Number of puppets controllable. For every 100 points of spirit power, you can control one puppet. It was actually a spell. If he used dirt and warding off evil mineral powder to make clay puppets, would the puppets be able to battle eerie beings? Not only that, Su Yuan also happily discovered that the number of puppets could be enhanced by 100 times. After enhancement, for every 100 points of spirit power, he could control 100 clay puppets. An image instantly flashed in Su Yuan's mind of an army of clay puppets battling eerie entities. Holding the light sphere in his hand, a prompt appeared asking if he wanted to absorb it. He chose to absorb, and the light sphere instantly merged into Su Yuan's body. The next moment, the information about clay puppetry etched itself deeply into his mind like an indelible mark. The third treasure chest. Su Yuan felt somewhat excited. After all, he was very satisfied with what came out of the first two chests. When he opened it, inside there was a completely black axe made of metal lying there. Lost and found again. He picked up the axe, and as soon as he saw its attributes, his expression immediately became intense. Soullock axe, ward against evil item. Sharpness, 100. Hardness, 110. Ward against evil, 300. Durability, 100%. Special ability, Soullock. When this axe hits an ethereal strange being, it triggers this ability, locking the movement of the eerie entity. Nice. Su Yuan gripped the Soullock axe and swung it twice. Though not as sharp as the original one he had, the ward against evil attribute alone was incomparably superior to his previous axe, especially its special ability, Soullock. Su Yuan's eyes rested on its various attributes. Let's enhance a special attribute this time. He smiled slightly and chose durability. Durability attribute 100-fold enhancement. Detected durability at 100%. Triggered special effect. The Soullock axe gains special attribute. This item cannot be damaged. Can't be damaged. Su Yuan shot up. Enhancing durability resulted in such an effect. Perfect. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the previous axe seemed to have had very low durability due to excessive use. In a small dark room, Zhang Jiong sat around the fire, continuously chopping wood with the axe and throwing it in, keeping the flames burning brightly. Not to be outdone by Master Su Yuan, who has once again unraveled an eerie rule. With the flame around, why fear anything? Su Yuan is my idol, forever God. While speaking, he chopped the wood again, but at this point, a snap sound came from the axe handle. Ah! Zhang Jiong screamed in surprise. The axe handle in his hands broke apart, and the blade also turned serrated. Durability, 0%. Are you serious? Zhang Jiong stared wide-eyed. He had been so thrilled to pick up the axe, not realizing the durability had been non-existent. This axe turns out to be second-hand goods. Chapter 26, Mutation Capsule. The moonlight streamed through the window, falling perfectly on Su Yuan's side face. He blinked and placed his hand on the last treasure chest. He wondered what could be inside. Su Yuan gently pulled it open. Inside was a capsule with red and yellow colors. A cold remedy? Su Yuan reached in to pick it up. The information of the capsule appeared instantly. Mutation capsule, special item. Description: after consumption, bodily structure will undergo mutation. Note: uncontrollable mutation with two possible directions, possibly evolving stronger or devolving severely. Use with caution. This. Su Yuan paused in shock. This item definitely needs careful handling. If used incorrectly, one might turn into a monster. He weighed the capsule in his hand, pondering. At this moment, little coal ball waddled over suddenly. Su Yuan slightly lifted the corner of his mouth, an idea forming in his mind. Since the mutation is uncontrollable, why should I take it myself? This little guy seems capable of evolution. He grabbed little coal ball in one swift motion. Little coal ball, does your master treat you well? The smirk on Su Yuan's face made little coal ball tremble instinctively. My master has bad intentions. Owl. Little coal ball struggled fiercely. However, Su Yuan's strength was too much for it to escape. I'm feeding you something good. Su Yuan gently pried little coal ball's mouth open. Woof woof. Master, you cannot do this to me. No way. Don't be scared. It's something good. Su Yuan shoved the capsule into its mouth. Gulp. As little coal ball swallowed the capsule with saliva, it slid down its throat into its stomach. Whoosh. The instant the capsule entered its stomach, its brain went blank. Finished. Finished. Assassination of a pet. Little coal ball closed its eyes and flopped its head onto Su Yuan's hands. Little coal ball. Su Yuan missed a beat. He only wanted to see what effects this capsule would produce, and even if it caused regression, it wouldn't be fatal. Something's wrong. It was still breathing though. Su Yuan felt for its nostrils. He could also feel little coal ball's breathing become very rapid. Moreover, its body began to heat up, growing increasingly hot and burning his hands. Furrowing his brows slightly, Su Yuan placed it on the table. Not taking his eyes off it for a second, he wanted to know how this capsule would affect little coal ball. It began. A plume of white mist arose from little coal ball. Its brow furrowed deeply as low growls emerged from its throat, along with loud crackling sounds coming from its body. Its size expanded rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Its black soft fur transformed into hard spines standing upright like needles. Should this mean it's getting stronger? Su Yuan observed it eagerly. By now, little coal ball had grown to the size of an adult human, with all its hair turned stiff and sharp like steel spikes. Slowly opening its eyes, its twin crimson orbs gleamed with ferocity. A string of beast teeth hung around its neck. It opened its mouth, revealing teeth that resembled daggers. Roar! Little coal ball released a thunderous roar like a mighty beast, making Su Yuan's ears ring. Covering his ears, he frowned. Don't make unnecessary noise. Little coal ball's huge head lowered slowly, crouching in front of him. Master, don't be angry. Being suddenly so large is somewhat disorienting. Roar? How did I grow so big? What did my master feed me? Looking at the bewildered little coal ball, Su Yuan smiled satisfactorily. Not bad. Looks like the mutation is leaning towards enhancement and strengthening. Little coal ball's attributes materialized. Little coal ball tamed. Owner, Su Yuan. Species, Hellhound. Attack, 300. Defense, 180. Awareness, 1000. Intimacy, 80. Combat power, C rank, capable of growth. Combat power levels, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Abilities, 1. Barrier break. Extremely high alertness grants extraordinary detection ability, breaking through most illusions. 2. Soul devouring. Can increase combat power by devouring ethereal entities. From a common dog to a hellhound. You have gone straight from a country chicken to a phoenix. Upon seeing its abilities, Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. It can even devour the bazaar. Doesn't that mean in the future, the bazaar will need to avoid you? Roar. Little coal ball looked helplessly. Master, you overestimate me. Still, you're not as cute as before. Su Yuan pinched his chin, sizing up the slightly terrifying-looking little coal ball. Woof. Unexpectedly, after he spoke, little coal ball changed back. Perhaps it was just a dream? Why did it shrink again? Woof woof. Master, didn't you like me this way? Little coal ball moved closer, extending its tender pink tongue to lick Su Yuan's shoe tip. You can transform? Su Yuan reached out to pick up little coal ball, but as soon as he moved, little coal ball grew bigger again. Roar. It proudly displayed its new skill like a child showing off a new toy. Nice. Su Yuan smiled and said, it's up to you to play possum. Catch the bazaar by surprise and swallow it in one go. Woof woof. Little coal ball reverted to its original form. Su Yuan tossed it a sausage. By the way, how had this little guy's intimacy with him inexplicably risen to 80 points? It must be because he spoiled it too much. At that moment, Su Yuan's expression changed suddenly. He had just remembered. Where was Linger? Hadn't she gone out to trade? Why hadn't she returned? The paper figures hadn't brought back the treasure chest either. Su Yuan called for little coal ball and headed outside. The door of the black room opened. Su Yuan stepped out first, with little coal ball following closely behind. Woof woof. It still clung tightly to Su Yuan from behind. This was instinctive. Even though little coal ball now possessed great power, it could not yet fully acknowledge its own strength. Su Yuan's gaze fell on the lamppost not far away, which no longer emitted any light. Linger was standing there with her hands on her hips, seemingly arguing with a pair of embroidered shoes. Embroidered shoes? Yes, she was facing a pair of shoes, apparently speaking to them about something. The embroidered shoes were floating in midair, face to face with her. Beside Linger floated several paper figures. These paper figures Su Yuan recognized. They were the 4 who carried the sedan chair, also the ones who delivered the treasure box today. One of the paper figures appeared to be broken and was being carried by the other 3. What happened? Su Yuan's expression darkened slightly. He gestured for little coal ball to follow, and then walked over toward them. As they passed by the restroom, squeak squeak. Suddenly, a strange sound of a rat came from the nearby restroom. A pair of eerie green eyes stared straight at him, locking gazes with Su Yuan. Ah! Su Yuan's complexion changed drastically as he gripped a talisman of spiritual fire in his hand. Squeak squeak. This rat moved incredibly fast, vanishing from its previous position in the blink of an eye, lunging directly at Su Yuan. Its movements seemed like it teleported left and right unpredictably. Su Yuan simply couldn't get a clear aim on it. As the rat got closer, Su Yuan managed to make out its appearance. This thing was only palm-sized, semi-transparent, and glowing with a faint fluorescent green hue. Just as it charged towards Su Yuan, a huge shadow abruptly interposed itself between them. Little coal ball transformed into its hellhound form, raising its claw to swipe at the peculiar rat. Squeak squeak. However, in the next second, the rat disappeared into thin air once more. Roar. Little coal ball roared angrily, but remained helpless. Furrowing his brow, Su Yuan couldn't explain why, but this rat felt different from the other bizarre creatures, a feeling deep within his heart. Well, it was gone now anyway. He should head over and check on Linger first. He turned his head to look toward her direction. Linger was still facing the embroidered shoes. Truly bizarre. Shoes like these were certainly peculiar. Chapter 27. Embroidered shoes and white silk. I don't care about the rest, but my paper effigy has spoken. Whomever cheats me out of food is you. Just as Su Yuan was approaching, he heard Linger angrily utter this line. What? Could it be that this pair of embroidered shoes also comes to eat strange food? Xiao Meiqiu had already transformed back into its dog form. It sprawled on the ground, watching the drama unfold. Master, you're here. Linger noticed Su Yuan, promptly lowering her hands from her hips and softening her voice considerably. What's wrong? He glanced at the paper effigy, then directed his gaze to the embroidered shoes in front of him. It dined and dashed. Linger was so angry that her red veil trembled with her speech. And it even tore apart my paper effigy. Pata pata. The embroidered shoes fell to the ground, lightly tapping against it. The ominous presence of this person feels so terrifying. Being a weak abnormality, it felt rather nervous facing Su Yuan, who held the title of Ghost Hunter. What should I do? When will that guy come back? Poor me, didn't get a single bite and got caught. You won't admit it? So who ate the last dish? Linger glared at her. My paper effigy doesn't lie. Pata pata. The embroidered shoes floated up again, spinning around a few times in midair and swaying back and forth. I ate it, I did. But it promised to help pay for 2 treasure chests with me. So where is it now? Linger was so furious that she felt like the fire inside her throat was almost boiling over. Su Yuan stood nearby confused, not understanding how the embroidered shoes were silent. Yet Linger knew exactly what it was saying. Don't you know? Linger turned furiously to Su Yuan. Master, burn it. She waved her hand, and 2 paper effigies zoomed upward, pinning the embroidered shoes to the ground. Oh, good idea, let's burn it. Su Yuan didn't hesitate and pulled out a spirit fire talisman, preparing to set it ablaze. But just at that moment, the embroidered shoes suddenly collapsed onto the ground with a thud, curling its soul and presenting an image of kneeling in submission. What? No more denial then. Admitting fault isn't enough. Bring out the treasure chest. Linger signaled for the paper effigies to return. The embroidered shoes looked aggrieved. How could it not confess when it was about to be burned alive? Seeing this, Su Yuan chuckled slightly, pocketed the spirit fire talisman, and immediately retrieved the survival handbook from his storage ring. Flipping open to the section on eerie rules, no new rules appeared. This indicated that encountering anomalies does not always trigger their specific rules. Only when the anomaly launches an attack would the survivor become involved in its peculiar rule system. Pata pata. The embroidered shoe tapped its tip gently on the ground a few times. You plan to look for it later and return it afterward? Why should I trust you? Upon hearing its intention to delay payment, Linger wasn't happy at all. What if it runs away? This shoe is too crafty. Scribble scribble. The embroidered shoe scraped patterns on the ground repeatedly. Are you sure? Upon hearing its response, Linger's tone instantly changed. All right then, since it's not far, we'll go with you to collect it. Linger turned around and faced Su Yuan. Master, it says it knows where there's a rare treasure chest. Shall we retrieve it? Rare treasure chest? Su Yuan immediately thought of the complete explanation of talismans, itself extracted from a rare treasure chest. Every treasure chest he'd encountered afterward didn't have any signs of rarity. Good, let's go. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to take the trip. He hadn't realized that after gaining the honorary title of Ghost Hunter, his intense fear of such anomalies seemed less overwhelming than before. Pata pata. The embroidered shoe began tapping on the ground and started walking toward the opposite direction of the park. Su Yuan and Linger quickly followed suit. Little Machio had nearly fallen asleep on the ground, grudgingly standing up to trail along. Not long after they left, that mysterious rat slowly emerged from the shadows. It glanced at Su Yuan's little black house, turned around, and disappeared once again. By now, Su Yuan and the others had passed through areas densely populated with factories and were heading further ahead, into a region he hadn't explored during the day. Along the way, Little Machio stayed vigilant against surrounding abnormalities, thankfully without any mishaps. After walking some distance, the embroidered shoes led them onto a side road. As they treaded this muddy path, Su Yuan bent down to pick up 2 stones and started shaping them. Continuing forward a bit longer, ahead of them appeared a straw hut, dilapidated and battered by time. Disheveled straw and broken roof beams rendered it completely uninhabitable. Su Yuan observed closely. Beside the straw hut stood a crumpled, twisted jujube tree. Hanging from the jujube tree was a piece of white silk. He looked around curiously, trying to determine the position of the rare treasure chest. Indeed, there it was. Su Yuan's eyes fixed upon the corner inside the straw hut, where a flash of dull golden light gleamed. A treasure chest indeed lay there. Linger noticed it as well. Master, did you see it? Su Yuan nodded, but he wasn't in a hurry to go and retrieve the treasure chest. The lump of soil in his hand had already been shaped into 2 small figures. Placing the 2 clay figurines on the ground, they scurried off toward the straw hut. The embroidered shoes that had been leisurely walking ahead of them suddenly sped up and appeared under the jujube tree in the blink of an eye. It started kicking the tree. With 2 thumps, the white silk hanging from the jujube tree fluttered down. Instead of landing on the ground as expected, it hovered unsteadily in front of the embroidered shoes. Damn you! You ate and ran away. What about me? The embroidered shoe cursed loudly. The white silk replied helplessly. I told you to run. Why didn't you move? The embroidered shoe pouted unhappily. You ate, did I? I was just trying to get a little more before that terrifying bride showed up. I almost didn't make it back. Oh. The white silk turned around and looked at Su Yuan and the others. After eating that food, I feel much stronger than those weak ones. Is that true? The embroidered shoe was tempted but regretted not having its share. Stinking white silk. However, the embroidered shoe could indeed sense the eerie energy emanating from the white silk was significantly more powerful than before. I'll take care of them. After saying that, the white silk floated over towards Su Yuan and the others. Linger slowly ascended, blocking in front of Su Yuan. So you're that pair of shoes accomplice? The white silk hovered in midair without any response. Oomph, pretty impressive, aren't you? Linger flung her red silk ribbon at it, attempting to entangle it. There was a tearing sound, and the red silk broke into 2 pieces. Linger was slightly panicked as her illusions were completely useless against this white silk. Su Yuan glanced at the section of eerie rules in the survival handbook. Eerie rule, resentment-imbued white silk. After consuming mysterious food and absorbing the frenzied power within, it successfully leveled up to a C-class anomaly with enhanced strangling ability. Once wrapped around someone, it would instantly shred them into pieces. It was smarter than the long-haired ghost. After consuming the powers, it managed to level up. However, it was still a piece of white silk. Su Yuan put the survival handbook away and pulled out a spirit fire talisman. Is this the one who ate for free? Let's burn it and be done with it. As he said this, he hurled the spirit fire talisman, and a blazing 3 pureness fire shot toward the white silk. Uffed. The white silk scoffed dismissively. A mere flame? Wanting to burn me? Maybe before I'd fear such flames. But now, no way. Having consumed that mystical food, it had definitely reached the sea-level stage. Never so powerful before, it felt invincible. From afar, the embroidered shoes gazed with envy. How great. It doesn't even fear fire, such terrifying fire. How wonderful it would be to eat that aromatic meal. Then, the white silk met the 3 pureness fire. Oops. It's burning. Burning. Help. 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 Chapter 28. Posing as a pig to eat tigers. As she watched Bai Ling, who was being consumed by flames, and her body twisted grotesquely out of shape, Xiahua Shoes was stunned. What happened to the promise that she was so strong? Isn't she supposed to be unafraid of fire? Wah wah wah, poor Bai Ling. I'm running first, have a good journey. Su Yuan almost burst out laughing. Kid, did you forget your identity? You didn't even dodge the 3 pure essence fires. What are you pretending over here? Being strange is like being human. You must stick to your place. However, this Bai Ling is indeed powerful. It burned very slowly. After half a day, only more than half of it had been burned away. Su Yuan covered his nose. The smell of burning emitted from Bai Ling was slightly pungent. What's going on? He suddenly sensed that he lost contact with the 2 clay puppet golems he sent to retrieve the treasure box. Su Yuan looked towards the straw hut, just in time to see Xiaohua Shu's running into the house. There's a problem. Woof. Zayamiku gave an intense look at the straw hut, barking lowly. Its front claws pressed firmly onto the ground, appearing particularly nervous. Linger suddenly stepped back a couple of steps, hiding behind Su Yuan. Master, let's leave. There's a powerful eerie force inside. It seems we can't leave now. He flipped open the survival manual, where new mysterious rules were displayed. Mysterious rules. A 1,000-year malevolent ghost, B-level mystery, has a habit of collecting skulls. If it locks onto you, it won't stop until it twists off your head. Note, do not look into its eyes directly. It will capture your soul. Su Yuan felt his scalp tingling. This guy's skull collection hobby is pretty peculiar. Not to mention it forbids eye contact because it would steal one's soul. This sounded too bizarre. Since the mysterious rule had already manifested itself, there's no way to run now. Time to fight. Su Yuan quietly pulled out the spirit lock axe, clutching a spirit fire talisman tightly in his left hand. Squeak. The old straw hut opened on its own despite there being no wind, and a white figure appeared at the door. It had long hair covering its face hanging down in front of its chest, perfectly concealing its appearance. The 1,000-year-old malevolent ghost held Su Yuan's clay puppets in its hands. They'd already been crushed by it, which explained why Su Yuan lost contact with them. In a blink, it materialized in front of Bai Ling, testingly reaching out to extinguish the fire for her. However, it discovered it could do nothing against this flame either. Bai Ling was thus reduced to ashes by the 3 pure essence fires. The moonlight fell upon the 1,000-year-old malevolent ghost, generating a chill. Beneath its long hair, a pair of fierce eyes stared in Su Yuan's direction. Master. Linger was terrified but still managed to shift her position, blocking herself between Su Yuan and the ghost. Zayamiku howled anxiously and hid behind Su Yuan. It was scared stiff. This eerie presence is really strong. Our little bodies simply can't take it. Wait, can I grow bigger? Forget it. Can't. Absolutely not. In this eerie world, it's best to stay safe to live longer. Woo. A sobbing sound came from the eerie throat. It drifted closer slowly. Paired with the dark environment, it induced indescribable terror in everyone's hearts. Go. Su Yuan quickly hurled the spirit fire talisman he was holding in his hand. But before the talisman could summon the 3 pure essence fires, the eerie figure floated right up to it and snatched it away, tearing it instantly into shreds. The next second, it was already in front of Su Yuan, showing a ghastly pale face through the cracks in its long hair. Scary. Its features were decayed and greenish blue, its tongue extended downwards from its mouth, the Yin energy wafting its hair eerily about. Get out of my way, trash. Its voice couldn't be identified as male or female, similar to something from hell, sinister, sharp, and ear-piercing. Linger wanted to block it, but the moment it flicked its sleeve, she was thrown aside and landed far away, caught on the jujube tree whose branches seemed sticky, imprisoning her tightly. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Woof. Zayamiku kept retreating, trembling all over. Had it not been for the master-servant relationship, it might have fled already. Master, don't blame me. I truly can't deal with it. Su Yuan wasn't much better. His hands gripping the spirit lock axe began to tremble. What to do? What to do? What should I do? Dying once doesn't matter, but if this thing chases me relentlessly, continuously killing me, I won't be able to handle it. He even imagined every time he dies, it plucks one of his heads off. Eventually, close to 100 heads gathered together would form a horrifying scene. Damn, what am I thinking about? Su Yuan violently swung the spirit lock axe in his hand, attacking the opponent forcefully. Shush. It disappeared. He couldn't hit it at all. Scary. The malevolent ghost turned upside down facing Su Yuan. On its rotten face, there was a pair of narrow blood-red eyes coldly staring straight into Su Yuan's. Eye to eye. That's it. My soul got captured. Speaking of which, what exactly is soul? Su Yuan's eyes were wide open. So cold. This was how Su Yuan felt at the moment. That chilling sensation was coming from the fierce ghost in front of him. Su Yuan felt as if he were almost frozen solid. But aside from this, hey, there wasn't much else to feel. The thoughts of the 1,000-year-old fierce ghost weren't too different. Why can't I absorb his mental energy? It could never have guessed that Su Yuan was actually immune to its mental attacks. Was it daydreaming? Su Yuan saw this telltale sign from its slightly hazy pupils. While the fierce ghost was distracted, Su Yuan raised his hand and swung an axe. He hit it, triggering the spirit lock effect. And just like that, the 1,000-year-old fierce ghost was immobilized upside down on the spot. A spirit fire talisman appeared in Su Yuan's left hand, but before he could act, he found his body frozen stiff, his hand refusing to lift. The two stared at each other, in an oddly bizarre silence. The 1,000-year-old fierce ghost had grievances unspoken. What kind of axe is this? How come I can't move after being struck? I should have twisted off his head right away. Su Yuan clutched tightly onto the spirit lock axe. With his body frozen by the fierce ghost, not a muscle could budge. Or maybe I should just stay here and wait until dawn. Will it vanish then? But am I going to be frozen all night? Won't I freeze to death? Before even thinking about whether he would die, staying in one position for long would be exhausting. As his thoughts wandered, Xiaohua's shoes swayed behind him, then floated up and slammed hard into Su Yuan's buttocks. Where's Zayamiku? Su Yuan panicked. If this Xiaohua shoes truly collides with him and makes the spirit lock axe fall from his grip, wouldn't the ghost break free? Woof. In that moment, a mysterious telepathic connection formed between Su Yuan and the dog, as if Zayamiku heard his silent plea for help. Don't worry, master, your loyal dog has arrived to save you. Facing Xiaohua shoes, Zayamiku showed no fear, leaping up and biting firmly onto it. Oh, Xiaohua shoes was surprised to find itself bitten by a small dog. It grew angry and violently shook itself, instantly freeing itself from Zai Mikyu's jaws. Slap, slap, slap. The shoe soles hammered Zai Mikyu's face repeatedly. Stinky dog, stinky dog, stinky dog. These 3 strikes utterly enraged Zai Mikyu. If the underworld hound doesn't assert dominance, do you really think I'm just some ordinary stray? Woof, growl, roar. Zai Mikyu transformed into a ferocious underworld hound. Its massive mouth opened, snapping onto Xiaohua's shoes once more. Its sharp fangs penetrated deeply into the shoe, and its eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. Xiaohua's shoes had never encountered such audacity. Is this how today's dogs behave? Not only does it fight aggressively, but it's also mastered the essential skill of pretending to be weak and then overpowering opponents when least expected. Chapter 29, Clear Eyebrows and Beautiful Eyes. Huh, little Coldball's face was full of question marks. Didn't I already chew through this pair of stinky shoes? How did it end up on my paws? SSSS. It hurts. The embroidered shoes were constricting little Coldball's paws, continuously tightening. Oomph, you destroyed my physical form, but my spiritual form is beyond your teeth. The embroidered shoe squeezed harder. Ow. Little Coldball let out a long howl in pain, nearly shedding tears. Roar. Suddenly, an unprecedented energy surged within little Coldball. It instinctively took a deep breath, and then powerfully inhaled towards the embroidered shoe on its paw. Ingest spirit. The embroidered shoe transformed into a cloud of black smoke, which it sucked inside its stomach. The might of a hellhound should be thus shown. Blood rushed through little Coldball's veins as it began to acknowledge the new powers it had obtained. Ow. It tilted its head upwards and gave a dry howl towards the pale moon. Su Yuan helplessly glanced at this clumsy dog. My master is about to freeze to death. Why don't you look at him? And strangely enough, little Coldball really looked over. Its gaze happened to meet with the blood-red eyes of the malevolent ghost. The next second, it became scared and licked its tongue, lowering its head that had just been proudly held high. Master, this weirdness is too terrifying. There's no way I can defeat it. What a coward. Su Yuan thought. At the start, I should have chopped it up. Then we could eat the meat and also get some black dog blood. Who knows? We might have already refined even more powerful talismans. Nor would the situation have deteriorated like this. Standoff. This was most challenging for one's psychological endurance. Su Yuan felt he himself had done pretty well. After all, just a few days ago, he was merely an ordinary office worker. Now, however, he actually stood face to face with a millennium-old malevolent ghost. Stupid dog, quickly go help your master. At that moment, Linger, who was stuck far away on a date plum tree, suddenly shouted something. Ow. Little Coldball lifted its head again, showing fear, glancing between Linger and Su Yuan. Finally, it made a decision. With a determined gaze, it ran forward. Woof, woof. Master, don't worry, I'll save you immediately. Stupid dog, you're running the wrong way. Seeing it charge towards her, Linger almost fainted from frustration. Woof, woof, woof. No, not at all. If I rescue you first, you'll be able to save our master, right? Little Coldball was very satisfied with its logic. When it suddenly leaped up, its enormous form lunged directly at the date plum tree. Watch me knock down this crooked neck tree. Wait, there's something wrong with this tree's aura? By the time little Coldball reacted, it had already been trapped mid-air by several branches of the jujube tree. Woo-woo. Master, save me. Little Coldball was also controlled by the jujube tree. The jujube tree waved its branches wildly, like a crazed demon dancing. Su Yuan felt a headache. We came here to collect debts and get the treasure chest. How did we stumble into this nest of weird occurrences? On one side, the vengeful ghost causes freezing. On the other side, the tree's spirit causes binding. Our side has already been completely wiped out. Damn it. Mainly because of the huge gap in abilities. Wait, ability. Suddenly, Su Yuan understood. Why should I force a confrontation? I've gotten so used to using the spiritual fire talisman that I forgot the unique attributes of the Qingxing talisman. Silence. Thankfully, I have the storage ring. Su Yuan mentally directed the Qingxing talisman to emerge from the ring. Then it slowly drifted to the ground. The Qingxing talisman doesn't need precise targeting. Once it hits the ground, its effect will be unleashed. Sure enough, the next second, Su Yuan found his body could move again. Gripping the locking spirit axe in his right hand, he curled his left hand and fetched a spirit fire talisman. Hey, do you like fireworks? This question directly confused the millennium-old malevolent ghost. What kind of fireworks? Come to think of it, how is this kid speaking again? Why is my freezing ability ineffective now? Nah, let's begin the fireworks show. Su Yuan slapped the spirit fire talisman directly onto the long hair of the malevolent ghost. Poof! The 3 purest fires ignited. So hot. Haven't felt this sensation for how many years? As the 1,000-year-old malevolent ghost frowned in thought, such feelings disappeared after death. What smell? Burning? It's too hot, too painful. Sizzle sizzle. The flames followed its long hair straight up to its head. It revealed its rotten mouth and emitted a terrible scream. Unable to bear it, Su Yuan closed his eyes. He retracted the locking spirit axe in his hands and retreated quickly, facing the malevolent ghost encased in flames, indeed worthy of being called the 3 purest fires. The malevolent ghost soon turned into ashes, passing away peacefully. Phew, Su Yuan sighed with relief. Too difficult. He opened the survival manual, and the rules of the 1,000-year-old malevolent ghost disappeared. 3 purest fires extinguish demon evil. 1,000 years of resentment dissipates overnight. Su Yuan rolled his eyes. A guidebook, actually tries to rhyme poetry now. Below, there also appeared strange rules concerning the tree spirit. Strange rule. The tree spirit obtains a large amount of human blood from the malevolent ghost, gaining powerful strange forces. Be cautious not to let it touch you, otherwise your actions will be restricted, and your blood drained dry. Su Yuan put away the survival manual, and shifted his gaze to Xiao Meiqiu and Linger, who were being controlled by the tree spirit. The tree spirit had clearly noticed the situation over here. It suddenly shook its branches, causing black smoke to flow out from both Xiao Meiqiu and Linger. Trouble. Su Yuan quickly rushed over, tightly gripping a Qingxing talisman in his hand. With hostages in its clutches, Su Yuan needed to rescue them first. Whoosh. The crooked neck jujube tree's roots erupted from the ground, sweeping horizontally towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan swung his locking spirit axe fiercely at the roots. Bang! The roots weren't cut, but they were still shaken apart. Su Yuan's hands went numb for a moment, almost losing grip of the axe. In previous times, he would have been unable to withstand such an attack. However, with the recent improvement in his attributes, Su Yuan's strength was no longer something to be taken lightly. Qingxing Talisman, go! Su Yuan extended his left fingers, flinging the Qingxing Talisman toward the tree spirit. Its bizarre ability was instantly silenced. Hell, Master has finally come to save me. Despite being large in size, it had tears streaming down its face, looking no different from its earlier form as a small earth dog. Master, I love you. Xiao Meiqiu's intimacy with Su Yuan increased. +1, instantly reaching 100. Ling also landed on the ground. Her red silk fluttered and instantly wrapped around the tree spirit. Roar! Xiao Meiqiu had also realized this. It fiercely leapt up, colliding heavily with the tree spirit's trunk. Ouch, it hurts. Snap! The tree spirit was broken apart. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yuan shot out a spirit fire talisman from his hand. Boom. After all, a tree spirit is fundamentally still a tree. Fire is its natural enemy, let alone the three purest fires. In the blink of an eye, the tree spirit was burned into powder, emitting a foul stench from where it stood. Su Yuan looked over, his eyebrows instantly furrowing. At the tree root area, exposed was a forest of white bones, clearly each a skull. These seemed to be the collections of the millennium-old malevolent ghost, previously hidden beneath the tree spirit. As the three purest fires were guided upwards, the skulls were burned along with the tree spirit into ashes. Master, are you alright? Ling ran up, her little hand anxiously fidgeting with the red silk at her waist. Even though she covered her head, Su Yuan could clearly see a delicate oval face, her cherry lips slightly pouting, a pair of slender and lively phoenix eyes filled with tension and worry, looking at him. Master, are you okay? Seeing Su Yuan dazedly staring at her, Ling became even more worried. Shit. Su Yuan spat lightly. I must be under some spell, seeing a female ghost wearing a red veil, and finding her features clear and beautiful. Bow wow. Xiao Meiqiu also approached. It deliberately transformed into the shape of a small earth dog that Su Yuan liked, affectionately rubbing its head against his ankle. Master, quick, pick me up, quick. Your puppy was so scared just now. Master, quick. Ow. It was kicked far away by 1 foot. Intimacy -1. Chapter 30, Sincerity. Congratulations, Su Yuan has defeated the first tree spirit and received the honorary title, Tree Burner. Big brother Su Yuan is back in action. Amazing. We're hiding in the dark room burning firewood to protect ourselves from the strange things, but he's out there burning tree spirits. Don't be jealous, just commit suicide and respawn. You go first. Sorry to interrupt. Does anyone have any wood? Could you trade some with me? Looking for trade. Anything burnable will do. I'm almost out too. Hang on. There are less than 6 hours until dawn. In the World Chat channel, everyone was still fighting against the long-haired ghosts. For them, enduring the long night and defending against the attacks of the long-haired ghosts meant success. It wasn't the same for Su Yuan. Tonight, he was busy. He tapped open the page for honorary titles. Su Yuan quickly glanced at the attributes of being a tree burner. Tree burner, +10 intimidation against tree spirit-like anomalies, +10% damage to tree spirit-like anomalies. Burn 30 tree spirits, and the title evolves into Master Tree Burner with doubled stats. Not bad. He put the survival manual away and looked through the thatched hut toward the rare treasure box tucked in the corner. Woof. Little Coalball, holding a sausage given by Su Yuan, suddenly turned around and barked twice toward the thatched hut. It had sensed something peculiar. What is it? Su Yuan glanced at it. Slowly crouching down, he dug up a lump of mud. Based on the method for creating clay puppet dolls in his mind, he quickly shaped 2 small clay figures within moments. Previously, Su Yuan noticed that normal clay puppets, once made, were ranked at the lowest F level. However, these little things were more than sufficient for transporting items. Su Yuan placed them on the ground, and as soon as the small clay dolls hit the ground, they sprang to life. They trotted toward the thatched hut in quick steps. Ling, however, didn't understand why Su Yuan hadn't gone himself to retrieve it, and instead had sent the clay dolls. Master, should I go get it for you instead? Shaking his head, Su Yuan admitted honestly. The previous 2 times he hadn't paid enough attention to little Coalball's alertness. This time he absolutely had to proceed cautiously. The small clay dolls scurried into the thatched hut under Su Yuan's control. Under his guidance, they successfully retrieved the rare treasure box. Excellent, Su Yuan smiled faintly, controlling them to walk outside. Just as the small clay dolls reached the door of the thatched hut. Woof. Little Coalball growled again. Su Yuan quickly halted the clay dolls. Could it be, there's something wrong with this treasure box again? He had full faith in little Coalball's ability to investigate treasure boxes. Little Coalball, is there something wrong with that treasure box? Su Yuan turned to look at the low-growling little Coalball beside him. Ling also turned her head to look at it. Then suddenly, little Coalball dashed directly toward the treasure box. Su Yuan muttered to himself, there's a problem with the treasure box? However, he didn't expect little Coalball to actually run toward the mysterious treasure box. This dog has high alertness and excellent skill in avoiding risks, yet it would actively attack the anomaly? As Su Yuan thought about it, confusion clouded his mind. Little Coalball indeed rushed towards the treasure box, but its target was not the box but a foxtail grass plant near the entrance of the thatched hut. Running after and chasing its tail. Woof. Master, can you help bring this grass home and plant it there? Hey. Ignoring this clumsy dog, Su Yuan carried the rare treasure box into his storage ring and walked back with Ling. Not far away, little Coalball caught up. On the way back to the little black room, Su Yuan always felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Those eyes hid in the darkness, obscure, cold, and malicious. Was it the bizarre rat he saw before? Little Coalball lay on the ground napping, and Ling was sent back into the ghost pact. Su Yuan went to the window, gazing outward, where the pitch-black night seemed like floodwaters or beasts. Still not enough accumulation. Su Yuan pulled out the ghost pact. Although he could obtain ghost servants for assistance, it wasn't as easy as he imagined to acquire them. Ling was persuaded over by him, but encountering other strange things wouldn't be so simple. Just like tonight, under such circumstances, he didn't have a chance to complete a pact. Still lacking in accumulation, insufficient means. He took out vermilion ink and yellow paper from the storage compartment. After a brief glance, Su Yuan realized that these materials for drawing talismans would support him in completing no more than 10 talisman inscriptions. I must draw the 5 Thunder Talisman. With an enhanced mental strength, Su Yuan was significantly more confident than before. He laid the yellow paper flat, grinded the vermilion ink, and, with a brushstroke, began to sketch according to the method in his mind. Success! A satisfied smile emerged on Su Yuan's face. It was really hard. Although the 5 Thunder Talisman is the most basic kind of talisman, the power it generates is exceptionally strong. The main issue with it is that after summoning the 5 thunders, it's not easy to hit the target. This has caused it to become the most basic type of talisman. Su Yuan looked at the information for the 5 Thunder Talisman. 5 Thunder Talisman. Ward off evil, 100. Lightning strike, 200. Can summon 5 lightning bolts which have burning and paralyzing effects on oddities. When Su Yuan saw the attributes of the 5 Thunder Talisman, he was delighted. However, he wanted to see the effect after 100-fold enhancement even more. Without hesitation, Su Yuan directly strengthened the lightning strike attribute. 5 Thunder Talisman. Ward off evil, 100. Lightning strike, 20,000. Can summon 5 heavenly thunders. The heavenly thunder will subdue various spirits and oddities, which will be annihilated by the thunder directly. No fooling around. Heavenly thunder appears. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. He took a breath and used the remaining 9 sheets of yellow paper, all making them into 5 thunder talismans, and all enhanced. Su Yuan opened the survival manual, preparing to search for vermilion ink transactions, and at the same time check if there were any trades for special materials. The creation of clay puppet dolls required strengthening with special materials. In order to create high-level strong puppets, Su Yuan browsed through the transaction information but did not find any exchanges for vermilion ink. It seemed he still needed to approach Lu Yi. As for special materials, Su Yuan found none either, but there were many trading listings for exorcism ore. However, their quality of exorcism ore was too low, completely incomparable to the perfect grade exorcism ore he had previously traded with Lu Yi. Su Yuan really didn't want to seek out this woman who called him Taoist priest, but for the sake of high-quality materials. She was probably busy burning wood to defend against the invasion of a long-haired ghost now, right? Just as he was hesitating whether or not to ask her, Lu Yi sent him a message. Taoist priest, I'm about to give up. Taoist priest, you're here? That's great. You're out of wood? I can trade some with you for exorcism or vermilion ink. It's not that. The long-haired ghost was burned to death by the spirit fire talisman you gave me. Ah, that's too bad. But I'm sick. Sick? Su Yuan asked. What kind of sickness? I've caught a cold. It's so uncomfortable. I feel like I'm about to die. Do you have high-quality vermilion ink and exorcism or? Taoist priest, people are dying here, and all you care about is external things? A cold won't kill you. Wah. It will, in my current state. I can't possibly last till tomorrow night. Waya. Su Yuan felt she misunderstood his intentions. I can cure your cold. Really? That's great. I'm safe. Lu Yi felt herself come back to life. I am truly ingenious. Taoist priest is truly omnipotent. Su Yuan read her words, stroked his chin, and replied. Whether or not you survive depends on your sincerity. Sincerity? Lu Yi's face turned red, her heart pounding quickly. Taoist priest, you're so mean. I'm not ready yet. Su Yuan turned dark-faced. You don't have exorcism, ore, and vermilion ink. Chapter 31, Mining Craze. Taoist priest Jingo. Surely he won't demand an exorbitant price, will he? This was Lu Yi's most genuine thought at the moment. In this world without medicine, the value of cold medicine is unimaginable. Taoist priest, I caught a cold while mining, wah, and didn't find any warding minerals, but I do have a piece of ordinary cinnabar ink. She was preparing to play up her weakness, thinking that Taoist priests like him might prefer delicate women. I'll look for someone else then. Su Yuan seemed disappointed. One ordinary piece of cinnabar ink wasn't worth his pair. On a platform where drugs were scarce, clearly the values were unequal. What? Why isn't the Taoist following the usual routine? Lu Yi was surprised by the counter-strategy. Taoist priest, no? Please save me, a poor girl. Su Yuan frowned slightly. If it had been anyone else, he wouldn't even bother wasting words on them. But this woman was his talisman material supplier. If she died, where would he find cinnabar ink? Do you have anything else? Su Yuan wanted to maximize the value of his snow pair. Lu Yi felt like crying. This man was too stingy. He seemed possessed by a Zhou Bapi feudal capitalist who only cared about exploitation. Today I found a special mineral. This sentence immediately sparked Su Yuan's interest. He needed special substances. Attributes. Subsequently, Lu Yi sent over the properties of the special mineral. Bloodine stone. The stone contains rich blood fiend energy. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know exactly what fiendish energy was, it must have some sort of special effect. This could be good for creating clay puppets. 1 piece of cinnabar ink, 1 bloodine stone, and I'll owe you 10 warding minerals. Deal or not? Of course deal, why not? However, Lu Yi asked tentatively. Taoist priest, can your medicine really cure me? You try. Su Yuan directly traded over a snow pear. A pear? Come on, Taoist priest. Lu Yi helplessly looked at the snow pear in her hand, looking very weak and pale, until she saw its attributes. My goodness! She exclaimed and bit into the pear. The pear was full-bodied, crisp, and refreshing. It had been a long time since she'd eaten such a delicious pear. Sniffle. Lu Yi couldn't help but shed tears. Her illness was gone. A single pear had saved her from the torment of a terrible cold. Feeling refreshed, she thought she could mine again tomorrow. Where are the items? You're not going to welsh on the deal, are you? No. Lu Yi quickly handed over the things Su Yuan had just mentioned earlier. Taoist priest, rest assured, I'll trade you the warding minerals as soon as I mine them tomorrow. Taoist priest, I don't even know how to thank you for saving my life. Taoist priest, I've heard when there's no way to repay someone, you offer yourself. Su Yuan immediately ended the chat. He didn't want to waste more words with her. He was very excited to see the results of the bloodine stone. Su Yuan took the traded bloodine stone and headed toward the material decomposition processing room. He placed the bloodine stone on the decomposing platform. It was immediately broken down into powder. Su Yuan gathered the powder together and stored it in his holding ring. Let's leave it for tonight. Need some rest anyway. We'll gather soil outside tomorrow to make puppets. He walked out of the material decomposition processing room, and his gaze fell on a rare treasure chest lying on the table. Treasure chest, rare quality. Little Coalball, come here. Hearing Su Yuan calling, Little Coalball reluctantly lifted his head. Master, if sniffing twice can set your mind at ease, we'll just go through the motions. It hopped onto the table and feigned a sniff near the box, then jumped off the table. Perfect. Su Yuan was satisfied. Little Coalball's attitude was enough to indicate the chest was safe. For me, you almost gave your life in that weird nest, so it better produce something good. Su Yuan carefully opened the cover of the treasure chest and pulled it upward. When the chest opened, a black diamond-shaped metal block appeared inside. Could this be some rare metal? That's fine, at least the night wasn't wasted. Not weird stuff, not ordinary items, not bad at all. Honestly speaking, Su Yuan hoped more for a skill book or magic ball to emerge. He reached out to pick up the metal block, and its attributes appeared. Small black house upgrader. Special item used for upgrading small black house. It turned out to be this. Su Yuan had been somewhat disappointed at first, but this revelation made him suddenly very excited. He opened the page of the survival manual dedicated to the small black house. The small black house upgrade required small black house upgraders, showing. Acquired, would you like to use it? Yes, no, yes. As soon as Su Yuan clicked, the level of the small black house changed. Small black house, level 1, level 2. The screen showed that the small black house was currently upgrading. He needed to collect stone, 100, copper, ore, 100, warding minerals, 150. Once these materials were collected and upgraded to level 2, the small black house would automatically develop new functions. Power system, level 1, power, 10 points. Movement speed, related to materials used. The small black house would gain mobility, with each kilometer of movement costing 1 point of power. Livestock area, level 1, area, 1 mu. Can be developed for farming and animal husbandry. Farming requires building a greenhouse in this area. Materials required, wood, 50, stone, 20. Animal husbandry requires building a farmyard in this area. Materials required, wood, 50, stone, 50. I must upgrade the small black house to level 2 as soon as possible. This was Su Yuan's thought at the moment. And not only did he need to upgrade it, but he also had to use high-quality materials to complete the upgrade of the small black house, so that the small black house could not only move, but also move at high speed. Driving the small black house around the weird world is no longer a dream. He lay in bed and opened the trading platform again. It seemed a bit slow just getting minerals from Lui. Su Yuan still needed to find more suppliers. After flipping through for a while, he was still extremely disappointed. He could only post a trading message on the platform, looking for trade of high-quality materials and special materials. Trading item, Spirit Fire Talisman. Low quality and idle chatter do not disturb. At the same time, he added the information of the unreinforced Spirit Fire Talisman on the trading panel. As soon as Su Yuan's information was posted, there was intense discussion in the world chat channel. Look quickly, Su Yuan's adding new items again. I saw it. The talisman. Spirit Fire Talisman. Su Yuan might really be a Taoist priest, a true master. Spirit Fire Talisman. That's what the great god used to burn the tree spirit, right? If I had a Spirit Fire Talisman, would the long-haired ghost dare to mess with me? No matter what, I'll have this Spirit Fire Talisman. I'll go check how much stock is left in the storage room. Special materials? I've got some unknown chicken bones. Do bird bones count? Fish bones? Human bones? Could everyone act normally? Although I'm very tired now, as soon as the sky brightens, I'll go out mining first thing. Me too. +1. +1. Su Yuan hadn't expected that his action would spark a mining craze worldwide. Chapter 32 A-Grade Mud Puppet. The bed with 100% comfort was like a demon, binding Su Yuan and making him have no desire to get up. But as soon as he thought of the short time during the day, Su Yuan immediately opened his eyes. Today I still have to make mud puppets and go out to get some wood. How can I sleep? Su Yuan forced himself to open his eyes and got down from the bed. It smells so good. Right after getting up, he suddenly twitched his nose a few times. Although this fragrance could not compare with the strange aroma from last night, it also greatly increased one's appetite. But once he thought about the strange aroma being connected to eerie food, Su Yuan felt a bit nauseous. There was movement in the kitchen, and the smell of rice came drifting through. Was Linger cooking? His expression instantly turned sour. Could she be cooking that again? Master, you're awake? Linger came out from the kitchen. She was filled with joy at that moment. Moreover, Linger discovered that after becoming the ghost servant of her master, during the day, she no longer had to fall into deep sleep when dawn broke as she used to. Thus, while it was still dark outside, she rushed out to prepare food for Su Yuan. Linger put the fried dishes she held onto the table. Master, you can eat now. The ones you cook are not exactly to my taste, or... He didn't finish his sentence before Su Yuan noticed out of the corner of his eye that in the wooden bowl Linger was holding was just what he liked, stir-fried pork. Since there were no steamed buns available, Linger had steamed 2 pumpkins as main courses instead. Did you make these? No wonder there was no strange aroma. It was normal food. Su Yuan happily walked to the table and sat down. Yes, didn't I say that I am really good at cooking? It might be because my culinary skills are already at their peak level, so the dishes I cook seem even more delicious. Seeing the happiness of her master made her feel happy too, her fingers fiddling with the red silk ribbon around her waist, winding it back and forth. Oh, Su Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed. Yesterday he arrogantly tried to teach her a complete cookbook, but never expected what was recorded inside to actually be recipes for eerie food. The only solace was that due to her high talent, her culinary skills received a full upgrade bonus. He looked at the properties of the stir-fried pork and steamed pumpkin in front of him. Stir-fried pork. Increased feeling of fullness, 50%. Steamed pumpkin. Increased feeling of fullness, 20%. Su Yuan quickly performed a 100-fold enhancement on them. After enhancing, Su Yuan found that the stir-fried pork could increase strength by 2 points, while the steamed pumpkin increased strength by 1 point. Alright, let me try it. He picked up his chopsticks, clamped a piece of meat, and put it into his mouth. The taste was really good. Tastes pretty good. Let's sit together. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized how redundant this statement was. Linger hastily waved her hands. I don't eat this. I eat. She glanced towards the kitchen. I've already eaten. There seemed to be residual strange aromas lingering in the air. Eerie food? That thing, Su Yuan understood right away. Even though he resisted a little, he couldn't deny that this stuff was a great tonic for eeriness. If Linger ate it, it could help her improve her eerie rank as soon as possible. Su Yuan glanced towards the kitchen and caught sight of a little tail wagging back and forth there. No wonder such fragrant food did not lure that foolish dog out. It had been hiding inside, eating eerie food. Su Yuan silently thought, that stupid dog will kick itself to the heavens if it dares come over here for another helping. Speaking of which, how does Linger eat things anyway? Why bother thinking so much? Eeriness naturally has its own way of feeding itself. Remember the white silk scarf from yesterday? Didn't it consume eerie food too? After finishing the meal, Su Yuan left home while Linger returned to the ghost contract to absorb the energy brought by eerie food. Little Coal Lump didn't follow either. Before Su Yuan left, it curled up there sleeping. Linger said that it also needed to absorb the energy from eerie food. Su Yuan found some fine clay mud nearby, which was much sturdier than yellow soil, so the puppets made with it should be stronger. After collecting enough, Su Yuan returned to the black little room, then quickly took out some mud and blood-ean stone powder, completed the mixing according to the manufacturing ratio. He began kneading following the method for making puppets, and in no time, a vivid mud person was formed. This mud puppet was about a foot tall. Su Yuan placed it on the ground, connecting mentally with it, as he controlled the puppet in this manner. New attributes of the mud puppet. Mud puppet, D rank. Attack, 60. Defense, 35. Shakiness, 20. Durability, 100%. Special ability, Shakiness Impact. Release shakiness to initiate an eerie attack effective against ethereal bodies. The attributes of the D-rank mud puppet were already quite impressive. Su Yuan nodded contentedly and started contemplating which attribute to enhance. Attack and defense are basic attributes, while shakiness probably determines the intensity of the shakiness attacks it can unleash. Since Su Yuan mainly dealt with eerie entities, he chose to give the puppet's shakiness a 100-fold enhancement. The rank of the mud puppet changed to A grade. The Sha-Chi attribute was also enhanced to 2000. The original special ability had undergone a change as well. Special ability, Sha-Chi Overwhelming Pressure. Emit terrifying Sha-Chi outward, causing significant interference and suppression against ethereal bodies. Interfering with and suppressing ethereal bodies is what truly matters. Now Su Yuan could control up to 100 mud puppets. If they all unleashed the Sha-Chi Overwhelming Pressure simultaneously, the interference and suppression on eerie entities would be horrifying. If only he'd had these puppets last night, he wouldn't have had to fear that vengeful ghost at all. Busy days were about to begin. Su Yuan crafted one mud puppet after another. After 3 hours, Su Yuan had produced 100 mud puppets, but his supply of blood-ean stone powder was almost depleted. Thankfully, he had a storage ring, or else every time he left home, he'd have to lead a whole group of mud puppets. He walked to the door, pushed it open, and gazed toward the sky. There was still over an hour until sunset. Su Yuan stepped out again. He needed to continue chopping down trees. Although the soul-locking axe wasn't as sharp as his previous axe, Su Yuan didn't find it difficult to use since his strength had grown significantly. This time, his speed was much faster thanks to the storage ring, and Su Yuan quickly returned with the chopped wood. There's no mine nearby, or I'd go dig around. He looked at the sun, which was about to set, contemplating that once the little black room reached level 2, he'd move to a place richer in resources, making things more convenient for him. The countdown on the sun froze at midnight. Su Yuan quietly shut the door. Nightfall arrived. This time, I will confront the eerie directly. He walked back to the table and gently stroked the Pai Shio ornament resting on it twice. I wonder how many responses there are now regarding the trading information I posted. Su Yuan opened his survival handbook, but the next second, he froze. The screen was flooded with trade messages, countless requests hoping to acquire his spirit flame talisman. Cough, cough. He'd clearly underestimated just how sought after the spirit flame talisman was. Well, he'd sort through those trade messages later after deciphering tonight's eerie rules. Su Yuan opened the survival handbook and saw the eerie rule for the night. It was somewhat different this time because before the eerie rule, there was an announcement about the eerie world itself. Chapter 33, The Invisible Creepiness. I knew it. Sooner or later this day would come. Born as a farmer, honestly, these are all trivial things. Exactly. The seeds have already been planted. Count yourself as number 1. 1. 1. The plants in the eerie world grow rather quickly and sprout easily. Right. But I don't know how to plant. Neither do I. You can exchange ghost banishing items with us for food. It's not easy finding ghost banishing items. That's true. In the World Channel, everyone was discussing the recent global announcement. Creepy world announcement. Instant food supplies will soon run out. To ensure the survival of survivors, urban civilization is gradually fading away. Farming and hunting will be your new sources of obtaining food. Caution, your hunting target is ferocious beasts, which may be more terrifying than creeps. Be careful. Su Yuan didn't feel much about the inevitable depletion of instant food. It was exactly what he expected. Moreover, having accumulated so much instant food, there wouldn't be any food concerns for the short term. The fading civilization and issues like farming and hunting could be explored gradually. There were still more than 10 hours until dawn. Now wasn't the time to think about those things. After all, an unseen eeriness was coming tonight. Su Yuan focused his attention on the creepy rules behind him. Creepy rule. When the night falls, moonlight descends, and creepiness lurks by your side. You must beware because it might show up at any moment, torturing your willpower. Once you collapse, it will devour your consciousness. It will leave when dawn breaks. He didn't fully understand the meaning of this rule. Why mention moonlight? He walked to the window and looked outside. Tonight, the moonlight was exceptionally bright. Su Yuan opened the global chat channel. Everyone was discussing tonight's eeriness. Has it arrived? I'm not sure. Did you hear knocking on the door? Who said it would knock? Doesn't a knock mean the creepiness is about to arrive? Take the door down, then it can't knock and won't get in. Should placing ghost repelling or at the door keep it away? Yes, or if you urinate at the door, that should repel it too. Nonsense. The rule says it hides beside us. So has it already entered? Right, it's inside. Don't scare me. I'm right next to you. Where? At the door. Under the window. Under the bed. Don't turn around. It's right behind you. Eek, stop talking nonsense. I'm already terrified, hiding in a quilt collected during the day. My head is completely covered. Are you really hidden well? Never expose your feet. What happens if I expose them? Be careful. It might scratch your foot soles. Stop it. I'm scared to death. What should we do this time? I don't know. Waiting for the guide. Haven't Su Yuan's strategies been released yet? So scary. Protect me with comments. Has the eeriness actually come? I don't know. Warning, high energy content ahead. What high energy? Did you see a ghost? I've already lit a bonfire according to the previous strategy guide from some experts, hoping it can hold it off. So have I. +1. +1. What's most frightening? When you can't see anything but know it might appear at any moment. Tonight's creeping eeriness made everyone shiver with coldness. Woof. Suddenly, little Kobold barked twice at Su Yuan. His heart tightened, thinking silently, is it here? Woof. Grr. Little Kobold's ears went up sharply as it stood up suddenly, dashing towards Su Yuan's foot area. Stay away from my master. Subsequently, it remained beside Su Yuan, snarling menacingly toward the bed direction with its mouth open wide. However, Su Yuan saw nothing and furrowed his brow. Has the eerie presence entered? The ghost-repellent attributes of Small Black House 999 couldn't prevent it? Su Yuan glanced at the conversation in the Survivor Manual chat channel. Did it come? My table seems to have moved slightly. I'm so scared. It appears to be standing by my bed. I dare not uncover myself. I burned a pile of firewood. Does the firelight drive it away? Can anyone save me? I wrapped my head with a white cloth, and it's indeed scratching the soles of my feet. The eerie presence might already be here. Su Yuan silently put the Survivor's Manual back, took out the locked spirit axe from the storage ring, and aimed it at the bed direction. Roar. Little Kobold's front claws scraped against the ground, and its body slowly grew larger. It seemed ready to leap forward at any time. Master, don't be afraid. Little Kobold won't be a coward today. Barrier break. Removing the opponent's illusion, it can clearly see the position of the eerie entity. Su Yuan pulled out a clear heart talisman from the storage ring. His fingers moved slightly. The clear heart talisman took effect, and the eerie entity's power was temporarily silenced. Its invisibility was broken. There appeared a black humanoid shadow by the bed. Su Yuan's face changed slightly. This ghostly figure was completely black. Apart from recognizing its humanoid form, there was no way to tell what it actually looked like. He suddenly realized something. No wonder the rule mentioned moonlight. It had quietly bypassed the demon-repelling attributes of his highly potent small black house. It turned out that it was already inside the small black house. Looking at the empty space beneath his feet, Su Yuan furrowed his brow. If he destroyed this eerie presence, would it affect him in any way? He put away the spirit fire talisman in his hand. Unaware that it had been discovered, the eerie entity rose from the bed and slowly walked towards the door, pushing it open and making a clanging sound twice. Then, it moved along the wall corner. When it reached the window, it stretched out its hand and tapped lightly. Thump thump thump. Next, it came to the storage room's entrance and gently pushed the door. Finally, it returned to Su Yuan's bedside, grinning with a chilling expression while looking at him before suddenly turning around and slipping under the bed. If none of its actions were seen, perhaps Su Yuan would be afraid. But now, Su Yuan felt as though he was watching a play, finding humor in the creature's amusing performance rather than fear. It fears light. Throughout the whole time, it stayed within the shadows. This also validated Su Yuan's judgment about its identity. Su Yuan took the Pai Shio figurine from the table and then walked to the side of the bed, gently placing it under the bed. Ah! The eerie presence screamed in pain. Apparently, the purification force of the Pai Shio ornament caused significant harm to it. A dark shadow quickly emerged from under the bed. It surged forth like a puff of black smoke and collided violently with Su Yuan's face. But for some unknown reason, it rebounded back and landed heavily on the ground with a crash. Ouch! Stop! Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan swung the spirit-locking axe forcefully, pinning it down with a single blow. Woof! Little Kobold, which had initially prepared to attack the eerie presence, suddenly stopped its action. Looking at Su Yuan and then the black patch on the ground, it showed some confusion. Why did this black thing resemble its master so much? Of course, it resembled Su Yuan immensely. Because it was his shadow. Su Yuan had already determined the true identity of tonight's eerie entity, Shadow Ghost. Now pinned to the ground by the spirit-locking axe, and unable to move, Su Yuan considered how best to deal with it. A shadow is still part of oneself. If he rashly used the Spirit Fire Talisman or 5 Thunder Talisman to attack, he worried it might affect himself as well. Alright, burn it. At worst, life value -1. Su Yuan made the worst-case scenario preparations. Just as he took out the Spirit Fire Talisman and prepared to summon the 3 pure fires, the Shadow Ghost spoke. Wailing miserably, it shouted, "Boss, don't move." Chapter 34, Shadow Blade. The Shadow Ghost suddenly speaking up took Su Yuan by surprise. "Boss, please, don't burn me." It seemed quite familiar with the Spirit Fire Talisman in Su Yuan's hand. Woof, Master? No wonder it felt so familiar. Could it be Master number 2? Little Cole let out a bark at the Shadow Ghost on the ground, and immediately transformed into a little earth dog, gently rubbing against its ankle. Stupid dog. Su Yuan sighed helplessly. He looked at the Shadow Ghost before him and raised an eyebrow. "You have something to say? Boss, don't burn me. If you do, you'll have no shadow." "Oh, and what does that matter?" Su Yuan had an attitude as if he didn't mind being a person without a shadow. The Shadow Ghost was momentarily speechless. "I won't burn you either. Just give my shadow back, and I will let you go." Su Yuan gave it an off-ramp. "No." The Shadow Ghost was very cunning. "If I return your shadow, how do I know you won't break your promise? And how can I ensure that you won't bother me once I release you? You must trust me." The Shadow Ghost spoke with a very persuasive tone. "I imitate your character when I attach to your shadow. Don't you even trust yourself?" "Of course not. Otherwise, how did it deceive Linger? Don't talk nonsense. I'll still burn you." Su Yuan was about to cast the Spirit Fire Talisman, and the Shadow Ghost quickly pleaded for mercy. Boss, if you release me, I will work like a slave for you." "Good, you said it." Su Yuan wasn't going to let this opportunity pass. He only signed one of his 600 ghost servants. Now he could sign more. What was I saying? The shadow ghost had a bad feeling. What is your name? Ing. Upon Su Yuan's question, the shadow ghost blurted out the answer. Oh no. Its heart trembled slightly. Trapped. Su Yuan took out a fruit knife from his storage ring and lightly scratched his fingertip. A drop of blood slowly fell onto the shadow ghost. Then Su Yuan took out a ghost pact and squeezed his finger to write the word Ing on it. The blood seal was stamped, and the ghost pact was formed. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Su Yuan's mouth. With a swish, he put away the locked spirit axe, and the shadow ghost turned into a black mist entering the ghost pact. Su Yuan's shadow reappeared intact beneath his feet. Master, have you obtained a new ghost servant? At this moment, Linger came out of the ghost pact. Ing emerged from the ghost pact and called out to Su Yuan. Master. Su Yuan nodded, looking at the human-shaped black mist in front of him. The shadow ghost detached from the star had become unstable. Su Yuan glanced at the attributes of the shadow ghost in the ghost pact. Ghost servant 2. Ing, shadow ghost. Ghost servant trait, attack type. Mysterious level, C level. Spiritual attack, 60. Talent value, 200, top tier. Mysterious ability, shadow possession. Attaches to the target's shadow and launches unpredictable spiritual attacks, devouring their will. It was a mental attack-oriented mysterious creature. No wonder it was thrown away when it collided with Su Yuan earlier. After all, Su Yuan was immune to mental mysterious attacks. This thing had quite high talent. After reviewing its attributes, Su Yin decided to enhance its mental attack attribute. As the survival environment became increasingly challenging, he needed a stronger combat capability. Linger, as an auxiliary ghost servant, could improve her abilities gradually over time. However, Ing, as an offensive ghost servant, must possess formidable attack capabilities. 100-fold enhancement. Spiritual attack, 6,000. With the increase in mental power influenced by top-tier talents, acquired a new ability, Shadow Blade. Ying's mysterious ability now included 2 parts. 1. Shadow possession. 2. Shadow Blade. Mental power so strong that it can take form. It can transform into a Shadow Blade for use, and when struck by the Shadow Blade, it directly attacks ethereal bodies. Su Yuan was somewhat looking forward to this new ability. Ing, show me your transformation into a Shadow Blade. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Ying's spirit dispersed into a black mist, then instantly condensed, forming a skeletal-looking handle with a slender, pitch-black blade. Cool. Su Yuan couldn't help but comment. Yeah, Linger thinks this sword looks great. But Linger thought the master looked even better. On the side, Little Cole looked down disdainfully. TCH, some broken knife. Can it be as handsome as me? Su Yuan waved the shadow blade with a smirk on his face. When we encounter any bizarre creatures again, just slash it once. Unfortunately, he only knew how to hack randomly. It would be nice if he could learn some moves with the blade. Ing, I've got a question for you. Su Yuan letting return to its original form. Master, ask away. How do we solve tonight's bizarre rule? Since he'd already made it a ghost servant, Su Yuan figured he should inquire anyway. After all, not many people could deal with such peculiar beings like him. If people take off their right shoe, hop on one leg while shouting insults, I will leave. Su Yuan nodded, memorizing this point, then returned Ing and Linger to the ghost pact. He opened his survival manual. The mysterious rule within had already changed. Ing has become your ghost servant. Excellent. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth as he wondered how the others were faring. He opened the chat channel. First, he saw messages from Lu Yi and Zhang Quankai in his friend list. Lu Yi. Master Dao, I'm so scared. My shadow seems to have turned into a ghost, and it's scaring me. Zhang Quankai. Brother Su Yuan, please help. It seems to have crawled under my bed. Su Yuan opened the world chat channel. My fire can burn until the next day. Light. It's indeed afraid of light. The guide was right. The guide says that to drive away the shadow ghost, you need to make sure there is no shadow left in the room by filling it with light. How should I do that? Unless we use a shadowless lamp. I cannot imagine another way. The eerie hides in shadows. Stay far from shadows. It seems quite afraid of the peachwood sword I found. I'm wearing a yellow Taoist robe, and it dares not come near. My prayer beads also work well. The chat content was no longer filled with despair and words about staying warm together. Most people had prepared wood during the day, lighting fires on the ground inside their homes to try to repel attacks from the shadow ghosts with firelight. Some had already searched for warding items during the day. After 6 days, those who had survived had adapted to the survival rules of this world and were accumulating resources to resist such eerie phenomena. This might be one of the reasons why the daytime survival environment was upgraded. Su Yuan opened the survival guide and discovered that many 6th-page guides were already written, though most used brightness to counteract the shadow ghosts. Persisting like this until dawn would likely succeed. Su Yuan clicked to start writing and completed his 5th guide. The 6th Night, Shadow Ghost Survival Guide. 1. Shadow Ghost fears light. 2. The shadow ghost attaches to your shadow and keeps launching mental attacks, ultimately aiming to make you collapse so it can devour your consciousness and replace you. 3. Method to counteract the shadow ghost. Take off your right shoe, hop on one leg, shout insults loudly, and it will automatically leave. As soon as Su Yuan posted his guide, it instantly became popular, seemingly everyone waiting for him to release it. Master Su Yuan's guide is out. Hurry up to check it out. A blessing for those without warding items. Whoa, I won't play with fire anymore. I'll go hopping on one leg. I've just finished hopping. Successfully drove the shadow ghost away with insults. I succeeded too. +1. +1. Too strong. First time being this happy since coming to this world. Thank you, Master Su Yuan. Happy. Chapter 35. Huang Daxian. The eerie rules of the 6th night had come to an end with the victory of all humanity. At this moment, a system announcement suddenly popped up in the chat channel. As the first survivor to publish 5 effective solutions to break the eerie rules, Su Yuan is awarded the honorary title, Rule Breaker. Wow, Rule Breaker sounds cool. Congratulations to Su Yuan for obtaining the honorific title. Congratulations +1. +1. Suddenly thought of a terrifying thing. If it weren't for Su Yuan. Looking back at these 6 nights, whether it was the 3rd night when Su Yuan first killed the eerie force and drove it away, or the other 5 nights, many people were able to survive only because of Su Yuan. If not for Su Yuan, how many survivors would be left in the eerie world now? This question is terrifying upon deep reflection. Don't worry, because we have Su Yuan. That's right, we have Su Yuan. Su Yuan. Su Yuan was no longer just a nickname used for teasing and admiration, but has become a kind of faith, a faith to live on. Su Yuan didn't pay attention to these boring messages in the group. He directly opened the page of honorary titles to see the attributes of the rule breaker title. Is this an unexpected benefit? Su Yuan saw that other honorary titles were golden, but this one was black. Rule breaker endows the fearless eye, increasing visibility during the day to 15 meters. To upgrade the rule breaker to master rule breaker, the number of published effective strategies must reach 20. After upgrading, attributes will double. Comfortable. Su Yuan was very satisfied with the fearless eye bestowed by the honorary title. The biggest interference during the day is the fog obscuring the vision, and this would greatly improve his efficiency in collecting supplies. Unfortunately, all honorary titles cannot be enhanced 100-fold, otherwise, why bother leveling up? It would be instant takeoff. He turned to the trading platform page, preparing to browse the messages to see if he could find anything good. After all, this includes the collective mining efforts of people around the world. A quick look revealed quite a few things Su Yuan wanted to exchange. 100 perfect grade stones, 100 perfect grade copper blocks, 150 perfect grade evil repelling ores, 1 fire cloud stone, 1 water pattern stone, 1 ice rain emerald, and more. The items mentioned above were exactly what Su Yuan wanted to trade. Among them, the perfect grade stones, copper blocks, and evil repelling ores will be used for upgrading the small black room. The remaining special materials can be used to make clay puppet. Su Yuan initiated a trade application, and he didn't even bother to evaluate who was offering higher value, directly sending each person 2 spirit fire talismans in trade, waiting for their confirmation. As soon as he initiated the trade, it was instantly completed. This shows how strongly desired the talismans are currently. These things can save lives in critical moments. After completing the transaction, Su Yuan examined the properties of the materials required for the upgrade. Stone, perfect grade. Hardness, 10. Copper, perfect grade. Hardness, 20. Evil repelling or perfect grade. Evil repelling power, 5. Subsequently, he subjected the materials to a 100-fold enhancement. After enhancement, all the material properties received a terrifying boost. Stone, legendary grade. Hardness, 1000. Copper, legendary grade. Hardness, 2000. Evil repelling or legendary grade. Evil repelling power, 500. With legendary grade and 100-fold enhancement's terrifying attributes, I wonder how scary the upgraded level 2 small black room will be. Su Yuan opened the small black room page, which displayed small black room, level 1, level 2. Stones, 100 out of 100. Copper or 100-100. Evil repelling or 150-150. Collection completed. Do you wish to begin the upgrade? Yes, no? Su Yuan quickly clicked yes. Then, the small black room. Upgrading, completion 0.01%. Upgrade completion still requires 48 hours. Upgrading the small black room from level 1 to level 2 is not like upgrading to level 1, which could be instantly completed. It needs some upgrade time. Once the small black room reaches level 2 and gets a planting greenhouse, Su Yuan can plant snow pear trees. Just as he was about to close the survival handbook and go out looking for treasure chests, he suddenly noticed that someone was speaking in the regional chat channel. Local chat channel, within 100 kilometers range, 6,000 people. Help. Someone please. Is anyone there? I've been targeted by the yellow great immortal. Does any of you have powerful methods to repel or drive away the yellow great immortal? Please help me. The person crying for help was a man named Zhang Jiao. After he spoke, someone in the group asked a question. Where are you? I'm still in the small black room. They're blocking my door. That's right. I took a sneak peek, several pairs of eyes gleaming with green light. Brother, you've probably provoked a whole nest of yellow great immortals. This is bad news. Do not come out under any circumstances. Brother, make sure the door is shut. The yellow great immortal isn't an easy opponent. They're very eerie. Everyone had an attitude of non-interference. At this moment, a man named Liang Song asked, how did you provoke the yellow great immortal? I didn't do it on purpose. Then, Zhang Jiong briefly recounted his encounter from earlier that day. He was also helpless. Zhang Jiong set off during the day, heading to a nearby forest to search for supplies, hoping for good luck again and maybe catch something like a crow or some other wild game to take back and roast. However, he found nothing. As he walked along, he stumbled upon an orchard. Going inside, the outermost pear trees were bare. As Zhang Jiong moved further in, he saw peach trees. Unfortunately, the peaches hadn't ripened yet. Just as he was about to leave, a shadow suddenly lunged at him. In panic, Zhang Jiong swung his sickle hard. Unexpectedly, what charged at him turned out to be an enormous brown-yellow great immortal. Screech! The yellow great immortal let out a sharp, anguished scream. Its long tail was severed clean by the sickle. Crack! Crack! The body of the yellow great immortal lost balance and fell heavily to the ground. Such a scene was one Zhang Jiong had never encountered before. Closing his eyes, he immediately ran away. When he had run a bit further, Zhang Jiong looked back. That tailless yellow great immortal was coldly glaring at him, its pitch-black eyes brimming with venomous hatred. What should I do? Brothers, help! I feel like they are getting ready to break down my door. Zhang Jiong was almost crying. Hold on. That's right. As long as you stay in your small black room, you will be fine. Cheer up. You can make it. A few scattered phrases were all mere placations, with no one actually intending to save him. It was completely ridiculous. After provoking an entire nest of yellow great immortals, who would willingly get involved in such bad luck? They're throwing stones at my house door. Zhang Jiong clutched the sickle, huddled inside his home, trembling. The door is about to break. His upgraded small black room had some evil repelling properties, but against these cunning creatures like the yellow great immortal, this wasn't enough to protect him. Clang. The door opened. An elderly woman appeared at the doorway, her face lined with deep wrinkles, dressed in a gray robe, gripping a peachwood walking stick. By her side, multiple yellow-grayed immortals emerged, including the one with the severed tail. Her narrow eyes coldly scrutinized him. Was it you who cut off my grandson's tail? No, no, no. Zhang Jiong was utterly terrified. Ah! The walking stick struck harshly on his head, darkness clouding his vision, and then he lost consciousness. There were no more messages in the regional chat channel. Su Yuan guessed that Zhang Jiong might be in dire straits now. The reason why he paid attention to the information in the regional chat channel mainly lay in the forest and orchard mentioned by Zhang Jiong. Su Yuan speculated that he must be one of the survivors from the urban village, so the information provided by Zhang Jiong was crucial. Thank goodness I didn't bump into the yellow great immortal last time. Su Yuan thought silently. Peaches were nearly ripe. Should he go and collect them? If that orchard was occupied by a whole nest of yellow great immortals, it would be best if he didn't go there. Chapter 36, Another Call for Help. Tonight, the moonlight was perfect. There were still 13 hours left before the 6th night ended. Many people started to have thoughts about the unknown darkness ahead. Treasure chests. There are treasure chests there. Countless people hoped to obtain even just one. Su Yuan was also contemplating heading out to look for treasure chests. However, he still needed to draw some more talismans, as they had been consumed quite a bit over the past 2 days. Su Yuan found Lu Yi on his friend's channel. Do you have any yellow paper and cinnabar ink? Master Taoist, you were so cool tonight. How did you come up with such an odd way of solving the problem? Su Yuan sighed inwardly. Cinnabar ink and yellow paper. I need them urgently. Do you have any? Yes. I'll trade you fire spirit talismans for them. Alright, Master Taoist. I'll initiate the trade immediately. Lu Yi sent over a trade request. Su Yuan opened it to find that she had traded him 1 block of cinnabar ink and 1 sheet of yellow paper. 2 fire spirit talismans. Deal. Lu Yi agreed without hesitation. After Su Yuan completed the transaction by sending over the fire spirit talismans, he received the cinnabar ink and yellow paper. She certainly knew how to make quality materials. Both the cinnabar ink and yellow paper she traded were top-notch, reaching perfect grade levels. Not only that, this time the yellow paper was much larger than last time. Once unfolded, it stretched out to cover a full 2 square meters. Su Yuan took out a fruit knife and quickly cut the yellow paper into pieces. He then began mass-producing talismans. Done. Su Yuan had drawn dozens of talismans, spiritual fire, clear mind, and 5 thunder types all included. Subsequently, he packed away the remaining materials. This time, Su Yuan didn't store them in his storage room. Instead, he kept the talismans and materials together inside his storage ring. Just as he was about to head out, he suddenly noticed someone talking again in the regional assistance channel within the survival manual. Brothers, I've been captured by the yellow great immortal. The person speaking was displayed as Zhang Jiong. He was still alive? Su Yuan continued reading, hoping to learn more about the yellow great immortal. This place is so terrifying. Zhang Jiong's voice trembled slightly. At least, the yellow great immortal can't take away my mysterious survival manual, or I'd likely die here without a sound. Wailing sounds could be heard. Brother Zhang, stay strong. Do you know where you are? I don't know either. I woke up here. It's dark, damp, and narrower than our tiny black cell. It's probably the prison in the yellow great immortal's house. Even though the gate is made of wooden bars, it's impossible to break through. Brother Zhang, don't give up. There will be a way. Who can save me? I'll give all the supplies I've collected to whoever does. I have over 50 packets of ready-to-eat food, 20 units of wood, 10 stone blocks, 5 copper ores, 1 flashlight, etc. Liang Song replied. Brother, it's not that we don't want to save you. But do you realize how dangerous the supernatural forces at night are? We would probably get killed by something else before even reaching you. That's true. I agree. Compared to precious lives, these supplies mean nothing. Upon hearing everyone say this, Zhang Jiong completely lost the will to live. You're right. I'm so unlucky. I don't know what the yellow great immortal has planned for me. Take care, Brother Zhang. Stay strong. Alright, let me send a location share to all of you. You mustn't end up like me, accidentally falling into the same trap. The location sharing function was a special feature within the chat channel. Normally, anyone who wanted to share their location with others, especially with competitors in the same survival area, would hesitate. Of course, Zhang Jiong wasn't concerned about such things now. He was almost dead anyway. What competition? After the location was shared, Su Yuan checked it and realized it wasn't far from where he was. It was indeed towards the orchard direction. Well, if I die, so be it. But I refuse to starve. Zhang Jiong's gaze fell on a wooden bowl placed by the barred door, filled with a large piece of chicken. The yellow great immortal actually provided him with food, thanks to their whole family. Eating their food means they eat me afterward. Logically, they're not losing anything. Zhang Jiong walked toward the door, and upon reaching it, picked up the bowl to discover that the chicken was roasted. He took a bite, but found it tasteless. As Zhang Jiong looked up to glance outside, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes lit up. Brothers, guess what I just saw? What? The atmosphere in the regional chat channel was ignited by his excitement. A room full of ritual instruments. Grabbing the bars of the gate, he gazed across toward the opposite side. Right across from where they've stored their supplies to lock me up, there are peachwood swords, Taoist robes, Bagua mirrors, and other Taoist ritual objects. There are also 2 big boxes. I wonder what's inside them. As soon as Zhang Jiong finished speaking, the regional chat channel erupted in lively discussion. Could the yellow great immortal really have this kind of interest? They like hiding treasures. That checks out. I've heard before that some Taoists are actually transformations of the yellow great immortal, and these ritual objects confirm it. Does that mean there's a possibility Su Yuan could be the yellow great immortal? It's possible. Strange things lurking among humans. The more you think about it, the scarier it gets. Don't talk nonsense. Aren't you craving those treasures instead? What's the use of craving? Are you trying to get killed? At this moment, the one called Liang Song said, with so many of us, what do we have to fear from a few yellow rats? That's right. They're just a bunch of small animals. If we unite, we can handle them. Correct. Let's go together. Are you saying you will come to save me? Zhang Jiong was inwardly thrilled. How many yellow great immortals are there? I don't know either, but they're in a big group. Oh yes, there is an old one that has become highly skilled. She knocked me out with her cane. Monster. Some people started backing down. Forget about this for now. If we go out at night, we'll probably die halfway due to some mysterious force. We won't go at night, Liang Song spoke again. Tomorrow morning, we'll take our weapons and pay a visit to that family of yellow critters. I used to be a hunter. I've raided quite a few of their nests before. Follow me, and there won't be any problems. Liang Go is powerful. Let's follow him. During the day should be okay. Indeed. During the day, all strange forces are asleep. There's nothing to worry about. As long as we pay attention during the day, it should be fine. With Brother Liang here, who's experienced as a hunter, why would we fear anything? Everyone discussed intensely, while Zhang Jiong was confused. If you guys only come tomorrow morning, then I'm dead for sure. Not necessarily. Since the yellow-grade immortal hasn't killed you, there must be a reason. Exactly. Liang Tsong analyzed further. They haven't harmed you yet, and even gave you food. What does that imply? Do they want to fatten me up first before eating me? Pretty much, but that at least shows you won't be eaten today. Indeed. Zhang Jiong suddenly thought his chicken tasted better. You guys must come early tomorrow. Sign up if you want to join the mission tomorrow. Liang Tsong sent a message. The final spoils will be divided according to contribution. I sign up. Me too. Count me in +1. +1. In the end, after Liang Tsong tallied the results, more than 30 people had signed up. With such a large number, raiding a weasel den shouldn't be a problem. Having the experience of being a hunter, Liang Tsong was confident. Seemingly forgotten by Liang Tsong was the fact that this world is full of weird and dangerous phenomena. As for Su Yuan, he did not register to join them. It's not that he wasn't tempted by the resources. They simply seemed too hard to obtain for him. The bad reputation of those yellow creatures stretched far back in his original world already. Since they insist on going, let's have them lead the charge, testing the strength of the yellow-grade immortal. One must swim amidst murky waters to catch the biggest fish. Chapter 37, The Curse. We'll deal with the Huang Daxian matter after dawn. Su Yuan still had to go out tonight, to search for the treasure chest. He packed all his stuff and set off with little Coal Ball. As soon as he stepped out of the small dark room, he didn't forget to glance at the public restroom next door. Where did that weird rat go? After Su Yuan searched around the area, he found nothing. They walked towards the park. Little Coal Ball was still so clumsy. Its little bottom wiggled as it walked ahead with its ears sticking straight up. I am the vanguard. My dear master, my cute little one. Watching the frequency of its little tail wagging back and forth, Su Yuan wanted to kick it. Little Coal Ball led the way in front. Ling hovered behind Su Yuan, and Ning clung to Su Yuan's shadow hidden in the dark. If other people saw this, they might think Su Yuan himself was eerie. At this moment, Su Yuan felt protection from all directions. It's simply awesome. When they arrived at the park, Su Yuan walked inside. He must explore the entire park today. Just as he walked in, a swing not far away started moving on its own. A chilling wind blew by, making one's skin crawl. Su Yuan pulled Ling and Ning back into the ghost contract and formed a 5 thunder talisman in his hand. If something eerie happens, I can test its effectiveness right away. Having them out there, any ordinary eerie would probably run away scared. Woof woof. Little Coal Ball barked twice at the direction of the swing. Ha ha ha. A series of childlike, bell-like laughter came from there. But there was no one on the swing, making the atmosphere indescribably strange. Big brother, come play with me. There appeared a girl who looked about 11 or 12, wearing a pink princess dress, sitting on the swing with a full smile waving at Su Yuan. Oh, Su Yuan slowly walked over. What a cute little girl. Looking at her innocent and carefree expression, how happy she was smiling. Sending a talisman of heavenly thunder to her, she will probably cry for a long time. Su Yuan even didn't let little Coal Ball follow him. He intended to deal with it himself, ready to use the 5 thunder talisman anytime. The ghost shaking on the swing wasn't the eerie entity of the park. It just came to ride the swing, unexpectedly spotting Su Yuan walking closer from afar. I want this big brother dead, then he can play with me forever. But when Su Yuan approached, her face suddenly changed. This man is somewhat dangerous. His aura isn't like that of an ordinary person. With the Hunter of Ghosts title, Su Yuan held a great deterrent power against ghosts, especially against such low-level eerie entities. Run. I have to escape quickly. The little ghost was panicked. Shivering, it got down from the swing and prepared to flee, but immediately saw Su Yuan throw out a yellow talisman. What is that? Bang. Thunder roared in response on the plain. No, there were 5. 5 streaks of white lightning, resembling giant snakes, fell from the heavens. A massive thunderous boom. The little ghost didn't cry for long, as Su Yuan imagined, because in mere seconds, the heavenly thunder completely annihilated it. In the blink of an eye, along with the swing, the little ghost turned into ashes. Cough cough. Su Yuan awkwardly scratched his head. Is the power so overwhelming? The eerie beings lurking in the park were all shocked by the commotion. So terrifying. Too dangerous, I better withdraw. Fellow creepy creatures, goodbye. Being eerie is really hard. Woof woof. Little Coal Ball was also startled. As the thunder sound faded, it could sense countless eerie presences retreating. Strange, do they fear me this much? At the same time, discussions arose in the regional chat channel. What happened? I don't know. Which Taoist friend is going through ascension? Could it be the eerie itself ascending? Heavens, I just opened my door and was scared back inside. Let's sleep fast. It's not suitable to look for treasure chests tonight. In this region, those who already possessed some means of survival didn't dare leave their small black houses either. As for the originator, Su Yuan, he strolled around the park and found a treasure chest. What puzzled him was that afterward, he didn't encounter any eerie presences, easily obtaining the treasure chest before heading out. Su Yuan tossed the treasure chest into his storage ring. Then he decided to walk toward the urban village area to try his luck. On the way to the urban village, Su Yuan didn't encounter any eerie things nor find any treasure chests. He soon saw the urban village, walking with little Coal Ball inside. As Su Yuan went inside a short distance from the village entrance, he spotted Zhang Jiong's small black house. He went over, opened the door, and swept his eyes around the interior. Indeed, there was no one inside. But looking closely, in the corner of Zhang Jiong's small black house, Su Yuan found the axe he had lost. It turns out he picked it up. Su Yuan smiled as he looked at the axe whose durability had dropped to 0. Anyway, it was about to break. Besides, in this survival world, do you actually expect others not to take lost items? Su Yuan silently walked to the entrance of Zhang Jiong's storage room, opened the door, and sure enough, all the supplies he mentioned were inside. Brother, your place is such a mess. He packed everything from the storage room into his storage ring. I don't know if you'll come back, but I'll reluctantly take these. To prevent Zhang Zhiyong's small black house from being robbed, he politely helped close the door after removing the table and bed that had been stolen earlier. Su Yuan thought, I'm truly a good person. Then, he followed the street where the small black house was located, right by the village entrance, and walked further inside. Su Yuan noticed that most of the houses in this urban village were either bungalows or two-story buildings, looking quite old. Walking all the way to the end of the street with no discoveries, just as he was about to turn into an alley on the right, a shadow suddenly flashed past him, heading toward the left alley. Woof woof. Little coal ball trembled, transforming into its hellhound form with teeth bared, ready to chase it. Eat it. This puppy wants to grow stronger. Since consuming the essence of the embroidered shoe, little coal ball now had some understanding of devouring spirits. Ghosts were no longer something it feared. They were delicious meals. An eerie presence? Su Yuan reacted swiftly, creating the 5 thunder talisman and chasing after the shadow. Don't run. You're the experience I need for my hunter of ghosts to level up. While running, Su Yuan summoned Ding, who transformed into a shadow blade for him as a weapon. They pursued the shadow through several alleys. Ouch! At one turn, Su Yuan tripped over a thin wire. Luckily, it broke easily under his strength. In that brief moment, the eerie presence turned the corner and disappeared. Did it run into this courtyard? Both Su Yuan and Little Coal Ball stopped in front of a locked quadrangle compound. Woof! Just as Su Yuan pulled out the axe to break the lock, Little Coal Ball suddenly bit his sleeve and pulled him backward. What is this stupid dog doing? Su Yuan paused. Woof woof, woof woof woof. Master, something seems off about the aura inside. Let's leave. After spending a few days together, they had developed some kind of understanding. The expression on Little Coal Ball's face clearly meant, leave. Realizing something, Su Yuan quickly took out the survival handbook and flipped to the survival rules page. Oh no. Su Yuan's face changed slightly. It seems there's no way to escape. Mysterious rule. Before you stands a cursed house. You have been cursed. If you cannot lift the curse, you will be transformed into a resentful spirit and remain here forever. The curse will take effect before dawn. Chapter 38. The Scarecrow. An eerie rule had been triggered. It was the first time Su Yuan had encountered an eerie rule about curses. Master, what's wrong with you? Linger emerged from the ghost covenant on her own, looking at Su Yuan in astonishment. I've been cursed. Ah. Linger stomped her feet anxiously. What's there to panic about? Ing flashed into view, resuming his shadow form. Master, I know a bit about curses. As long as we find the eerie entity that cast the curse and destroy it, that'll be fine. Su Yuan nodded. An image of the shadow he had seen earlier surfaced in his mind. The curse in this house of resentment was likely related to it. Hiss. The spot on his ankle where the thin thread had tripped him hurt a little. He bent down to roll up his trouser leg. Bathed in moonlight, Su Yuan saw a patch of bruising appear on his ankle. When he touched it, he could feel the swelling was filled with blood and slightly warm to the touch. Could this be connected to the curse? Su Yuan took out a cleansing heart talisman from his storage ring. A cleansing heart talisman amplified 100 times over can remove negative effects imposed by eerie entities. Not sure if curses count as negative effects. He used the cleansing heart talisman on himself. A beam of white light emerged from the talisman and adhered to the bruised area. A cooling sensation emanated from the bruise, and in the blink of an eye, the swelling on Su Yuan's leg disappeared. It worked. Su Yuan opened his survival handbook, and the eerie rule written on it had already changed. The curse of the House of Resentment has been lifted, but the caster of the curse is still watching you from the darkness, ready to unleash a new curse on you at any moment. The curse was lifted. A hint of a smile played across Su Yuan's lips. Master, are you alright now? Being an eerie entity herself, Linger was very sensitive to curses, and she could tell Su Yuan's curse had already been lifted. Ing cried out in surprise. How did the curse on Master disappear? Su Yuan said. It's just the effect of the cleansing heart talisman. Woof. The man following this dog was simply strong. Little Cole gently rubbed its head against Su Yuan's waist. Su Yuan continued speaking. However, things haven't ended yet. His gaze fell on the haunted house before him. The person who cast the curse must be exposed. Su Yuan gripped his lock spirit axe and struck the lock with all his might. Crash. The lock shattered. Master. Linger walked up next to him, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. She could feel the unusual aura emanating from within this house. Little Cole, are there a lot of eerie entities in this house? Su Yuan asked the little Cole beside him. Woof woof. A lot, Master. That's fine. Little Cole was startled. It was too incredible. Could Master understand its language now? To be honest, Su Yuan couldn't actually understand its words. But the tacit understanding built up over these past few days was enough for Su Yuan to make basic judgments about its meaning. Ing, turn into a blade. I'm going to take out this haunted house. Alright, bang. The door of the haunted house was kicked open by him. With his strength now nearing 20 points, Su Yuan could break a big tree with just one kick, let alone just a simple door. Su Yuan stepped into the haunted house. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As soon as he entered, the doors of the living room began opening and closing automatically, producing eerie groans. Su Yuan scanned his surroundings. The courtyard wasn't large. The ground was paved with a layer of bluestones. To the left were the woodshed and kitchen, next to which a large jar was placed, and beside it was an ancient well covered with green moss. On the right side was a row of neatly aligned annex rooms, in front of which grew a big willow tree. A gust of cold wind blew through, and the hall directly facing the entrance suddenly had all its windows and doors fly open. A white shadow darted toward him. Woof. Little Cole flew forward, swallowing it whole in one bite. Su Yuan held his Ing sword as he strode further inside. Master, behind you. Linger gave a warning. Su Yuan turned back, seeing a ghostly pale face appeared behind him. With both hands gripping the spectral blade, he slashed hard. Swish. Upon contact with the spectral blade, the ghost instantly dissolved into a mass of black mist and disappeared. Help! Help! Someone wants to kill me. Suddenly, a beautiful woman rushed out from the side room. Following closely behind her was a burly man. Su Yuan smirked lightly. Was this a case of rescuing the damsel? Huh. He summoned a 5 Thunders talisman. Rumble. Heavenly thunder descended, instantly annihilating the ghost. I don't have time to play games with you guys. These three ghosts were merely the vengeful spirits in the House of Resentment, but the eerie entity scheming against Su Yuan hadn't yet appeared. Su Yuan proceeded toward the main hall. Clang, clang. The hall's doors kept swinging back and forth. Su Yuan ascended the steps and went into the house. Clang. Just as he neared the entrance, the door slammed shut. Su Yuan gestured to Linger, so she came forward and pushed the door open with her hand. Creak. The door opened. Eek. A human head tumbled off the doorframe and fell to the floor. Although Su Yuan was mentally prepared, the ghost with its eerie green glow, bulging eyes, and long tongue still gave him a shock. Su Yuan shivered, and the shadow blade in his hand directly pierced through the hanging ghost thoroughly. Before the ghost could even react, it disappeared to the next scene. Su Yuan entered the house. The room was decorated in an ancient style, and all the furniture was made of solid wood. He examined every place in the room, trying to catch the eerie entity that had cursed him, but found nothing. Treasure chest. When Su Yuan looked up, he saw a golden treasure chest on the roof beam. Linger, go get it down. Okay. Linger flew up and took the treasure chest down. Su Yuan took the treasure chest and put it into his storage ring. Woof woof. At this moment, the little coal ball beside him suddenly ran to the door and roared towards the outside. Is there something eerie outside? Su Yuan held the shadow blade and chased out with Linger. Sure enough, a black shadow flashed across the yard and floated towards the position of the ancient well. You want to go down the well? Su Yuan abruptly threw the shadow blade. It was like having a sight installed on it, slashing towards the black shadow. Ouch! Something was hit by the shadow blade and pinned next to the ancient well. Little Cole rushed over first. It barked at the eerie entity, pierced by the shadow blade, then gave way to Su Yuan. Scarecrow. The shadow blade had pierced a scarecrow. It wasn't a physical entity, so it didn't dissipate when pierced and couldn't cause substantial harm either. The scarecrow kept flapping, trying to break free from the shadow blade's grip. The shadow restored its original form, and its ghostly hand acted like a rope, pressing the scarecrow here and controlling it, then handing the scarecrow over to Su Yuan. Ga? The mouth of the scarecrow opened and closed, emitting duck-like sounds. It's a pity you don't belong to the ghost category, otherwise capturing you wouldn't be bad. The ability of cursing is quite strong. The scarecrow waved its arms, suddenly shooting out a straw towards Su Yuan. Before they could make contact, Linger already blocked Su Yuan, her red silk perfectly stopping the straw. A wisp of black energy seeped into Linger's red silk. At this moment, Su Yuan heard a prompt sound. The curse from the scarecrow has been resisted by the ghost bride, triggering her ultimate level talent. The ghost bride gains the ability to cast curses. Chapter 39, Treasure Chest Hunter. Did Linger actually grasp the power of curses? Su Yuan didn't expect her world-class talent to be triggered under these circumstances. Master, what should we do with it? Linger flicked the red silk in her hand, and took the scarecrow from Ying's hand. Leave it to you to deal with. Su Yuan could sense from Linger's tone how much she desired the scarecrow. This scarecrow would surely help her. Thank you, master. Sure enough, Linger was overjoyed as the red silk wrapped around the scarecrow several times, instantly binding it into a mummy-like shape. Then, a stream of black smoke flowed out from the scarecrow's body, entering Linger's body. She was absorbing the curse energy within the scarecrow. As Su Yuan watched from the side, he pulled out the ghost contract and discovered that Linger had indeed gained an additional ability, Curse, capable of inflicting powerful negative effects on its subject. Indeed, this curse was a potent ability, but unfortunately, it was thoroughly countered by Su Yuan's Qingxing talisman. It's his nemesis. GGGG. Having lost its curse energy, the scarecrow's mouth still moved. Su Yuan took it from Linger and directly pasted a spirit fire talisman on it. Whoosh. The scarecrow caught fire, crackling with flashes of sparks, resembling fireworks. Admittedly, it looked quite beautiful. When the scarecrow was burned to ashes, Su Yuan then led Linger and the others away from the house. Not long after they left, the ash left from burning the scarecrow suddenly floated up and slowly coalesced together. Plump. It jumped into the ancient well, after which, the water in the ancient well began bubbling as if boiling. Splash. A completely black coffin emerged from the well water. Whoosh. It flew directly out of the ancient well. Clang. It landed on the ground with a sound. Creak, creak. The coffin lid made some noise. Creak. It opened. Bathed in moonlight, one could see the form inside the coffin. A woman wearing a dark red cotton long dress, as beautiful as a celestial being, lying inside. She seemed to have been disturbed by the moonlight falling on her face. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly twice, her eyelids moved lightly, and then her eyes snapped open, revealing two pure white pupils. Who? The woman stood up from the coffin. Expressionless, her cold face radiated an inexplicable chill. 5 hesitant, yet frigid words came out of her mouth. I will find you. Instead of continuing to explore or search for treasure chests, Su Yuan returned to the little black room. There were less than 7 hours left in the night, and he needed a nap to recuperate. Su Yuan sat on the table. He called over Little Coal Ball to check the 2 treasure chests he had obtained tonight. Sniff sniff. Little Coal Ball smelled them twice and finished his act. Su Yuan took the treasure chest and was about to open it when he suddenly noticed the sigh in Little Coal Ball's eyes as it waddled away after checking it. Could this thing really detect treasure chests? His heart twitched. Quietly, he took out a spirit fire talisman. Better safe than sorry. Su Yuan reached out to open the treasure chest. Click. The treasure chest opened. A skill book. Seeing the blue thread-bound volume that appeared inside, Su Yuan immediately became elated. Before he could take the skill book inside, a system notification popped up suddenly. Survivor Su Yuan has opened 10 treasure chests, obtaining the honorary title, Treasure Chest Hunter. The world chat went berserk. Who just said they got a treasure chest? Keep showing off. Big Shot Su Yuan already opened the 10th treasure chest. Big Shot Su Yuan must be hacking. I think so too. Very true, what the upper floor said. I tried stepping out of the little black room today and got scared back after only 3 steps. You not only survived the strange environment, but also opened 10 treasure chests I dream of. No justice at all. Big Shot, double team up for finding treasure chests. Members are ready. Just need you hurry. Great Su Yuan, you've been invited to form a team. Please accept. In the friend chat, Lu Yi and Zhang Quankai sent congratulatory messages almost immediately. Ignoring those messages, Su Yuan opened the honor page to examine the attributes of the Treasure Chest Hunter title. Treasure Chest Hunter. Able to sense treasure chests within a 20-meter radius. Upgrade to Extreme Treasure Chest Hunter by opening 50 treasure chests, attributes doubled. Suddenly, he felt like something had been added to his mind. Closing his eyes, it was like turning on infrared scanning. He swept through a radius of 20 meters around him. Then, the location of the treasure chest, which was beside the table next to him, was highlighted in red. Positioning treasure chests within range. Not bad, this ability. If there are treasure chests hidden nearby but invisible in the corners, they won't be overlooked anymore. Su Yuan pulled the skill book out of the treasure chest. The Shinnong book, a book about agricultural planting. Sure enough, by studying the skill book, one could master all agricultural techniques. His face lit up. He had been worrying about how he would develop farming after the little black room reached level 2, and unexpectedly, it appeared. But as for doing farm work himself, that was something he'd pass on. Su Yuan summoned Linger from the ghost contract. Here's a good thing for you. He happily handed over the Shinnong book to her. Linger took it. What is this? The last bizarre food, although it didn't win her master's favor, brought Linger great benefits. You'll know once you study it. Triggered world-class talent. Agricultural technology leveled up to maximum. What? Master, are you making me do field work? Linger looked sulky. Su Yuan didn't give her a chance to complain and retracted her directly into the ghost contract. Linger was becoming increasingly useful. Next, the second treasure chest. Su Yuan shouted excitedly. Good fortune arrives. Empty. Great. It was bull. How could it result in just air? Sigh. Though speechless, Su Yuan still had to accept this fact. He stretched lazily and then walked to the bed, lying down on it. In the regional chat channel, someone spoke again. Guys, I'm so freaked out. It was Zhang Jiao. They're back. Wow. There's a yellow weasel guarding the cell door. It's coming over. Is it wiggling its butt in front of me? Don't do that. Those who saw this passage all displayed expressions full of profound mystery. If you got it, you got it. Brother Jiao, at this moment, don't resist. Stay relaxed. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Brother, even Xian Han endured the humiliation under someone's legs. Can't you endure it? Humiliation under the legs? Are you alright, Xiao? Su Yuan scratched his head. He maintained neutrality towards this kind of interspecies affection, neither supporting nor disapproving. Just as people were lost in thought, Zhang Jiong spoke again. It turned toward me, and released, a fart. I feel like, I'm gonna die, The imagined scene in everyone's minds shattered instantly. Save me, it's going to take me away. Help, help. No one knew what would happen next. Finally, someone broke the silence. Are we setting off as soon as the sky brightens tomorrow? Yes, as soon as it's light. We gather at the location Zhang Jiong marked. Once everyone is here, we set off. It was Liang Tsung speaking. Understood. +1. +1. Everyone's goal was clear. Seize Huang Daxian's treasures. Su Yuan placed the survival manual beside him. Huang Daxian, yellow skin, yellow weasel. Tomorrow, he would see if it was truly as strange and malevolent as legend said. Chapter 40, by Foam Peach. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, Su Yuan had already woken up. The moon was about to disappear, and the day was about to come. He took everything he needed. Even the Pai Shou figurine was packed. Su Yuan checked the progress bar of the little black room's upgrade first, 45%. It seemed that the upgrade would not be completed until the next day. Before leaving, Su Yuan suddenly remembered the good deed he did yesterday in Zhang Jiong's little black room. He decided to let Linger cast an illusion on the little black room. Linger's power improved a lot after taking the bizarre food, and her illusions were also more powerful than before. After the illusion was cast on the little black room, basically no one could find it. Even if they stumbled upon it by accident, they would still be misled by the illusion of the little black room and lose track of it. Not only that, but Linger also used the curse she had understood on the door of the little black room. When you touch it, your soul will leave your body and be forever sealed on this door. Only then did Su Yuan feel at ease. He opened the regional chat channel, found the location shared by Zhang Jiong, and prepared to go to the cave of the Yellow Immortal along the direction of the shared position. As Su Yuan walked out of the little black room, his vision was much wider than before. This was mainly due to the beneficial effects of the Rule Breaker honorary title. The visible range of 15 meters has become 3 times that of an ordinary person's vision. This means that when you and another person approach each other, you can see him from afar, while his eyes are still covered by the mist in front of him, and he cannot find you at all. The expanded vision allowed Su Yuan to see farther. He stood by the door and looked into the distance, not knowing what was outside until he looked and got quite a shock. The outside world had undergone tremendous changes. Is this the manifestation of the retreat of urban civilization? The originally newer buildings around had, overnight, seemed as if they had experienced a century, becoming extremely old. Not only that, but newly sprouted seedlings also appeared on the formerly open highways and streets. Chirp chirp, gurgle gurgle. A few birds flew between the buildings, occasionally resting on the windows of broken down buildings. What adorable little birds. Su Yuan marveled. When he had time, he must catch 2 and take them home. One for barbecue, the other for stir frying. It really smells good. Thinking about this, he looked up at the sun in the sky. The countdown showed above it. 6 hours 55 minutes and 38 seconds. Compared to before, the duration of daylight has increased, but there was no time to waste. Su Yuan had 2 purposes for this visit to the Yellow Weasel's cave. 1. The treasure of the Yellow Immortal. 2. Obtain the honorary title for slaying the Yellow Immortal. Whether there were any treasures in the Yellow Immortal's cave, that was what Zhang Jiong said, and the truthfulness of this news still needed to be verified. But based on the previous methods for obtaining honorary titles, the first slaying of a weasel should grant a corresponding honorary title, which is relatively easier to obtain in the early stages and more valuable. In addition, he also had something important to do. After Su Yuan arrived at the orchard, the others had not yet arrived. After all, he was very close to here, and everyone else was relatively far away. Little coal ball, you stay here guarding. I'll go in first. Woof woof. Don't worry, master. I'll guard it well. Su Yuan left little Coal Ball to guard outside the orchard while he went directly inside, passed through the pear orchard, and came to the peach orchard. Last time he came, the peaches still needed 2 days to ripen. Now, the timing was just right. The peaches were ripe. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the peach orchard, Su Yuan smelled the fruity fragrance emitted by the mature peaches. He approached the nearby peach tree and reached out to pick one. White Phoenix Peach. Hydration, 4%. Skin nourishment, 10%. Characteristics, warm-natured, rich in vitamin C, able to care for the skin well, leading to a radiant complexion after consumption. Skin nourishment? Seems useless. The effect disappointed Su Yuan. With others about to arrive, Su Yuan quickly read the attributes and started swiftly collecting peaches from the trees. The peaches here were like the pears he harvested earlier, sparsely scattered, with not many peaches per tree. In the end, he collected 50 peaches, which he all stored in his holding ring. Let's leave here first. Su Yuan walked out of the peach grove. Where's little Coal Ball? Didn't I ask it to stay here? Just then, he heard some rustling sounds coming from the grass. Su Yuan's face changed. He turned alertly and drew a 5 thunder talisman. Then he saw a coal ball-like thing rolling out from the grass. Woof. Little Coal Ball was having endless fun. Nature is truly great. Woof. This wolf belongs to nature. Woof woof. Master, don't you think so? It rolled to Su Yuan's feet, barked twice, its expression filled with excitement. Su Yuan's face darkened as he silently pulled out a fruit knife. How about letting Linger make me a pot of dog meat hot pot tonight? Woof woof. Little Coal Ball jumped up in alarm. Then its ears stood up, and it began to walk back and forth outside the peach grove, pretending to be diligently investigating. Don't pretend. If you don't leave soon, someone else will grab you for stewing. Su Yuan turned around and slipped into a nearby grove of trees. This was indeed a good place to hide. Su Yuan found a spot among some bushes and hid well. He tried looking through the forest from here, and it just so happened that he could see the pear orchard on the other side. The pear orchard was where Liang Tsong had agreed to meet everyone. While they hadn't arrived yet, he might as well try enhancing one of the White Phoenix peaches to see what happens when its skin-nourishing properties are boosted by 100 times. Su Yuan took out a White Phoenix peach. The creamy yellow peel looked very tempting, making him want to take a bite. But first, he enhanced it by 100 times. The skin-nourishing property of the White Phoenix peach changed to 100%. At the same time, the overflowed attribute value allowed the White Phoenix peach to gain a special attribute. Regenerate skin. After consumption, any damaged muscles and skin will be instantly restored to perfection. What kind of divine effect is this? Su Yuan didn't expect the original beauty-related property to turn into a trauma-healing attribute. He quickly wiped off the fuzz with his fingers and then bit into it. When he bit through the creamy yellow peel, tender white pulp was revealed inside. It was smooth, juicy, and sweet when put into the mouth, tempting for a second bite. After finishing one White Phoenix peach, Su Yuan hurriedly checked the scars on his fingertips. They were really gone. These were the 2 cuts he made while signing the ghost contract earlier, and now they were completely healed. Su Yuan examined the White Phoenix peach pit in his hand. White Phoenix peach pit can be used to plant White Phoenix peaches. Germination period, 2 days. Growth period, 3 days. Mature period, 2 days. Like the snowflake pears, it would take 7 days for them to mature. Su Yuan smiled satisfactorily and then tossed it into his storage ring. He waited a little longer, and the countdown on the sun in the sky showed there were only about 4 hours left. They should be arriving soon. Su Yuan opened the chat channel. In the world chat channel, people were mainly discussing the changes in the world today. He didn't pay too much attention and directly opened the regional chat channel. Several messages popped up instantly. I'm outside the orchard. Where are you guys? Didn't we say we'd meet at the pear orchard yesterday? Alright, I'm here. +1. +1. Chapter 41, Gathering complete. In no time, the pear orchard had gathered 25 people. Su Yuan's position was about 12 or 13 meters away. He could clearly see them, but they couldn't detect him at all. What Su Yuan didn't expect was that among these 25 people, there were actually 4 women. The group surrounded a young man wearing a Taoist robe with a hexagram pattern drawn on it. He tightly gripped a shiny steel trident in his hand. This man was Liang Tsong, who organized everyone in the regional chat channel. Brother Tsong's black wolf hound looks so fierce, so handsome, majestic, and overwhelming. Can I touch it? Can it handle the strange things? It surely can. A dog has the ability to subdue evil and guard the house. Liang Tsong smirked faintly. You're right. It can subdue evil and guard the house. Subdue what? I just tamed it this morning. Who knows if it can even subdue evil and guard the house? How did you capture your pet? Liang Tsong laughed heartily and proudly said while raising his head. I found it this morning when I went out. It was in the crevices of some large rocks. After prying the rocks open, I saved it, and then this little guy recognized me as its master. Big brother, you're so kind-hearted. Big brother is awesome. We need care too. They were praising the pet dog by his side, especially those few women who clung closely to Liang Tsong as if wanting to grow onto him. It's no wonder that with such an advantageous start and being in the same area, Liang Tsong was undoubtedly their choice as the ideal partner. Su Yuan looked at the black wolf hound by Liang Tsong's side. It indeed had an extraordinary presence, being strong and muscular with glossy jet black for shimmering in the sunlight. Dogs are the same species. Why is there such a big difference? Su Yuan deliberately teased the little coal ball lying beside him. The lazy little coal ball, which was basking in the sun, slowly lifted its head, glanced at Su Yuan, and its eyes were full of disdain. Could I suppress it into submission after transforming into a hellhound? Not at all. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, Liang Tsong's black wolf hound began fiercely barking toward the direction where Su Yuan was in the woods. Su Yuan secretly thought, dog's alertness is indeed high. It probably sensed something. Su Yuan took out a clay puppet from his storage ring and placed it on the ground. He then controlled it to run towards the pear orchard. Swish, swish, swish. The clay puppet successfully caught the black wolf hound's attention. However, due to the mist obscuring everyone's vision, they still couldn't see what was around them. Swish. The clay puppet ran towards the peach orchard. The black wolf hound couldn't hold itself back anymore and was ready to chase after it. Is it a weasel? Everyone became tense because of the black wolf hound's reaction. Rustling sounds emerged. A gray wild rabbit appeared 3 meters away from everyone and ran toward the peach orchard. It's just a rabbit. Everyone sighed in relief. Seeing this, Liang Song quickly pulled the black wolfhound back, which was about to rush forward. He calmed it down. Blackie, stay calm. Everything is fine. Blackie was the name Liang Song gave to the black wolfhound. After the puppet disappeared from the black wolfhound's sight and being soothed by Liang Song, it finally settled down. Su Yuan silently thought he should hide better next time, otherwise he might be discovered. Then, he started observing the others near Liang Song. Regardless of the fact that most of their weapons were just wooden sticks and pitchforks, these people were mostly still dressed in the rags provided at the start of the game. A few had more advanced weapons like rusty machetes, broken-tipped shovels, and damaged sickles. In comparison, Liang Song's equipment stood out like a crane among chickens, making him undoubtedly the brightest star on this street. Naturally, Liang Song became the chief planner for the event of hunting the yellow spirit. After quickly counting the number of people, he noticed there were 8 or 9 fewer than yesterday. So he called out in the regional chat, "Is anyone else still on the way?" 2 minutes passed, and no one replied in the channel. Liang Song assumed they weren't coming. Liang Song then spoke up. "Since everyone who should come is here, let's set off." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Zhiyong's reply suddenly appeared in the chat channel. "Brothers, are you guys here to rescue me? I'm so excited." Everyone was stunned for a moment. "He's still alive? Where are you?" "I got knocked out last night by their smoke, and then I woke up here. It's abnormally narrow here. Only enough space for one person to lie down. It's so cold here, damp and freezing." Zhang Zhiyong shivered and trembled all over. "I'll share my location with you all. Please hurry." With that, he shared his location. When everyone opened it, they found his current position wasn't much different from last night's, except that today it seemed to be a bit closer. "You just wait there quietly. After we deal with those yellow spirits, we will definitely come to rescue you," Liang Song replied, not even waiting for Zhang Zhiyong's response before putting away the survival manual. Everyone else also put their survival manuals away. Zhang Zhiyong was still complaining in the chat channel about his current uneasy state and feelings, but unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. The group headed towards the peach grove, and Su Yuan quickly followed them through the woods. They soon arrived at the peach grove. Upon reaching there, someone questioned curiously, "It's strange, why haven't any pears or peaches grown?" "I don't know, maybe they haven't grown yet." Someone responded. The one who had spoken earlier continued, "That can't be. Look, the peach trees are in their mature period. It seems like they've been harvested." Liang Song stopped. "Don't bother with that nonsense. We've arrived." They had reached the end of the peach grove where a patch of open ground appeared, and on it were several small mounds of graves. Everyone immediately fell silent. There were 7 or 8 graves here of varying heights. A woman asked nervously, "Does Yellow Master live here?" Liang Song nodded. "This grave has already been turned into a nest by the yellow spirits. Graves like this are commonly referred to as yellow spirit graves. Each yellow spirit grave had a hole around 20 to 30 centimeters high, partially concealed by weeds." While everyone was wondering how such a small hole could fit Zhang Zhiyong, someone noticed a much larger opening over a meter wide on the last grave mound, almost digging straight through the entire grave. "Hello." The black wolf dog barked at the yellow spirit grave. "Shoo, quiet, old black." Liang Song gestured for everyone to gather closer. "I'm going to outline the combat plan." At this moment, everyone gathered around. Yellow spirits are very intelligent. When encountering danger, they hide in their burrows and won't come out. "We only need a few people to guard each hole and pile burning wood near the entrance." He pulled out 2 lighters and a pack of matchsticks. "The burning logs will produce a lot of smoke, which will force its way into the burrows. They won't be able to withstand it and will run out. When they do, the people guarding the holes should charge forward and surely kill them." As he spoke, he swung the steel fork in his hand twice. Smoking out method was indeed a good way to deal with the yellow spirits. Everyone expressed agreement. It seemed that everyone had forgotten that Zhang Zhiyong was inside the yellow spirit grave. Someone suddenly mentioned, "Didn't they say there is an especially advanced yellow spirit master in there?" "Right." When speaking of the monster, everyone grew tense again. "Don't be afraid." Liang Song took out 2 spiritual fire talismans from his pocket. "These are 2 spiritual fire talismans I traded with Su Yuan. If it dares to show itself, I'll burn it." "Talisman? How powerful, Brother Song." "With Su Yuan God's talisman that killed the tree spirit, what do we have to fear?" "Brother Song, what did you trade for them?" "I chiseled out water wave stones from under a bridge," Liang Song boasted. Su Yuan God liked them, so we exchanged them for 2 spiritual fire talismans. Chiseling water wave stones from under a bridge. Everyone felt envious. They all began pondering. After they go back, they would also have to try chiseling out more places. Chapter 42, Bewitching Minds. Peachwood has always been known as the dragon-subduing wood and ghost-fearing wood. As long as it's crafted with some skill, it can be used to create high-quality talismans. Though this group didn't have the ability to carve these talismans, they certainly had the ability to gather some peachwood branches. Using peachwood, which has talismanic properties, to smoke out the yellow weasels would definitely be more effective than using other types of wood. Before long, the group had collected a good amount of peachwood branches. Under Liang Sung's command, they pulled aside the weeds at the cave entrances and divided the peachwood branches into several piles, placing each pile in front of the different caves. "Is everyone ready?" "Ready." "Okay, go." "Ready." Liang Sung was somewhat nervous. After taking a deep breath, he gave the signal for everyone to light the fires. Whoosh. All the peachwood branches were ignited. They hurriedly poked the burning peachwood into the graves of the yellow weasels, allowing the thick smoke to drift inside the caves. Thick smoke billowed out, and soon the yellow weasels would definitely start coming out. There were people assigned to attack at every cave entrance, holding their weapons high, prepared to deliver lethal blows to any weasel that might charge out. Liang Sung stood guard at the largest cave entrance, holding a steel trident in his right hand and a talisman tightly gripped in his left. He dared not let his attention wander for a moment. After all, the yellow great immortal was most likely to escape through this very cave entrance. But after burning for quite a while, not only did no yellow weasels appear, not even a single yellow hair was seen. Su Yuan observed from afar, his eyes flickering slightly. Why haven't the yellow weasels come out yet? His view was better than those guarding the cave entrances. There was absolutely no trace of weasels nearby. Could the smoke not have made its way into the caves? He pulled out the survival handbook, where Zhang Jiong was spamming the regional chat channel. Cough. Fire. Help me. So much smoke. I'm about to suffocate. I'm dying. Su Yuan was puzzled. If Zhang Jiong is experiencing the smoke, then obviously the smoke is effective. The smoke must already have entered the caves. Unless Zhang Jiong wasn't in the yellow weasel graveyard. Otherwise, the weasels should surely also be suffering from the intense smoke. What exactly was going on? Su Yuan put the survival handbook away and continued observing the situation there. Cousin Song, still no sign. My side, nothing either. Could the yellow weasels not be at home? Logically speaking, they should have been smoked out by now. Suddenly, someone asked, could they know we were coming and hit earlier? Someone countered, nonsense. How could they know we were coming? Unless someone tipped them off. Who would inform them? Unless Zhang Jiong. How could that be? We're here to rescue him. At this point, everyone finally remembered there was someone waiting for them to rescue. Liang Song opened the survival handbook. The messages in the regional chat channel were all Zhang Jiong's. Help. Cough. 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 Save me. Cough. Cough. I can't make it. After saying this, Zhang Jiong went silent, and there was no further response from him. Everyone fell into silence. Still, they continued to throw the peachwood branches into the cave to keep the fire from going out. When the peachwood branches were almost burned up, someone asked, Brother Song, should we keep burning? Well, after such a long time, the yellow weasels haven't appeared. Either they aren't here, or they've suffocated. Brother Song, what about the treasure of the yellow great immortal? Liang Song snapped. We haven't touched a single strand of fur of the yellow weasels. Are you daring enough to go down? That person took one look at the enormous and pitch-black entrance of the yellow weasel tomb before him and said nothing more. Liang Song was disheartened, not knowing whether the yellow weasels were dead or alive. Venturing down there might easily result in getting killed by the yellow great immortal. Su Yuan patted the head of the little lump beside him, feeling quite confused in his heart. Where did the yellow weasels go? He turned over, just about to get out of the bushes, when suddenly he saw something from the side. A bipedal, brown-yellow furred yellow weasel coldly staring at the people in front of the grave. Roar! Little Lumpy instantly shot up from the ground, growling toward the other side with deep barks. At that moment, everyone over there was silent. Suddenly, Chunhua, the woman who had been clinging to Liang Song, screamed, What's wrong with you? Compared to the other three women, she had an acceptable figure and appearance, which was why Liang Song had enjoyed engaging with her. What happened? Liang Song frowned and looked over. Brother Song, he touched my butt. Chunhua walked over with a wronged expression, acting as if she wanted him to take responsibility. Brother Song, I didn't, said Zhang Dali, the man accused by Chunhua of touching her. All right. There's no point in dragging this on anymore. Let's go home. Liang Song didn't have the energy to deal with such trivial matters. Not finding the treasure of the yellow great immortal left him in a very low mood. Brother Song, are you not going to handle this? I'm planning to follow you. Chunhua whispered the latter half of her sentence into Liang Song's ear. Liang Song swallowed his saliva. If that was the case, their effort wasn't in vain. Apologize. Suddenly, he called out to Zhang Dali who had turned to leave. Others stopped as well, looking over with interest. Zhang Dali froze for a second, ready to argue. But when he saw Liang Song fiddling with the shiny steel trident in his hand, he quickly lowered his head and said, Sorry. Are you satisfied? Liang Song smiled at Chunhua, trying to flatter her. Brother Song is so capable. She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Let's go. Liang Song felt gratified inside, noticing the envy in the men's eyes and the resentment in the women's gazes. Are you asking for death, Brother Song? He touched me too. Just as everyone was about to leave, Chunhua screamed again. Me? How could that be? The person looked bewilderedly at her. That's right. I went with him and didn't see anything either. Someone nearby began to give testimony. I won't tolerate it. Brother Song, they're bullying me. Liang Song did not want to offend these people since they lived in the same area. Stop fooling around. Let's go home. Brother Song, aren't you going to take care of me? Suddenly, Chunhua pointed her finger at Liang Song's nose, her face full of grievances. What wind are you drawing? Liang Song felt slightly annoyed. Go back to your own place. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to her antics, turning around with the black wolfhound and preparing to leave. Clearly, Liang Song did not wish to deal with her anymore and was no longer prepared to bring her along. Brother Song, are you not going to need me? TSK. Liang Song rolled his eyes. What's wrong with this woman? Without looking back, he continued walking along the path they came. He completely failed to notice that behind him, Chunhua's face had become grotesquely twisted. She snatched the sickle from the person beside her and slashed towards Liang Song. Brother Song, watch out. Liang Song heard the warning. His expression slightly changed as he suddenly shifted his position aside. Swoosh. The sickle whizzed past by his ear. Liang Song's face drastically changed. He hadn't expected that the attacker would be Chunhua. He shouted angrily. You woman, have you gone mad? Chunhua lowered her head, muttering, Brother Song, I didn't do it, I didn't. With a snap sound, she raised her head, her neck unnaturally twisted, her eyeballs rolling upward until they were completely white. She brandished the sickle and charged forward. Possessed. This was the first reaction Liang Song and others had. Beside them, the black wolfhound appeared dazed and uneasy, as if something scared it. It suddenly turned and ran, disappearing in an instant. Old Black, you actually betrayed me. This was supposed to be the pet dog he intended to keep to exorcise evil and protect the house. Liang Song's face turned green. Hurry, get out of the way. She must have been possessed by the yellow great immortal. Zhang Dali noticed Liang Song was dazed and shoved him aside. He swung the wooden stick in his hands and moved forward to block the possessed Chunhua. Everyone panicked, scattering in all directions. In the chaos, everyone forgot about the surrounding fog, and within the blink of an eye, many had lost their sense of direction. Liang Song hadn't anticipated that Zhang Dali would come to help him. Thanks, buddy. It was my fault earlier. No problem. Zhang Dali glanced back and grinned at him. Liang Song returned a smile, and then anxiously looked toward Chunhua who was wielding the sickle in front of him. Shriek. The sickle struck Zhang Dali's shoulder, blood flowing down his arm. Are you okay? Liang Song turned to look at him. However, he realized that Zhang Dali was still smiling at him, completely unaware that he had been injured. His entire face contorted from laughing too hard. Kukuku. Laughing more, Zhang Dali's eyes also rolled up, showing only whites, and he dropped the wood stick, rushing forward to embrace Liang Song. Ah! Liang Song's face drastically changed, struggling desperately. But Zhang Dali's arms clamped onto him like a vice grip, impossible to escape. At this point, Chen Huahua had already charged forward, swinging her sickle. Chapter 43, Heavenly Thunder Shower. One weasel on each side. Their eyes were bloodshot, their hands wildly gesticulating. Chen Huahua and Zhang Dali's actions in the peach grove mirrored theirs exactly. Clearly, these creatures were controlling the two people over there. Could it be that they had fallen into some strange rule again? Isn't it daytime now? Su Yuan opened his survival handbook. But there was no mention of any strange rule on it. Clearly, these yellow weasels were not considered part of the eerie phenomena. Su Yuan looked up at the countdown of the sun. There were still 4 hours until nightfall. This wasn't the time for eerie activity yet. So how could these weasels control human minds? On the other side, Liang Song was almost about to be killed by a sickle. He suddenly threw the spiritual fire talisman he had been gripping in his hand toward Chen Huahua, who was approaching him. Ah! A red glow engulfed the flame, which hit Chen Huahua right in the chest. She screamed in agony as a black eerie aura came out from her mouth and dissipated. It's so hot. It's so hot. She regained consciousness. The spiritual fire wrapped around her like a band, but did not ignite her clothing. Instead, it caused sharp pain similar to needle pricks. Ordinary spiritual fire talismans release spirit fire, which causes explosive damage to eerie entities. To humans, its effect is akin to being scalded with boiling water. Without Chen Huahua interfering, Liang Song faced less threat. Using the skills honed through years of hunting, he turned around and struck Zhang Dali's head with the handle of the steel fork. Clang! Zhang Dali passed out immediately. Finally, he broke free from the control. Run! Liang Song turned and ran back the way he came. Before he'd taken a few steps, he stopped. Old Black, you've come to save your master? Seeing the crazed black wolfhound running towards himself, tears welled up in Liang Song's eyes. Old Black, I wrongfully accused you. As the black wolfhound rushed past him to keep running far away, Liang Song saw what was following behind it. His face paled once again. This isn't coming back to save the master. It's here to drag the master down. Just as Su Yuan, hiding in the bushes among the trees, was about to attack the 2 yellow weasels nearby, a series of strange cries from the weasels filled his ears. In the distance, a group of small yellow weasels, just as short in stature, emerged slowly. They were identical to the 2 beside him, with their pupils glowing red, and their thin front limbs swaying wildly. Right before them, people preparing to flee walked strangely, their faces grotesque, their eyeballs white. Evidently, they were also under some form of control. Liang Song saw them emerge from behind the black wolfhound, which startled him so much his face changed color. By this time, the Chen Huahua injured by the spirit fire talisman had already recovered her senses, though she remained confused, unaware of the situation. Who am I? Where am I? Who scalded me with boiling water? Not until she spotted Liang Song did she remember. That's right, I'm here searching for the yellow great immortal's treasure. Chen Huahua picked up the sickle and ran over. Looking at the trembling Liang Song, she asked, Song brother, what happened? Seeing her sudden appearance, Liang Song's complexion drastically changed. Don't come closer. Liang Song reacted like a spooked bird, raising the steel fork to stop her approach. Seat Song brother? Chen Huahua didn't recall having gone mad. Thus she naturally didn't understand why Liang Song resisted her so intensely. Only when she noticed those demonically controlled people gradually closing in around her did she let out a scream while stepping back and covering her ears. At this moment, Zhang Dali lying on the ground woke up, struggled to stand, and slowly walked toward Chen Huahua. Bang! He happened to collide with the retreating Chen Huahua, the handle of the sickle striking his vital spot dead center. He saw stars and fainted once more. Ouch! Chen Huahua tripped over the fallen Zhang Dali and fell too. People under control surrounded her. They split into 2 groups, one heading toward Liang Song, the other heading toward her. No closer. Chen Huahua crouched on the ground, waving the sickle in her hands, trying to stop them from getting near. However, they acted like lunatics, completely disregarding whether they might get slashed by her sickle. Despair. In this eerie world, I'm just a weak woman. I should have stayed home safe. Instead I went looking for treasures, foolishly hoping to find a deity. But there's no god, just liars everywhere. Chen Huahua saw the equally disheveled Song brother not far away, and her face streaked with tears. Liang Song also regretted deeply. He had started well, accumulating many resources, and now everything seemed about to be lost. Liang Song's legs began shaking. Once a hunter, facing prey, he was ruthless, ferocious, brave. Yet, against these possessed humans, he crumbled in fear, just as they were about to pounce on them. Thunderous sounds echoed around them. Rolling thunder roared continuously. 5 distinct booms sounded. The people who had been about to pounce on them suddenly froze, standing motionlessly for a second before collapsing on the ground. The thunderous sound came from none other than Su Yuan's 5 Thunders talisman. Originally, Su Yuan was startled when he saw a group of yellow weasels with blood-red eyes appear, especially since these creatures could actually control humans. These animals were clearly ones that shouldn't trigger eerie rules, so how could they act so unnaturally? The yellow weasels walked towards Su Yuan, their beady little eyes staring at him fixedly. Psychicac. What an awful sound. Su Yuan frowned. If you're trying to control me, forget it. He himself was immune to mental attacks. After squeaking among themselves, the little weasels exchanged glances, apparently plotting something. Silently, Su Yuan retrieved a 5 Thunders talisman from his storage ring. Z. At this moment, one of the yellow weasels suddenly jumped up and lunged at Su Yuan. Bang! It slammed straight into Su Yuan's chest, knocking itself out instantly. One must remember that Su Yuan's python-scaled armor possessed a defense value of 3,000. You think your headbutts will work? Physical attacks being futile, the little yellow weasels quickly came up with a new plan. They all turned around, raising their tails towards Su Yuan. Yellow weasel exclusive, stench attack. Su Yuan immediately took out a clear heart talisman and flung it away. Silence. All the stench they'd held back until the last moment couldn't be released now. Su Yuan grinned widely. Using skills in front of me? Not happening. Seemingly realizing something, the little yellow weasels started retreating backwards. How could Su Yuan let them go? With such red eyes, these small creatures must certainly be sick. With the spirit of every man having responsibility to care for animals, Su Yuan decided to cure them. It is rumored that heavenly thunder specifically slays all abnormalities. Since they currently had some strange illness, naturally they would need a heavenly thunder shower. Su Yuan threw his 5 thunders talisman out, and then 5 streaks of heavenly thunder descended from the sky. It turned out that these small creatures were too fragile. A few streaks of thunder later, and they were wiped out entirely. This left little Coalball, who had just transformed into a hellhound, speechless. This dog had wanted to step up and bully the weak. Ah, what nonsense. To punish evil and eliminate wickedness. But blink once, and the battle was already over. At the same time, Su Yuan heard a notification. Survivor Su Yuan used lightning to complete the first kill of the Yellow Weasel, obtaining the honorary title, Yellow Weasel Slayer. Chapter 44, Sky Lightning Barbecue. The information that Su Yuan had once again received an honorary title suddenly appeared in the world chat channel during the daytime, leaving everyone completely confused. Without any weirdness around during the day, how could he still get a title? Huang Pai Zi is also a form of weirdness, right? Does Su Yuan insist on stirring up trouble even during the day? Why not collect supplies properly during the day instead of killing Huang Pai Zi and engaging in such frivolous acts? Isn't receiving an honorary title for that just inviting jealousy? With the weirdness out of business, Su Yuan got upset and directly confronted them, forcing the weirdness to operate and eventually killing it, earning him an honorary title. Truly reprehensible behavior. How exactly did he use lightning? He must be a reincarnation of the Thunder God. As a Taoist priest, if Su Yuan already has fire talismans, why can't he have the 5 thunder talisman as well? I suspect he can make various types of talismans, maybe even all kinds. Bro's imagination is wild. It's not entirely impossible. Perhaps this person himself didn't know. But aside from Su Yuan's identity, everything he guessed was spot on. At that moment, the thunderstorm in the peach orchard had subsided. The 2 individuals who were curled up waiting for death suddenly realized there was no more sound around them. They quickly stood up to check and discovered that the others had fallen to the ground. Could it have been the thunder earlier? Liang Tsong cautiously rose to his feet. It must be due to my virtue and kindness touching the heavens, thus bringing down divine thunder to save me. Thank the heavens. By the side, Chunhua wiped away her tears and slowly got up. I haven't died, I actually survived. It must be because heaven pities my beauty. Thank the heavens. At this moment, they cared nothing about whether the others were alive or dead. After glancing at each other, they ran off without hesitation. On the other side, Su Yuan opened his survival manual to look at the attributes of Huang Pai Zi Slasher. Huang Pai Zi Slasher. Intimidation towards weasels plus 100. Intimidation towards spirit weasels plus 10. Damage against spirit weasels plus 10%. Upgrade to Huang Pai Zi Slayer Master. Requires slaying 100 weasels. Attributes will double. Not only does it have intimidation power over spirit weasels, but also an increase in damage. This attribute is truly excellent. Then Su Yuan walked towards those weasels struck by the heavenly thunder. He wanted to check if these weasels would leave behind lots of good materials like the python had done before. However, after circling around, Su Yuan found that the weasels hit directly by the lightning had turned into charred waste. Xiaomei Qiu came over to sniff and then disdainfully walked away. Su Yuan felt somewhat helpless about the materials being ruined, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the strength of the 5 thunder talisman couldn't be controlled by him. If only he could control it. Su Yuan would definitely want to cook the weasels with a barbecue taste. Just as Su Yuan was about to give up, he noticed a weasel that had been blasted onto a peach tree by the lightning. Upon closer inspection, drool streamed down his mouth. How fragrant it smelled. This weasel's fur had been neatly removed by the thunder. Its meat grilled into a golden brown, appearing crisp outside, yet tender within, emitting a tempting aroma. When Su Yuan took it down, he realized that this big weasel had only left behind a small piece of meat the size of a palm. Woof. Little Xiaomei Qiu stood on the ground, its saliva dripping onto it. It's craving it too. Master, can you share a piece with me? Little Xiaomei Qiu clawed at Su Yuan's leg, extending its evil little paws to reach for the meat above. Su Yuan slapped its paws away, and gave it a meaningful glare. At this point, Su Yuan looked at the properties of the weasel meat, and couldn't help but smile. Heavenly lightning roast. A precious food formed after being struck by heavenly lightning. Can be consumed directly. Satiety, 60%. Full consumption grants plus 10 intimidation against Huang Pai Zi. Heavenly lightning roast. Who knew thunder had this effect? Unfortunately, the success rate isn't high. Only 1 piece was obtained from a whole nest of baby weasels. Su Yuan stared at its properties, his eyes shining brightly. Especially the tempting intimidation attribute, which can be strengthened 100-fold. Let's go. Su Yuan happily boosted his intimidation power against Huang Pai Zi, changing the attribute to plus 1000. Xiaomei Qiu, it's not that I don't want to share with you, but according to the attributes, I need to eat it all to gain this intimidation power. Woof. Master, your dog can eat it all too. You shut up. Seeming to see through its intentions, Su Yuan stuffed the meat directly into his mouth. So fragrant. Su Yuan devoured the entire piece of meat hungrily. Xiaomei Qiu, it's fortunate you didn't eat it. Woof. Otherwise, I fear you'd never forget how delicious it was. Woof woof. Master, you're too cruel. Intimacy level -1. Hey, you're decreasing our intimacy level. Su Yuan was quite upset. It didn't drop when I kicked you, and now that I don't give you any food, you react so promptly. At that moment, a human voice came from nearby. Ouch, it hurts. There are several scratches on my arm. My whole body hurts. At this point, the people who had fallen down finally started to wake up. Naturally, Su Yuan didn't want them to notice him. He quickly took little Coalball and hid behind some mist, disappearing from their sight. What happened? I'm not sure. While fleeing, I suddenly saw 2 eyes glowing green, and then everything went black. Me too. Was that true for all of us? Yes. All of us were. The group looked at each other in confusion. Look what this is. Hearing someone shout, the others gathered around. They saw on the ground the charred remains of the Huang Pai Zi creatures. Were those glowing green eyes the ones from the Huang Pai Zi? Of course. But how did they die? It looks like they were burned to death. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly. I know. It was Master Su Yuan. He was holding his survival manual, reading a chat in the World Channel. The crowd hurriedly pulled out their manuals and saw the world announcement about Su Yuan. Wow, Master Su Yuan was actually in our area. How come we didn't see him earlier? Duh, a master wouldn't bother acting with small fries like us. Is the master still around? Everyone quickly glanced around, but the fog obscured their view completely. In any case, thank the master. Thank the master. Quietly, the group expressed gratitude to Su Yuan standing under the peach tree just a little distance away. At this moment, Zhang Dali suddenly exclaimed, Wait, where did Brother Tsong and Shenhua go? Didn't see them. Could they have been taken out by the great yellow immortal? That person's arm also bore shallow cuts as evidence of the previous danger. At this time, someone shouted, Comrades, there are only 3 hours left until daytime. You're right, today's daylight is longer than usual. So what? Shouldn't we search for treasures beneath the Huang Pai Zi's graves? You dare to? Thinking back on what just happened, everyone felt shivers down their spines. Will we leave without trying? It was Zhang Dali who spoke. There's truth in that. We came here for the treasures from the Huang Pai Zi. Now they're all dead here. What should we fear anymore? That's reasonable. Someone began to agree hesitantly, and the group started wavering. Plus, since Master Su dealt with them, hasn't he already gone below? Su Yuan rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Whether I go down or not, it's none of your business. Even though he indeed planned to do so, there needed to be a few idiots leading the way first. Otherwise, with the 1,000 intimidation points he held against the Huang Pai Zi, they would likely flee with the treasures before he could act. It's possible. With the great master around, why should I be scared? Let's go after them. If master leads the way, even if we don't get the meat, we might still share in some broth. Little Coalball, hearing this, thought secretly, your master has eaten all the meat, leaving no scraps behind. And you think you can share the broth? What fools. I'll go. So will I. Let's go then. In the end, a portion left, while 12 brave souls remained, including Zhang Dali. They were going to scout the grave of the Huang Pai Zi and search for the treasures of the great yellow immortal. Apparently, despite never seeing Su Yuan personally, the crowd had already been stirred into action. They headed toward the half-meter-high hole. Su Yuan followed silently from behind. Do you think I'm at the front? Actually, I'm at the rear. Chapter 45. Entering the yellow-skinned fiend's tomb. On a small grave surrounded by a dim peach orchard, everyone stared at the dark entrance of the tomb ahead. Are you sure there are no yellow great immortals left down there? Someone hesitated again. Aren't they all dead? Some were suffocated by us, and others were struck down by Su Yuan with lightning. How do you guarantee that not a single one remains? Why are you afraid? Have you forgotten about Su Yuan, the great immortal? Even if there are still yellow-skinned fiends in the cave, the great immortal will deal with them up front. That's right. How could I have forgotten? The great immortal goes ahead. What am I afraid of? After a thorough brainwashing session, the 12 warriors, each gripping their tattered weapons, officially set out. Zhang Dali swept away the charcoal he had blocked and burned earlier at the cave entrance. Bending over, he leaned toward the cave opening, peering inside. He exclaimed in surprise. The cave mouth looks narrow, but it's actually quite spacious inside. With these words, Zhang Dali was the first to crawl into the cave. The other 11 people also walked up to the cave entrance and went in one by one. Indeed, the space within the yellow-skinned fiend's tomb was quite large. With the 12 of them inside, it was still spacious. Meanwhile, a strong smell of smoke lingered in the air. Someone said, what a pity for the owner of this tomb. After death, he has to lie in the same grave as a yellow-skinned fiend. This tomb has been looted already, without even leaving behind the coffin. Could those treasures of the yellow-skinned fiends be the belongings of the original tomb occupant? That makes sense. Those yellow-skinned fiends, how despicable. We must retrieve the treasures for the tomb owner. Yes, we must uphold justice. Don't squabble. It's pitch black here. We can't see anything clearly. How can we uphold justice anyway? Zhang Dali indeed told the truth. At the cave entrance, sunlight shone through, making it somewhat bright. But further inside, it was pitch dark. That's right, so dark. Who would dare to go forward? Everyone looked at each other, none daring to take another step. I'll go get a branch, make it into a torch. Zhang Dali headed towards the cave entrance, having just taken 2 steps when he suddenly felt like stepping on something. Zhang Dali bent down to pick it up. He exclaimed joyfully, a torch. Torch, ordinary item. Burns emitting light and heat, effectively repelling evil spirits and scaring off wild beasts. Flame intensity, 20, hard to extinguish. Remaining burning time, 12 hours. Not bad attributes. Zhang Dali took out his lighter, lit the torch, and instantly, the fire illuminated the cave. Someone curiously asked, where did this torch come from? Luck, Zhang Dali grinned. I found it under my feet. Everyone hurriedly looked down, hoping to find another one. They didn't know that this torch was tossed over by Su Yuan. Seeing these guys entering the fiend's tomb barehanded, he guessed the warriors needed torches, quickly trading for 3 torches from the market using bread. He quietly threw one over, storing the other 2 in his storage ring. Guided by the torchlight, an earth chamber appeared before everyone. This should only be the entrance of the yellow-skinned fiend's tomb, where a narrow passage suitable only for single-file access emerged at the back of the earthen room. All the people gathered at the narrow passage entrance, unsure what to do next. Who shall lead the way? Everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Dali, who was holding the torch high. Me? No way, too dangerous. He waved his hands repeatedly. Someone said, when we divide the treasures later, you can take an extra piece. The group quickly discussed this suggestion. No way, I always stick to principles. I never take advantage. You should go instead. Zhang Dali definitely didn't want to be the fool here. As he handed the torch over, no one dared accept it. People around him kept discussing, deciding to increase the price, 2 items. I've already said, I don't take advantage. Zhang Dali frowned. At this moment, someone proposed, you go first, and we'll follow your command. Once we acquire the treasures, you choose 3 first, then we'll split the rest. Everyone followed suit, awaiting Zhang Dali's response. The terms were too tempting, and he had started to soften. Principles are made to be broken. Someone offered him a graceful exit. All right, for everyone's sake, I'll reluctantly agree. Zhang Dali cheerfully became the first to walk into the narrow tunnel. As the leader, he still reminded everyone, we maintain the same pace. Each person places their hand on the shoulder of the one in front. The 12 people formed a long line and moved forward. Only now did Su Yuan enter with Xiao Meiqiu, catching up, trailing far behind. Just as they walked, a shadow appeared suddenly in front of him. Su Yuan got startled, nearly throwing the spiritual fire talisman in his hand. Master! Su Yuan sighed helplessly. Why did you come out? Ling pouted. Master, it's so dark here. Aren't you scared? I'm scared, Su Yuan mumbled silently. Scared of you surprising me like this? Su Yuan furrowed his brow, holding back the latter half of his sentence. Since you know I'm scared, I wanted to come out and keep you company. She didn't dare to show her face because of the bright sunlight outside. Down the cave, it was pitch dark, perfect for her. Su Yuan was about to say that there was no need. But then he thought that she could watch his back. You stay at the rear and alert me if anything happens. Good. Ling's heart ballooned with joy. The master needs me so much. I wonder if tonight, the master will let me hang on the wall corner to watch him sleep? So looking forward to it. If Su Yuan knew what she had in mind, he would surely confine her into the ghost contract, and change the setting where ghost servants can freely enter and exit the little black room. This passage is somewhat long. Zhang Dali felt sweat drenching his forehead. The narrow tunnel was suffocatingly hot. Finally, he reached the end and sighed in relief, finding an exit ahead. Exiting the passage, they arrived at a new earthen chamber. What's that? Zhang Dali, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. Those behind also came to a halt. What's wrong? Everyone tightened their weapons, ready to attack at any moment. There, over there. It's full of coffins. He was so nervous that his tongue tied itself. Where? The people at the back couldn't see because they were blocked by those in front. Zhang Dali took 2 steps forward and moved aside, allowing everyone else to crowd in. This earthen room was more than twice as large as the previous one. In the vast emptiness of the earthen chamber, the light from the torches illuminated 5 coffins placed in the middle of the room. At the sight of this, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. The timid ones were already trembling in fear, leaning against the walls. At this moment, Su Yuan, who had been quietly trailing far behind, crept closer, standing behind the group and peeking inside. With Ling's help, she cast an illusion over herself and Xiao Meiqiu. Even if Su Yuan stood right before them, the warriors wouldn't see him. Someone cautiously asked, these aren't the original tomb owner's coffins, are they? They recalled there were exactly 5 burial mounds outside. I think they are. We are here to help you deal with those monsters. Please don't be offended. Some began whispering prayers softly. Shall we continue? Someone whispered the question. Zhang Dali extended the torch in his hand, shining it further inside, where another narrow single-file passage appeared. The 5 black coffins were perfectly positioned, blocking the only path forward. Let's go back. Zhang Dali was the first to want to retreat. Just then, with a clang, a stone door fell down at the entrance where they came from, sealing their way out. The faces of all changed drastically as they searched high and low but found no mechanism to open the door. Someone suggested, it's too eerie here. Let's not stay. Keep moving forward, perhaps we'll find another exit. Everyone agreed with his words, and continued to move forward, still led by Zhang Dali. As they passed the 5 coffins, clang, clang. Suddenly, the lid of the middle coffin started to shake, as if something inside was pounding on the lid, trying to get out. Chapter 46, Someone Behind. The coffin lid in the middle began to shake violently. The corpse is coming back to life. Dongzi wrapped corpse. Zombie. No one knows who shouted first, but everyone pushed and shoved the people in front of them, all crowding into the passage ahead. Don't push, don't push. Zhang Dali was at the front, and he was the one being squeezed the hardest. Zhang Dali held onto the torch with one hand, while leaning heavily against the wall with the other to keep from falling over. Stop. After being pushed around for a long time, Zhang Dali finally couldn't take it anymore and ordered the group to stop. What's wrong? Someone from behind asked. Brothers, if you keep pushing, go ahead yourself. I can't handle it. If yellow weasels or zombies don't kill me, you guys will finish me off first. After hearing this, everyone really did stop. Zhang Dali sighed in relief, calling on everyone to get back in line and continue forward. Everyone, place your hands on the shoulder of the person in front. Ready? With Linger's illusion magic deceiving the group, Su Yuan followed safely from behind. Before the group started moving forward, Wang Mingjia, who was at the very end, suddenly changed expression and whispered softly, "Don't walk yet." The man in front of him, named Wu Liang, turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Mingjia had a rather difficult expression. "How many are we?" 12. The person up front didn't understand what he meant. "Which number am I?" "The 12th. No one behind me, right?" Wang Mingjia's voice trembled, and the hand on the person's shoulder before him also started shaking. What do you mean?" Wu Liang's face went pale. Wang Mingjia, trembling all over, closed his eyes tightly. "Whose hand is on my shoulder?" "Scary." Wu Liang was frightened, speechless. Su Yuan behind coldly stared ahead. Indeed, there was a ghost hand resting on Wang Mingjia's shoulder, an old, hunched ghost's hand. Linger approached Su Yuan and whispered softly into his ear, "Master, what should we do with that old ghost?" This old ghost was a basic level F-grade weird entity, easy prey. Little Coal Ball grinned, too disdainful to swallow it. "Kill it." Su Yuan's eyes slightly narrowed. This was an experience baby to enhance the title of Ghost Hunter. He tossed out the spirit fire talisman from his hand. Boom. The old ghost standing behind Wang Mingjia instantly got engulfed by the spirit fire. Su Yuan used a common spirit fire talisman. The 3 pure flames would likely burn Wang Mingjia to death as well. In that case, the system would award Su Yuan with a murderer title, and probably the whole world would blacklist him, making no one dare to transact with him ever again. The old ghost emitted a terrible scream and was immediately reduced to ashes by the spirit fire, accompanied by the eerie metallic clashing screams of the ghost. Wang Mingjia also screamed in terror. How could he not be scared? A ghost was right behind him. Wang Mingjia twisted his body in place with a 360-degree rotation. directly collapsing onto Wu Liang. They hugged each other tightly and fell on the ground. Save me, there's a ghost, a ghost. Wang Mingjia tightly held onto the other person's waist, wailing loudly. Ghost, ghost. Everyone heard that ghost cry, they all panicked. At this moment, someone took out their survival manual and flipped through the strange rules. A ghost mingling among the crowd has already been burned by spiritual fire. Don't panic, don't panic. We've triggered the strange rule, but the ghost has already been burned to death by the spiritual fire. Chai Ning read the strange rules and calmed everyone down. Is the ghost dead? Shivering Wang Mingjia still wasn't sure. Really, Wu Liang was also terrified. After all, they were the closest just now and heard it most clearly. That ghost call was truly bone-chilling. Of course it's real. Chai Ning bent down and showed them the words in the survival manual. Let go. Wu Liang pushed Wang Mingjia away in disgust, then stood up. Wang Mingjia also stood up, trembling. He said, let's not continue. Let's go back. Zhang Dali sneered. Go back? The way we came is already gone. Which way would you even go? Besides, we don't know what else might pop out from those coffins over there. Would you dare go back? What do we do then? Wang Mingjia's mental state had already collapsed. I shouldn't have come in here. Isn't this useless talk now? Wu Liang regretted it too. But Chai Ning looked excited and said, Spirit Fire, isn't Master Su Yuan the Great One around here? Great Master, are you here? Beside him, Su Yuan, hidden by Linger's illusions, thought, this guy reacts pretty quickly. Many people were quite agitated, but after looking around, they saw no sign of Su Yuan. Continue. Wang Mingjia and some others' mental states were already somewhat broken, and they didn't want to go on. Zhang Dali said, what can we do by not going forward? The way back is blocked. Whether the great god is here or not, we still need to go forward to find the exit. Although some people were unwilling to continue, there was no better way. This yellow weasel tomb is very mysterious. Everyone should keep quiet and don't disturb anything else. Holding the torch, Zhang Dali continued to move forward. The people behind follow up. This passage was wider than before, allowing 3 or 4 people side by side without any problem. Instead of forming a long queue, the group stayed close together as they moved forward. Who knows, they might trigger something strange later. They let Chai Ning walk in the middle to check for strange rules specifically. Su Yuan nodded secretly, thinking that these simpletons had finally done something smart. Since the weird rules had begun to take effect, he needed to pay attention to. Survival in the bizarre world cannot allow even a little carelessness. Su Yuan gripped the spirit-locking axe in his right hand and held a spirit fire talisman in his left. As they were walking, Zhang Dali suddenly stopped and shouted loudly. There's a fork ahead, 2 paths to the left and right. Which way should we go? It was agreed to speak quietly to avoid disturbing the bizarre forces, right? Everyone rolled their eyes in frustration. Let's go left. How about the right? How do we choose? Zhang Dali stretched the torch in front of him to light up the path ahead. Both passages looked roughly the same size, wide enough for 2 people to pass through at the same time. Let's go right. Zhang Dali made the decision. Just as he was about to step forward, his expression suddenly changed. Scared. What person? Only then did they see 2 figures appear in the right-hand passage. All of them felt their hearts leap into their throats. Especially Wang Mingjia, whose mentality utterly collapsed. He turned around and ran back. In panic, he directly knocked over the person behind him. There was chaos as everyone was pushed down. Su Yuan burst out laughing. Are you guys here to seek treasure or to entertain yourselves? Then, the group scrambled back onto their feet and ran towards the direction they had come from. But when they had run halfway, they found another figure blocking their way in this passage. Done for. With danger ahead and behind, what could they do? Chen Dali remained relatively calm. He swung the torch in his hands, hoping to scare away either side. At this moment, Su Yuan hid in the dark, observing the situation silently, until he heard a squeaky sound. A palm-sized mouse appeared at the nearby fork. It seemed to have noticed Su Yuan, and it stared at him coldly with its tiny eyes. Then it turned and scurried towards the left passage. Su Yuan frowned. Stinky rat. I will catch you for sure. He quickly chased after the direction the rat had fled. Chapter 47. Possession. That eerie rat disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan chased for a while, but couldn't find it. He also lit a torch and enhanced its burning duration to 1,200 hours. Even if left burning non-stop, it would last for 50 days. Su Yuan followed the left passage all the way until he arrived at a new earthen chamber. There was nothing inside, very similar to the small room they entered through. Woof, woof. Master, let me help you look for it. Little coal ball sniffed around everywhere, the ground, the walls, and the corners. Woof woof. Strange, where did that dead rat go? Did little coal ball not find its tracks? Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Where could it have gone? He looked around the entire earthen chamber, his gaze falling on the top of the chamber. If there was any difference between here and the entrance, it was that the top of the entrance connected to the side walls with a slope. Su Yuan had walked in following that slope, but here, it was a stone slab. Just as Su Yuan was about to go over to check the slab, a sound came from behind him. Squeak. He quickly turned around. That little rat appeared at the entrance, waving its forelimbs provocatively at Su Yuan. Su Yuan and little coal ball were both furious. Before he had time to use talismans, the little rat dove back into the passage and ran away. Chase it. Woof. Leading little coal ball, Su Yuan chased after it again. Not long after he left, the stone slab in the ceiling suddenly cracked with a sharp sound. A head poked out from behind the slab, and then the entire slab was pushed aside, allowing a ray of light to shine through from behind it. An athletic man wearing leopard-patterned animal skins and holding a long spear stepped out from behind the slab. Squeak. The rat that Su Yuan was chasing returned to this earthen chamber and zipped over to the man, leaping lightly onto the palm of the man's extended hand. Su Yuan still hadn't found where that rat went. He followed the passage and reached the fork. Just before proceeding further, Su Yuan extinguished the torch in his hand and cautiously peeked out. At that moment, 2 figures were standing with their backs turned toward him. Zhang Dali and Wu Liang were quivering, crouched in front of them, too frightened to move. Moments ago, when mysterious figures appeared on either side of Zhang Dali's group, everyone thought they were doomed. Especially when 2 eerie shadows emerged from the right passage at the fork and rushed over. All of them dropped their weapons in terror, leaning against the wall, slumped on the ground, hugging their heads waiting for death. Only Zhang Dali held his firebrand with great courage, trying to drive away the approaching horrors. It must be afraid of fire. Though these two figures didn't retreat because of him, their speed seemed to slow down significantly. They drifted closer in an ethereal manner. Are they not afraid of light or fire? Divine Su Yuan, where are you? Quickly come out and uphold justice. Zhang Dali's face was pale blue. As the eerie figures approached closely and he was about to give up, through the firelight, Zhang Dali astonishingly discovered that the two figures in front of him were people they knew. Brother Tsong? How is it you're here? He realized that the ones who had arrived were Liang Tsong and Chun Huahua, who had vanished earlier when they woke up in the peach grove. He had assumed they had met misfortune, never imagining they had already made it down to the Huangpi tomb. Zhang Dali's thoughts raced with wonder, unsure whether they had obtained the treasure. Hearing what Zhang Dali said, everyone else raised their heads to look, even Wang Ming peeking through his fingers. When they confirmed the identities of the individuals before them were not the eerie presence or Huangpi creatures, everyone sighed in relief and stood up. Brother Tsong, it's good to see you're safe. Yeah, we were all quite worried. That's right. Brother Tsong, Liang Tsong, and Chun Huahua slowly strolled over. They kept their heads bowed the entire time, and their steps were unnaturally floating. Everyone looked curiously at them. Brother Tsong. Zhang Dali waved the firebrand in front of him. Brother Tsong, what's wrong with you? Liang Tsong's face was pitch black, terrifyingly so. Suddenly, Chai Ning cried out in alarm. Eerie phenomenon. The rule is here. Is there something behind those newcomers? Did you see it? Don't let your mind be bewitched. What? Zhang Dali was so scared he nearly dropped his firebrand. Everyone tightened together, nervously staring at the Liang Tsong and Chun Huahua in front of them. Su Yuan, standing at the entrance of the left passageway, similarly opened his survival manual and noticed the sentence. Woof. Little coal ball bared its fangs and instantly transformed into its hellhound form. Su Yuan guessed that these two might have been possessed. How could normal people walk without their heels touching the ground? It looked like something was propping up their heels underneath. Make it reveal itself. Su Yuan took out a Qingxin charm from his pocket. He threw it fiercely, and the Qingxin charm flew through the air, transforming into two beams of white light that shot towards the backs of Liang Tsong and Chun Huahua. Two dark brown Huangpi creatures appeared behind them. These two Huangpi were larger than the smaller ones Su Yuan had encountered before. Their forelimbs clung to the arms of the two people, their hind legs propped under their heels, and on their backs was a yellow talisman inscribed with strange incantations. Since Su Yuan had mastered the complete explanation of talismans, he instantly recognized this as an invisibility charm, one of the intermediate level talismans. Su Yuan now had enough spiritual power to draw such intermediate level talismans once he returned. Why, Great Huang? When the Huangpi revealed themselves behind Liang Tsong and Chun Huahua, everyone was thrown into a panic. Don't be afraid. Just two weasels, watch me. One of the men holding a rusted shovel charged forward and swung the shovel toward the Huangpi behind Liang Tsong. Hey, the shovel was caught by Liang Tsong. Squeak. Snap. The shovel was bent. He's not human. Zhang Dali swung his torch at it. Snap. The torch was broken and fell beside them but did not go out. Su Yuan couldn't bear to watch anymore. These people really weren't skilled at all. To avoid directly scaring away the Huangpi, he didn't act himself but instead retrieved 10 puppet clay figurines from his storage ring. Little guys, go for it. Tap tap tap. The clay puppet figurines were small, only about 10 odd centimeters tall, and would never attract attention. Neither Liang Tsong nor Chun Huahua noticed anything. Screech ka. Suddenly, they felt pain in their tails, as if something had pinched them. The puppet figures attacked their hind legs. Ouch! Screech ka ka. Both Huangpi screamed, and let go of Liang Tsong and Chun Huahua. The puppet figures swarmed and subdued them. A terrifying force pressed against the souls of the two Huangpi. They widened their little eyes, full of terror. What's that? I don't know. The Huangpi seemed to be controlled. Stop talking nonsense. Chai Ning urged impatiently. Let's get out of here first. Just as everyone prepared to flee, a shadow suddenly emerged from the path they came from, blocking their way. Chapter 48. Is Su Yuan your father? The shadow that suddenly appeared slowly approached. It was a man. Was he human or ghost? Or perhaps a zombie? The scene of the coffin lid shaking earlier still lingered in everyone's mind. Everyone felt unwell. At this moment, they were all imagining short films in their heads, envisioning the horrifying image of the man before them suddenly baring his teeth and claws as he lunged forward. The appearance of the man plunged the group into deep fear. All of them silently prayed. Great Su Yuan, appear quickly. Save me. Heh, you silly folks, your great god has no time for you. In the survival world, those who foolishly hope for protection from others will likely not live to see the next episode. Su Yuan, watching from afar, rolled his eyes. These people must have been scared out of their wits. Normal humans standing right in front of them, and they're already so terrified. Over there, the two yellow weasels had already fainted completely. He controlled the mud puppet to carry the two yellow weasels over. Yellow weasel, trainable. Species, special type. Growth stage, growth phase, developed into eerie traits. Specialty, without any external force, it can develop eerie abilities. Personality, crafty, with a strong tendency for revenge. Eerie rank, E. Strength, 7. Defense, 3. Spirit, 20. Talent, mental control. It possesses formidable mental power capable of controlling animals and humans with weak spirits. After looking at its attributes, Su Yuan finally understood. This little yellow weasel might be an ordinary animal, but it can control the minds of humans. That's why the eerie rules don't apply. After all, it hasn't yet developed fully eerie traits. Su Yuan first took the invisibility talisman off their backs and placed it aside, casually taking out a fruit knife from his storage ring. This thing with such a strong retaliatory nature would best not be brought back alive. Su Yuan gripped their narrow heads and lifted them up. With a quick flick of his hand, the blade cut through. The necks of the two yellow weasels were instantly severed by him. Better decompose them into materials later. Su Yuan packed them in a bag and tossed the corpses of the two yellow weasels into the storage ring. He picked up the invisibility talisman and examined its properties. Invisibility talisman, intermediate level. Invisibility effect, 10, hides only physical form, does not hide sound, can be detected through aura probing. Looking at its attributes, Su Yuan experimentally strengthened the invisibility effect by 100-fold. A terrifying invisibility talisman emerged. Invisibility talisman. Invisibility effect. 1000. Complete invisibility. Undetectable by any ability. Wow. Stick it on, and you become truly invisible. Su Yuan put the invisibility talisman into the storage ring, intending to use it when necessary. Just as the suddenly appearing man tentatively moved closer to everyone, full of excitement, a brother holding a pole suddenly charged out of the crowd and swung the pole toward the other person's head. I'll fight you. Don't. Before Zhang Jiong could shout the second word, he was knocked unconscious by the pole. That's right. The man who arrived wasn't anyone else but Zhang Jiong, who had climbed out of the coffin. When he encountered what he thought was a savior, he got hit instead. Of course, at this point, no one cared who he was. The brother with the pole even looked proud. Before coming here, I made sure to rub garlic on the pole. It works against weird things. Good job, bro. The crowd gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Dali rolled his eyes. What did you do earlier? Haha, forgot. Shui Jiala awkwardly scratched his head. Wait, I'll go exterminate those yellow weasels over there for you all. He suddenly felt like he was competent. Shui Jiala grabbed the pole and prepared to beat the two yellow weasels, whose life status was unknown. But when he went over, he discovered that the yellow weasels lying there were gone. Gone. The crowd gathered, indeed confirming that the two yellow weasels were nowhere to be seen. They didn't know that the two yellow weasels had already been taken away by Su Yuan. Right at that moment, Liang Tsong, lying on the ground, suddenly woke up. Where am I? Opening his eyes, he saw the people around him. You're here too? Seat Tsong brother? Shui Jiala held up the pole in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. He should be fine. Chai Ning came over. No trigger for the eerie rules. Shui Jiala sighed in relief. At the same time, Chen Huahua regained consciousness nearby. Here? Where's this? Where are we? Liang Tsong was also curious. He had left the peach grove clearly, but somehow ended up in this cave-like place. Zhang Dali said, Yellow Weasel Grave. Then, he briefly told Liang Tsong and the others about how they descended into the grave and met the experiences they had undergone. Liang Tsong recalled that when they were just about to exit the peach forest, a pair of yellow weasels suddenly leapt out beside them. He clenched his teeth and said bitterly, Yellow weasels are truly despicable. Chen Huahua nodded in agreement. Weren't you saying that those two yellow weasels were suddenly attacked by something and fainted? Where are they now? Liang Tsong continued to ask. Chai Ning frowned. They probably fled to bring reinforcements. We must leave here as soon as possible. Zhang Dali rolled his eyes and said, What are you afraid of? Master Su Yuan is nearby. He will surely protect us. Chai Ning looked at him as if he were an idiot. Is Su Yuan your father? How dare you insult people? Zhang Dali was furious, but fortunately Wu Liang and Wang Mingjia held him back. He's not your father, so why should he save you? In today's survival world, even if he were your father, would he necessarily save you? Chai Ning looked at him contemptuously. This guy kept shouting about how powerful Master Su Yuan was, and everyone else just followed along. If it weren't for the treasure of Huang Daxian, he wouldn't have come here with these fools. Chai Ning wasn't wrong. Su Yuan didn't care about them at all. These people, as brave pioneers, had already served their purpose. They successfully attracted all the horrors from within this yellow weasel grave. They just didn't know it yet. As for Su Yuan, having stirred up the chaos, he had already slipped away to focus on himself. Liang Song acknowledged what Chai Ning said, but he thought they could cooperate with Su Yuan. We might try to contact Master Su Yuan proactively. Oh, regional chat channel. Liang Song pulled out his survival manual and opened the regional chat channel. He suddenly noticed there were several messages inside. Could it be that Master Su Yuan is trying to reach us? Zhang Jiong. Everyone was flipping through their survival manuals when they shockingly found his message. I'm not dead. Brothers, the smoke suddenly dispersed. Where are you guys? Come and save me quickly. What is this place? I need to figure out a way to push the lid open. It moved. There seems to be someone passing by. Brothers, ITM crawled out of the coffin. Where are you guys? I see a group of people ahead. I'll go check it out. That was where the message ended. Everyone's eyes fell onto the unconscious man lying nearby. Shui Jiala, holding the pole, looked a bit awkward and shifted the pole behind his back. Ouch ouch ouch. Finally, Zhang Jiong woke up, clutching his injured head as he stood up. It hurts so much. Just then, a sudden sound of fine footsteps, accompanied by the cries of yellow weasels, echoed around them. Squeak squeak, creak creak, squeak creak. At this moment, dozens of green lights suddenly appeared from the distant passageway entrance. Those sharp, narrow eyes were filled with endless hatred towards the group. Yellow weasels, so many yellow weasels. One by one slender figures surged out from the passage, approaching them menacingly. Chapter 49, Spirit Rat. After Su Yuan sent Linger back to the Ghost Pact, he placed a reinforced invisibility talisman on himself and Little Cold Ball. He then proceeded along the right-hand passage into the depths of the yellow skin grave. He noticed that as he moved further in, the walls on either side were lined with oil lamps, their yellowish light eliminating the need for a torch. On his way, 2 or 3 dozen yellow skins scurried past Su Yuan, running toward the fork in the passage. He could only silently mourn in his heart for those 12 warriors. Su Yuan didn't have time to think too much since he was going to look for the treasures of the yellow great immortal. Once he applied the 100-fold reinforced invisibility talisman, it worked wonders. He had nothing to fear from being discovered by the yellow skins passing by. The underground chambers beneath the yellow skin grave were crisscrossed in every direction. When Su Yuan saw an upcoming narrow passageway ahead, one through which a person would have to squeeze sideways to get through, he approached cautiously and peeked inside, catching sight of an iron barred gate directly opposite this passage. This is it. Su Yuan had almost confirmed the location of the treasure. He remembered Zhang Jiong mentioning earlier in the chat channel that he was locked up in a place with barred gates, likely this spot. Little Cold Ball darted in directly, while Su Yuan squeezed himself in carefully, walking halfway when he heard a rat squeak. He glanced over to see the little rat coming from afar, prompting him to hurry up. Where did this strange rat come from? Although it hadn't hurt him yet, it gave Su Yuan an unsettling feeling as if it wouldn't leave him alone. Su Yuan quickly entered the inner earthen chamber. Sure enough, there were 2 barred gates here, one of which was empty. This must be the prison where Zhang Jiong was detained. The room on the other side. Su Yuan's eyes brightened. There was no peachwood sword visible, but indeed, there were 2 large wooden chests inside. It wasn't practical to retrieve them now, so Su Yuan summoned Linger and instructed her to use illusions to swap the positions of these 2 earthen chambers. Under the illusion's influence, the previously empty jail now appeared to house 2 large wooden chests, whereas the actual treasure room across became empty instead. He also had Linger cast a specialized curse aimed at the rat. With that done, Su Yuan sent Linger back in and reminded little Coal Ball not to make a sound. They stood quietly in the corner, waiting for the trap to take effect. Squeak, squeak. Sure enough, that luminous green small rat came heading straight here. When it crept in, Su Yuan wanted to examine its properties carefully, but was surprised to find that he could only see its name, Spirit Rat. No displayed information, could it be? He recalled how even little Coal Ball's attributes could be turned off by him. Could this rat belong to someone? If so, that was terrifying. The Spirit Rat's tiny eyes darted around constantly, as it carefully inspected left and right before retreating back out through the narrow passageway. With no actions taken, recalling previous sightings, this Spirit Rat strongly resembled a reconnaissance agent. This further validated the assumption that it had a master. As a sturdy man, draped in animal skin clothing and wielding a long spear, entered sideways. Su Yan cursed under his breath. Damn, this Spirit Rat really has an owner. Then all those times it appeared in front of him, it was all due to its master's orders? It even showed up near his black cell. Thinking about it gives me chills. Su Yuan took a sharp intake of breath. Had today's discovery not happened, he might have remained oblivious. The Spirit Rat scampered up to the man, climbing up his leg, sitting on his shoulder, tilting its head towards his ear and chirping. The treasure definitely lies here. Has an elder Su Yuan shown up? What does that mean? Su Yuan, suddenly mentioned by name, took a moment to register the comment. If it weren't for you finding out about him during your outings, I probably wouldn't have realized that Elder Su Yuan was within my same area. Thought Su Yuan. That explains why the Spirit Rat showed up near the black cell. Hold on. You've been visiting several times? His expression could not have been more colorful. The honorary title has already been preemptively taken by him. We need to snatch the treasure quickly. With less than 4 days left until the rankings are announced, I must gain sufficient advantages and surpass him in overall power. This guy was clearly pitted against himself. Suddenly, he felt reminiscent of studying back in school when a classmate quietly monitored his grades, striving to overtake. Illusions? They must have been set by that spirit yellow-grayed immortal. Hand the illusion over to you. After speaking, the man closed his eyes and slowly walked towards the treasure room. Strangely, he headed directly towards it. The Spirit Rat could apparently break through the illusions. This ability was similar to Little Coal Ball's barrier-breaking prowess. Little Coal Ball, watching the man and Spirit Rat, looked at Su Yuan and thought, this rat can communicate with its master by squeaking. Why can't I bark? Su Yuan was watching the man and the Spirit Rat that had broken through the illusion step by step towards the treasure room. A wicked smile appeared on his face. Do you think it's just about illusions? The curse should take effect now. Ah! The man cried out in surprise as a claw mark appeared on his face. He abruptly opened his eyes and stared bewilderedly at the Spirit Rat on his shoulder, whose eyes were crimson red, claws ready to lunge again. Are you crazy? The man grabbed it. Squeak. The Spirit Rat revealed a set of sharp little teeth and bit down hard on the man. Bang. The Spirit Rat was thrown out, smashing violently into the wall. Bounce. It rebounded and charged forward again. Thrust. The spear in the man's hand easily pierced through it, pinning it to the ground. Although the Spirit Rat seemed very elastic and wasn't pierced through, the man apparently knew this characteristic of the rat and had controlled his strength while stabbing. Su Yuan mused silently. This person is quite skilled. Squeak. Squeak. The Spirit Rat cried helplessly on the ground, unable to escape from the tip of the spear. Affection -1. Affection -1. Seeing the rapidly decreasing affection, the man released the spear only for the Spirit Rat to pounce again. He held it back once more with his spear. Affection -1. And another attempt. Su Yuan burst out laughing. His curse was not lethal, but if the other party knew its contents, they'd certainly be enraged. Rats approach the treasure chamber and lose control, becoming violent and attacking the ones closest to them. This curse was originally intended for the Spirit Rat. Su Yuan wanted it to go wreak havoc in the rat's den, but unexpectedly, it also brought along its intimate owner. So naturally, the curse took stronger effects. The frenzied attacks from the Spirit Rat left the man preoccupied. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan walked towards the location of the treasures, determined to get them first. On the other side, squeak, squeak, screech, screech. 15 people tightly packed together. Numerous yellow weasels charged over from both sides of the passage, coldly eyeing them. Oh, how, what do we do? Zhang Dali was twitching nervously. Liang Song trembled as he pulled out the last fire talisman from his pocket. No choice. Let's die together. But just then, the talisman in his hand suddenly floated away. Ah! Liang Song screamed as he reached out to grab it, missing entirely, and could only watch helplessly as it floated high into the air. Poof! The fire talisman ignited itself. Next, a shrill and ear-splitting thunderous voice resounded loudly around them. Who killed my children? Taking advantage of the flames, they saw an old woman dressed in a Taoist robe, leaning on a cane, walk out from among many yellow coats. Upon seeing her, Zhang Jiong was already so nervous he couldn't speak. Chapter 50, Experience Babies. Inside the treasure room, Su Yuan directly picked up 2 large wooden boxes and stuffed them into his storage ring. The man and the Spirit Rat were still confronting each other, likely not to conclude anytime soon. At this moment, a sharp scream spread throughout the entire yellow fur graveyard. All intruders, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Su Yuan took out the survival manual, where an eerie rule appeared. The owner of the yellow fur graveyard is in a state of rage. All survivors within the graveyard will bear its wrath. Please escape back to the small black house before nightfall to avoid being locked down. After dark, it will lock onto all intruders. The owner of the yellow fur graveyard should be a yellow rat that can speak, having attained supernatural powers. Su Yuan put away the survival manual. He had another task to complete. There were so many yellow furs here, leaving them would be such a waste. He was counting on these creatures to advance his title of Yellow Fur Slasher. To level up from Yellow Fur Slasher to Yellow Fur Slaying Master, one needs to kill 100 foxes, which was highly significant as it increases the intimidation against fox spirits. Glancing at the man who was still battling with the spirit rat, Su Yuan thought silently, "Continue playing, I'm leaving." Su Yuan squeezed out through the narrow passage and started heading back quickly. In no time, Su Yuan reached the crossroad. His eyes sparkled, extremely excited. So many experienced babies. 50 to 60 yellow furs blocked various exits. The 15 people were all kneeling on the ground, facing an old woman standing hunched over, her back turned toward them. Human? No. Su Yuan felt she should be called Old Yellow Fur. Su Yuan was delighted, expressing his gratitude inwardly to the 15 comrades who knelt there. If not for their distraction, he wouldn't have been able to seize the treasure easily. Gathering all the experienced babies together, good job done by these warriors. At this moment, Zhang Dali suddenly spoke while kneeling on the ground. Great yellow immortal grandma. Everything I said is true. Su Yuan hesitated for a second. Grandma? Is that even necessary? Liang Song and Chai Ning exchanged glances beside Zhang Dali, thinking secretly how pathetic this guy was. Where is he then? Old Yellow Fur turned around, revealing a long face full of wrinkles, cold and terrifying. Grandma, I truly don't know. Your descendants were all killed by him using lightning. If you don't believe me, just take a look. Zhang Dali pulled out his survival manual, offering it to prove his words. Old Yellow Fur glanced at the handbook in his hand and gave a cold snort. Are you trying to show me blank paper? Blank. Zhang Dali protested. It can't be. Grandma, let me see. There are words. Look carefully. Su Yuan obtained the honorary title of Yellow Fur Slayer. Check it out. Bang. He was slapped away hard, crashing against the wall of the passage. Zhang Dali immediately lost consciousness. Su Yuan couldn't help but applaud. Good hit. Woof. Woof. Little Coalball was also very excited, barking twice joyfully. Who's over there? Under the drooping eyelids of Old Yellow Fur, a pair of strange green-eyed pupils stared coldly towards this side. This is somewhat awkward. They got too carried away, and were discovered by the advanced Yellow Fur. Su Yuan decided not to pretend anymore. What? I'm here for the experience. He removed the invisibility talisman from himself and Little Coalball, confidently walking over. Squeak. 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 Wherever he went, the foxes beside him didn't dare move a muscle, curling up tightly with their heads tucked. The aura he emitted? Even the Old Yellow Fur sensed a touch of tension from the energy Su Yuan exuded. After eating that piece of yellow fur meat, his intimidating presence towards ordinary foxes reached a terrifying 1,000 points. Along with his honorary title, he also had 10 points of deterrent effect against fox spirits. Could it be? Chan Ning revealed a look of pleasure, exclaiming, "He is Su Yuan, the great master? Master Su Yuan. That's wonderful. Isn't Su Yuan supposed to be an old Taoist? We're safe. So young." Chen Huahua gazed affectionately in his direction. Liang Song looked at the little dog following next to Su Yuan, muttering inwardly, "Still, my black wolfhound looks much more impressive." He almost forgot that his black wolfhound had abandoned him long ago and fled far away. What exactly is Su Yuan? The eyes of Old Yellow Fur narrowed into slits. Recalling what the person had mentioned earlier about the Yellow Fur Slayer, could that be referring to the young man standing right before her now? Su Yuan waved his hand. "Old Demoness, you don't need to worry about me. Go about your business. I'll just consume some experience." Chuckling, he casually released 100 clay puppets from his storage ring. They all stood there in a row, forming a dark mass. Go, go, go. The 100 clay puppets went into action at the same time. Not bad. Su Yuan thought he should drink something to boost his mental strength. If he could control 10,000 clay puppets, how magnificent it would be. Are these little men that can defeat the Yellow Furs Su Yuan's creation? Liang Song was disheveled. No, I don't know. Chai Ning also looked disoriented. Everyone was in chaos. It turned out Su Yuan was indeed a formidable person. A terrifying killing aura spread as the 100 clay puppets charged forward, immediately descending upon the scene. Their killing intent directly struck at the soul. The Yellow Furs, already under Su Yuan's intimidation, collapsed on the ground. The clay puppets quickly took control of these fallen Yellow Furs. Both Shadow Blade and Locking Spirit Axe appeared in Su Yuan's hands simultaneously. He tied the axe to the blade and hurled them with great force. With a whoosh sound, the Shadow Blade extended, accurately controlling the Locking Spirit Axe heading straight for the Old Yellow Fur. However, the Old One's senses were also affected by the killing aura. Fortunately, having some skill, she pulled out a talisman and attached it to her body to resist the aura, managing to dodge Su Yuan's fatal axe strike. The next moment, her pupils widened suddenly. The target of the Locking Spirit Axe didn't seem to be her. Thump, thump, thump. Under the control of the shadow, the axe spun towards the Yellow Furs around it. Each blow was lethal, slicing precisely through their throats. Dead. All dead. By the time the Old Yellow Fur reacted, her children were all gone. How could this happen? The collapse of Huang Daxian happened in an instant. You're asking for death. I'll eat your flesh and drink your blood. Die, you will die. A terrifying aura emanated from the Old Yellow Fur. Her eyes glowed a deadly red as she shot towards Su Yuan. With the staff in her hand, she aimed to smash open the man's skull. She wanted to crush him into a bloody pulp, scatter his bones and ashes. Su Yuan wasn't panicking at all. He casually threw a clear mind talisman. Silence. Pang. The Old Yellow Fur's flight capability disappeared instantly, losing balance and slamming hard onto the ground. Before she could get up, the small dog looking rather cute and playful galloped over. Roar. An awe-inspiring roar echoed. Little Coalball transformed into a hellhound. My goodness. That dirt dog can actually transform. How majestic. Master Su Yuan's pet is indeed extraordinary. Liang Song was speechless. He had stupidly compared his black wolfhound with this creature. It was laughable. Little Coalball pressed its paw firmly on the Old Yellow Fur, wagging its tail proudly. Master, am I handsome? Idiot dog, it's already run away. Su Yuan covered his face, unable to bear watching. Bark. All that remained on the ground was the robe worn by the Old Yellow Fur. Chapter 51, Battle of Symbols. Su Yuan still knew the principle of eradicating evil completely. This brood of little ones had been annihilated by him, and that old yellow weasel must die. Woof. It didn't go far. Little coal ball detected the location of that old yellow weasel. It turned its head to look at Su Yuan. You chase it first, I'll be right there. Su Yuan placed a clay puppet on little coal ball's back. This would allow him to catch up later. Roar, master, leave it to me. Little coal ball wanted to regain the dignity it lost in front of its master. It leapt up and chased after the left fork in the road, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. Liang Tsung couldn't snap out of his daze. If only I could have a pet like that too. With its super detection ability, little coal ball should have no problem catching up with the escaped yellow weasel spirit. Su Yuan picked up the robe that the old yellow weasel dropped and put it into his storage ring. At this moment, Liang Chao, Chai Ning, and others walked over. More than a dozen glowing eyes simultaneously fell upon Su Yuan. Is this Su Yuan the great god? A living person, my idol and great god. Should I ask him for a charm? Will he give it to me? I want to go back to the small black room with him and let him do whatever. The inner thoughts of the crowd were rich. Su Yuan completely ignored everyone's gaze. He waved his hand grandly. Little ones, job's done. The clay puppets orderly carried the bodies of the yellow weasels into his storage ring. 80 of them, plus the little yellow weasels that were killed instantly by the 5 thunder spell before. It should be enough to make 100. He opened his survival manual, flipping to the honorary titles page. At this point, the Yellow Weasel Slayer had already advanced to become the Yellow Weasel Slayer Master. Yellow Weasel Slayer Master, Intimidation towards Field Mice plus 200, Intimidation towards Yellow Weasel Spirits plus 20, Damage to Yellow Weasel Spirits plus 20%, Advance to Yellow Weasel Slayer Frenzy, requires slaying 500 yellow weasels. At this time, Liang Tsung eagerly approached, full of anticipation looking at him. Great God Su Yuan, can you add me as a friend? Chen Huahua also followed along, throwing a seductive glance. Brother Su Yuan, I want to add you too. Su Yuan had no time to deal with them. Hurry. After saying that, he directly turned around and walked toward the left side of the fork in the road, leaving the two awkwardly standing there, not knowing what to do. Chai Ning couldn't calm down for a long time. He said softly, Great God Su Yuan indeed is character. I like him. Zhang Jiong looked at Su Yuan's retreating figure, his expression complex. Great God Su Yuan, you've already saved my life twice. How shall I repay you? Unfortunately, I'm not a woman, otherwise. At this moment, Zhang Dali woke up slowly. Hey, such a strong bloody smell. He stood up, walking toward everyone, his face swollen like a bread. Hey, why is no one paying attention to me? Liang Tsung walked over, picking up the torch that had been broken. Still burning, it could be used. He called out to everyone. Let's go. We need to leave here as soon as possible. Probably not much time until nightfall. The way we came is blocked. We have to continue forward. Chai Ning frowned. Before Liang Tsung could respond, Zhang Jiong smiled next to him. The blockage you're talking about is that coffin-filled earthen room, right? Exactly. Chai Ning nodded. Zhang Jiong patted his chest. I know how to open that. You know? Chai Ning looked at him in surprise. The switch for that stone door happens to be on the coffin where I was trapped. That's perfect. We can return along the way we came. Just as the group was about to leave, a figure rushed out from the right side of the fork in the road. Before they could react, that figure had already darted into the left-hand passage. Zhang Dali anxiously asked, what just passed by? Everyone shook their heads, feeling confused. Liang Tsung spoke in a low voice. Is there another weirdness here? Zhang Jiong urged. Let's go quickly. Following him, the group headed back the way they had come. Su Yuan entered the left path of the crossroads. He remembered that the end of this path was an earthen chamber, which seemed to be sealed off by a slab of stone. Su Yuan followed the location of the clay puppet beside Little Coal Ball, arriving once more at the earthen chamber. Woof. Little Coal Ball ran over and then barked twice at the stone slab. Su Yuan focused his gaze on the stone slab. He walked over and carefully examined the stone slab in front of him. What is this? He discovered a 9-grid pattern on the stone slab, with 3 colored beads inside the grids. Su Yuan extended his hand and gently pushed it. He realized that the beads could move. Could it be some sort of unlocking minigame? He pushed the same colored beads onto one line. Snap! The stone slab slowly lifted, revealing a passage inside. Woof! Little Coal Ball rushed into the passage first. Su Yuan closely followed behind. This place was a bit more spacious than the previous passage, and not far ahead was a relatively roomy earthen chamber. The walls around the chamber had small niches carved into them. This must be the bedroom of the yellow weasel. Thud! 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 The kerosene lamps on the surrounding walls suddenly lit up with an eerie blue flame. An ominous voice from the old yellow weasel echoed. I shall surely tear you apart into 10,000 pieces and eternally imprison your soul here. This place gave off a feeling of gloom and terror. Taking advantage of the dim blue light on the walls, Su Yuan saw the old yellow weasel appear in the middle of the room wearing a yellow Taoist robe. Changed your outfit. Think I don't recognize you? This cunning yellow weasel was quite adept at escaping through its shell. This time, it mustn't have another chance to run away. He took out his spirit lock axe. Roar. Little Coal Ball was also ready to pounce at any moment. Linger and Ing appeared as well. Su Yuan didn't want to waste any more time on it. He prepared to end the fight directly. Seeing Su Yuan's stance, the old yellow weasel's expression gradually became graver. Humph. Boy, you've actually managed to corner me like this. That's certainly to your credit. It was necessary to kill this man. It found its fear towards Su Yuan becoming stronger and stronger. Could not hold back any longer. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The old yellow weasel now held over a dozen talismans in its hands. I will make you taste what it means to be scorched by fire. It had become so skilled due to having once gone to a Taoist temple and learned some magic and talisman arts. The pride of the old yellow weasel was these fiery talismans. They were originally spirit fire talismans, but spirit fire only harmed ghostly creatures. So, the old yellow weasel improved upon them, turning them into a fierce flame talisman that could harm living beings as well. Seeing the other party taking out talismans, Su Yuan slightly paused. Su Yuan took out his upgraded spirit fire talisman. I also have a spirit fire talisman. The eyelids of the old yellow weasel twitched, thinking, this little one has many tricks up his sleeve. Dare you duel talismans with me? How should we play? We simultaneously use our talismans and see whose talisman is more powerful. Alright, Su Yuan nodded. Su Yuan moved first. His spirit fire talisman slowly drifted forward. Fierce flame talisman. The old yellow weasel unleashed all of its dozen or so talismans at once. Thump thump thump. Over a dozen streaks of flames instantly merged into a blazing sphere half a meter wide flying towards Su Yuan. Isn't this cheating? Su Yuan complained unhappily. The old yellow weasel cackled. Who told you that only one can be used? At this point, Su Yuan's spirit fire talisman transformed into a swirl of pure yang fire. The searing fiery mass touched it and was immediately devoured. Then it flew straight toward the old yellow weasel. The old yellow weasel was utterly astounded. Chapter 52, Wax Spearhead. Damn it. Who the hell is he, and why is the power of the spirit fire talisman so terrifying? Fortunately, I have a way to escape. Over there, the flames are still burning. The robe used as its substitute has already turned to ashes. If I don't run now, I'm probably going to die here today. Just as it was about to run, the shadow under its feet suddenly changed shape and began winding around it. At the same time, a streak of bright red blocked the way in front of Old Huampi. Prohibition curse. Ling raised her hand, and an unnamed energy acted upon Old Huampi's body. The power of the curse directly restrained it in place. As the price of the curse, Ling could no longer move either. You, how did you discover? Looking at Su Yuan walking towards him, Old Huampi's face dramatically changed. Rubbish, do you think you can slip away from me twice? Do you really think that Ling and the shadow were just decorations? With merely the power of this curse, you think you can stop me? Old Huampi's stomach suddenly swelled up. It was going to use the family secret technique to let Su Yuan know what true horror is. However, the next second, its expression twisted, its face turning alternately red and green. Burp. Old Huampi let out a huge burp. Su Yuan pinched his nose, stepping back disdainfully. Your breath smells terrible. Don't you brush your teeth? Impossible. The gas should have come out from behind. How could the fart attack fail? I wonder why the fart became a burp instead. Su Yuan patted its shoulder, with a talisman sticking right there. It was precisely the 100-fold enhanced Jingxin charm. You've been silenced. Don't even think about farting. Su Yuan took out a locking spirit axe from his pocket. Your value must be higher than those ordinary yellow-coated demons, right? He pondered, and his locking spirit axe had already placed against Old Huampi's neck. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. If you don't kill me, I will follow you. Hey, weren't you very irritable just now? No, old one. No, the old slave dare not. Su Yuan thought if this thing went into acting, its acting would absolutely surpass a host of big stars. The soulful acting was deeply rooted. Had Su Yuan not heard of the reputation of the yellow-coated demons, he would have believed it already. Su Yuan swung the locking spirit axe high, fiercely chopping down. Just when Old Huampi thought it was going to die, a point of cold light flashed by. Boom. A spear head flashing with cold light appeared, blocking the descending axe head of Su Yuan. Strange, it didn't break. There was a flicker of something unusual in the man's eyes. Su Yuan furrowed his brows tightly. How does this guy keep showing up like a persistent ghost? Divine Master Su Yuan, can you give this old yellow-coated demon to me? On what basis? Su Yuan's gaze slightly shifted. I can trade equivalent items with you. Oh, Su Yan secretly thought, why is this guy so interested in such an old yellow-coated demon? Spirit rat. As he spoke, he took out the glowing green spirit rat. Su Yuan looked at the spirit rat and found that its attributes finally revealed themselves. Spirit rat, tameable. Species, spiritual creature, spiritual state. Strength, 4. Agility, 20. Spirit, 100. Special ability, shared spirit. It can mutually harmonize with the electromagnetic waves around it, reaching a state of harmony. This enables it to obtain or send information, and crack obstacles and traps such as illusions and prohibitions. An excellent detective tool. Su Yuan pulled out a sausage from his storage ring and handed it over. Not sure if it can eat this. Divine Master Su Yuan, our deal isn't sealed yet. There's no way the man would give him the opportunity to get close to the spirit rat. No exchange. Yours is too small, but mine is much bigger. Then, the man raised his eyebrows. You should have seen the information on this spirit rat. Really going to refuse? Can't I tame this yellow immortal instead? Aren't you afraid it'll devour its master? Why do you want it then? Su Yuan smirked. Unless you have some weird preferences. He inspected the other person from top to bottom. The man got a little angry. So will you exchange or not? And if I don't? Su Yuan also got irritated. This guy was obviously challenging him. Was he going to back down? The man sneered coldly. Do you know why you've been leading since the beginning? Su Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. Because I've been using cheats. 100-fold enhanced cheats. The man's expression grew serious. That's because I've been busy refining this evil-slaying spear. The spear head in his hand suddenly swung upward, trying to shake off Su Yuan's spirit-sealing axe. But discovered the spirit-sealing axe remained completely immobile. Are Su Yuan's more than 20 points of strength for nothing? The man furrowed his brows. The tip of the evil-slaying spear pulled back, and aimed at Ling to stab. Su Yuan urgently called out, Ling dodge. The evil-slaying spear would probably cause enormous harm to ghost-like beings. Ling quickly sidestepped, barely avoiding the attack. The long spear had passed closely by her side. With her slight movement, the power of the curse was undone. Old Huampi regained the ability to move. Fortunately, the shadow still restrained it, and at the same time, little Kobold jumped up and pressed it down tightly. Let me show you what 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger means. The man's figure turned swiftly, his spear shot out like a dragon. A faint smile appeared on Su Yuan's lips as he held the locking spirit axe in front of his head, directly ramming his chest forward. Looking for death? The man sneered coldly. The spearhead transformed into a streak of icy light, fiercely stabbing upward. Bang! This was the Python scale armor with 3,000 defense points. You're trying to jab your steel spearhead against this? Isn't that like hitting a rock with an egg? Crack! The spearhead broke off instantly. Broken? The man's expression became more vivid than any painting could depict. Su Yuan smirked. Why does your wax spearhead, which looks good but is useless, fall apart so easily? The man suppressed the rage building inside him. Because Ling's red ribbon was tightly wrapped around his neck. To kill or flay, It's entirely up to you. The man showed remarkable courage. I have no interest in you. Su Yuan moved closer. He swung the locking spirit axe vertically, striking hard against the man's left hand. SSSSSS. In pain, the man let go of his left hand, allowing the spirit rat to drop. Su Yuan caught it. Come on, little guy, eat it. He handed over a sausage. Squeak, squeak. The spirit rat grabbed the sausage and devoured it in seconds. Strength +1. Its belly bulged, yet it still wanted more. Su Yuan watched its eager little eyes dart around longingly, then took out another sausage, teasing. Do you want to eat this every day from now on? Little Coalball stared beside them, amazed by how familiar this scene felt. Squeak. Recognize me as your master. No. Killer glare shot out of the man's eyes. But the next second, the spirit rat had already leapt onto Su Yuan's shoulder, settled there, and displayed the following. Spirit rat, domesticated. Owner, Su Yuan. The man froze, having severed the master-servant relationship with the spirit rat, primarily to undo that curse, but never did he expect that it would end up running to someone else. The man was almost driven mad. It wasn't right. Everything was completely different from what he'd anticipated, and events were spiraling in a strange direction. At this moment, the man heard Ling asking Su Yuan, Master, how shall we handle him? Su Yuan glanced at the man and said indifferently, Leave no regrets. Yes. Ling suddenly tightened the red silk ribbon. The man's neck was instantly strangled until all breath ceased. In an instant, he was dead. As Ling was about to retrieve the red silk ribbon, his body suddenly exploded with a puff into a cloud of white mist, revealing a wooden puppet falling from the mist. Then, the man reappeared nearby, his face contorted in anger, not even saying a word. He pulled out something and disappeared like a whirlwind. Master, should we chase him? Ling came over and asked. This scumbag probably installed an electric motor in himself. Who could catch up with him? Su Yuan mocked. He had the guts just now, didn't he? Why did he run? Is that it? While talking, he walked over and picked up the wooden puppet. Su Yuan frowned, frustrated as he muttered. What a waste of a fine resource. This wooden puppet was actually a substitute figurine that could sacrifice itself once for its owner. If only I could reinforce this. Couldn't it substitute 100 times? Chapter 53. Fox Pearl? The man had fled, but Su Yuan wanted to cut all ties and find him. For that, he would probably need the help of the spirit rat. He asked, Little one, do you know where your original master's secret room is? Squeak. The spirit rat chewed on his ham while shaking his head. You forgot. Su Yuan's face was full of disbelief. Squeak. The spirit rat still shook his head. How is it possible that you don't know unless he never took you back to the secret room? Squeak. The spirit rat nodded. Is this really possible? It seems he was cautious enough. With no clues left behind, Su Yuan could only say it again later. Su Yuan turned around and walked towards the old yellow-skinned ghost who was tightly controlled by Ing and Little Coalball. His biggest question now was, why did that man care so much about this old yellow-skinned ghost? Great God, Su Yuan. Let me go. The old yellow-skinned ghost had a look of pity on his face. I have elderly parents above and children below who need my protection. Where are they? Su Yuan's eyes lit up as they were all experience points. I'll go capture them. Upon hearing his words, the old yellow-skinned ghost couldn't suppress the murderous aura any longer and let it out. You devil. You slaughtered dozens of my family members. I will flay you alive today. Su Yuan rolled his eyes. You're putting on too much drama. Ing, take action. As soon as he finished speaking, Ing took the spirit locking axe from Su Yuan's hands and in an instant, slit its throat. The old woman-like yellow-skinned ghost immediately withered and returned to her original form. Su Yuan picked her up. This old yellow-skinned ghost was 2 or 3 times bigger than a normal yellow-skinned ghost. It had a body of brown-yellow fur which also had some white hues. The ingredients of demon meat must be much more advanced than ordinary yellow-skinned ghost meat, right? Just as Su Yuan prepared to check its attributes, the corpse of the old yellow-skinned ghost in his hand suddenly exploded with a loud sound, turning into a cloud of black mist. My demon meat. Su Yuan's face darkened. What's going on? How did it self-detonate? At this moment, there was a clatter as something fell out of the black fog onto the ground. A treasure chest. The old yellow-skinned ghost actually dropped a treasure chest, and it was rare quality. Treasure chest, rare quality. Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. Could that person have been for the treasure chest? The problem was, how did he know that this yellow-skinned ghost spirit could drop a treasure chest? Not wanting to think too much about it, Su Yuan picked up the treasure chest and put it into his storage ring. I'll open the treasure chest when I return home, and also explore this place further. Su Yuan checked around once, and apart from a few fire talismans that the old yellow-skinned ghost had used earlier, nothing else was found. He went through the earth room and came to the back hall, discovering a passage. There seemed to be light coming from inside the passage. Su Yuan approached and discovered that this place actually connected to the outside. An exit. He gathered Ling and Ing, carrying Little Coalball, and walked out. The sky was still bright under the sunlight, with swaying tree shadows. There was actually a hidden exit here. No wonder a group of little yellow-skinned ghosts appeared in the forest that day. Su Yuan stretched and looked at the countdown in the sky. There was still 30 minutes until nightfall. Su Yuan took out a sausage and handed it to Little Coalball, taking out a bread roll and starting to eat it himself. Upon seeing the food, the spirit rat squeaked, asking for it as well. You'll burst if you eat anymore. Su Yuan glared at it. Squeak. Upon hearing this, the spirit rat hugged its paws and turned its little head, indicating anger. Closeness -1. Quite the temper. Su Yuan reached down to pick it up. Squeak. Su Yuan casually tossed it toward Little Coalball. Squeak. Little Coalball immediately bit it. The spirit rat's eyes darted around. It was a bit panicked. Is the master feeding me to the dog? Su Yuan said calmly. Little Coalball, if it continues to act arrogant, just swallow it whole. Little Coalball nodded, understanding completely. You probably haven't experienced the dangers of society and dare to show disdain for your master. Better start paying attention. Squeak. Let's go home. Su Yuan didn't bother paying attention to the spirit rat's reaction anymore and directly headed toward the direction of the secret room. He needed to return before nightfall. At this time, inside the yellow-skinned ghost grave, the man appeared in the stone room Su Yuan had just left. Looking at the layer of black ash on the ground, his face turned ugly. Damn it. The man angrily slammed the gun handle he held onto the ground. My demon extermination gun is broken, and I failed to get the treasure chest. What made him angriest was that his pet had switched owners. Fortunately, I've never let the spirit rat visit my secret room, otherwise, things would have been very bad. But this time, the man lost both his wife and army. Suffering a great loss, the man narrowed his eyes coldly. It doesn't matter. Even if he gets what's inside the treasure chest, he won't understand its use for a while. I can simply keep an eye on him. Su Yuan returned to the secret room. With the dual insurance of Ling's illusions and curses, everything remained safe and sound. He checked the progress bar for the small black room upgrade, which had now reached 67%. Su Yuan placed the yellow-skinned ghost corpse he had obtained into the storage room. There was no time to deal with this right now since he had more important things, 2 large wooden chests and a rare treasure chest. Su Yuan first took out the 2 large wooden chests. The wooden chests belonged to the yellow-skinned ghost. He summoned Ying and Ling and handed over the task of opening the chests to Ying. He moved slightly to the side, holding a spirit fire talisman in his hand, ready to attack in case anything strange appeared. With 2 crisp sounds, snap, both wooden chests were opened by Ying. Master, everything's normal. Ying stepped aside. Su Yuan approached and saw the contents inside the chests. He was speechless. Is that it? One chest was filled with peachwood chips, while the other half contained yellow paper and half cinnabar inkstones. Su Yuan checked their attributes. Yellow paper, good quality. Cinnabar inkstone, good quality. Peachwood chips, good quality. The quality was decent, and the quantity was substantial. Su Yuan stored the 2 large chests in the storage room. For a while, there would be no need to worry about running out of yellow paper or cinnabar ink. Did the yellow-skinned ghost collect these peachwood chips to carve some kind of exorcism item? He decided to put these items aside as he wouldn't use them anytime soon. Next, let's open the rare treasure chest. Su Yuan sat at the table, first taking out the Pai Shio statue and placing it on the table before reaching for the treasure chest. Again, the task of opening the treasure chest was handed to Ying. Ying opened the treasure chest, and there were no abnormalities. Su Yuan peered inside and found a string of milky white beads. He picked them up. Fox Pearl, Fox Clan's greatest treasure. Su Yuan sighed. Is this all just for show? A treasure chest from inside a yellow-skinned ghost only gave him a Fox Pearl? Fine. If the Fox Pearl granted 10,000 attack points upon consumption, or if it could summon a 9-tailed demon fox, that would make sense. But what did those question marks mean? Su Yuan scratched his head. It must require activation to reveal its properties. He recalled the Tao Essence Ancestral Jade he'd seen earlier. Its attributes were also invisible. Su Yuan placed the Fox Pearl into his storage ring. It was already dark outside. He touched the Pai Shio statue on the table, then took out his survival manual and opened the page about eerie rules. A strange rule slowly materialized. Eerie rule. Do you see the mirror in the room? Don't stare at it because you don't know if the one in the mirror is you or something strange. When dawn comes, the eeriness will fade, and the mirror will be your reward for the night. Su Yuan glanced at the wall where a mirror hung, reflecting a smooth surface under the moonlight, shimmering with cold light spots. Chapter 54, Mirror Oddity. Is there a ghost in the mirror? What if a ghost crawls out of the mirror and pulls us in? You're scaring me. I'm so scared I don't even dare to look at that mirror. Don't look. Seeking guide online. 7th night. Survive guide for mirror oddity. Smash the mirror, and you'll take it down. Let's go. Is that true? Why don't you try smashing one? Smash it then. Did you smash it? I threw something at it, but heard no sound. I don't dare to look. Take a look. Whoever looks is stupid. The rules of eerie oddities have said, never stare at it. Just close your eyes and sleep, right? Many people directly covered their faces with white cloth. Instead of worrying and being afraid here, they might as well fall asleep. Will sleeping solve everything? A torch obtained through Su Yuan's enhancement was hung on the wall of the dark room, illuminating the entire room. Su Yuan closed his survival handbook. There was an extra nail on the wall, and on the nail hung an oval carved copper-framed glass mirror. The rules said, never keep staring at it. You can't tell whether it's you or a ghost in the mirror. What is the key point of this sentence? Is it really that simple, just not looking straight at it? Su Yuan pinched his chin, carefully pondering over the meaning of this sentence. Is it you or a ghost in the mirror? If there is a ghost, shouldn't it be inside the mirror? Could it be me inside the mirror? The room was very quiet, quiet enough to make anyone feel uneasy. Wait a minute. Why is it so silent? Su Yuan's gaze shifted towards the corner of the room. He clearly remembered that Xiao Meiqiu was lying there on the ground, with Ling Shu perched on its head, both little creatures already fast asleep. But now, where had they gone? Moreover, given the eeriness entering the small black room, with Xiao Meiqiu's alertness, it should have gone ballistic by now. But from when the mirror appeared till now, not a single bark has been heard. Suddenly, Su Yuan thought of a possibility, feeling a chill run down his back, and stood up abruptly. His gaze fell on the door of the small black room. The door opens to the left, but in his memory, the door opened to the right. Su Yuan looked at the chair, which was originally on the left side of the table, now moved to the right side. The bed too. All the furniture in the room had swapped left and right. Damn it, when did this start? Su Yuan summoned Linger and Ying from the ghost contract. Did you notice anything weird here? Nope. Linger scanned around, finally fixing her gaze on the mirror on the wall, happily ran over. Master, is this for my dressing? Linger, you always wear a red veil. Do you need to dress yourself? Master, it is indeed strange. Ying spoke up. All the shadows are flipped left and right. It was very sensitive to shadows. We are probably trapped in a mirror world. Regarding the phrase, is it you, or a ghost in the mirror, Su Yuan now understood. This was a reminder to the survivors. You're already trapped in the mirror. Su Yuan's gaze rested on the mirror hanging on the wall. At the same time, his reflection appeared in the mirror. The reflection in the mirror was fixatedly staring at Su Yuan, smiling wide, that smile eerily charming. Beside him, Linger suddenly became excited, facing the mirror admiring herself. Master, look, the reflection in the mirror is waving at me. Sweat drop. Su Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Linger finally noticed something was off. Aren't we supposed to be a virtual image in the mirror? Why is it moving? Su Yuan silently criticized her. You lack education, yet you are clear about the virtual image in the mirror. He tightly gripped the spiritual fire talisman. If the eeriness in the mirror suddenly rushes out, he will burn it immediately. At this moment, Su Yuan found his own reflection turn around and slowly walk towards the corner of the wall. In the corner of the mirror, Xiao Meiqiu lay there, snoring, but Ling Shu disappeared somewhere. Su Yuan sighed inwardly. Good job. Is Xiao Meiqiu's vigilance consumed entirely by itself? Ing leaned forward a bit. The master in the mirror has the foolish dog strangled. Of course Su Yuan saw. Xiao Meiqiu was almost choked to death by himself. Hell. Master, what are you doing? Woof woof. My life is coming to an end. Su Yuan sighed inwardly again, still unable to recognize it as eerie. Would your master treat you like this? Turn into a bite. Ing, transform into a blade. Yes. Su Yuan held the Ying blade and slashed toward the mirror. The Ying blade could injure spirit entities. If this mirror itself were eerie, the Ying blade should be able to destroy it. However, one slash went down. Su Yuan felt like cutting through the air, leaving him powerless. Won't work. If the mirror isn't a spirit entity. Su Yuan took out the spirit lock axe and smashed it hard onto the mirror. Buzz. Su Yuan's hand was numbed by the impact, yet there wasn't even a crack on the mirror's surface. Master. Ying reverted to her original form. Su Yuan took out a clear mind talisman and stuck it on the mirror, but it had no effect. He then took out a 5 thunder talisman. However, Su Yuan found that the 5 thunder talisman could not summon lightning here. The spirit fire talisman was also unusable. Squeak squeak. At this moment, Su Yuan noticed the spirit mouse approaching the mirror. What was it going to do? Pung pung pung. The spirit mouse was colliding against the mirror from the outside. Shake. Su Yuan felt the ground tremble, almost losing his balance. Each time the spirit mouse struck the mirrored world would violently shake as a result. Could it be that the mirrored world must be destroyed from the outside only? Squeak. Just as the spirit mouse was about to continue its attack, Linger's reflection dashed over and grabbed the spirit mouse. It seemed relying on it wouldn't work. Su Yuan looked around. There must be another way. Woof. Little coal ball finally sensed the abnormality and broke free from the control of Su Yuan's reflection. But before it could escape, Ying's reflection once again restrained it. What should I do? Su Yuan gazed at the mirror before him. In this world, it was like a cheat code, impossible to destroy. If I can't destroy it, why not break the rules instead? A flash of inspiration appeared in Su Yuan's mind. I need to find the point that disrupts the existence balance of this world. Mirror world, the world inside the mirror. It duplicated everything inside my black room, including us. Yet, there is one place you cannot replicate. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Su Yuan's lips. The method to disrupt the balance lies within the mirror itself. Su Yuan slowly walked forward. Inside the mirror, Linger's reflection tightly strangled the spirit mouse with a red silk ribbon. Fortunately, due to its elastic body, there wasn't much harm done. On the other hand, little coal ball was suffering greatly. Ying's reflection entwined its 4 limbs, while Su Yuan's reflection harshly gripped little coal ball's neck. Su Yuan approached the mirror and reached out to take it down. Behind the mirror, a pitch black hole appeared. This should be the exit. Su Yuan recalled Linger and Ying back into the ghost contract, then directly dived into the black hole. He emerged. As Su Yuan drilled out from the mirror. Hey buddy. Upon hearing Su Yuan's voice, all the reflections turned to look. There stood Su Yuan beside the mirror, a smile hanging on his face. With the lock spirit axe high above his head, judging by the stance, he appeared ready to swing the axe to shatter the mirror. Chapter 55. I believe in Su Yuan. If Su Yuan had swung his axe down, the mirror in front of him would absolutely be shattered to pieces. The reason he didn't swing it was simple. Because the last sentence of the bizarre rule said, the mirror is tonight's reward. If he smashed it, wouldn't the reward be gone? The main reason Su Yuan made the motion of smashing the mirror was to intimidate these few reflections. They were indeed scared. It wasn't just because of Su Yuan's action, but also the aura around Su Yuan. How terrifying. The reflection released little coal ball and spirit rat, allowing them to immediately regain their freedom. Woof. Wah. Master, you've finally come to save Woof Woof. Woof Woof nearly didn't make it. Su Yuan watched as the giant dog with snot streaming towards him ran. His expression froze instantly. Howl. Little coal ball let out a wail. It had already been kicked away by Linger, who just came out from the ghost contract. Linger pointed at her own reflection and complained pitifully. Master, she made me look so ugly. Su Yuan gave her a sidelong glance. Since we are all veiled under red covers, how did you see that she looks uglier? Her patterns on the cover are embroidered backward. How ugly. So it turns out your sense of beauty and ugliness has something to do with the red cover. Su Yuan's reflection called out and shouted. Don't smash that mirror at all costs. Why can't I smash it? Su Yuan's axe was about to touch the mirror. Boss, please don't. Splash. 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 The 3 reflections knelt down simultaneously. Su Yuan was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are they kneeling again? This scene of begging for mercy feels so familiar. He instinctively looked at Shadow. Shadow's face turned red and retreated back into the ghost contract. What would happen if I smash it? I will die. The 3 reflections kneeling on the ground suddenly distorted, turned into 3 translucent white shadows, then directly merged together. Only one white shadow resembling a mirror remained on the ground. Su Yuan snorted mockingly. What does it matter to me if you die? Woof woof. At this point, little coal ball rushed over, looking like it wouldn't stop until it swallowed it whole. After all, when the master wasn't here earlier, it almost got itself killed. No, save me, boss. Wait. Su Yuan stopped it. Little coal ball unwillingly stopped in front of the strange figure, showing its teeth to scare it. Su Yuan said to the mirror ghost. You want me to let you go? You must pay a price, right? Master, I am willing to become your servant. The mirror ghost knew better. It seemed to guess Su Yuan's intentions. Good, then tell me your name. Mirror. Su Yuan took out a fruit knife, lightly scratched his finger, smeared the blood squeezed out on the mirror ghost, and then wrote down its name on the ghost contract. Mirror. Zoom. The mirror ghost transformed into a ball of white light and was pulled back into the ghost contract. Now the information of the 3rd ghost servant appeared on the ghost contract. Ghost servant 3. Mirror, mirror ghost. Ghost servant characteristics. Transformation class. Eerie level, C level. Talent value, 210, top level. Eerie ability. 1. Mirror space. Lock opponents in the mirror space. 2. Mirror image steals opponent traits and creates mirror images. Mirror traits. 80% congruence with stolen object. Mirror strength. 10% of stolen object's basic attributes. No wonder Su Yuan's mirror didn't cause much damage to Little Coalball. It only had 10% of Su Yuan's strength. If it had Su Yuan's full strength, Little Coalball's neck would have been broken long ago. It makes sense why Little Coalball couldn't identify it at first. With an 80% congruence rate with Su Yuan, it really was hard to distinguish. The properties of the mirror's mirror produces can be strengthened. Strengthen its mirroring power attribute by 100 times. That must be terrifying. Mirror power, 1000% of stolen object's basic attributes. This means the base attributes points of the mirror will be 10 times those of the stolen object. Take Su Yuan's basic attribute of strength as an example. His strength is 30. If mirror duplicates Su Yuan, the strength would reach a horrifying 300. Thank you, master, for your grace. Mirror popped out of the ghost contract and knelt before Su Yuan again. Su Yuan gestured for it to stand up and slowly walked to the engraved bronze mirror in front of him. Mirror, is this mirror your real body? Yes, master. The reward for tonight is this mirror. Does it mean people who get this mirror automatically gain a mirror ghost as a ghost servant? Master, not quite, Mirror continued. If I hadn't signed the ghost contract with you, then tomorrow morning, since I wouldn't replace you, I would naturally dissipate. As for this mirror, it would automatically convert into attribute points, entering your body to enhance your basic attributes by 50%. Having said that, Mirror scratched his head and said, Master, since I no longer dissipate, the mirror in front of you cannot enhance your basic attributes. Su Yuan didn't really care about this. I'll go back then. You may go back. Just as Mirror waved its hand, the bronze mirror on the wall came to its hand, and then it returned to the ghost contract with it. Got it. Su Yuan finally understood. How could a mirror be a reward? Not everyone can subdue the mirror as a ghost servant like he did. It turned out that this mirror, as tonight's reward, was meant to enhance basic attributes. Su Yuan opened his survival manual and flipped to the chat channel page. The regional chat used to be silent, but now it had become lively. Liang Song, I've tried. Flames and light are ineffective against the mirror. Shenhuahua, Big brothers, I'm so scared. Zhang Dali. I used all my strength to smash the mirror and found it couldn't be destroyed. Chai Ning, don't act rashly. Hold your warding off evil talismans and wait quietly for dawn. Shuejiala, my pole is coated with garlic. If ghosts come out of the mirror, I'll crush them. Zhang Jiong, shit. Wasn't it you who knocked me out before? Liang Song, let's just stay quiet. Wang Mingjia, is Su Yuan the god here? Please give us some strategies. Wu Liang, strategies wanted. Su Yuan switched to the world chat channel. Are you asleep? As if. I'm truly afraid that something will pop out of the mirror. It's alright. I have my warding off evil talismans ready. If it dares to come out, I'll beat it to death. Why hasn't anything happened yet? I'm about to fall asleep. A person who issued the strategy earlier said, I've already told you not to look at the mirror. Just sleep with your head covered. In the morning, it'll be gone, and you'll get a free mirror. At this point, someone raised doubts. This is an eerie world. Can we really get through it so simply? What else can we do? I don't believe it either. The strategy from Su Yuan the god hasn't come out yet. Hey, another guide has been issued, signed by Yin Feng. What does it say? He says we're in the mirror image world. We can observe that the position of the room furnishings has already been reversed left and right. To leave the mirror image world, we need to take down the mirror from the wall, where the exit lies behind it. After getting out, we'll meet our mirror images. They are not strong and can be easily defeated. Also, he emphasized that the mirror mustn't be broken. It's a hidden reward. The positions really are reversed. Is the method in the guide real or fake? Unclear. Who's going to try? I dare not. I want to wait for Su Yuan the god's guide. Su Yuan the god's guide is out. The front part is the same as what Yin Feng said. The only difference at the end is that Su Yuan the god said after leaving the mirror image world, it's best to smash the mirror. Otherwise, stronger mirror ghosts will emerge from the mirror, much more powerful than the original mirror image. The mirror mustn't be kept. Thankfully I waited. So many cheats. I interject, isn't the mirror tonight's reward? Reward you with the experience of Yellow Spring, lifelong residency rights in the underworld. I trust Su Yuan the god. So do I. +1. +1. Seeing this, Su Yuan smiled, naturally. So many fans. Chapter 56, Linger's Obsession. Stupid. Yin Feng slammed his fist on the table. The strategy one posted wasn't adopted by anyone. When he glanced at the mirror hanging on the wall, he hesitated inside. Should I break the mirror? The man said not to, but Su Yuan said we must. He opened the friend chat channel. How about it? Are you scared? The man's message came through. Trust me, even if another mirror image appears, it will only be 10% of your basic attributes. Can't you handle that? Why don't you post the strategy yourself? I have my reasons. Su Yuan's strategies are deceptive. If people find out how they'll view him, you shouldn't need any further explanation. Yin Feng furrowed his brows in thought. During the 6th night, this man had also sent a strategy regarding the shadow ghost. He privately messaged Yin Feng earlier than Su Yuan, and the content was almost identical. Alright, I believe you. Yin Feng took a deep breath. After tonight, Yin Feng will become the new god, and Su Yuan will soon be abandoned like a broken tool. This sentence ignited the fighting spirit in Yin Feng. It seems I should add fuel to the fire. He turned to the page with the strategy and published a new one. The night is still long. Su Yuan opened the survival manual, and once again looked at the bizarre rules written in it. Thinking of the previous strategy Yin Feng posted, he murmured. He seems to understand these bizarre rules quite deeply, but Su Yuan's expression turned a bit strange. Is the reward really that easy to obtain? He didn't bother thinking much more about it, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep soon after. Su Yuan didn't know, but when he fell asleep, the chat world exploded in chaos. Hey, everyone, did you break the mirror? Yes, I broke it. Yes, I broke it. Yin Feng has posted a new strategy. Yeah, I saw it. He said this mirror will serve as a reward, increasing our basic attributes by 50% on the second day. Huh, impossible. Su Yuan, the great master, said we should destroy it. That's right. How could Su Yuan, the master, deceive us? Unless he's afraid of being surpassed. When this statement appeared, everyone fell silent. Finally, someone spoke up. A person named Reborn said, I haven't smashed it yet. Did you kill that mirror image? It's very weak. I directly threw it to death. Do we really have to smash the mirror? Reborn replied. You might have been deceived by Su Yuan. This mirror image is so weak. Just kill as many as they send your way. Sounds somewhat reasonable. That's what I say. The rule clearly stated, after dawn, the mirror serves as a reward. Why destroy it? Luckily, I didn't destroy mine. I didn't either. You can't bear others succeeding. Su Yuan is too evil. In an instant, Su Yuan's reputation plummeted. These people seemed to have forgotten that Su Yuan had helped them pass through the bizarre rules several times before. Yin Feng was laughing heartily, his mouth almost splitting. Garbage mirror ghost. Tonight you're here, just to give us benefits. Suddenly, he felt a chill. Yin Feng abruptly turned around, looking toward the mirror hanging on the wall. It reflecting the moonlight from outside, eerily cold. Scary. A ghostly shadow suddenly emerged from the mirror. Yin Feng's face immediately changed color. Fortunately, he always kept a peachwood sword nearby. Thrust. Missed. The ghostly shadow circled around to his back and tightly clutched his neck. Can't breathe. Yin Feng wildly swung the peachwood sword. How could this happen? That person clearly said it was weak. Why? His face turned red like a tomato, struggling desperately with his hands and feet until he finally drew his last breath. At this point, the mirror on the wall wobbled. A figure lying on the ground appeared inside it. That was Yin Feng's corpse. In front of the mirror, a mirror ghost gradually morphed into Yin Feng's likeness. It grinned eerily. Want the reward? You have to pass through me first. World Chat Channel. 2 announcements were sent one after another. Reborn was killed by the mirror ghost and replaced. Yin Feng was killed by the mirror ghost and replaced. Following this, announcement after announcement about people being killed by the mirror ghost was issued by the system. Whoosh. Everyone around the world went mad. Quick, smash the mirror. I already smashed it. Good thing I acted quickly. If you smashed it slowly, you wouldn't see this message. I told you, trusting Su Yuan Master was definitely right. You were yelling curses moments ago. Shut up, troll. Chai Ning interjected. Do you actually think you're Su Yuan Master? Is the reward that easy to get? He never said the mirror isn't a reward. He just warned you that stronger mirror ghosts would come out of it. Without the skills, how could you possibly defeat the mirror ghost? Well said. Don't act recklessly and follow others to their doom. In a little black room, the man's face turned ashen, his eyes cold as he stared at the mirror on the wall. If Su Yuan were here, he would have instantly recognized this man from before, when they encountered each other in the yellow skin tomb. How could this be? The mirror ghost actually took action directly. Never mind. The man put away the peachwood sword. Dealing with his own mirror ghost was easy, but Yin Feng. After this incident, Su Yuan's authority will likely rise even higher. I'd better make plans elsewhere. The man picked up things he prepared earlier and headed outside. At this time, Su Yuan had no idea about the turmoil in the chat channel. He slept soundly, turning over and accidentally pressing Ling Shu, who snuck onto the bed to lie down. In the corner, Linger, who had sneaked out of the ghost contract, was hanging above little Cole, quietly watching Su Yuan. Master, you're sleeping so soundly, and your sleeping posture is so graceful. In the small black room, Zhang Jiong felt utterly hopeless. He lay on the bed, covering himself with a white cloth like a corpse. Zhang Jiong was already physically and mentally exhausted by the yellow-skinned creatures. And upon returning to the small black room, he found the storage room completely ransacked. He collapsed right there. He didn't even care to look at the eerie rules of the night, until Su Yuan's guide for dealing with a mirror ghost came out. Then he mustered some energy to glance at it, and followed the instructions without hesitation. After breaking the mirror, he couldn't help but praise. If everyone in the world were as kind as Master Su Yuan, how beautiful this world would be. Oh, Su Yuan woke up, stretching. What a good nap that was. It wasn't dawn yet, just in time to collect some treasure boxes. Today, he could take another lap around. Once the small black room upgrades to level 2 and becomes usable, perhaps it was time to find a new place too. After all, having a public restroom next door was quite embarrassing. Su Yuan reached out to grab the survival manual, preparing to check the world chat channel. He had no idea that those people who had cursed him before feared he might see the previous messages and frantically spam the chat, thereby covering the records beforehand. Su Yuan didn't bother flipping through them. The messages in the friend chat channel and regional chat channel, he marked as read without much thought. Without any need to guess, they were all full of flattery. He was tired of hearing it all. Hey, what are you doing? Su Yuan almost threw the spiritual fire talisman toward the corner of the wall. Linger, come down right now. All right. Linger stood beside him reluctantly, her small hands placed uneasily in front of her chest, tightly pinching them together. I told you not to scare people at night, didn't I? Su Yuan felt his previous warnings hadn't been strict enough. Linger tentatively said, Master, I thought our relationship had reached the point where I can hang at the corner and watch you sleep. Not allowed. Never. If I catch you again, I'll burn you. Oh, Linger thought, it must be because I rushed it. Master talks tough, but has a soft heart. There will definitely be an opportunity in the future. Chapter 57, The Hanging Ghost. Squeak, squeak. Su Yuan was about to head out after tidying up his things when the spirit rat suddenly came running over. With a leap, it tackled Su Yuan's foot and began licking the tip of his shoe. Not far away, little Kohlball watched approvingly. Good apprentice. You can be taught. Su Yuan couldn't help but feel speechless. This little creature was tiny but impossible to shake off. Just as he was about to make it move aside, he hesitated for a moment, realizing he hadn't named the little guy yet. So Su Yuan gave it the name Squeak. He then pried it off his foot and warned it that if it did so again, it wouldn't get any food. Squeak looked surprised. Wasn't this what Master had said? Doing this could win favor with the Master, right? After sorting out his talismans, Su Yuan hung a fire talisman on the trading platform. Fire talisman. Exorcism, 20. Burning, 200. This burning attribute was slightly better than the spiritual fire talisman he drew before, but still nowhere near as effective as an enhanced spirit fire talisman. Compared to ordinary spirit fire talismans, its exorcism power was also lower. Su Yuan decided to simply hang all 6 of the fiery talismans he had obtained on the trading platform, using them to exchange for seeds. After all, tomorrow, when his dark room was upgraded to level 2, planting would require seeds. Su Yuan stepped out of the dark room. The round moon in the sky indicated 5 hours until sunrise. There was ample time for him to search for treasure chests thoroughly. Since he had obtained the title of treasure chest hunter, he could now sense treasure chests within a 20-meter radius. Su Yuan immediately began a meticulous sweep. Upon stepping out, Ing hid in his shadow, while Ling followed closely behind. Little Coalball led the way at the front, and Squeak perched on his shoulder. In addition, Su Yuan stationed several clay figurines around him for further reconnaissance. All the way to the pig farm, not a single treasure chest had been detected. Su Yuan pressed forward, only to see a row of decrepit storefronts appear on the street. The last time he was here, the second-story buildings weren't nearly as dilapidated. This was probably the effect of urban civilization's regression. Moreover, Su Yuan noticed that the surrounding vegetation had grown more abundant. At the front of the pork shop, there stood an old locust tree as thick as a bull's rim, something Su Yuan hadn't seen during his previous visit. There's a treasure chest. He suddenly sensed it. Inside the pork shop lay a treasure chest. However, Su Yuan didn't rush in. He opened his survival manual and flipped to the page on eerie rules before heading towards it. Based on past experiences, areas close to treasure chests were often haunted by something strange. Sure enough, as soon as Su Yuan approached the pork shop, Little Coalball transformed into a hellhound and began barking furiously at the big locust tree ahead. Squeak let out a warning sound. Meanwhile, Su Yuan noticed a new eerie rule pop up in his manual. It hangs silently from the locust tree. When passing by, never walk under the locust tree. If you disturb it, it will steal your soul. A hanging ghost? Su Yuan's gaze fell upon the large locust tree in front of him. Nothing was visible from afar. Apparently, one had to approach it to notice. If its ability was indeed stealing souls, Su Yuan wasn't concerned since he was immune to psychic attacks. Holding a spirit fire talisman tightly in his hand, he slowly approached. As soon as he got close to the big locust tree, a pair of feet suddenly dangled down from it. What a shock. Out of nowhere, there appeared a hanging ghost draped in a white robe, long hair covering her face, and a tongue extended from her mouth. Even though he was mentally prepared, seeing it so abruptly caused his heart to skip a beat. Their eyes met. Su Yuan quickly regained his composure. However, the hanging ghost hanging on the tree panicked significantly. With a swift whoosh, the white sash tied around its neck disappeared. The hanging ghost fell directly from the tree, stood nearby, and nervously pointed inward, saying with a grin, "Please go ahead, please go ahead. A good ghost won't block the road." Humph, what a cowardly ghost. Both the two ghosts and dog beside Su Yuan stopped their attack preparations. Su Yuan cleared his throat. Hanging ghost, do you know how much I'll lose by letting you go? The hanging ghost froze in confusion. Had she known tonight would bring such misfortune, she definitely wouldn't have ventured out. As long as you release me, we can negotiate. Alright then, sign a contract and work for me from now on. Su Yuan found its method of stealing souls very intriguing. If signing this ghost would allow her to directly retrieve souls and bring them back to him to sign, how satisfying. The hanging ghost paused momentarily, its eyes instinctively widening. Selling oneself. Seeing its reluctance, Su Yuan pretended to lose patience and fan the air with the spirit fire talisman. If you don't sign, it's fine too. I'll just burn you instead and gain some experience. No, I'll sign. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction, then cut his finger, smearing a drop of blood on its body. What's your name? Chang'an. Great. The ghost pact formed, and Chang'an turned into a black mist, getting absorbed into the ghost pact. On the ghost pact, the fourth ghost servant emerged. Ghost servant 4. Chang'an, hanging ghost. Ghost servant traits, offensive type. Eerie rank, C. Talent points, 50, advanced. Mental power, 40. Eerie ability, hooking souls. When making eye contact, it can control the soul with lower mental power. The controlled soul will temporarily lose consciousness and be under its command. For some reason, looking at its ability, Su Yuan suddenly thought of Bai Wuchang. First, he would enhance it a bit. Chang'an's mental power increased to 4,000. Which ghost could withstand this? Imagining ghost after ghost lining up to sign contracts, Su Yuan felt a surge of dark satisfaction. Thank you, master. Chang'an emerged from the ghost contract, kneeling on one knee before Su Yuan. Get up already, your tongue is almost touching the ground. The frustration of having such a long tongue. Su Yuan immediately went straight for the treasure chest inside the pork shop. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a butchering knife stuck on the chopping board at the entrance. Su Yuan was just about to approach it when Ling by his side suddenly tightened her grip on his clothes anxiously. Master, that knife? It's terrifying. Ing emerged from his shadow. Master, that knife seems to be highly effective against us. Chang'an nearby also nodded in agreement. You all wait here. A simple butchering knife could intimidate them all at once. There must be something extraordinary about it. Su Yuan walked toward the butchering knife. Buzz. As Su Yuan approached, the butchering knife shimmered under the moonlight and seemed to let out a clear ringing sound. It was indeed no ordinary item. The handle of the knife on the table was greenish, long and narrow, around 2 handspans in size. The handle was engraved with intricate spell runes. A copper dragon motif coiled along the back of the blade. The blade itself was about as wide as a palm, small arm length, and under the moonlight, it gleamed with a fierce edge. Su Yuan couldn't help but mock. A killing pig knife pretending like a dragon-slaying sword. He looked at the knife's attributes. It wasn't even called a butchering knife. Evil severing sword, anti-evil equipment. Killing intent level, medium, intimidates B-level or lower eerie entities. Level can increase through slaying eerie entities. Levels, low, medium, high, ultimate, extreme. Slay evil, 700. Increases with upgrading killing intent level. Intimidation, 100. Increases with upgrading killing intent level. Durability, 100%. This sword's owner once served as an executioner on the gallows, slaughtering countless vicious criminals. He later died tragically in battle against the Demon King. After his death, his heroic spirit fused with the blade, giving it incredible suppression over eerie entities. Only those who have slain eerie beings can use it. Someone who has killed eerie entities, such as myself, would be quite suitable. After all, I am a man honored with the title of Ghost Hunter. Su Yuan gripped the hilt of the evil severing sword. With a swift pull, he drew the blade, and reinforced its durability by 100-fold. The durability of the evil severing sword disappeared, replaced by, "This item will not break." Su Yuan stared at the brilliant edge of the evil severing sword, and confidently declared, "In my hands, your brilliance will shine brighter." Chapter 58, the first level 2 Black Room. Su Yuan wandered around for a long time, and in the end, he only found one treasure chest at the pork shop. Estimating the time, the Black Room would soon finish its upgrade, so he went back first. The first thing Su Yuan did upon returning to the Black Room was to check the information on his trading platform. When he listed the blaze charms, he used the auto-generated trading function. As long as the quality of the seeds traded by the other party reached the premium grade, and the quantity reached 1 kilogram, they could trade for 2 blaze charms. Now, all 6 blaze charms had been traded away. Su Yuan received the following seeds. Wheat seeds, premium grade, 1 kilogram. Rice seeds, premium grade, 1 kilogram. Corn seeds, premium grade, 1 kilogram. Su Yuan temporarily placed the seeds in the storage room. Then he went to check the upgrade progress of the Black Room. The time should be up, 99.9%. Su Yuan stared at it tightly, and the next second, it became 100%. Black Room upgraded to level 2. Immediately after, a world announcement appeared in the World Chat channel. Congratulations to survivor Su Yuan for completing the Black Room upgrade and obtaining the first level 2 Black Room. After this announcement repeated 3 times, another came up. Su Yuan completed the construction of the level 2 Black Room and obtained the honorary title Construction Expert. Wow, a level 2 Black Room, really? Yes, more real than pure gold. Isn't upgrading the Black Room to level 2 supposed to require a Black Room upgrade device? Did Su Yuan's treasure hunter title come for nothing? He must have already opened it. So strong. I was still secretly happy about my upgraded level 1 Black Room. But Su Yuan has already upgraded to level 2. Even if the system says that the ownership of the strange survival world will be transferred to Su Yuan, I would believe it. Instead of envying others, why not work hard yourself? Last night, I found a treasure chest using the blaze charm I traded from Su Yuan. I don't want to work hard anymore. I want to move in with brother Su Yuan. Excuse me, brother Su Yuan, can you reserve a bed for me? The one next to you. Brother Su Yuan, do you lack beds in your Black Room? I am a bed. The women in the world channel activated their crazy red eye mode. It seemed like Su Yuan, who was watching the Black Room complete its upgrade right before him, in the blink of an eye, watched as the Black Room decomposed and reformed, completing the upgrade. At this moment, Su Yuan opened the survival manual to check the honorary title he had just received. Construction Expert. Increase building upgrade speed, 10%. Upgrade to Construction Master. Requires completion of the construction of the first level 3 Black Room, doubling attributes. Then Su Yuan opened the property page of the Black Room in the survival manual. Level 2 Black Room. Main room 50 square meters. Defense 5,000. Evil repelling 1999. Upon detection of material upgrade, excess evil repelling attribute automatically boosts Holy Gaze range. Holy Gaze can launch holy light attacks against eerie things within 30 meters. Materials required for upgrading to level 3 Black Room. Stone 200. Copper or 200. Silver or 100. Evil repelling or 300. Black Room upgrade device 2. Material decomposition and processing room. Level 2, 30 square meters. Obtain materials through processing. Peerless. Automatic production line. Placing materials on the production line will automatically decompose, process, and categorize them. Storage room. Level 2, 30 square meters. Used for storing supplies. Anti-corrosion effect. Never rots. Automatic item retrieval. Items stored in the room can be automatically screened and extracted. Kitchen. Level 2, 30 square meters. A place for cooking food. Cooked food quality. Peerless. Heating zone. Can heat items. Freezing zone. Can freeze items. Equipment synthesis room. Level 2, 30 square meters. A place for making equipment. Sewing table. Quality. Peerless. Crafting table. Quality. Peerless. Suit synthesis area. Can choose suit blueprints to directly synthesize entire sets of equipment. Power system. Level 1. Power. 10 points. Each level up increases power value by 10 points. Recovers 1 point every 2H. Upgrading the power system requires a power upgrade device, which needs to be drawn from a treasure chest. Speed. 20 kilometers per hour. Average speed of level 1 is 5 kilometers per hour. The Black Room will gain mobility, consuming 1 point of power for every hour of movement. Livestock area. Level 1. Size. 1 mu. Can develop planting and breeding. Building greenhouses for planting within this area requires materials. Wood. 50. Stone. 20. To develop livestock farming, a livestock pen must be built within this area. Materials required. Wood. 50. Stone. 50. Naturally, Su Yuan was most interested in the newly added mobility feature and livestock area of the Black Room. 2 additional doors had appeared beside the equipment synthesis room of the Black Room. He walked over and found that the room next to the equipment synthesis room was the power room. Su Yuan stepped inside. There was a screen there which served as the control panel for the Black Room's power system. As long as coordinates were entered beforehand, the Black Room would automatically navigate and move to the destination according to the navigation. What should he enhance? Speed or power? In the end, Su Yuan decided to strengthen the power. The power value of his power system increased to 1,000 points. Speed depended on material quality, which Su Yuan could guarantee was sufficiently high thanks to the 100-fold enhancement. Every time the power level increased by 1 grade, it only went up by 10 points. Moreover, upgrading required a power upgrade device, which wasn't easy to obtain. After upgrading, disregarding any recovered power points, these 1,000 power points allowed the Black Room to travel for 1,000 hours. At the current speed, that equated to advancing 20,000 kilometers. He left the power room and moved to the adjacent livestock area. For now, this area was still barren land, and Su Yuan hadn't started construction yet. However, Su Yuan had already gathered all the necessary materials before. He placed the materials into the designated area and selected build, after which the planting greenhouse and the livestock pen quickly appeared in front of him. Planting greenhouse, area, 5 fun. Probability of acquiring rare attributes after planting, 0.01%. Natural planting survival rate, 10%. Livestock pen, area, 5 fun. Probability of acquiring rare attributes after breeding, 0.01%. Natural breeding survival rate, 10%. Su Yuan carefully examined the attributes of these two areas. He ultimately decided to enhance the probability of acquiring rare attributes. A 1% chance to gain rare attributes was already quite high. If they obtained miraculous rare attributes, it would be a great success. As for the survival rate, Su Yuan wasn't worried about it. He wasn't planning to let plants and animals grow naturally anyway. Linger had already mastered Shinong's book. Her agricultural skills were at their maximum level, so if he handed the livestock area to her, the survival rate wouldn't be much of an issue. Linger, do you see? From now on, this place is yours to manage. Su Yuan handed her the traded seeds along with several white phoenix peach pits and snowflake pear pits. The current area is still relatively small. I'll leave 20 mud puppets to help you. Shouldn't be a problem, right? It's no problem, she said, but Su Yuan clearly noticed Ling and nervously rubbing her hands together as if wanting to say something. Linger, what's wrong? Master, are you really making Linger work in the fields? Linger, remember, labor makes ghosts happy. So, can I hang from the corner of the wall tonight? Linger, go get to work. All right. Chapter 59, the map. Daylight arrived. Linger was left at home to farm the land, and Su Yuan began his tasks of decomposition, processing, and manufacturing. He started by breaking down and processing the weasels he had acquired from the yellow weasel tomb. In the end, he obtained the following perfect grade materials. Weasel meat, perfect, 107 units. Satiety, 80%. Demonization, plus 0.01%. Weasel fur, perfect, 107 units. Suitable for making fur clothes. Warding off evil property, 30. Attributes. Weasel tail hair, perfect, 107 units. Suitable for making brush tips. Attributes. Increases riding speed plus 10%. Demonization. Su Yuan did not expect that the weasel meat would have such a property. If I feed this to little coal ball, it might turn into a dog demon, right? But let's strengthen it first. Su Yuan took a piece of weasel meat and boosted its demonization attribute by 100 times. Subsequently, the demonization attribute of the weasel meat became plus 1%. Su Yuan tilted his head and shouted, "Little coal ball, I have something good for you." Woof. A shadow of black rushed in like a whirlwind and obediently squatted before Su Yuan. Zizi emerged from the dog hair on its head and looked up at Su Yuan as well. There were only 107 pieces of meat, meaning Su Yuan could only give it to one of them. Without hesitation, Su Yuan tossed the meat to Little Coal Ball. The main ability of ZZ is to break illusions, but Little Coal Ball is different. Its abilities lean more towards attack, enhancing its strength, which benefits Su Yuan more. Here, eat it. Su Yuan handed the weasel meat to Little Coal Ball. Woof. Little Coal Ball bit down immediately. Master truly loves me the most. It seemed to forget the time when Su Yuan forcibly administered evolution capsules to it. ZZ opened its tiny mouth, ready to snatch the food out of the dog's mouth. Growl. Little Coal Ball shook its head, flinging ZZ away and swallowing the meat whole with one gulp. Then the piece of weasel meat turned into a warm stream, flowing throughout its body. At this moment, Su Yuan noticed an extra line in Little Coal Ball's attributes. Demonization progress, 1%, cannot enhance demonization progress within 24 hours after consuming demonized food. So, Su Yuan put the second piece of weasel meat back. Woof. Little Coal Ball stared at him expectantly. Master, please feed me. Chirp. ZZ also ran over and squatted beside it, presenting a cute appearance, implying that it wanted some too. How can the master favor one over another? Su Yuan took out 2 sausages, peeled the packaging, and handed them to ZZ, saying, "Eat it." Chirp. ZZ was filled with question marks. Master, did my master eat the same thing? Alright then, come with me outside to dig soil. Su Yuan planned to use the special items obtained from the previous trade to create puppets. Afterward, he brought Little Coal Ball and ZZ out and dug quite a bit of gum clay. Back in the dark room, Su Yuan took out the Fire Cloud Stone, Water Vein Stone, and Ice Rain Jade, and checked their attributes. Fire Cloud Stone, Fire attribute, plus 5. Water Vein Stone, Water attribute, plus 5. Ice Rain Jade, Ice attribute, plus 4. Su Yuan enhanced their special attributes 100-fold. Ding. 500. 500. 400. Then, Su Yuan entered the material decomposition and processing room with them, placed them on the decomposition table, and broke down the 3 special materials into powder, perfect grade, dividing each material into 100 portions. Su Yuan used the 3 special materials separately to craft clay figurine puppets, producing 100 of each type. Clay figurine puppet, D rank. Attack, 80. Defense, 30. Fire element, 15. Durability, 100%. Special ability, Fireball attack, releases small fireballs to attack, with a mild burning effect. After Su Yuan strengthened the fire element of this clay figurine puppet 100-fold, it gained 1,500 fire elements. Fireball attack became Dragon Flame Wave, releasing a dragon-shaped flame for an attack, with a continuous burning effect. Clay figurine puppet, D rank. Attack, 50. Defense, 70. Water element, 15. Durability, 100%. Special ability, Water recovery, releases water energy to slightly heal injuries. Similarly, Su Yuan enhanced its water element, turning 15 into 1500, changing water recovery into spirit healing, which could instantly restore flesh wounds. Clay figurine puppet, D rank. Attack, 80. Defense, 30. Ice element, 12. Durability, 100%. Special ability, Ice Spike attack, creates ice spikes to launch attacks, with a slight freezing effect. Its ice element was boosted to become 1200, transforming Ice Spike attack into Ice Spike cage, summoning multiple ice spikes to form a cage for circle killing, instantly freezing any hit targets. Su Yuan opened a bottle of drink and gulped it down. Spirit plus 1. At this point, Su Yuan already had 400 clay figurine puppets. Although his current spirit power was not enough to sustain control over all the clay figurines, he could separately manage the puppets of 4 different attributes. Killing Chi clay figurine, intimidate. Fire attribute clay figurine, attack. Water attribute clay figurine, recovery. Ice attribute clay figurine, control. Can I build a whole army out of these clay figurines? Su Yuan suddenly thought of the terracotta warriors. That idea seemed great. He walked to the door and looked up at the sky. There were still more than 3 hours before sunset. I need to get the small dark room moving before it gets dark. Su Yuan went first to the livestock area and was surprised to find that Linger had already planted all the fruit trees and was currently sowing wheat. After coming out from the livestock area, he directly entered the power room. However, Su Yuan still had one issue. He didn't know what coordinates to input. If only there was a map available. He wondered if the trading platform might have one. Opening the trading platform and clicking on search, he indeed found a listing for trading maps. Half Moon Lake map, trading in progress. Note, must trade for an equivalent warding charm. Seller, Chai Ning. Su Yuan immediately contacted him. What kind of warding charm are you looking for? Grandmaster Su Yuan, Chai Ning exclaimed with surprise. Last time, I owe my life to your help. Otherwise, we would probably have all perished. The last time? It must be referring to the incident at the Yellow Weasel Tomb. That meant they were in the same survival zone. Let's get straight to business. How do you want to proceed with this map trade? If it's Grandmaster Su Yuan, 5 spirit fire charms will suffice. What a ridiculous price. Is one map worth that much? To be chosen by Grandmaster Su Yuan is already an honor. And even better, this map came from opening a treasure chest. Treasure chest? Chai Ning continued. If it weren't for the fact that the coordinate location shown on it is too far away, I wouldn't even consider putting it up on the trading platform. You can always keep it and use it later. Hee. Even if there's some hidden secret at that place, whether it'll still exist in the future is uncertain. It's better to exchange it now for something useful right away. What a smart guy. Su Yuan felt that Chai Ning was far from simple. He wondered why Chai Ning had previously joined those brave, yet naive warriors. 5 spirit fire charms, I'll trade them to you now. Deal. The transaction was completed successfully. Grandmaster Su Yuan, may I add you as a friend? Reason. In the future, whenever I get something valuable, I'll offer it to you first. I decline. Su Yuan simply closed the chat window on the trading platform. The reason he declined was straightforward. Chai Ning was too clever. It wasn't wise to deal with such a person in the survival world. It would just dig a hole for himself. And besides, it was unclear why Chai Ning had been willing to join forces with those naive warriors before. Chapter 60, Wild Game. The map of Half Moon Lake arrived. Su Yuan unfolded it and discovered that it was rather far from his current position, about 500 or 600 kilometers away. At the current speed of the Black Cottage, even without rest, he would need at least a day and night to get there. Su Yuan entered the coordinates of Half Moon Lake on the map and then clicked proceed. In the next second, the Black Cottage started moving. Su Yuan specifically opened the door and took a look outside. Its current state resembled an unmanned car he'd ridden in before. However, the Black Cottage had no wheels. It hovered slightly above the ground and glided forward. Although the mist outside blocked his view, Su Yuan was familiar with this road. He realized he was heading towards the urban village. To avoid being discovered, Su Yuan had Linger cast an illusion spell on the Black Cottage so that other survivors wouldn't see it as they passed by. Su Yuan closed the door and headed to the equipment synthesis room. He still hadn't used the weasel furs he had. After searching through the blueprints, he found a set blueprint. The set required quite a few materials. 4 weasel skins were needed. Su Yuan took them out and placed them on the sewing table. Click, click, click. Its speed was truly amazing. In the blink of an eye, a complete set of world-class weasel gear appeared, including a top, pants, hat, and shoes. Su Yuan checked their attributes. Weasel fursuit set. Quality, world-class. Defense, 80. Durability, 100%. Special attributes. Keeps warm in winter and cool in summer. Automatically adjusts size. Highly flexible world-class fur garment. Offers partial blocking effect against attacks and casts an illusion on attackers. The attributes were excellent, especially the blocking effect and the automatic illusion interference features. As for its appearance, Su Yuan was very satisfied. The entire outfit had a sporty feel, with the furs color tinged with a deep red hue, distinct layers, resembling fire clouds. Su Yuan enhanced its defense power by 100-fold. 8,000 defense, terrifying indeed. It was like wearing a fortress of defense. Afterward, Su Yuan laid down on the bed. There was some time left, so he could rest a bit first. Gigi, wake me up in an hour. Gigi, hidden among the dog hairs on little Coalball's head, Gigi peeked out and responded. After Su Yuan fell asleep, his Black Cottage was passing through the urban village when it happened to be spotted by Zhang Ziyong, who had just returned after going out to gather supplies. He turned his head toward the street and noticed that newly grown saplings suddenly bent over. It seemed like something heavy had passed over them. My goodness. Frightened, he dropped the wild vegetables he had dug up and quickly darted into a nearby alley to hide. Thump thump thump. Zhang Ziyong's heartbeat was like drumming, pounding fast. After a long while, since nothing happened, he calmed down. Just as Zhang Ziyong picked up the wild vegetables he had dropped and was about to go back, he suddenly noticed something strange when he turned around. About 3 meters away inside the alley where he was hiding, there was a coffin placed there. Zhang Ziyong paused, clearly remembering that he had thoroughly searched the whole urban village and had never seen it before. Zombie, evil ghost, demon. His mind instantly conjured images of grotesque things jumping out from inside the coffin. "Ea!" he screamed, turning and running back to his Black Cottage. Rushing too fast, he tripped over a slender vine and fell flat on his face. Terrified, Zhang Ziyong scrambled back onto his feet and rushed back into the Black Cottage. After the Yellow Weasel incident, he had become as nervous as a frightened bird. Leaning against the door, Zhang Ziyong almost cried. The outside world is too terrifying. I just want peace and quiet. Time flew by. Su Yuan had a short nap and then spent the time sitting by the door observing the situation outside. During this time, he saw several other Black Cottages but did not encounter any other survivors. Night was approaching. Su Yuan stood up and strained his eyes to look far beyond the door. A distance of 15 meters wasn't too far, but it sufficed. Earlier, he had seen others from afar, but they had not detected him. Originally located in the suburbs, his black cottage now completely exited the city, appearing on a wide road flanked by meter-wide patches of grass half a meter tall, followed by dense wild bamboo forests further inward. Just as he was about to go back inside and close the door, Su Yuan suddenly noticed something move in the grass. Whoosh! What was that? A gleam of excitement lit up in Su Yuan's eyes as he immediately stopped the black cottage. That little thing was all too familiar. Rabbit, it was a rabbit. Bunnies were adorable. Su Yuan had always liked them, because roasted rabbits were crispy and fragrant, while stewed ones had rich bone flavors and flavorful soup. Little coalball, attack. Roar. This time little coalball was smart. It transformed directly into a hellhound and charged forward. The small rabbit that just showed its head was immediately pinned down by it. Woof. Master, mission accomplished. Good job. Su Yuan walked over from the small black house, picked up the rabbit that it had pinned down, and with one swift stroke, turned it into adorable rabbit ingredients. Linger. Su Yin took the rabbit back into the small black house and went straight to find Linger. Heave-ho heave-ho. Linger had already finished her farm work and came out from the livestock room. What is it, master? Quick, go clean it up. I want to eat roasted meat and stewed meat for dinner tonight. All right. Linger took the rabbit into the material decomposition processing room, cleaned and prepared it, then took the fur out and handed it to Su Yuan. Su Yuan took it and checked the attributes of the rabbit fur. Rabbit fur. Defense, 10. Trait, soft pelt. Put it on the trading platform. The trading explanation was simple. Any seasoning agent, equal value exchange only. Linger took the rabbit skeleton to make broth. Su Yuan carried the rabbit meat along with some salt and chili powder outside to barbecue. It wasn't long before the fragrance wafted out. After sprinkling the seasonings on, the taste became even more exquisite. Rabbit meat. Hunger satiety plus 20%. After a 100-fold reinforcement, an additional attribute appeared, strength plus 1. Not bad. Woof woof. Gigi. Little coalball and Gigi lay by his side, drool dripping continuously. When the barbecue was ready, Su Yuan tore off a rabbit hind leg and threw it to little coalball, then tossed a rabbit foreleg to Gigi. At this moment, Linger brought out the simmered rabbit soup. Rabbit soup. Stamina restored 10. After a 100-fold reinforcement, it transformed into increased stamina attribute plus 1. The fragrant smell of the rabbit soup filled the air, causing drooling upon merely smelling it. Su Yuan held the wooden bowl in one hand while eating barbecued rabbit meat in big bites and drinking the rabbit soup heartily. Excellent. Su Yuan planned to walk around and see if he could catch more game or dig up bamboo shoots. The urban civilization was regressing, resulting in increasing numbers of animals and plants. Thus, hunting had become much simpler. Indeed, Su Yuan discovered another wild rabbit. Little coalball. Roar. That's delicious roasted meat waiting to happen. Little coalball pounced forward. Captured wild rabbit plus 1. Wild boar. Suddenly, Su Yuan spotted a wild boar with sharp fangs at the corner of its mouth dart through the weeds and instantly disappear into the bamboo forest. Sniff sniff sniff. Follow. Su Yuan led little coalball and Gigi inside. Once they entered the bamboo forest, thanks to Gigi's astonishing exploratory abilities, they finally located the wild boar. It was on all fours rooting in front of a grave pile. In the middle of the bamboo forest, a large cluster of graves came into Su Yuan's view. Chapter 61, The Ragdoll. Su Yuan furrowed his brows. He did not expect to find such a vast graveyard in the bamboo forest. Scary. The graveyard, it was too terrifying. There must be a lot of grave ghosts at night, right? Ghosts. Let's not go further today. I'll grind some experience here. Whether it was the honorable title of Demon Hunter or his evil slaying saber, they both required the killing of evil spirits to enhance their levels. Looking at the tombstones in front of him, Su Yuan smiled like a child. He left behind a few earth-attributed clay puppets with malevolent energy, and then returned to his small black room. Su Yuan handed the rabbit he brought back to Linger and asked her to deal with it while he sat on a chair and opened the survival handbook. There was less than 10 minutes until nightfall. He flipped through the records in the global chat channel. Did you guys notice? There are more small animals. Yeah, my small black room is in the city center, and I even found a wild pheasant. Strong, bro. Did you catch it? Catch? Nah, it just flapped its wings and flew into the mist. That's true, there are quite a lot of wild birds here. They're all too clever. Suddenly, there appeared a grapevine outside my small black room. It's full of grapes. They taste great. I found an apple tree. Those apples, they're big and round. The existence of the fog greatly limited people's ability to capture animals. Luckily, plants that remained stationary provided a certain amount of food for survival. Not long after, Linger brought over a dish of stir-fried rabbit meat. Stir-fried rabbit meat. Fullness 20%. Hidden attribute. Flexibility plus 1. Huh. Su Yuan hesitated for a moment. Flexibility? He couldn't remember if the previous rabbit meat and rabbit soup had this attribute. It was probably due to Linger's secondary processing effect. Su Yuan quickly enhanced the hidden attribute by 100 times. Hidden attribute. Flexibility plus 100. Eat quickly and feel it. The taste was genuinely excellent, delicious beyond compare. After eating, Su Yuan immediately opened the survival handbook. He discovered a new column under his basic attributes. Flexibility 103. Hidden attributes have an average value of 5. When the attribute points exceed 20, they are displayed as basic attributes. No wonder it wasn't shown before. Su Yuan closed the survival handbook. Let's try bending backward. If he hadn't forgotten, the last time he did this was in kindergarten. Su Yuan's head had already passed between his legs, looking forward. This flexibility was a little scary. A flexibility of 103 was simply too strong. His body was as soft as rubber, bending and twisting freely. Su Yuan played for a while, and then restored his body to normal. Done playing, Su Yuan lay down on the bed and opened the survival handbook. He hadn't checked his private messages for a long time. 2 of his long-term suppliers sent him a series of messages. Su Yuan opened the private message from Zhang Quanqian, but only looked at the latest one. Master Dao, do you have anything edible? No fruit. I need dry goods, preferably meat. I'll exchange it for juice, Master Dao. The meat on the trading platform requires exchanging with items that ward off evil, which is outrageous. Food shortage. You can't be so cruel either. No exchange for fruits or juices. Master Dao, I know you are the best. Su Yuan couldn't bear to read anymore. This guy was just too talkative. He opened Lu Yi's private message and also only looked at the last sentence. Master Dao, I heard your level 2 small black room has started to move. Could we be neighbors? That's always been my dream. Being close would also make our in-depth exchanges easier. Exchanges with whom? Su Yuan ignored them both. He got out of bed, walked to the door, and looked outside. Night was falling fast. Su Yuan opened the bizarre rules section of the survival handbook and waited quietly. What strange rule would come tonight? It was dark now. The moon had already risen outside. Gradually, the mysterious rules became apparent. Bizarre rule. Do you like ragdolls? Tonight, a cute ragdoll will appear in your small black room. Don't leave it, or it will get angry. Its anger could lead to serious consequences. But if you keep it inside the small black room, when the sky lights up again, you will replace it and become a ragdoll. Ragdoll? At that moment, Xiao Meiqiu suddenly started barking towards the bed's direction, and Su Yuan felt a cold chill run up his spine. He suddenly turned around. A finely crafted flower-patterned ragdoll sat on the edge of his bed. With a round head, her black big eyes, eerily lifelike, stared straight at Su Yuan. Scaring me with this thing? Su Yuan scratched his head as the 4 ghost servants appeared beside him. Linger, master, this ragdoll is so adorable. Mirror, meh. Chang'an, master, there is a spirit inside this doll. It's likely the source of its power. Chop it up. Su Yuan nodded. It's not like we can't chop it up. However, he needed to figure out more effective strategies to make the title of Rule Breaker advance and increase his visibility during the day. Therefore, Su Yuan had to figure out how to crack its bizarre rule. He pulled out the evil-slaying knife from his storage ring. Was there a spiritual object inside it? Then threatening it should be effective, right? When the knife appeared, Linger and the others felt terrified. Not to mention this seemingly ordinary ragdoll in front of them. Su Yuan took a step forward. Hey, little one, tell me how you'd leave quietly. Tell me, and I'll let you go. Suddenly, the ragdoll sitting on the edge of the bed stood up, and its red thread-stitched mouth curved into a smile. It smiled eerily. Su Yuan got goosebumps all over his body as he stared at it. I'll ask you again, what will it take for you to leave? Su Yuan gripped the evil-slaying knife in his hand and coldly glared at the ragdoll before him. If necessary, he would still cut it. It was making him incredibly uncomfortable. Do you like me? At that moment, an eerie voice came from the ragdoll's mouth. TCH, as if anyone in their right mind would like you. Su Yuan cursed silently in his mind. I like you, my ghostly spirit. After hearing those words, the expression on the ragdoll's face suddenly turned extremely ugly, and a strange light flashed in its creepy eyes. Wong. The ragdoll slowly floated up. A powerful grudge suddenly radiated from her body. Why don't you like me? No one likes me. Why doesn't anyone like me? Master, it isn't harboring a spiritual object but resentment, and that's no easy thing to deal with. Ing directly merged into his shadow. Resentment? That mysterious force that once someone is infected with, they will suffer mental torture until death. Su Yuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth. He called back the 4 ghost servants into the ghost covenant, and then said, You come here. Huh. The surrounding resentment around the ragdoll was terrifying. An ordinary person might die instantly just from touching it, but it didn't know. Could this man ever be considered ordinary? If you're not willing to talk, I'll break it violently. Su Yuan grabbed the flying ragdoll with one hand. Jila. With one slash of the evil-slaying knife, he directly chopped the ragdoll into pieces. Is it over? Su Yuan opened the handbook and flipped to the page about bizarre rules. What? He froze. How was the bizarre rule still active? Chapter 62. Dissolving Grievance. Brute force doesn't work. The mysterious rules are still in place. Su Yuan looked at the pieces of the cloth doll on the ground. His Zhanxia knife possessed an extremely strong ability to drive away evil spirits. Most ghostly beings can be killed outright, but this cloth doll didn't seem to be affected at all. It floated up and reformed itself. Giggles, master, don't you like me anymore? The cloth doll coldly stared at Su Yuan. That eerie laughter made one's hair stand on end. Master, I sense an extremely powerful grievance emanating from it. Linger paused and said, This grievance may be related to a curse. Giggles. The cloth doll's baby-like eerie laughter echoed throughout the room. Chang'an looked at the cloth doll in front of him and shook his head. Master, the spiritual entity born from grievances makes my soul-fetching ineffective. Ing flew out of Su Yuan's shadow. Master, grievance is a form of energy. Perhaps ordinary attacks cannot affect it. Linger and Jing also nodded. Grievance. Su Yuan furrowed his brows. This kind of energy, invisible and intangible, what should be done? Woof. Little Meiqiu loudly growled at the cloth doll in front of her. It, along with Jiji, was very sensitive to the grievance's aura and reacted strongly. At this moment, a sudden idea popped into Su Yuan's mind. Grievance. Why does it not dissipate? Why? Linger asked curiously. Su Yuan continued to speak. Grievance gathers, but doesn't dissipate. That's because the root of the grievance hasn't been resolved, leading to accumulated resentment. It seems that to solve it, we must find the source of the grievance. The source of the grievance? All the ghostly servants were stunned. Giggles, master, come play with me. The cloth doll flew over and landed in front of Su Yuan. Master, do you like me? I like you. You're lying to me. Master, you're lying to me. You don't even like me. Su Yuan was curious. Cutting it into pieces didn't make it angry, but saying he liked it seemed to have made it believe he disliked it. It appeared somewhat upset. Su Yuan wasn't afraid of provoking its anger. He had already prepared a spirit fire talisman in his hand. If worst comes to worst, burn it, and that's that. But this made Su Yuan realize, even if you say you like it and are willing to play with it, it will gradually get angrier until it goes berserk. Su Yuan thought about the words in the eerie rules. Don't make it angry. It was specifically emphasized not to abandon it. The key to resolving the cloth doll's grievance probably had something to do with this. To understand more, apparently they needed to continue provoking it. Su Yuan deliberately said to the somewhat annoyed cloth doll in front of him, I don't like you. I don't want to play with you either. I've already got a better doll, and I'm going to throw you away. Throw. Away. Ka. The two large eyes of the cloth doll in front of Su Yuan suddenly became blank. Its expression began to look bewildered. A strange bone-chilling sensation was rising from the cloth doll. Master, you really don't like me anymore. You've always wanted to throw me away, right? The voice of the cloth doll suddenly became sharp. I'll sew you into a doll. I won't allow you to abandon me. Afraid of being abandoned? Why does it keep emphasizing that I've always wanted to abandon it? When Su Yuan saw it pulling out a needle with thread from its body, his eyes suddenly lit up. He understood. The grievance of the cloth doll has been found. The source of the grievance is the needle and thread embedded in its body. Master, seeing the doll in its frenzied state, the ghostly servants and little Meicho all stood in front of Su Yuan to protect him. Su Yuan waved his hand, indicating for them to step back. He continued speaking to the cloth doll. If you would like, I can help sew you up. Swoosh. The cloth doll on the verge of madness suddenly calmed down. Master, you remembered. Sniffle sniffle, you remember that I need stitching? A layer of moisture appeared in its eyes. Master, I love you the most. The cloth doll slowly landed in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan reached out and grabbed it, taking the needle and thread from its hand. The doll lay quietly in Su Yuan's hand, staying still. The stitching on the back of the cloth doll had come undone, exposing the cotton stuffing inside. Su Yuan held the needle awkwardly stitching up the tears in its body. Meanwhile, Su Yuan took out the survival manual and looked at the eerie rules on it. They had already changed. You've unraveled the grievance of the cloth doll and stitched it up. It will leave on its own. The eerie rules have been cracked? Then that works. So hard. So annoying. He, who has never done needlework. I started to turn green. Too difficult. Don't want to sew anymore. Just burn it. Flame. Master, I'm so hot. The cloth doll felt a fire burning within its body. Of course, because Su Yuan had inserted the spirit fire talisman directly into its body. Flames surged up. How beautiful the flames are. The cloth doll turned into ashes. Su Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It would have been better if it had a heart of gratitude, instead of harboring so much grievance. Grievance turns to fire, don't you understand? Look, didn't it catch fire? At the sight of this scene, all the ghostly servants shivered and in the blink of an eye returned to their ghost contracts. Linger thought about it, and decided that hanging from the wall corner could wait. She shouldn't push the master too hard. Why did they all go back at once? Not only the ghostly servants, Su Yuan noticed that little Meicho and Ji had somehow run back to the corner, lying down as if they were asleep. He sat on the chair and opened the survival manual, uploading tonight's eerie rules. Then Su Yuan stood up, stretching his muscles, feeling the amazing flexibility of his body. Afterward, he walked outside. Time to harvest the crops. Get up. The two pretending to sleep hams sprang up immediately upon hearing Su Yuan's voice and quickly lined up at the door. Their obedient appearances puzzled Su Yuan. He glanced at them, sensing something strange. As soon as they stepped out, Su Yuan summoned all the ghostly servants. He dared not be careless for a moment. Through the bamboo forest, Su Yuan saw from afar the flickering ghost fire above the graves. Master, let me handle this. Chang'an volunteered. Having received Su Yuan's nod, Chang'an was already at the spot among the graves. One by one, ghosts floated toward them. All of them were ghosts controlled by Chang'an and after he reaped their souls. They had no consciousness. They were merely here to grant experience. A smirk crossed Su Yuan's lips as he lifted his Zhanxia knife. Puff. One. Puff puff. A pair. He swung his Zhanxia knife, freely harvesting the experience points these ghostly creatures brought. Finally, Su Yuan heard the system notification. Ghost hunting enthusiast. Faced with ghostly entities, intimidation increases by 40%. Attacks against ghostly entities gain a 120% damage boost. Note, after hunting 500 ghost-like entities, the title Ghost Hunting Obsessive will be obtained, doubling attributes. Meanwhile, the crops were harvested almost completely. Looks like more graveyards will be needed in the future. Unfortunately, these ghostly entities were too low level for Su Yuan to consider signing ghost pacts with them. Alright, let's head back. Tomorrow, they would continue traveling. Just then, the treasure chest hunting ability provided by the treasure chest hunter led Su Yuan to discover a glimmering gold light behind one of the graves. A treasure chest. Su Yuan felt a thrill of excitement and headed over there. Hold on, as he approached the grave mound. Splash. Suddenly, a shriveled hand shot out from under the grave mound. Chapter 63, The Treasure Chest Enthusiast. Sewing really tests your skills. Threading the needle should be done slowly. A stitch in time saves 9. It's gone. Gone. Finally sent this little master away. Thanks to Su Yuan's guide. +1. I'm going to scout around the amusement park outside again tonight. Don't get yourself killed by weird stuff. Survival is key. Just keep surviving. One day it will all end. I just found an amulet with pretty good attributes. I'll try it out. Who doesn't have some tricks up their sleeve? I picked up a peachwood sword. I'm also going to check out the old house nearby. I didn't take the treasure chest I saw yesterday. What is Su Yuan doing right now? Him? Running around aimlessly with a bunch of talismans and fighting ghosts. Must be fun. Or he might just be looking for treasure chests or opening them along the way. Playing with ghosts? Searching for treasure chests? They were right. Su Yuan was indeed about to go pick up a treasure chest. But then, that strange hand appeared abruptly, causing him to halt. Su Yuan firmly gripped the evil-slaying sword and coldly stared at the grave, watching whatever was about to crawl out from beneath the soil. On his left, the 4 ghost servants stood ready to attack at any moment to help their master deal with danger. Roar! Xiaomaiqiu transformed into a spirit hound, standing on Su Yuan's right side, growling low and menacing at the withered hand. Amidst the bamboo forest, the moonlight flickered among the shadows. Uft! A dried up, tattered arm emerged from under the ground. Bang! The earth cracked open as a figure burst through the soil. Taking a closer look, Su Yuan saw its ragged clothing, emaciated appearance, and iron-gray complexion. Su Yuan silently muttered to himself, "Is this what a zombie looks like?" On his survival manual, an eerie rule was displayed. Eerie rule. It has no consciousness but does not perish. Be careful not to be bitten by it, or you'll end up like it tooted. That zombie stretched its stiff arms upward. It raised its head to gaze at the moon, exhaling a chilling breath. Ninger edged closer to Su Yuan. Master, zombies are vicious. We're all spirits, and it's hard for us to fight against them. Why don't we leave first? Su Yuan glanced at Chang'un and the others. Clearly, they were thinking the same thing. After all, when facing zombies, ghost entities had no real advantages. We cannot retreat. Su Yuan swung his evil slaying sword forward. What's so scary about zombies? He also planned to defeat the zombie to earn a title or honorific. At this moment, the zombie on the other side had already spotted Su Yuan. It suddenly leaped toward him, allowing Su Yuan to clearly see under the moonlight those long black nails. The nails need trimming. His lips slightly curled upward. Just as the zombie lunged forward, Su Yuan bent backwards, dodging the sharp black nails. In one swift motion, he slashed upwards with the evil slaying sword, cutting off all of the zombie's nails. See? That's quality service. Su Yuan sidestepped once more, stood up, and grinned at the zombie before him. Being close now, Su Yuan could distinctly make out its pointed fangs. Infuriated by Su Yuan's actions, the zombie revealed its ferocious nature, lunged forward, and bit towards Su Yuan's neck. Dude, your breath smells awful. Su Yuan flexed his body and evaded the attack. Whoosh. Simultaneously, Linger bound its arms with red silk ribbons, limiting its movement. Little Zaimaikiu pounced, pinning it down while Zizi perched atop its head, chirping several times at the zombie. You refused having your nails trimmed before being cremated, huh? Typical case of misinterpreting kindness as contempt. Su Yuan gestured for little Zaimaikiu to move aside as he attached a spirit fire talisman onto the zombie. Burn. Whoosh. The three-ingredient true fire ignited. Ow. The zombie let out terrible howls of anguish until it was completely burned to ashes. Meanwhile, there was a tinkling sound, and a treasure chest surprisingly appeared. Congratulations to Su Yuan for achieving the first kill of a zombie, earning the honorary title, Zombie Hunter. Upon hearing the prompt, Su Yuan opened the honorary titles page in his survival manual. Zombie Hunter. Increases intimidation against zombies plus 10. Increases damage inflicted on zombies by 30%. Killing 50 zombies upgrades the title to Zombie Hunting Master, doubling the attributes. The title Zombie Hunter was very similar to the earlier Ghost Hunter title obtained from his first ghost kill. Su Yuan first picked up the treasure chest dropped by the zombie. Wow, it dropped a rare treasure chest. After storing it in his storage ring, Su Yuan walked over to where the treasure chest was located near the grave, picked it up, found it to be a regular treasure chest, which he also stored in his storage ring. As Su Yuan was walking back a few steps, his expression suddenly changed. It seemed like he sensed another treasure chest. Su Yuan's gaze fell on a tomb mound about 10 odd meters ahead, and there was also a treasure chest over there. He cautiously approached it. Unfortunately, no more zombie babies emerged. To help him gain experience for his newly acquired honorary title, Su Yuan was just bending down to pick up the golden treasure chest on the ground. He froze. Inside, behind that tomb, there was another treasure chest. This was all thanks to the treasure chest hunter ability. Otherwise, with these tricky positions behind the tombs where treasure chests were placed, if Su Yuan didn't walk in and inspect carefully, it would have been really hard to notice them. He suddenly became dumbfounded, because Su Yuan was shocked by what the treasure chest hunter ability had sensed. After passing through the tombs, within a 20-meter radius further inside, he detected over a dozen treasure chests. Su Yuan quickly moved forward. Good heavens, one after another, golden legendary chests. Su Yuan even suspected he was dreaming. Not just him, but even the little coal ball, Zaimaikiu, Zizi, and the ghost servants following behind him were stunned. Was their master getting doggy luck tonight? When Su Yuan finished picking them up, he counted, front and back, a total of 56 treasure chests. What the hell? By the time he went back to open these treasure chests, wouldn't he be opening until his hands got tired? Today feels super awesome. Su Yuan hummed a song he used to like as he walked back. World Chat Channel. Big player Su Yuan killed a zombie? This is normal. Tomorrow night, he should kill a vampire, right? Hunt thoroughly tonight. I finally found a treasure chest. I'm back too. Amazing. You are taking your first step toward becoming a big player like Su Yuan. We will catch up with him. After all, we're only 10 treasure chests behind. What I once thought was an insurmountable chasm is now shrinking. Now it can only be called a small ditch. Wishing everyone to become a god-level player. At this moment, the system suddenly issued an announcement. Congratulations to Su Yuan for opening 50 treasure chests, promoting the honorary title, Treasure Chest Hunter, to Treasure Chest Enthusiast. Wow, the whole world was astonished. Am I crazy? I actually thought the gap between me and Su Yuan was gone. You're overconfident. I'm overconfident. We're all overconfident. Big player Su Yuan, please accept my prostration. I wonder what Su Yuan has opened from his treasure chests. Bad luck, all are weird stuff. TCH, that clearly shows jealousy. All weird stuff. How possible is that? How could it not be possible? Looking at the stiff hands in front of him, Su Yuan was baffled. Since the number of treasure chests this time was large, to save time, he left the rare treasure chest aside and neatly arranged the remaining 55 ordinary ones, letting the mud figurine puppet directly handle the chest opening work. Who would have thought? Those 55 treasure chests, all uniformly opened into 55 zombies. Chapter 64, Grave Diggers. Do you want to see a zombie spicy dance? Then open the holy gaze, and as if electrocuted by holy light, zombies begin to move their stiff bodies in a strange fashion, showcasing a zombie spicy dance. Su Yuan perhaps thought they weren't putting enough effort, so he silently pulled out the 5 thunders curse. 5 bolts of thunder descended together with a loud boom, and the rigid twists of the zombies quickly turned into convulsions. Their bodies started turning black and charred, disintegrating into ash in the blink of an eye. Zombie Hunter has advanced to Zombie Hunter Master. That's terrifying. In just a little while, his title has already been upgraded. Is Su Yuan God dealing with zombies? I think Su Yuan God wiped out the whole zombie nest. The gap between me and Su Yuan God is not just a chasm, but the vastness of heaven and earth. You mere mortals, trying to compare yourselves to gods? Just be content staying humble. Yes, the only thing we share with Su Yuan God is that we're still alive. But at this moment, several death notifications suddenly appeared above the chat channel. Zhang Dali was killed mysteriously. Chunhua was killed mysteriously. Shui Jiala was killed mysteriously. Seeing these 3 messages appearing one after another, Liang Song, Chai Ning, and others suddenly felt a bit uneasy. If they remembered correctly, they were all part of the same group exploring the Yellow Fox grave. Liang Song recalled bringing Chunhua back during the expedition. They'd even had a brief relationship. What Liang Song didn't notice was that a shadowy red figure briefly flashed by the small black room window. Clang. He heard something fall abruptly outside the doorway. Clang. Something had clearly crashed against his door. Clang. Another sound. Liang Song's face paled instantly, breaking into cold sweat. He hardly dared to breathe. What was outside? Clang. This time, whatever it was hit more fiercely. Clang clang. The door burst open. Startled, Liang Song gripped the peachwood sword tightly and anxiously looked toward the doorway. There stood 2 figures familiar to him. Chunhua, Zhang Dali. Seeing the visitors, Liang Song's face went chalk white. Weren't they supposed to be dead? Da-da-da. The fingers lightly tapping on the table surface caught Chai Ning's attention, his eyebrows furrowed deeply. Sitting before the table inside the small black room, staring at the treasure chest in front of him, he contemplated darkly. How could they have died one after another? At this point, he noticed another death broadcast appear in the World Chat channel. Liang Song was killed mysteriously. Could it be? His expression shifted abruptly. Is it possible that after tonight's weird rules ended, something else strange came knocking? But why are those dying the ones from the same area? Clang. Suddenly, a loud sound came from outside the door. Chai Ning hurriedly stood up, sprinkling previously prepared ghost-repelling minerals at the entrance, then pulling out a spirit fire charm he traded for earlier from Su Yuan. 5 spirit fire charms should be able to handle it, right? Meanwhile, Su Yuan, who had just dealt with a pile of zombies, flipped open his survival manual and checked the new honorary title. Zombie Hunter Master. Intimidation against zombies plus 20, damage dealt to zombies plus 60%. To advance to Zombie Killing Maniac, kill 150 zombies, and all attributes will double. Although having an honorary title upgrade is good news. F******. This adds up to 55 chests, all filled with weird stuff. Su Yuan feels like he's being tricked, suspecting that what he opened isn't chests but coffins. However, Su Yuan still had one rare chest unopened. Let's just do it by the door. Su Yuan suspected that maybe there's an even scarier zombie lurking inside. Perhaps the treasure dropped by zombies may even contain baby zombies. He placed the rare chest outside the door and stood inside the small black room. If anything goes wrong, he could shut the door, and the ghost-repelling attribute of the small black room would be strong enough to protect him. Su Yuan controlled the mud figurine puppet to open the chest. Beside them, Xiao Meiqiu and Ji Ji closely watched the chest, ready to alert Su Yuan immediately should anything strange emerge. Snap! The chest opened. Unlike previous times, no zombie leapt out this time. Su Yuan sighed in relief, silently wishing for luck to come his way before moving closer. Perfect. A purple skill book rested at the bottom of the chest. Su Yuan reached out and took it out. Clearly written on the skill book was the art of corpse refinement. Do you wish to learn this skill? Yes, no? Without hesitation, Su Yuan clicked yes. The art of corpse refinement instantly transformed into a streak of white light, entering his mind. A series of detailed steps about refining corpses flashed through Su Yuan's mind. A corpse is the ultimate treasure in which all energy disperses, yet it can still become invaluable. Refining a corpse involves 6 steps. First, selection of corpse. Second, storing the corpse. Third, bathing the corpse. Fourth, nurturing the corpse. Fifth, refining the corpse. Sixth, controlling the corpse. Su Yuan had already grasped the method of refining corpses. The entire process was rather complicated. It took 5 days to refine a zombie, and there was also a final step of mastery. Ghost packs can sign up to 600 ghost servants. If I refine an army of zombies, wouldn't that be great? Shit. Su Yuan slapped his thigh. If I had opened the rare chest first, those 55 zombies would have all been refined. Well, this is fate. He looked up at the moon in the sky and chuckled. While it's dark and windy, let's dig up some bodies to refine. However, before that, he needed to get some working tools first. He opened the trading platform. The rabbit fur he had put up earlier was still there, with no one willing to trade with him. Shovel. Su Yuan searched, and transaction information appeared. Shovel tool. Quality, common. Excavation efficiency, 30%. Trader, Lu Yi. Trading requirement, a pickaxe. The trader turned out to be her. This female miner wanted a pickaxe. Unfortunately, Su Yuan didn't have a pickaxe. Still, only one shovel was available. Let's ask, perhaps she might exchange it for a spirit fire talisman, or even a 5 thunders talisman. Does your shovel necessarily require a pickaxe in exchange? Huh, Master Taoist? Do you need a shovel to dig graves? Dig your sister. But how did she know what he was going to do? Su Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Can I use talismans to exchange with you? This poses quite a dilemma, Master Taoist. My pickaxe is broken, so I can't mine and thus can't trade for food with others, leaving me hungry, which makes mining impossible again. It's a vicious cycle leading to death unless I move in with you. Then I'll give the shovel directly to Master Taoist, and we could even. Stop. How come suddenly Su Yuan feels she is just like Zhang Quankai, incessantly chatter, without end? Then Su Yuan had a sudden idea. He searched for pickaxe on the trading platform. Sure enough, it was listed. The other party required 1 day's worth of food to complete the trade. Su Yuan had this. He placed 3 breads, completing the trade. Su Yuan ignored Lu Yi altogether, directly traded the shovel, meeting the conditions, automatically completing the deal, thus acquiring the shovel. Shovel tool. Quality, common. Excavation efficiency, 30%. Let's strengthen it. Su Yuan boosted its excavation efficiency by 100-fold. The excavation efficiency reached 100%, and the overflow attributes automatically transformed into the shovel's special attribute. Spiral excavation. Automatically clears the excavated soil through a spiral motion onto the side. With a grave digging tool ready, Su Yuan brought little coal ball and Ji towards the tomb cluster within the bamboo forest. Tonight, I am the grave digger. Chapter 65, The Bronze Coffin. Linger went to the bamboo forest to gather materials. She found quite a few materials here for creating mysterious delicacies. Su Yuan then arranged for little Coldball and Ji to go together. He and the remaining 3 ghost servants stayed behind, preparing to excavate graves. Su Yuan looked at the mound of graves in front of him and thought to himself, none of these graves look like new graves. I wonder if there are any well-preserved corpses, and not just a pile of bones. He estimated that digging graves wouldn't work. To refine corpses, he'd have to kill people and take their bodies. Su Yuan pondered. He probably wasn't far from becoming notorious. Well, he would try his best to dig them up. Su Yuan picked up the shovel, standing in front of the grave, hesitating. Digging graves isn't a glorious thing. Can I do such a thing? He shook his head with a sigh, his expression conflicted. After doing this, I will likely have trouble sleeping for several days. It's truly troubling. After speaking, his gaze fell on Chang'an, Jing, and Ying, the 3 ghosts by his side. Chang'an tentatively asked, Master, are you asking us to dig graves? Su Yuan stared at the graves in front of him, not saying anything. The 3 ghosts looked at each other awkwardly, but none volunteered to dig. Su Yuan had no choice but to create a spiritual fire talisman, and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. It's fine if you don't want to. How could it be, Master? I'm willing to dig. Ying had been with Su Yuan the longest, so it was the first to speak up. Good child, it's yours to handle. Su Yuan handed over the shovel in his hand. Seeing Chang'an and Jing suppressing laughter nearby, Ying wore a mask of suffering. Su Yuan glanced at Chang'an and Jing. You two don't just sit idle either. Go around the area and report back if you find anything. They both responded simultaneously. Yes, Master. And they reflected in their hearts. This is the helplessness of a worker. Once upon a time, how free our souls were. Ying worked efficiently and quickly unearthed all the graves. Su Yuan guarded on the side, one hand gripping the demon-slaying knife, the other holding a talisman, on guard for any possible strange occurrences. But nothing happened until the graves were fully dug. Open the coffin. Su Yuan looked at the coffins in the grave pits, full of ambition. However, he felt he needed to clarify his position first. Heroes of the eerie world. You naturally wish to live as human champions and die as noble spirits. Now, I am borrowing your bodies, allowing you to relive your past glories. As for whether the bodies lying inside the coffins were heroes or not, only the spirits knew. Su Yuan finished his speech, and Ying quickly said, Master, I'll open the coffin. No need. He gestured for Ying to step aside and summoned a fire-based clay puppet. Let them do it. Subsequently, Su Yuan controlled the clay puppets to open each coffin one by one. However, when one empty coffin after another appeared before him, Su Yuan was almost moved to tears. Honestly, he had mentally prepared himself, since these didn't look like new graves. But even finding a bone in the coffin would have been some kind of consolation prize. But they were all empty. Su Yuan angrily said, playing with me? Apparently, the zombies opened from the treasure chest earlier all came from these coffins. Just as he took out the spiritual fire talisman, ready to burn down this annoying bamboo forest, Chang'an suddenly ran back. Master, we found a stone tomb deep in the bamboo forest. Oh, Su Yuan silently contemplated, finding nothing here. It wouldn't hurt to check out that stone tomb. If he uncovered a complete corpse, it wouldn't be a wasted night. Deep within the bamboo forest, Su Yuan followed Chang'an, reaching the stone tomb, buried alone. Master, Jing still waited nearby, awaiting their arrival. Su Yuan slowly walked over, his eyes fixed on the small mound they discovered. The mound wasn't big, but its outer layer was covered with neat square thin stone slabs, used to protect against rainwater and animal damage. There was even a stele. Su Yuan curiously stepped forward and read the stele. Born without an end date, died without a name, quietly awaiting your coming. What's this? Waiting for someone to dig up your grave since you died? A broken tomb, making such a mystery. Tear it apart. Su Yuan kicked the stele down with his foot. Go. The task of dismantling the tomb, Su Yuan handed over to Chang'an. Chang'an hurriedly went forward and lifted the stone slab covering the mound, revealing the earthy grave beneath. Jing, stop hiding, come over. All right. Jing took the shovel passed by Su Yuan, working hard, and soon dug it open. Amazingly, there lay a bronze coffin. He stared at the cold and gleaming bronze coffin, noticing that it was engraved with fierce beasts like eagles, tigers, leopards, etc., with feet supporting the bottom, lifting the coffin away from the ground. On top of the bronze coffin, there was a layer of white powder spread. Su Yuan commanded the clay puppet to pick it up, and its attributes were displayed. Anti-corrosion agent, special item. Anti-corrosion level, S level. It has an extremely strong Feng Fu Xing, Feng Fu Nung Li. Sprinkling it on the surface of an item can allow it to be preserved for a long time. The anti-corrosion grade of this anti-corrosion agent actually reached the S level. Su Yuan became excited instantly. If there's a body inside, it should be perfectly preserved. He hurriedly directed several fire-based clay puppets to move closer. The task of opening the coffin would have to be entrusted to them. Su Yuan tightly gripped a spiritual fire talisman, staring intently, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. Can't open it. 100 clay puppets all tried, but the coffin lid remained immovable. Su Yuan furrowed his brow and waved at the shadows standing nearby. All of you come on. Yes. Even after adding 3 ghost servants, the coffin lid remained completely immovable. Are you putting in any effort? Su Yuan suspected they were all actors. Tongue out, Chang'an strained so hard that his face turned red. Master, this coffin lid feels like 1,000 caddies' weight. Impossible to open. Is it really like this? Su Yuan decided to take charge himself. Even if something went wrong, it would just be life -1. We have a high enough margin for error. Master, we're back. At this moment, Linger, Little Coldball, and Ji, who had collected the mysterious delicacy ingredients, ran over. Woof. Ji, Little Coldball, and Ji, with their super strong perception ability, it wasn't hard for them to find their way here. Linger wrapped the things she found in red silk, appearing as a large bundle, indicating a fair amount of materials were gathered. Linger approached, gazing at the bronze coffin in the grave pit. What a beautiful coffin. Come, let's all try together, see if we can open it. Su Yuan glanced at the survival manual, no strange rules appeared on it. He jumped into the grave pit, and signaled for Linger to also come over. Little Coal Ball and Ji were tasked to remain vigilant when the coffin opened. At the same time, Yuan placed the survival manual nearby, constantly paying attention to changes in the rules. Alright, put in some effort. Wow. Even with Yuan's added strength, it still remained completely immovable. Indeed unopenable. Yuan frowned, as he prepared to attempt once more. Hiss. A chill sensation passed through his hand. His fingertip was accidentally cut by the pattern on the bronze coffin. A drop of blood fell onto the coffin lid. Failed prematurely. Fortunately, the wound wasn't serious. One more time. Yuan directed, preparing to attempt opening the coffin one last time. Unexpectedly, the originally rock-solid coffin lid creaked open with a sound. Unusual events must harbor demons. Yuan quickly jumped out of the grave pit, swiftly pulled out a spiritual fire talisman, staring coldly at the coffin. Chapter 66, The Golden Armor. In the bronze coffin lay a corpse covered entirely in golden armor, even its face concealed by a golden mask that hid its appearance. The golden armor gleamed under the moonlight, truly magnificent and extraordinary. Yuan thought to himself, could the owner of this corpse have been a general? Given the bizarre world he found himself in, setting aside its former identity, it was more likely now to be a zombie. Roar. Little Cole transformed into a Ming-Chang, hellhound, and growled lowly at the corpse inside the coffin. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In a flash, it jumped onto Yuan's shoulder, its little eyes watchfully monitoring the situation inside the bronze coffin. At this moment, the golden-clothed corpse inside the coffin showed no abnormalities. It just lay there quietly. Yuan commanded a group of clay puppet figures to stand guard around the edge of the grave pit, and the ghost servants returned to his side. As soon as the golden-clothed corpse made any strange movements, they would rush forward all at once. Yuan looked toward the survival handbook, but no rules appeared. Could it be that it hasn't turned into a zombie? The armor on its body looks pretty good. Just as he was about to control the clay puppet figures to retrieve the golden-clothed corpse from inside, so as to check the quality of the armor it wore. Drip. A blood droplet fell from the edge of the bronze coffin, landing directly on the golden-clothed corpse. Yuan furrowed his brow. That blood was his. His anti-evil sword was already gripped tightly in his right hand, while in his left hand, besides the spirit fire talisman, he had taken out another 5 thunder talisman. The instant the trail of blood dripped onto the golden-clothed corpse, the blood threads instantly covered its entire body. At the same time, Yuan's gaze fell on the survival handbook, where an eerie rule had appeared. Eerie rule, have you come? Where are you? Deep roots of affection, unchanging yearning, the blending of bloodlines. It is a reunion. Do you still remember the golden armored figure you personally buried within the bronze coffin long ago? Now it has returned for your reunion, continuing what was left before. Stay together with it within the golden coffin. What? Why does the eerie introduction sound so poetic? There's mention of deep roots, yearning, and past affinities. This imposing gold-covered corpse, meow, turns out to be a female corpse? Scary. The golden-clothed corpse in the bronze coffin suddenly moved. Yuan quickly put away the survival handbook. The blood strands that were originally covering the golden-clothed corpse contracted rapidly, all surging toward its golden mask, which instantly transformed into a bloody crimson face. Click, click. It lifted its head, stretched out both arms, and placed its hands on the edge of the bronze coffin. Just as it prepared to rise, whoosh, Ling acted, instantly wrapping the golden-clothed corpse entirely with her red silk ribbon. Yuan hastily summoned the group of fire element clay puppet figures to prepare. Take it down. Poof. 100 clay puppet figures immediately transformed into 100 fiery sprites. The flames instantly enveloped it. However, while Ling's red silk ribbon burned away, the level of flames couldn't even damage the golden armor worn by the golden-clothed corpse. Yuan quickly called back the clay puppet figures. Go. With a sudden movement, he fired off the 2 talismans in his hand. Boom. 5 thunderbolts combined with a stream of pure yang fire plunged into the bronze coffin. After a frenzy of explosions and flames, the bronze coffin remained intact, and the golden-clothed corpse within was completely unscathed. What nonsense is this? Is its defense really this high? He wanted to run, but at this moment, the golden-clothed corpse had already stood up and leaped atop the grave pit. A voice that could not be identified as male or female emanated from the golden-clothed corpse. Have you come to pick me up? Facing Yuan, the golden-clothed corpse revealed a blood-soaked mask that chilled the heart. Only a fool would pick you up. Attack. Upon hearing Yuan's order, Ying took the initiative. It manipulated the shadows of the surrounding bamboo, quickly entwining the golden-clothed corpse. A terrifying deterrent power flowed through the shadows. Mirror image. Simultaneously, Jing created a mirror image 10 times stronger than the golden-clothed corpse and lunged toward it. Hallucination, shadowy illusions. Under Ling's assistance, countless mirror images rained down from the sky. Yuan thought silently. Since Jing's mirror image possesses 10 times the attributes of the golden-clothed corpse, purely by hardness, it should shatter it. Meanwhile, Yuan had already drawn his anti-evil blade, ready to charge in at any moment for a follow-up attack. Buzz. The next second, the bamboo shadows on the golden-clothed corpse were shaken off. Its figure slightly moved, evading the real mirror image's attack, while the rest of the illusory ones disappeared instantly. Destroy. The golden-clothed corpse reached out and grabbed the bronze coffin in the grave pit, smashing it heavily towards the mirror image. Clang. The mirror image was instantly shattered by the bronze coffin. Is brute force overpowering everything else? Ah sure ba, shit. This golden-clothed corpse is too powerful. Yuan felt like he had dug up a major boss. Seeing the golden-clothed corpse holding the bronze coffin slowly walking toward him. What to do when unable to deal with it? 36 strategies. Retreat is the best strategy. Run. Having said that, he turned around and sprinted. Yuan's actions were seamless. Little Cole and Squeak closely followed behind. Ling and the others quickly returned to the ghost contract. Whoosh. The golden-clothed corpse transformed into a shadow, instantly blocking Yuan's escape route. Master, don't go. Master, my sister. Yuan gripped the anti-evil blade tightly and slashed hard. Clang. The anti-evil blade struck squarely against the golden armor, and it didn't even dodge. Unexpectedly, in the situation where talismans couldn't penetrate its defenses, the anti-evil blade actually managed to cut through its armor. In the next moment, the golden-clothed corpse slowly raised its arm, softly saying, "Am I foolish? No matter what you do, I will never blame you." Puffed. Su Yuan burst out laughing. "Did you get lost on set? This is a strange scene. You're performing a romance here." He pulled back his anti-evil blade and lifted it high, chopping at the neck of the golden-clothed corpse. Snap. It was severed. Its helmet together with the golden mask rolled down. But why did cutting through its neck feel like nothing? Su Yuan paused, staring fixedly at the broken neck. Empty. The helmet was empty, and so was the armor. Not a zombie. There was no corpse inside the golden armor. It could no longer be called a golden-clothed corpse, because it was merely a suit of golden armor. No wonder the eerie rules only mentioned the golden armor buried within the bronze coffin. Damn, he had been misled by those literary eerie rules. What roots of affection, yearning, and past affinities turned out to be the intense bond between the armor and its owner. The golden armor reached down and picked up the severed helmet and mask, reattaching them. Meanwhile, the place where Su Yuan had cut earlier on the armor had already restored itself. Not only was the defense abnormal, but it could regenerate. What's the point in fighting this thing then? Don't panic. Solving the eerie rules was the key. Roar. Little Cole positioned itself between Su Yuan and the golden armor, letting out an enraged howl. "Master, your loyal dog is here to protect you." Boom. The bronze coffin smashed straight towards Little Cole, hitting the ground and creating a deep crater instantly. This golden armor showed tender emotions towards Su Yuan, yet showed no mercy towards others. Fortunately, Little Cole dodged swiftly. Otherwise, it might have turned into a pile of mush already. Even though its head had been cut off, the golden armor's feelings towards Su Yuan seemed unchanged. It lifted the bronze coffin again and moved towards Su Yuan. "Master, I won't blame you. As long as you stay, the bronze coffin can contain both you and me." Chapter 67. The Perfect Gentleman. This guy's mind must have some serious issues. The bronze coffin is so narrow. How could it possibly fit two people? When Su Yuan had this thought, he felt that there might be something wrong with his own thinking too. What's the key point here? That bizarre rule. At this moment, a wisp of black mist emerged from Su Yuan's storage ring. Linger appeared from the ghost pact. In her hand were 4 wooden figures made of bamboo, and she muttered under her breath, "All evil spirits descend upon me, sealing all monsters in 4 directions." As soon as she finished speaking, a strand of black mist surged out from her red veil, splitting into 4 streams and entering the 4 bamboo figurines. Then those 4 bamboo figures flew out of her hand, centering around the golden armor and taking their positions at the 4 corners. In an instant, the 4 bamboo figures transformed into ghostly shadows, flying toward the golden armor and circling around it. Simultaneously, chains emerged from the chests of the 4 bamboo figures, quickly locking down the arms and legs of the golden armor. Clang. Its wrists restricted, the golden armor dropped the bronze coffin to the ground. The blood-colored markings on its mask became extremely intense as it roared, "Let me go." However, no matter how it struggled, the chains wouldn't break. After all, this was the power of a curse, where Linger locked it by sacrificing her own ghostly energy. How could it be easily undone? "Master, I've used the curse to lock it down. Hurry up and escape." Linger turned her head to look at Su Yuan. The words, "Don't worry about me," reached her lips but couldn't be spoken. How could a servant let her master hesitate to leave because of her? "Don't feel sorry for me, master. I volunteered willingly." "Okay." Su Yuan completely ignored the usual protocol. Without uttering a single word, he turned and ran. As Xiao Meiqiu carried Zizi and followed, he glanced back at her and said, "Woof. Sister Linger, your cooking really is delicious. Unfortunately, I won't get to taste it again. But don't worry, I will always remember that flavor." Linger felt that her ghostly essence wouldn't last much longer, and as she gazed at Su Yuan's retreating figure, she experienced a mix of emotions. "Master, it seems Linger will never again have the chance to secretly hang from the corner of the wall and watch you sleep." The golden armor sighed. "Our lord has always been decisive. After all these years, he hasn't changed. Young spirit, today you have hindered my reunion with our lord, and I will make sure you perish completely. And even if my soul vanishes, he is my master." Linger's voice was firm and resolute. "Humph." The golden armor suddenly produced an intense surge of resentment, struggling fiercely to break free of the curse. Although the curse wasn't broken, every struggle caused more of Linger's ghostly energy to dissipate. Was she truly disappearing? Linger gradually felt herself weakening, unsure if Master had fled far enough away. "I'm almost unable to hold on any longer." Just then, a familiar voice rang out nearby. "Linger, leave the rest to me." "Master, did you come back?" Linger's voice was incredibly weak. Naturally, Su Yuan saw that she wasn't in good condition. "Retreat." Linger transformed into a stream of black mist and re-entered the ghost pact. "Lord, have you finally decided to stay?" Yes. Linger had delayed it long enough for Su Yuan to find a solution. The voice of the golden armor trembled. "Lord, allow me to open the coffin for you." Buzz. It placed the bronze coffin on the ground and opened it. Looking at their lord before them, the golden armor disintegrated instantly, reforming itself as the gold battle armor for the lord once more. It sensed that its lord seemed smaller than before, but the connection through their shared bloodline was undeniable. He was the master. Then they both lay inside the bronze coffin together. Bang! At the very moment the bronze coffin closed, the blood color on the golden armor's mask faded. They succeeded. Standing beside the bronze coffin, Su Yuan looked at the strange rule in his hand and revealed a gentle smile. "You helped the golden armor achieve its wish to lie with its master, perfectly resolving this odd rule, gaining the title, Perfect Gentleman." When brute force can't solve the bizarre rules, one must pay attention to the hidden conditions within the rules. The golden armor was awakened after integrating Su Yuan's blood, and it began calling him Lord. Thus, Su Yuan guessed that the way it recognized its lord was through the scent of his bloodline. While Linger delayed the golden armor, Su Yuan rushed to dig up some dirt, dripped his blood into it, and formed a mud puppet imbued with his bloodline scent. This mud puppet had one attribute: inherits 1% of Su Yuan's bloodline scent. Su Yuan amplified it 100-fold, boosting the bloodline essence to 100%, thereby confusing the golden armor's ability to identify correctly. Ultimately, Su Yuan used the mud puppet as a decoy for the Lord to lie with the golden armor in the bronze coffin. Su Yuan was very curious about the properties of the title, Perfect Gentleman. He opened his survival manual and turned to the honors page, and sure enough, there was a new title, Perfect Gentleman. Affinity with bizarre phenomena plus 10, chance to escape bizarre rules, 5%. After perfectly solving the bizarre rules 10 times, it will upgrade to Perfect Master, doubling the attributes. It could even increase affinity with bizarre phenomena? Su Yuan was dumbfounded. You might say he had an affinity with ghost servants, but bizarre things too? If the affinity reached 100%, would he be able to call them brothers, or chat and dream about the future together? At that moment, Su Yuan remembered Linger's weakened state from before. Ing. Yes, master. Su Yuan summoned Ing and asked, how is Linger doing? She has severely depleted her ghostly energy, but staying inside the ghost pact, she should recover in a few days. Will it take several days? Su Yuan was a bit worried. Without Linger's ghostly food to improve their strength, how would the household farm work proceed? Never mind. Let her rest well first. Su Yuan dismissed Ing back into the ghost pact, and then fixed his gaze on the bronze coffin before him. It is a good item, including the golden armor inside. Now that the bizarre rule was resolved, they should function properly, right? Su Yuan checked the properties of the bronze coffin. Bronze coffin. Quality. Legendary. Attributes. Come on, not this again. Su Yuan immediately thought of the previous fox pearl and the Dao essence jade. Don't open it for now. Let the golden armor stay with its lord for a while, lest any more problems arise. Su Yuan tried to put the bronze coffin into his storage ring, and surprisingly, it went in effortlessly. What Su Yuan didn't know was that when the bronze coffin entered the storage ring, the Dao essence jade inside suddenly emitted a strange, colorful glow. But soon, the glow disappeared. Xiao Meiqiu, let's go. Su Yuan looked at the moon in the sky. Dawn was less than 8 hours away. He prepared to return with Xiao Meiqiu and Ziji. They hadn't walked far when Ziji, perched on Su Yuan's shoulder, suddenly lifted his head and stared warily into the distance. Squeak, squeak. Su Yuan stopped, holding a 5 thunder charm tightly in his hand. Following Ziji's gaze, not far away, a white figure appeared amidst the rustling bamboo shadows. Woof. Xiao Meiqiu growled low, her fierce eyes flashing with a dark gleam. Whoosh. She darted forward. Ah! A sharp scream of agony erupted. Don't eat me. Please, don't eat me. Chapter 68, The Faceless. Congratulations to Su Yuan for another great achievement. He flawlessly cracked the weird rules. The rule he solved should have been triggered outside, right? Of course, after all, so far, the haunted room only sees one weird rule appear every night. Perfectly resolved. Could it be that he helped the strange entity fulfill its wish? It's possible. Then could it be helping the female ghost complete her wish to make a baby? You're perverted. They won't allow you to defame brother Su Yuan like that. Huh. I'm just throwing out an idea. Don't say anymore. Be careful that their ghost child doesn't come and silence you. No worries. I just got a treasure chest from outside. It's bound to open with a powerful talisman to ward off evil. Did you open it? I'm about to. If I get something good, I can go out again tonight for more adventures. I suggest you open it in the daytime. What if it opens to something weird? No problem. I found a stone of Dangon and placed it nearby to subdue any bad vibes. Alright then. Did you open it? What's inside? Zhu Diyuan has already been assimilated by the eerie presence. Huh. The world chat channel was shocked, not because of what you opened, but because he had been assimilated by the eerie presence. What's this assimilation nonsense? Maybe he's also turned into an eerie presence now. So scary. Is Zhu Diyuan still around? If you turn into an eerie presence, does that mean the survival handbook is no longer usable? Who knows? At that moment, in the bamboo forest, Su Yuan noticed some abnormality and opened his survival handbook. Weird rule. There are wandering ghosts nearby. Beware. Free experience point babies? He slowly walked over. A thin wandering ghost with long, disheveled hair wearing a white shirt was pinned to the ground by Little Coal Ball. Little Coal Ball showed its fangs, about to unleash its soul-devouring ability. No, please don't kill me, master. I know where there's something you need. Something I need. Could this be the result of increased affinity with eerie things? It wants to offer me. Little Coal Ball, hold on. Su Yuan became interested. Roar. Little Coal Ball stopped its attack and gradually released the ghost. The wandering spirit rolled up from the ground and pleaded. Master, I didn't dare disturb you. Your aura instills fear in me. However, I do know a place where bodies are buried. The bodies there are guaranteed to be intact. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's expression darkened. How do you know I need corpses? The solitary wandering ghost, seeing his anger, trembled in fear and couldn't utter a word. Little Coal Ball, if it doesn't speak, devour it. With a wave of Su Yuan's hand, Little Coal Ball pounced. I'll talk. Speak quickly. Master, I happened to be wandering here tonight and saw you digging graves, so I boldly assumed that you were searching for bodies. Oh, just happened to wander here? Looks like you're still not willing to tell the truth. Roar. Little Coal Ball looked ready to charge and devour the ghost at any moment. No, I'm telling the truth. Seeing that Su Yuan wasn't buying it, the ghost continued. If you don't believe me, you can follow me and see. I'll show you undamaged corpses. How do I know you're not trying to harm me? Su Yuan wouldn't trust the ghost's lies. The ghost prostrated itself on the ground and begged. Master, in front of you, I feel both close and afraid. How could I dare to harbor ill intentions toward you? The closeness must be the effect of the perfect gentleman title, and the fear the effect of the demon hunting fanatic title. But as they say, lies pile up like old tales. Su Yuan had made up his mind. Chang'an. Yes. Soul reaping. Understood. As soon as Chang'an appeared, the wild ghost sensed a terrifying ghostly energy. Looking up, it locked eyes with Chang'an. Master, it's done. Su Yuan nodded. Let it lead us to the burial place. Understood. Under Chang'an's control, the ghost led Su Yuan and the others away. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Su Yuan instructed Little Coal Ball and Ziji to stay one in front and one behind. He also let several clay figurine puppets roam around for patrol. Ing merged back into his shadow. Not long after, Su Yuan left the bamboo forest. Ahead, small mounds of dirt came into view. Su Yuan quickly controlled the clay figurines to move ahead. Through the clay puppet figure, Su Yuan discovered that in the direction the wild ghost was leading them, there was a cave opening. He paused while the ghost kept heading straight towards the cave. Chang'an told Su Yuan, "Master, the body seemed to be inside that cave." Su Yuan nodded. He controlled one of the clay puppet figures to follow the ghost into the cave. The cave wasn't very big, only a few meters deep. Inside, there were indeed 3 corpses lying flat on the ground. These 3 corpses were very well preserved, showing no signs of decay yet. Su Yuan sent out more clay puppet figures to walk into the cave and carry the 3 corpses out. Yikes! The moment he saw the bodies, his expression suddenly changed. He noticed that the 3 corpses were wearing dark brown robes, but they all shared a common feature. They had no faces. Their faces weren't ruined later on. Rather, it seemed as though they were born like this, smooth skin without facial features. Just then, an eerie cold wind blew by from the surroundings. Su Yuan's expression slightly changed. Something strange was going on. He quickly took out his survival handbook. It has come with a question for you. Would you like to listen? Of course, no one can refuse answering its question. If you fail to answer, it will take your face. If you can't answer the question, you lose your face. Su Yuan finally understood the origin of these faceless corpses. Sensing something was wrong, Ying swiftly blocked in front of Su Yuan. Chang'an and Jing guarded his left side, while Little Coal Ball and Ziji protected his right. At that moment, an eerie voice echoed in thin air. "I have a question. You want me to answer?" "Not a chance." Su Yuan rolled his eyes. "What's it got to do with me?" "You must answer me." "I don't want to. You have to answer me." "Why should I?" "Are you crazy?" Puff. That strange entity got furious. Su Yuan realized that the reason its question must be answered was probably due to its ability to control minds. However, Su Yuan could resist mental attacks from B-level or lower entities, so he could reject answering. "You've angered me. I don't want your face anymore. I want your life. Is there any difference?" Su Yuan looked at the 3 faceless corpses on the ground. Without faces, how could they still be alive? Me. A 3-legged sheep suddenly appeared from somewhere. It had the body of a sheep, but a human face. No, countless human faces. It came, bringing along face masks. Those ever-changing skins likely came from humans. Su Yuan quietly pulled out the demon-slaying knife. "What? Did I piss off a sheep? Well then, tonight we're having roasted whole lamb." "Me?" The eerie sheep-body human face saw Su Yuan's greedy gaze, and grew even angrier. "Die." HAA. It opened its mouth and spat out a glob of saliva. ZZZT. Su Yuan dodged. The spittle splashed on the ground, corroding it instantly. Su Yuan angrily said, "You will pay the price for your lack of manners." Ying transformed into a black line appearing in his hand. Su Yuan used it to bind the demon-slaying knife and hurled it towards the sheep. "Me." The sheep jumped around left and right to dodge the demon-slaying knife. While dodging, it sneered disdainfully at Su Yuan, as if saying, "Can't hit me, little trash." Moreover, it didn't forget to spit out several more globs of sulfuric acid-like saliva towards Su Yuan. Damn, too arrogant. Su Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. "Forget about roasted lamb. I'll just obliterate you." He took out the 5 thunder talisman and tossed it. Me. Boom. Chapter 69, The Yellow Spring Swamp. Chaining Ming broke out in a cold sweat. He leaned against the wall of the storeroom in the small dark room, his body weak and powerless. Really lucky. If it had discovered this place just now, Chaining Ming would have been dead for sure. Originally, he thought 5 spirit fire talismans would be enough. Who knew that he used up 4 of them? And all they did was burn the bodies of Zhang Dali, Chen Huahua, and Liang Tsong. But by then, he hadn't even encountered any eerie faces yet. In a flash of inspiration, Chaining Ming threw the last spirit fire talisman out the window and crawled into the storeroom himself. Chaining Ming didn't know if the talisman had lured away the eeriness, but at least over an hour had passed, and he was still alive. Chaining Ming stood up, gently opening the door to the storeroom, and walked out. When he saw the coffin placed in the middle of the room, and the woman leaning against the coffin, dressed in a dark red cotton dress, Chaining Ming stiffened as he leaned against the door. "You, who are you?" The human-faced llama was killed by Su Yuan's thunder attack, completing the first kill of a sheep demon and earning the honorary title Sheep Demon Slayer. Will Senior Su Yuan not sleep tonight? He has already earned 2 titles. First, perfectly solving the puzzle, then completing the first kill of the sheep demon. Truly impressive. Speaking of which, is the human-faced llama a demon? Divine beast, grass muddler? The one who shows affection by spitting on you. To be honest, llamas are kind of cute. Cough, cough, a little embarrassing. Is Senior Su Yuan mad because it spat on him, so he killed it? I have a question. Does Senior Su Yuan's cheat never expire? Probably renewed. Where can I activate the cheat? Waiting online, very urgent. In my next life, I wish to be a cheater. +1, +1. Of course, Su Yuan had no idea about the ongoing discussion in the chat channel regarding the cheating issue. At this moment, he had just opened his survival manual and turned to the page with honorary titles. Below the title Tree Burner, obtained from burning the tree demon earlier, there was a new honorary title, Sheep Demon Slayer. +10 intimidation towards sheep demons, +10% damage to sheep demons. Su Yuan closed his survival manual and looked at the place where the human-faced llama had been reduced to bits. It had dropped a treasure chest. Su Yuan walked over and picked up the treasure chest, putting it into his storage ring first. The wandering ghost nervously stood beside Su Yuan, begging, "Lord, may I leave now?" Su Yuan arched an eyebrow and asked, "Where to?" "Ah, you tricked me to come here so that sheep could eat me, right?" "It's absolutely not. Lord, I didn't intend to deceive you. I don't even know that ugly 3-legged sheep. Truly, I swear." "How do you know it's a 3-legged sheep?" Su Yuan smirked. "As far as I remember, when it appeared, you were under Chang'an's control and had no consciousness, right?" "Me." The wandering ghost tried to flee. Roar. Little Coal Ball rushed forward, swallowing it whole. Su Yuan shook his head. Lies, lies, truly unreliable. However, these 3 corpses were indeed real. Su Yuan put the 3 faceless bodies brought out by the clay puppet into his storage ring. "Once we return, we can start refining the bodies, but since we've come so far already, We might as well search around for some treasure chests. Su Yuan took little cold ball and Ziji, searching slowly. The treasure hunter attribute allowed Su Yuan to easily scan the surrounding area for any treasure chests. Throughout their journey from the bamboo grove, they hadn't seen any trace of a treasure chest. So Su Yuan decided to change direction and return while searching around the perimeter. Unfortunately, even after changing paths, Su Yuan couldn't find any treasure chest. Just as he was preparing to go back, Ziji suddenly became excited and called out, "What's wrong? Ziji. Woof woof." Little Coldball tried to translate. They seemed to want Su Yuan to follow them. "Where are you going?" Upon understanding their meaning, both the dog and mouse ran off in a direction opposite to the small dark house, with Su Yuan closely following behind. Before long, they arrived in front of a black swamp. So foul, Su Yuan pinched his nose, as a putrid stench emanated from within the swamp. Woof woof. Ziji. They stopped walking and instead stood there gazing at the swamp in front of them. The swamp before them was slightly yellow, occasionally releasing some black bubbles that warned passersby. Su Yuan held a 5 thunder talisman in his left hand, took out his survival manual with his right, and flipped it open. An eerie rule revealed itself on the page. Eerie rule, the Yellow Spring Swamp. It has devoured countless human souls, filled with endless resentment. Do not approach, or you will be swallowed by it as well. The Yellow Spring Swamp, what a majestic name. It couldn't help Su Yuan to recall the Yellow Spring Road. Despite feeling nauseous, he looked into the swamp. On the bubbling swamp ground, many black shadows could be seen floating faintly. By the way, why did you two bring me here? Woof. Little Coldball barked at the swamp. Ziji also climbed onto Su Yuan's shoulder, nodding her little head, pointing towards the depths of the swamp. Su Yuan followed the direction she was pointing at. In the depth of the swamp, there grew a black 3-leaf clover. Did you bring me here to find it? Woof. Squeak. Yes, master. That 3-leaf clover looked extraordinary, but Su Yuan was stuck contemplating. The swamp ahead is hard to cross. If he didn't go through it, could he still get it? Su Yuan calculated. If he couldn't pass, it didn't mean they couldn't. He summoned Chang'an, Ing, and Jing. Have you seen that 3-leaf clover? Can you think of a way to retrieve it? Ing shook his head repeatedly. Scared, master, the resentment above this swamp is too strong. Jing also shook his head. That's right, master. I'm afraid if I go in, I won't be able to come back. Chang'an saw Su Yuan furrowing his brows and hurried to explain. Master, you know, we are all spirits, and spirits with relatively high self-awareness. If we were to be tainted by too much resentment, it would easily lead to changes in our spirit forms, eventually turning us into unconscious evil ghosts. Yes, master. Ing noticed Su Yuan's gloomy expression and quickly said, if master really wants me to go, I'll definitely risk my life to bring it back for you. That's not necessary. Su Yuan was quite satisfied with their loyalty and naturally didn't want to lose devoted ghost servants for the sake of an unknown 3-leaf clover. You may return first. Su Yuan sent them back to the ghost contract. Since the ghost servants couldn't do it, he had other options. Su Yuan took out an ice element clay puppet. Little guy, see if you can make it. He placed the ice element clay puppet on the ground. The little clay puppet walked forward, opening its mouth to spit out a series of ice spikes. The effect of the ice spike cage acted on the swamp, freezing it solid. Snap! The clay puppet jumped onto it. Huff! With visible speed, resentment wrapped around it. But it didn't seem to affect it at all. While it continued to freeze the swamp, it ran toward the 3-leaf clover. In no time, it reached the location of the 3-leaf clover. Excellent. Just as Su Yuan was about to control it to pick the clover, the swamp suddenly shook violently, and a several-meter-long shadow burst out from the swamp, biting the ice element clay puppet into pieces. Chapter 70, Ghost Spirit Grass. Su Yuan looked at the monster emerging from the swamp, his eyebrows tightening. An alligator. However, this alligator was different from the ones he had seen on TV before. It had a long horn on its head, and its tail root was equipped with barbs. Not only that, but its back, covered in fine scales, bore a pair of blood-red flesh wings. The mud puppet had been crushed by its bite, which directly caused Su Yuan's plan to fail in taking the 3-leaf grass. Failing the plan wasn't too big of an issue. However, Su Yuan noticed that in the survival handbook, under the strange rules of the Yellow Spring Swamp, there appeared new rules. Mysterious rule. The Yellow Spring alligator is born from the resentment energy of the Yellow Spring Swamp. It's the absolute ruler here. It does not allow any living beings near the Yellow Spring Swamp. You, who are approaching the swamp and attempting to steal the spirit grass, have now become its prey. Gurgle, gurgle. The Yellow Spring alligator let out a gurgling call as it stood amidst the Yellow Spring Swamp, staring coldly at Su Yuan like a grim reaper. This thing has quite a temper and doesn't allow any living creatures nearby. Su Yuan's 5 thunder talisman was ready to be used at any moment. Swoosh. So fast. The Yellow Spring alligator rushed toward him like a bolt of lightning. Woof. Little Coldball charged forward, but was directly hammered away by the Yellow Spring alligator's tail swipe. In the next second, it opened its huge mouth and lunged at Su Yuan. Fortunately, Su Yuan's body had great flexibility. His body twisted into a bizarre shape, dodging the attack from the Yellow Spring alligator. At the same time, Su Yuan threw the 5 thunder talisman. Boom. Boom boom boom. Boom. 5 bolts of heavenly thunder fell simultaneously. But the Yellow Spring alligator had already dived into the Yellow Spring Swamp, disappearing from sight. Shit. Su Yuan spat lightly as the Danxia Dao, Zhengxiedo, appeared in his hand. 3 black shadows appeared beside Su Yuan. Sensing their master was in danger, Chang'an and the others emerged from the Ghost Covenant. Little Coldball, which had been thrown away, returned at this point. But judging from its limping appearance, it seemed to have been injured. Su Yuan took out a bifoam peach from his storage ring and handed it over. The bifoam peach could help Little Coldball recover some of its muscle injuries. It opened its mouth and ate the peach. Woof woof. Little Coldball moved around a bit and was indeed restored significantly. All muscle injuries healed. Su Yuan put the remaining peach pit eaten by Little Coldball back into his storage ring. Everyone, be careful, Jing said to him. Master, I need you to be my template. Having received Su Yuan's consent, Jing cast the mirror ability on him, creating a mirror image of Su Yuan right beside him. However, This image had basic attributes 10 times that of Su Yuan's. Just then, the yellow spring alligator leaped out from the yellow spring again. Gurgle. It charged straight at Su Yuan. Bang. Su Yuan's mirror image went forward to meet it. Gluggle. Su Yuan's mirror image actually managed to hug the yellow spring alligator tightly. Tenfold strength, indeed powerful. Time for the final blow. Su Yuan gripped the Zengxiedo and rushed forward, lifting it and slashing. Sizzle. The scales on the yellow spring alligator's body were instantly cut through by the Zengxiedo. Roar. The yellow spring alligator let out a mournful cry as its tail hook lashed fiercely at Su Yuan. It was already blocking it here. It utilized the chaotic shadows around, forming a large shadow net to protect Su Yuan's side. Good job. Su Yuan used the momentum to leap upward. Move aside. Little Coalball barked, and the ghost servants all moved aside. As such, the only ones controlling the yellow spring alligator left were Su Yuan's mirror image and a shadow net. It struggled desperately, trying to escape back into the yellow spring swamp. Wanna run? Let me hit you with random lightning. Su Yuan quickly formed 4 or 5 thunder talismans in his hand. Go! Boom, 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 boom. 20 bolts of heavenly thunder descended from the sky, all aimed at the yellow spring alligator. Ah! The sound of the yellow spring alligator being struck changed. Ultimately, the yellow spring swamp's dominant lord turned to ashes and fell back into the yellow spring swamp. Alright then. Su Yuan sighed with relief. Su Yuan suddenly noticed the yellow spring alligator's ashes slowly seeping into the yellow spring swamp. Don't cause any trouble. He prepared to glance at the mysterious rule. Squeak squeak. However, just at this moment, Squeak Squeak rapidly ran back from the direction of the yellow spring swamp. Squeak Squeak, impressive, huh? It had secretly taken the 3-leaf grass back from the yellow spring swamp while the yellow spring alligator was battling Su Yuan. Su Yuan took the 3-leaf grass from its mouth, without even checking its properties, and directly placed it into the storage ring. He quickly opened the survival handbook to verify whether the yellow spring alligator's rules had disappeared. The moment Su Yuan opened the survival handbook, his expression grew serious. Its mysterious rule was still there. Su Yuan put away the survival handbook, alertly looking towards the yellow spring swamp. Woof woof, gurgle gurgle. Bubbles began to rise from the middle of the yellow spring swamp as little coal ball growled at the spot. Master, it's coming out again, Chang'an warned. Su Yuan nodded. He had already obtained the 3-leaf grass and didn't need to take any more risks fighting the yellow spring alligator. Let's go. Su Yuan turned and ran. Little Coal Ball and Squeak Squeak quickly followed him while the ghost servants returned to the ghost covenant. Gurgle gurgle. Sure enough, the yellow spring alligator emerged again from the swamp where it had been reduced to powder. Charging directly at Su Yuan, its flesh spines flared, accelerating its speed. At this moment, dozens of mud puppet golems blocked its pursuit path. Ice Spike Cage. These ice element golems immediately shot out countless ice spikes, instantly encasing the yellow spring alligator in a block of ice. Retreat. Su Yuan immediately recalled the rear-guarding mud puppets and fled the scene swiftly. They had just left when, crack, the yellow spring alligator shook off the ice shards covering its body and broke through the horrifying ice cage. Roaring low, it looked at the direction where Su Yuan had disappeared but chose not to chase further. Instead, it turned back and submerged into the yellow spring swamp. Huff. Su Yuan sprinted back to the little black house, closing the door tightly behind him. Will it follow me here? He opened the survival handbook. You have successfully escaped the strange rule of the yellow spring alligator. The perfect gentleman attribute. Su Yuan hadn't expected that this honorary title would play such an important role. Otherwise, according to the previous bizarre rules, the yellow spring alligator might still have pursued him endlessly. After all, Su Yuan not only invaded its territory, but also stole the 3-leaf grass. Sitting down on the chair, he first took out the 3-leaf grass. Its properties immediately appeared. Ghost Spirit Grass. Special item, produced in the yellow spring swamp. Refresh cycle, 100 days. Ghost energy, 500. It contains terrifying ghost energy, which can be consumed by ghosts to heal their wounds. So the Ghost Spirit Grass is medicine for healing ghosts? Su Yuan immediately thought of the injured Ling. However, I can enhance it 100-fold first. Ghost energy, 99.99. Exceeding the upper limit of the item's ghost energy, overflow attributes will automatically convert to, increasing the strange level by 1 stage. Increase strange level. Su Yuan lit up with excitement. He hadn't expected that such an evolution property was possible. Unfortunately, the Ghost Spirit Grass only refreshes once every 100 days in the yellow spring swamp, or else it could be used to level up the ghost servants. Summoning Linger from the ghost covenant, Su Yuan noticed she was still asleep. Looking at the red veil covering her face, Su Yuan hesitated. How should I give her the Ghost Spirit Grass? Chapter 71, Thousand Faces. Linger had always eaten her mysterious food away from Su Yuan, so he'd never seen what she looked like while eating. Su Yuan lifted the red veil over Linger's head, only to find another red veil beneath. Still, given her mysterious nature, it was likely her method of eating would differ from others. Su Yuan pondered asking Ing about this. Ing, how does your kind consume this grass? Woo, master, is this for me? No need to eat, just give it to me and I can directly absorb it. Ing gazed at the Gui Ling grass in Su Yuan's hand, moved. Chang'an, Jing, did you see that? You didn't work hard enough digging graves. Ha ha ha. Thinking about their envious faces when his rank advanced later, Ing couldn't help but feel a smug satisfaction inside. Ing stretched out his hand to take the Gui Ling grass, but Su Yuan immediately pulled it away. Not yet. Oh, the master must be teasing me. This is for Linger's recovery. Ing felt his little soul hit with 10,000 blows. Of course, Su Yuan could understand its temptation, but this Gui Ling grass needed to be used for Linger's recovery, or else how would they manage the farm work at home? Ing was reabsorbed by Su Yuan. Holding the Gui Ling grass, he walked toward Linger and handed it to her. She should be able to absorb it herself. Sure enough, as soon as the Gui Ling grass got close to Linger, its 3 leaves instantly turned into an ethereal blue ghostly gas that penetrated into Linger's body. She whimpered slightly, her breath growing heavier. Suddenly, she sat up. Master? How did I come out of the ghost contract? Wow, my injuries are healed, and not only that, I've advanced. At this point, Su Yuan received a prompt. Blue Linger, during the consumption of the Gui Ling grass, triggered her world-class talent, leading to double advancement and promotion by 2 levels. Huh, this could happen. Looking at the ghost contract, her level had already become A level. World-class talents were already so powerful. What would happen if they were legendary or mythic-class talents? Reflecting on all of Linger's prior encounters, if higher-level talents were involved, scenarios like these might occur. Drinking water could trigger a talent, mastering water-based forbidden techniques. Walking could trigger a talent, acquiring the fastest speed in the universe. Consuming the Gui Ling grass, advancing the strange level all the way to SSS. Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps there were items to boost weird talents that he could encounter later, which he could also try on other ghost servants. Looking at Linger, who had advanced to a level after consuming the Gui Ling grass, she seemed more substantial than before. Master, I thought I would never see you again. Linger happily pounced, hugging Su Yuan tightly, excitement radiating from her. Don't get too excited. Su Yuan sighed, gently pushing her away. Linger, if there's nothing else, go check the fields to see if any work needs doing. Master, do I have to start working right after recovering? Otherwise, why bother healing you? Linger went off to work at the livestock area. Su Yuan then came to the bamboo grove near the black house, and, using his clay puppet, quickly gathered 200 bamboo poles just in case. Then he returned to the black house, putting the bamboo into the storage room, before walking straight into the engine room, ready to break camp overnight. Who knew if that yellow spring crocodile might decide to take a stroll over here? Moreover, since the Gui Ling grass would refresh after another 100 days, there was no reason for him to stay. There were no treasure chests nearby either. However, before leaving, Su Yuan still marked the coordinates of this place, making it easier for him to come back later if needed to harvest more Gui Ling grass, and maybe deal with that pesky yellow spring crocodile once and for all. Su Yuan didn't waste time on anything else, as dawn was still over 6 hours away. He needed to ensure good rest. With the holy eye activated and guarded by little cold ball and chirp chirp, Su Yuan felt very secure. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to Su Yuan, during the journey of the black house, deep into the night, various cries of wailing and wolves outside could be heard. Aerg, wahaha. The demon-repelling property of his black house reached a terrifying height of 19,999. Plus, combined with the holy light released by the holy eye, whenever some low-rank wandering spirits blocked the way, without even getting closer, they would turn into ashes. Even lower-tier mysteries far away, once they sensed its horrifying aura, they would immediately flee. Because of this, the following conversation appeared on the chat channel this evening. World chat channel. Help, there's a ghost, it's chasing me. Over, I'm going to die. Bro, hang in there. Roaming around at night, deserve death. Not dead. The ghost suddenly held its head and ran away roaring. Haha, what happened? Maybe my prayer worked earlier? That's great. In the mysterious world, anything's possible. Perhaps praying really works. Dude, what exactly did you pray for? I prayed to the heavens. Let me live for another 500 years. Man, must be crazy. You should get an MRI. Brothers, I'm done for. There are a bunch of ghosts around this treasure chest, and they're surrounding me. Below are my last words. Stupid asterisk boss. I will never work overtime. No to working overtime. An old worker like me. You go peacefully, embracing the dream of next life. I'm not dead. Did you pray to? No. I don't know where this warm light came from. And the little ghosts turned into ashes directly. Heavenly light descends, a great omen. Is Weird World giving out welfare tonight? I want to try it out. The night is so vast, I want to take a walk. Let's go. Passerby A was killed by weirdness. Passerby B was killed by weirdness. Passerby C was killed by weirdness. Slept soundly until daybreak. Su Yuan got up, walked to the door, and pushed it open. The black house was still in motion heading towards Half Moon Lake. The current road section had weeping willows planted on both sides. On the left were fallow fields, and on the right was a small river. Keep walking slowly, I'll open the treasure chest first. Su Yuan closed the door, placed the treasure chest on the table. Having learned from his previous experience with weird items, he proceeded more cautiously this time. A Paisho figurine faced the treasure chest, with fire-type clay puppet on both sides, then controlled the Sha-Chi clay puppet to open the chest. Little coal ball perked up its ears and vigilantly watched the treasure chest. With a click, the treasure chest opened. No problem occurred. Little coal ball licked its lips, turned its head towards the corner, curled up on the ground, holding Ziji close for warmth. Su Yuan walked over, collected the clay puppets first, then looked into the treasure chest. Mask. He reached out and took it out. The mask's attributes appeared. 1,000 Faces, special item. Description, wearing 1,000 Faces allows you to choose any disguise, and gain attribute bonuses corresponding to that disguise. Disguise, 30, hard to be detected. The higher the value, the harder it is to detect the disguise. Form settings, 1. Beauty, attractiveness plus 50%. When set as beauty, attractiveness increases. 2. Terror, intimidation plus 50%. When set as a terrifying appearance, intimidation increases. 3. Ordinary, presence minus 50%. Looking at the properties of 1,000 Faces, Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, this thing is simply the best choice for highway robbery. At this stage, the probability of survivors encountering issues is low, but as the survival process progresses, conflicts among survivors will likely increase. Wearing a false face to change identities will bring Su Yuan many conveniences. However, the disguise property was a bit low. Su Yuan enhanced the 1,000 Faces disguising attribute by 100-fold. Disguise, 3,000 undetectable. Hehe, that's the effect I want. Chapter 72, Hunting Wild Chickens. Next, Su Yuan began his first attempt at corpse refining. He took out the 3 faceless corpses from his storage ring. The corpse refining talisman is actually quite easy to draw. Su Yuan took out cinnabar ink and yellow paper, swiftly drawing the talisman. Subsequently, he followed the method provided in the corpse refining technique by selecting, stopping, and bathing the 3 corpses. The most crucial steps were burying and refining the corpses. Su Yuan carried the 3 corpses with the corpse refining talismans attached and walked into the livestock area. Master, are you going to place them here? Su Yuan nodded. Linger, where else is there free space? I knew it. Linger giggled like silver bells. Master, this way. She led Su Yuan to the innermost position. This place has been reserved for Master's corpse refining. Su Yuan looked at the already dug grave pits ahead and smiled at Linger. Well done. Hee. Linger, praised by a word, clasped her little hands together, appearing slightly shy. Just as she was about to ask that question, Su Yuan quickly interrupted her. Ah, Linger, I just remembered, last night, didn't you collect some strange foods? Quickly go cook for them. Those guys are upset because they didn't get to eat ghost spirit grass. Alright. Linger failed to ask that question and felt a little disappointed, but she still went out obediently and entered the kitchen. Su Yuan sighed, realizing how deep her attachment ran. Their communication must always be brief and pointed. He buried the 3 faceless corpses and left 5 shaky mud puppet automata behind. Keeping them there not only allowed him to monitor the changes in the corpses continuously, but also expedited the progress of corpse refinement through their shaky. 3 days later, the corpse refining will be basically complete. After brushing off the dust on his hands, Su Yuan left the livestock area. Woof. Little Kobold saw Su Yuan come out and rushed over with a swift bound. Woof. Master, quick, look at the meat. It had a wild chicken clamped firmly in its mouth. Squeak. Squeak squeak crawled out from under the soft fluff atop its head. These two were now inseparable. Su Yuan reached out to take the wild chicken. Where did you catch it? The wild chicken was still alive, flapping its wings twice, but unable to escape from his grasp. Woof. Little Kobold barked towards the outside. Take it to the kitchen and let Linger deal with it. Woof. Little Kobold took back the wild chicken handed to it by Su Yuan and ran into the kitchen with squeak squeak. Su Yuan walked to the door, opened it, and looked outside. Indeed, along the bank of that small river, quite a few wild chickens were flying around here and there. Roughly counting, there were about 20 or so. Capture a few wild chickens to keep. Su Yuan halted his black house and brought Little Kobold along, carefully approaching the riverside. Goo goo goo. Even though he walked very lightly, the gathered wild chickens on the riverbank became alert and noticed them. Some flew toward the river, others landed on willow trees, and still, others flew away directly. They're rather vigilant. How did you manage to catch it earlier? Su Yuan curiously asked Little Kobold. Woof woof. Master, I'm super capable. I just need to open my mouth, and I caught it. Squeak squeak. Stop bragging. It was the wild chicken that bumped into you. Woof woof. To prove his capability, Little Kobold dashed toward the nearest wild chicken. Plop. And the wild chicken flew away, leaving a lump of chicken dung precisely on Little Kobold's forehead. Woof. Su Yuan helplessly tilted his mouth sideways. This clumsy thing can't be counted on. At this time, the sun blazed brightly overhead, and the ghost servants couldn't come out. Talismans weren't designed for catching chickens either. At this moment, he suddenly recalled his childhood experience of catching sparrows. Su Yuan returned to the black house, fetched a few bamboo pieces, went to the disassembly workshop, breaking them down into fine bamboo strips. He then headed to the equipment synthesis room to make a bamboo basket. Bamboo basket, ordinary item. Hardness, 4. Durability, 100%. Function, can be used to hold solid objects. The bamboo basket didn't need to be too hard, being sturdy and durable was enough. Su Yuan directly boosted its durability by 100-fold. The bamboo basket gained an additional property. This item cannot be damaged. Okay, I need a long thin string next. Su Yuan thought of that white cloth. Because the bed had the characteristic of automatic temperature adjustment, he had never covered himself with it. He walked to the corner, took it into the disassembly workshop, and decomposed it into a thin line. Su Yuan also reinforced the thread 100-fold, granting it the trait of being indestructible. Good, this will work. Su Yuan took some grains from the storage room. The grains traded before weren't used much by Linger, so there were quite a lot remaining. They became bait for Su Yuan to catch the wild chickens. He arrived at the riverbank, first tying a fine line to a bamboo stick about 20 centimeters long, propping up the bamboo basket with the bamboo stick, and finally scattering some grains underneath the basket. Su Yuan walked away holding the string, then quietly hid behind a willow tree. Goo goo. 3 wild chickens landed near the bamboo basket. One of them wandered around for a moment and couldn't resist going into the basket to eat the grains inside. The other 2, seeing it happily eating, also went in. Perfect. Su Yuan suddenly pulled hard, causing the bamboo stick to collapse, and the bamboo basket trapped the 3 wild chickens underneath. Flap flap. After flapping their wings a few times without being able to fly out, they seemed to accept their fate and began pecking at the grains on the ground earnestly. Su Yuan approached, gently flipped over the bamboo basket, and grabbed hold of their wings, pulling them out one by one. After sending the wild chickens back to the black house, Su Yuan set up the basket again, ready to catch the next batch. Repeatedly doing this, Su Yuan caught a total of 16 wild chickens. Well, those 2 won't come ashore no matter what. Let them stay so that the wild chickens in this area can continue to multiply. He looked toward the 2 wild chickens floating on the water not far away. They both had beautiful, long tails. Unable to help himself, Su Yuan admired. They truly are stunning. Woof. Little Kobold, standing nearby, heard this with a face full of question marks. It looked strangely at the 2 wild chickens with magnificent long tails and wondered, can they really breed? Su Yuan returned to the black house, looking at the bustling wild chickens in the livestock area, feeling particularly pleased. After all, these beautiful feathered wild chickens would soon become fried chicken chunks, stewed chicken soup, fried chicken cutlets, and grilled chicken skewers. In short, delicious. Leaving the livestock area, Su Yuan could indeed smell tempting aromas. On the dining table, there were already stir-fried chicken pieces, 2 roasted chicken legs, and a bowl of chicken bone soup laid out. As for Linger and Little Kobold, without a doubt, they must be hiding in the kitchen eating strange foods. Stir-fried chicken pieces. Increased satiety, 30%. Roasted chicken legs. Increased satiety, 10%. Chicken bone soup. Increased satiety, 5%. This time, the food made by Linger didn't have any hidden properties. Su Yuan no longer enhanced their satiety effects either. He certainly didn't want to feel full after just one bite. Su Yuan simply wanted to sit quietly and savor the delicious chicken feast on the table. He picked up a piece of stir-fried chicken with his chopsticks, placed it in his mouth, enjoying its spicy aroma, then took another bite of roasted chicken leg, relishing its crispy texture, and finally gulped down a sip of the rich chicken broth. Burp, content. After finishing his meal, Su Yuan walked to the door and leaned quietly against the doorframe. Today was once again a day of full rewards. The sun showed a countdown. 2 hours, 30 minutes, and 36 seconds. Let's go. Just as Su Yuan was about to get into the black house and continue moving forward. Help! Help! Howl! 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 Suddenly, an urgent cry for help came from across the river, mixed with several strange cries. Chapter 73, True Killing and Robbery. Su Yuan looked across the river, where the woods had exceeded his field of vision, all covered by the mist. Suddenly, a ragged and unsteady man emerged from the woods. With a splash, he jumped into the river and struggled with his last bit of strength to dog paddle crazily toward the opposite bank. Splash, splash. The wild pheasants floating on the water surface were startled and flew away toward the distance. The moment the man hit the water, a large black wolfhound emerged from the mist, its body robust and entirely black. The strange howling sounds were emanating from its mouth. Seeing the man in the water, it also leaped into the river, adopting the perfect posture to commence swimming. Isn't this black wolfhound familiar? A memory surfaced in Su Yuan's mind, about a scene from before outside the yellow-skin tomb. He couldn't help but sneer and laugh. It hasn't changed at all, still so mighty and extraordinary. In the river, as the man swam, he kept glancing back, while one man and one dog went crazy chasing each other in the river. Overacting, just because a dog is chasing you, why shout for help like that? Su Yuan rolled his eyes, thinking this person must have seen ghosts in the daytime. Just as he was about to close the door of the small black house and continue on his journey, Wong, Little Cole suddenly bared his fangs, coldly staring at the other side of the river, emitting low growls. SSSSSSSS. Next came a sound of something slithering forward. Su Yuan glanced at the opposite riverbank, his expression changing slightly. Whoosh. The third figure appeared through the mist. Splash. It then plunged into the river, causing ripples in the water. With a gulp, the black wolfhound desperately trying to swim towards the side was pulled into the water and disappeared without a trace. Ah, save me, help. The man wasn't actually calling out to Su Yuan for help. After all, even in the daylight, his view was narrow, surrounded entirely by obstructive mist. Even if the man stood right in front of Su Yuan's small black house, he simply couldn't see it due to the illusion's cast. His cries for help were purely an instinctive response during extreme fear. So it's not the dog. When Su Yuan saw the appearance of the third figure, he already understood what the man was fleeing from. Back in the day, he would be very scared too. But now, Su Yuan vaguely remembered the last time he ate meat like this. Even though it was not fresh enough since it was left overnight, it still tasted exceptionally delicious. He grinned widely. There was more to eat. Still, as soon as he thought about it swallowing the man, whose corpse would then rot inside it, Su Yuan felt nauseous. His ingredients absolutely could not be contaminated by others. Su Yuan turned his head and looked at Little Cole beside him. Go ahead, its kind used to bully you. Now it's your turn to retaliate. Wong. Little Cole immediately became very excited. Its form shifted instantly into a hellhound, rushing forward with a leap. I can't go on. The man who had just made it ashore was completely exhausted, unable to run any longer. Lying on his back, he took deep breaths. He was just leading the stray dog, tamed only a couple days ago, to find fruits in the woods when he encountered this monster. Panicking, he lost his weapon and could do nothing but flee. This creature clearly had no intention of letting him off lightly, pursuing him all along. Plop! Behind him in the river, water splashed everywhere, revealing a huge python surfacing. It was green and thick as a bull's rim. In its massive mouth, the black wolfhound had been swallowed halfway already, with only the hind legs flailing wildly, attempting to escape from its mouth. He's going to die. The man closed his eyes, having used up his last ounce of strength, and still unable to escape. Hiss! The giant python swallowed the black wolfhound completely. It flicked its snake tongue and stared coldly at the human before it. Suddenly, it detected an unusual presence. The green python lifted its snake head to look towards the shore. A flash of wisdom crossed its eyes. There's a big dog. Roar! This roar sent shivers down the python's spine. This dog is no pushover. Under the hellish state, Little Cole naturally exuded terrifying momentum. Additionally, having consumed snake meat reinforced by Su Yuan previously, let alone a regular python, even against serpent demons, it had some level of intimidation. Hiss hiss hiss. The python had already decided to abandon the food near the shore that it was about to claim, quickly twisting its tens of meters long body to escape. Roar! How could Little Cole let it escape? It lunged forward and bit firmly onto the python's tail. Plop! Little Cole jumped into the water, battling fiercely with the python. At this point, the man on the shore was astonished. What's happening? Where did this fierce dog covered in bristles come from? Could it be that my hidden attribute is canine charm level max? First gaining a black wolfhound, and now summoning a celestial dog to save me. Wakaka, with this celestial dog, I am sure to reach the peak of my life. Just as the man was indulging in his wild fantasies, the giant python that was fiercely battling with Little Cole suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of brown-green concentrated liquid. Is this green shag from the sky? The man helplessly watched as the liquid landed on him. The next second, he evaporated into thin air. His so-called life peak came quickly, directly ascending him to heaven. Su Yuan saw this scene and couldn't help but remark, "Brother, you should have run faster. Now not even your bones remain. It's truly a pity." No one knew what exactly he found pitiful. Was it the man's life? Or the materials for refining a corpse? Su Yuan paused for a moment, noticing something seemed left behind where the man had vanished. He hurriedly went over. Su Yuan discovered a black treasure chest on the ground. What is this? He picked up the chest. Survivor chest, special class. Drop rate, 1%. Drops upon survivor's death, randomly containing their most valuable item or ability. True killing and robbery. Su Yuan immediately opened it. Wow, there's loot. A wooden longbow and a quiver filled with arrows appeared inside the chest. Su Yuan reached in to take them out. Wooden bow and arrows, hunting tools. Wooden bow. Accuracy, 15%. Attack speed, 0.3. Durability, 100%. Wooden arrows. Damage, 50. Critical hit, 10%. Durability, 100%. Is this it? Su Yuan felt a bit speechless, only getting a simple wooden bow and arrows as the drop. However, after a 100-fold enhancement, it should still be quite useful. Without hesitation, Su Yuan chose to enhance the bow's accuracy. Even if the attack speed were fast, what good is it if you can't hit your target? Accuracy, 100%. Overflow attributes converted to special properties of the wooden bow. Lock on. Locking onto a target for guaranteed hits. Powerful. This meant any target would surely face the might of his arrow. Wooden arrow damage, 5,000. For the arrows, Su Yuan directly boosted their damage, as critical hits were too unstable. Reliable steady output was better. After survivors die, they have a chance to drop chests, but the drop rate is too low and the items within aren't extraordinary either. Spending time searching for other chests would probably yield more benefits. Su Yuan discarded the thought that had just sprouted in his mind. He turned his head toward the river, contemplating whether he should help Little Cole with an arrow. By now, the huge python had already been defeated by Little Cole, its vital point utterly destroyed. Splash splash, Little Cole dragged the dead python out of the river. Su Yuan looked at the giant python before him, no longer feeling any fear or aversion like when he first entered this strange world. He took the python from Little Cole and casually tossed it a piece of weasel meat. Good job. Subsequently, Su Yuan carried the python back toward the small black house. Chapter 74, The Hair-Combing Ghost. Su Yuan's black house moved forward in the mist. Next, he didn't plan to stop anymore. He estimated that by the late hours of tonight, he would reach Half Moon Lake. The first thing Su Yuan did upon returning to the black house was to dissect the giant python. He obtained python meat, python gallbladder, and python scale skin. The properties of these things after being reinforced 100-fold were the same as those of the giant python materials he had previously acquired. Su Yuan did not rush to cook and eat them, but temporarily placed them in the storage room. At this moment, Linger came out from the livestock area. Master, I have prepared a vegetable plot and need some seeds. All right. Su Yuan nodded and then opened the trading market, using chicken meat to trade for some vegetable seeds. Spinach seeds, good grade. Chinese cabbage seeds, good grade. Tomato seeds, good grade. String bean seeds, superior grade. He handed the seeds over to Linger, who went off to plant them. Su Yuan lay on the bed, checking the information in the trading market. He wanted to see if he could find anything useful. At the beginning, ghost-repelling items were in short supply. Now it has become a food shortage. After scanning through the trading market, Su Yuan did not see anything worth trading. He posted a trading message. Title, Talismans exchange for high-quality materials. Trading conditions, preferably trading for perfect-grade materials or higher. World-class materials automatically complete transactions. 200 stone blocks, 2 spirit fire talismans. 200 copper ores, for spirit fire talismans. 100 silver ores, 5 spirit fire talismans. 300 ghost-repelling ores, for spirit fire talismans. Su Yuan closed his survival handbook and then headed toward the storage room. He took out a piece of yellow paper and a block of vermilion ink, and also brought out a bottle of homemade drink. I should also draw some other types of talismans. He used a fruit knife to cut the yellow paper into appropriately sized pieces and lay them out on the table. After grinding the ink, he picked up his brush, lightly dipped it, and with a slight shake at the tip, instantly completed an invisibility talisman. Its attributes were the same as the invisibility talisman from the yellow furred tomb. Invisibility talisman, intermediate level talisman. Invisibility effect, 10. After reinforcing it 100-fold, Su Yuan obtained the following results. Invisibility talisman. Invisibility effect, 1000. Complete invisibility, cannot be detected by any ability. As long as one does not suddenly laugh gaga like last time, this is practically an invincible invisibility technique. Su Yuan drew 30 invisibility talismans and proceeded to start drawing another type. Binding talisman, intermediate level talisman. Binding effect, 10. Can immobilize be level and lower weirdness. Description, takes effect when the talisman is attached to the target. Binding ceases when the talisman falls off. After enhancing its binding effect 100-fold, the properties change to binding talisman. Binding effect, 1000. Can immobilize a level and lower weirdness. Su Yuan was quite satisfied with its effects. He drew 30 of these as well. All underwent 100-fold reinforcement, and were then stored in the storage ring. Gulping down a large bottle of reinforced homemade beverage, Su Yuan replenished his depleted mental energy. The black house continued moving forward. Time was already not early, it would soon be dark. Su Yuan leaned against the edge of the bed, quietly waiting for nightfall. What strange rules will there be tonight? World Chat Channel. The sky is about to darken. I'm already holding tight onto the holy light protection with talisman I just picked up during the day. Hey, sounds strong, huh? Exactly. Check the attributes. The holy light repelling effect of this wooden talisman can reach 1000. Normal eerie beings can't even get close to me. Peachwood sword ready. Repelling jade ready. Prepare nothing. I've already shaved my hair and become a monk. Tonight, when the eerie beings come, I'll greet them with my repelling bald head. Strong. You're all faking it. Su Yuan, the great god, is exchanging spirit fire talismans for or resources. I managed to trade too. He asks too much for quality. What I dug out is just too crude. Miner, mining soul, ceaseless mining forever. Guys, stop chanting. It's dark. The eerie rule has arrived. Eerie rule. In this world, you discover your hair growing longer. Tonight, it will bring an iron comb and gently comb your hair for you. Don't worry. When it's satisfied, it will leave. Do not anger it. Otherwise, if it becomes unhappy, it will scratch your face and rip off your scalp. In this eerie world, the speed at which the hair grows is truly unusual. In just a few days, my previous buzz cut can now be braided. My previous bald head has grown out significantly now. By the way, how are you, the earlier mentioned bald brother who chose to shave his head? Yang Bufa, the bald brother. S scalp was torn off by a malicious ghost and has perished. Brother, may you rest in peace. May we enter the Buddhist temple again in our next life. My hair is pretty short. It won't suddenly get angry and kill me, right? It seems to be combing very smoothly at the moment, and I don't feel it's becoming displeased. Wah wah wah, big brothers, I'm so scared. My long hair is being combed by it. Wah wah, how should I say this? It's even a bit comfortable. The hair combing skills are indeed excellent. Give a thumbs up to the artisan. Shouldn't this weirdness be able to be forcefully resolved? Try it yourself. I dare not turn around. If we can't fight back after turning around, our scalps will be torn off. We can't move. Is there any good way to solve this? Nothing for now. Let's hope it gets satisfied with its combing. Look, I can braid pigtails. Pretty, right? Master, please look, what do you think of this top knot? How about a ponytail? You'd like that, right? Master, please say something. I entered your place by mistake. Please let me go. In the small black room, an eerie figure wearing a black long robe, with burned hair, holding an iron comb knelt in front of Su Yuan, weaving various hairstyles, trying to flatter Su Yuan to let it go. Su Yuan was speechless. You're the least spirited weirdness I've seen over these few nights. Master, please don't get angry. Would you like to see some acrobatics? Somersaults or backflips? I can entertain you well. If you have any special demands, I'll guarantee to satisfy you. The eerie was almost in tears. What use was spirit when faced with this terrifying man? The horrifying killing aura from this man must come from slaughtering countless ghosts. This was utterly more bizarre than all things eerie. Tell me the rules for tonight. Su Yuan didn't bother wasting words with it. With such cowardice, he directly asked for the solution to break the eerie rule. Master, it's simple. Just let me comb until I'm content, then I'll leave. Ah, now I'm already quite pleased, so I'll depart. Wait. The hair-combing ghost who was about to flee was stopped by Su Yuan. Satisfied by continuous combing? That couldn't be so easy. Su Yuan frowned. If you keep combing, you'll eventually be satisfied and leave? Under the intimidation of Su Yuan, it didn't dare slack for a second and hurriedly replied. Hee, when combing others, it's definitely hard to be satisfied, likely getting annoyed soon and tearing their scalp out. After saying that, it looked obsequiously at Su Yuan. But combing Master's hair, I won't get tired of it, even if I comb forever. Don't talk nonsense. You should know what I want to learn. This. World Chat Channel. Did you notice? Its combing pace has quickened. Ouch, it's starting to hurt. Scary, it suddenly seems restless. Do you hear it muttering something behind you? Annoying. Why can't your hair be smoothed? Annoying. I'll tear your scalp off. It isn't feeling happy. Chapter 75. The Green Fox Spirit Stone. Weirdness. Who would have such usual actions? When it was behind you, combing your hair, that's when you should have realized that at any moment, it could take your life. Thus, some of the more impetuous chose violence right from the start. A part of these people, due to untimely reactions or insufficient methods in combating the weirdness, had their scalps torn off by the ghost with a comb, causing immediate death. Others successfully killed or scared off the weirdness, becoming the survivors of this night's peculiar survival game. Brothers, let's do it. Only by standing up and fighting can we seize ultimate victory. It just grabbed my hair. I turned around and slapped out a spirit fire talisman. It got burned into powder by the spirit fire. I used a peachwood sword, though I couldn't kill it, but eventually scared it away. Envious of all you people skilled at warding off evil. I only have an amulet that doesn't work. You even have an amulet? I have nothing. What to do? I have a hammer. You have a hammer? I really have a hammer. I have a dream. The ones who rose up in resistance were few. Most survivors faced with the weirdness lacked both courage and means to fight back. They could only wait, waiting for someone to release a guide on how to counter the strange rules. The survivors could wait, but the weirdness couldn't. Its movements began to twist, deform, even beginning to pull the hair of the survivors. People heard its soft curses, feeling terrified. It has already become extremely impatient. I feel that at any moment, it will claim my life. Same here. What to do? What can be done? Let's fight. Brothers, don't rush. The guide is here. Finally waited for you. Thank goodness you didn't give up. The 9th night. A guide to surviving the ghost who combs your hair. No, you may skip steps 1 and 2, and directly view the solution starting from step 3. 1. It won't comb your hair for long. Then it'll become annoyed, impatient, lose patience, and finally kill you. If you are skillful enough, you can kill it outright. 2. In the rules of weirdness, it was mentioned that it would scar your face, then tear off your scalp. So if the hair-combing ghost wants to kill you, it will definitely move in front of you. That's the key point. 3. When the hair-combing ghost appears in front of you, loudly tell it, your hair is beautiful. I want to help you comb it. 4. Since it has curly hair, don't accept the iron comb it hands over. Simply comb it with your fingers until it's satisfied. Su Yuan, my god. You've finally come to save me. God, all-powerful. Got it. I've already started helping it comb its hair. To be honest, touching its frizzy hair felt truly bizarre. I'm actually combing the hair of something weird. In this strange world, anything is possible. Today, I comb the hair of something strange. Tomorrow, it gives birth to my children. Buddy, your thoughts are quite unusual. Did the hair-combing ghost in front of you hear what you said? Zhang Mingbai's words angered the hair-combing ghost, which strangled him and peeled off his skin. Eek. There was not a single word more from the World Chat Channel. Su Yuan looked at the hair-combing ghost kneeling beside him, too afraid to make a sound, and smirked. Well, since you've confessed everything, I'll let you go. This ghost without dignity and lacking any special abilities wasn't worth Su Yuan signing a ghost pact with. Ah, that's wonderful. The hair-combing ghost stood up, bowed to Su Yuan, and hurriedly ran toward the exit. Roar. Scared. The hair-combing ghost was immediately pinned down by Little Coal Ball, transforming into a hellhound. Master, you weren't supposed to let me go? The hair-combing ghost stammered incoherently. Oh, Su Yuan glanced at it. That's right, I did say I'd let you go. Your divine hound. Ah. Su Yuan's lips curved into a smile. I can't control it. How? The hair-combing ghost was swallowed whole by Little Coal Ball. Swallowing a spirit into its belly. Tastes pretty good. Little Coal Ball stretched lazily, carrying Zizi to a corner where it lay curled up into a ball. The night's strange rules had ended. Now it could rest well. Su Yuan walked to the window and looked outside. The dark night of the weird world was like the gaping mouth of an ancient savage beast, instilling fear upon sight. Moonlight fell on his eyes, reflecting an unusual brilliance as Su Yuan muttered, Half Moon Lake, I've arrived. The night was still long, and the moving black house was extraordinarily steady. Its inherent terrifying protective attributes caused countless oddities to disperse and stay far away. Su Yuan didn't sleep. He opened the survival manual and prepared to check the transaction information on the exchange platform to see if there was anything needing his attention. Su Yuan discovered that the stone mine trade had been completed. The Bixia mine inquired about the possibility of trading items of perfect grade quality, while the copper mine asked if items of superior grade quality could be traded. For the upgrade to a level 3 small black room, 2 more small black room upgraders were still needed. Since Su Yuan didn't have any, he wasn't in a hurry to complete the transaction. Let's wait and see. If higher quality materials appear, then trading won't be too late. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a message sent by Lu Yi in the private chat channel. Master, I dug up something good. Do you want it? What is it? Wow, Master actually replied. Tonight, thanks to your guide, my long hair almost got yanked out. Su Yuan rolled his eyes. Not only her hair, but her scalp would have been torn off as well. Talk business. I dug up a special item. What kind? I'll share its attributes with you. Green Fox Spirit Stone, special item. Attributes. Share its attributes as well. It's just... Su Yuan felt exasperated, but realized he had quite a bit of these types of mysterious objects in his possession. Initially, there was the Dao Yuan Jade, and recently, the Fox Pearl. Now he had come across the Green Fox Spirit Stone. Wait, both the Fox Pearl and the Green Fox Spirit Stone have fox in their names. Could they possibly be related? Since they crossed paths, he decided to trade it over. So, what do you plan to exchange it for? The master agreed to the trade? Lu Yi wanted to jump up and shout triumphantly. I want some food. She was starving. She was stuck in an unknown mountain, surrounded by abundant mines, but food was incredibly scarce. Apart from a few loaves of bread found in the studio outside the mine pits, Lu Yi mainly relied on trading minerals for food. However, in the past couple of days, food had become severely scarce, and no one was willing to trade with her anymore. By day, her food supply finally ran out, and she contacted Su Yuan several times without a reply. In the evening, when she tentatively asked him, Su Yuan responded. Regarding the Green Fox Spirit Stone, it was something she obtained while mining before. Due to having eaten little today, Lu Yi preserved her strength and did not descend into the mine. Su Yuan thought she would ask for talismans, but unexpectedly, she asked for food instead. How much do you need? The amount for 3 days, okay? Lu Yi hesitantly asked. No problem. Su Yuan initiated the trade. He acquired the Green Fox Spirit Stone. Simultaneously, Su Yuan discovered that something inside his storage ring suddenly lit up. Chapter 76, Half Moon Lake. A kaleidoscope of colors erupted from the storage ring. Su Yuan cast a glance at the green, oval-shaped Fox Spirit Stone in his hand, which was faintly emitting a weak green glow at this moment. Su Yuan probed into the storage ring, revealing that the source of the colorful light was none other than the fox bead he had previously acquired. He took it out and held it up. The bead and the stone illuminated each other magnificently, drawing attention. Woof! Squeak! At this moment, Little Coalball and Zitzi also came running over, apparently intrigued by the object in Su Yuan's hand. Suddenly, the sound of crack rang as the Green Fox Spirit Stone in Su Yuan's hand cracked, instantly covered with spiderweb-like fissures. Don't mess with me. Just traded for it, and it's already ruined. Su Yuan couldn't help but frown. The next second, the Fox Spirit Stone shattered into powder, and a thumb-sized green fox shadow emerged from it, immediately disappearing into the fox bead held in his right hand. There was indeed an extraordinary connection between these two items. In the originally milk-white fox bead, one could now vaguely make out a streak of green fox shadow. Su Yuan carefully examined the attributes of the fox bead in his hand, discovering an additional piece of information compared to before. Fox bead. The greatest treasure of the Fox clan. Fox Spirit. Green Fox Spirit. Gained 20 goodwill from the Green Fox tribe. Su Yuan whispered softly. I roughly guessed its purpose. This fox bead should be able to collect fox spirits, then increase the goodwill of the Fox clan, thereby triggering some tasks or rewards. He wouldn't enhance this property 100-fold just yet. Instead, he would wait until more properties were collected. He needed to pay more attention when encountering anything related to foxes. At this moment, the image of that man flashed in Su Yuan's mind. If it was in line with his original assumption and he knew that the old yellow pelt could drop treasures, then did he also know that the fox bead would appear from the treasure chest? He might even know more about the use of the fox bead than Su Yuan himself did. Every day in the World Chat channel, people kept claiming they were reincarnated ones. Upon reflection, the man's behavior seemed much more like that of a reincarnated person. If his target is the fox bead, and he knows it's in my possession, Su Yuan flipped his hand, putting the fox bead back into the storage ring. We should meet again soon. His lips curved slightly upward. If you truly understand the use of the fox bead, you'd better focus on collecting artifacts related to fox spirits. Putting aside the matter of the fox bead for now, Su Yuan had to start considering the Half Moon Lake, the destination marked on the map that appeared from the treasure box. Take a nap, and it should be there by now. He lay down on the bed, staring at the pitch-black ceiling, gradually feeling drowsy, and eventually drifted off to sleep. Master. Who? Master, it's me. Mist surrounded him on all sides, and Su Yuan could see nothing clearly. That melodious voice, where was it coming from? Suddenly, the mist in front of him dissipated, and a graceful woman dressed in green appeared not far away. It was a strange world, and Su Yuan's gaze turned cold. She was likely not human. Eek! When the woman turned her head to look at him, Su Yuan's face suddenly changed, for she possessed an eerie, pointed fox face. Su Yuan was about to pull out a 5 Thunder Charm or Spirit Fire Charm from the storage ring and fling it toward her, but he realized that his fingers were empty. There was no storage ring to be found. Master! The woman glided toward him like a wisp of soul. Immobilized? Not only had the storage ring disappeared, but Su Yuan's entire body had stiffened, unable to move. All he could do was watch helplessly as the woman with the eerie fox face lunged at him. Su Yuan sat upright in bed abruptly, startling awake. Woof woof. Little Coalball, in dog form, stretched out its forepaws and rested them on the edge of the bed, barking softly at him twice. Little Coalball. Su Yuan reached out to pat its little head. A dream. It was just a dream. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his hand. Could it be because of that fox bead that he had such a dream? Su Yuan pulled out the fox bead and inspected it carefully, but didn't find anything unusual. Perhaps it's just as they say, daydreams manifest at night. Woof woof. Little Kobold barked twice and ran toward the door. At this point, Su Yuan noticed that the little black room had come to a stop. Have we arrived? He tucked the fox bead away again, flipped off the bed, and walked towards the door. Su Yuan opened the door of the small black room. Wow. The little black room had stopped in a high place, allowing him to look down and overlook the entire half-moon lake from here. Its name undoubtedly originated from its crescent moon shape, with lush spruces planted along both sides of Half Moon Lake. Gentle breezes blew as moonlight bathed Half Moon Lake in shimmering ripples, the reflections of spruces rippling gently on the water. Treasure chest. Su Yuan's gaze fell on the side of Half Moon Lake, immediately locking onto the glowing treasure chest by the lakeside. He secretly guessed. The map of this place could be put into the treasure chest, and it's not just because of a treasure chest. There must be some other secret hidden. Su Yuan looked up at the countdown displayed on the moon. 3 hours 10 minutes and 6 seconds. He decided to go down and investigate first, to get that treasure chest before doing anything else. Su Yuan walked out of the small black room, and sent the clay puppet golems to disperse around the Half Moon Lake. Then he slowly descended along the steep slopes on either side of the lake toward Half Moon Lake. Little Kobold and Zitzi closely followed him, with ghost servants scattered around him for protection. In his hand, Su Yuan gripped the 5 Thunder Charm, which had the most powerful impact and coverage area, while flipping open his survival manual and paying close attention to any bizarre rules indicated within. Walking down from the high slope beside the lake, Su Yuan didn't find any abnormalities. And under the enhancement of his title as treasure chest hunter, he also did not detect any other treasure chests. As he approached the treasure chest, a mysterious rule suddenly appeared in the survival manual. At the same time, Little Kobold and Zitzi let out a growl directed at Half Moon Lake. The ghost servants around Su Yuan also became more alert. Mysterious rule. Half Moon Lake, a mysterious clan-inhabited lake. Their presence has been detected nearby. Be extremely cautious. They have a strong animosity towards humans and often hunt lone individuals as food. Master, there seems to be something on the lake's surface. Su Yuan nodded. Under the moonlight, a shadowy figure floated on the water surface. It was likely what the rule mentioned. A hostile, mysterious group that hated humans. The image of the fox-faced woman in his dream flashed in Su Yuan's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. After all, foxes do not live in water. Then what was it? It's coming. Su Yuan pulled out the demon-slaying blade from his storage ring, holding the blade in his right hand and the 5 Thunder Charm in his left. Whoosh! An arrow whistling through the air shot fiercely toward him. Buzz! Ling stepped forward, her red silk fluttering and intercepting this horrifyingly fast arrow. Master the arrow. Ling handed over the intercepted arrow to Su Yuan. Poisoned arrow. Attack, 100. Toxin, 15, with some corrosive effects. Su Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Like arrows? Like poison? Alright, I'll play with you. He stored away the 5 Thunder Charm and the demon-slaying blade, then enhanced the toxin on the poisoned arrow by 100-fold. Toxin, 1,500, completely corrodes the target. Subsequently, Su Yuan pulled out a wooden bow from his storage ring. He bent down to draw the bow, aiming at the strange creature on the water. Seeing him pull out a wooden bow that looked like junk, the weird being didn't have any intention of dodging. Instead, it moved closer in a provocative manner. Locked. Released. Su Yuan released his finger off the string, and the poisonous arrow slowly flew toward the eerie entity on the water. Its speed was so slow. Chapter 77. The Treasure Map. What a slow arrow. The eerie figure floating on the water watched indifferently as Su Yuan released the poisonous arrow. TSK, the power of a wooden bow. It's impressive that it can shoot an arrow at all. The eerie figure looked at the leisurely approaching arrow and suddenly noticed a problem. The arrow was flying slowly but maintained the same level line, directly heading straight for him. Weird. It shifted about half a meter to the side, and the arrow, as if it had eyes, moved the exact distance in the same direction. The arrowhead always pointed at it. This arrow is strange, but isn't this the arrow I shot? Anyway, it doesn't matter. With this speed, I can easily stop it. Uffed. It originally wanted to block the arrow. Suddenly, the arrow made a circle and directly stuck into its body. Impossible. With a face full of shock, before it could even finish its expression of pain, it turned into a pile of rotting water. Splash. It would forever be fused into Half Moon Lake. At the same time, Su Yuan received a prompt. Congratulations on completing your first kill of a mermaid. You have gained the honorary title, Mermaid Hunter. It's a mermaid. Su Yuan finally understood what he had killed. He opened the survival handbook, flipped to the page of honorary titles, and read it. Mermaid Hunter. Intimidation plus 10 against mermaids, plus 30% damage against mermaids. Killing 50 mermaids will upgrade the honorary title to Mermaid Master. Attributes doubled. World Chat Channel. Master Su has started hunting from land into water. Terrestrial and aquatic kills. What exactly are these mermaids? Beyond the South Sea, there are mermaids. They live in water like fish, yet weave like humans. Their tears produce pearls. Brother, you're well read. The story of mermaid pearls is a legend, but this is the world of anomalies. Aren't mermaids just mermaids? If they were mermaids, I'd confess my lust for their bodies. I also crave. Thinking of fish meat makes me yearn for its fresh taste. Brothers, do you know how much I want to eat a hot pot of fish? I wish to eat steamed fish. Red braised fish is more fragrant, right? Why not make a dish out of a mermaid? 100 ways to eat a mermaid. Taste of the bizarre world. Brothers, you might be going overboard. Su Yuan wasn't aware that in the chat channel, people had already started discussing various methods of cooking mermaids, steaming, boiling, frying, and so on. Although Su Yuan had killed the mermaid in Half Moon Lake, he hadn't clearly seen its appearance. Whether it was human-headed with a fish body or vice versa, Su Yuan did not know. Su Yuan's gaze fell on the treasure chest nearby. This chest is probably placed here by the mermaid as bait. However, instead, it attracted hunters. He didn't rush to pick up the chest. Given the anomalous rules, it was stated that mysterious species living in Half Moon Lake often hunted alone humans in groups. Based on the literal interpretation, there should not be just one mermaid here. Su Yuan's eyes scanned every visible spot around him, but found nothing. Could it be? Recalling the actions of the long-haired ghost, his eyes focused on the treasure chest nearby. Su Yuan cleared his throat and said to the chest, "Don't you feel suffocated hiding inside? Oh, and your partner has been slain by me. If you don't come out for revenge soon, I'm leaving." There was no unusual reaction from the chest. Su Yuan then controlled a clay puppet to walk over. As the clay puppet reached the chest and extended its hand to open it, Su Yuan carefully observed and noticed. Its lid moved slightly. Squeak. Ji jumped onto Su Yuan's shoulder and warned him. Little Coalball also barked low at the chest. Sure enough, Su Yuan pulled a wooden arrow out from his storage ring, drew the bow, and aimed at the chest. Ling took 2 steps forward, blocking in front of him. Ing. A weird coo came from inside the chest. Bang. The chest burst open. A figure appeared. A set of enchantingly black straight hair quietly flowed down the jade-white back. Except for the brown-scaled fishtail which stood out somewhat, this silhouette was impeccable. Su Yuan internally thought to himself that the legendary killing back view was nothing special. But the mermaid facing away from Su Yuan suddenly turned around. Even though he mentally prepared, her green-scaled face, her pointy-nosed monkey-like features, made Su Yuan wrinkle his eyebrows involuntarily. Ing. Seeing this man who exuded danger, the mermaid turned around ready to jump back into the lake and escape. Whoosh. Ling's red silk had already shot over, instantly wrapping it layer by layer. She then sharply pulled, tightly binding the mermaid. Do you think you can hunt freely without being careful about selecting prey? Do you really think I'm someone easy to mess with? Su Yuan put away the wooden bow and arrow, took out the evil cutting knife, and walked over slowly, continuing to taunt. The key is, you two copy others by hiding in a treasure chest. Is this low-grade taste of mischief really that fun? Ing. That merman was obviously afraid. It struggled fiercely, trying to escape the binding of the red silk. From this man's eyes, it saw as if he would skin and eat it alive. Ing. The merman's mouth emitted an unpleasant wailing sound, making Su Yuan increasingly annoyed. He swung the evil cutting knife, slashing through its body. The knife cut into the merman like slicing fish meat. Its flesh, too, was white and just like fish. Just when Su Yuan thought its meat might be as fresh as fish, a foul smell almost made him throw up. Ugh. Su Yuan pulled out the evil cutting knife. Disgusted, he stepped back. At that moment, the corpse of the merman exploded. Ah! In Su Yuan's astonishment, a map fell to the ground. He picked up the fallen map. The name of the map instantly caught Su Yuan's attention. The Merfolk Treasure Map, incomplete. Note, half a fragment of a treasure map, requiring a complete one to show the route to the treasure. Only half a treasure map? What about the other half? Do I have to keep killing merfolk for it to drop? Su Yuan looked at the incomprehensible chart in his hand, and could only put it in the storage ring for now. He walked around the perimeter of Half Moon Lake, but found no more traces of merfolk. Could all merfolk hide under the lake? As Su Yuan was considering having the clay puppet dive underwater to explore, a faint cry for help came from the cloud fir forest on the eastern side of the lake water. Had it not been for Little Coalball's alertness detecting and notifying Su Yuan, he might have missed it. Su Yuan headed toward the sound, gradually hearing clearer cries for help. Help! Judging by the voice, it seemed like a young boy. Su Yuan hurriedly went in that direction toward the cloud fir forest. Upon entering the cloud firs, he retrieved 2 invisibility talismans from his storage ring, sticking one on himself and another on Little Coalball. As for unnoticeable Gigi, she didn't need one. Ling and the others spread out around Su Yuan to guard the surroundings. Deeper into the cloud fir forest, he noticed an open space ahead, where the whimpering of merfolk began to reach him. Stopping momentarily, Su Yuan spotted a fire lit with logs and a wooden rack set up over the flames for roasting meat. 2 merfolk were untangling a slender, dirty, long-haired boy from a tree, seemingly preparing to roast him and eat him. Su Yuan observed the 2 merfolk, and silently resolved. The remaining half of the treasure map depends on you. Chapter 78, White-Armored Merfolk. Tonight, we can feast to our heart's content. The 2 merfolk joyfully lifted the boy up and began dancing around the campfire. 2 steps left, a little hop right, 2 steps right, a little hop left, repeating over and over. This simple, yet strange dance was their unique celebratory dance of the merfolk tribe. Whoosh! A whistle of an arrow broke the air. The 2 merfolk immediately stopped. When they turned their heads and saw 2 wooden arrows slowly heading towards them, they simultaneously revealed expressions of disdain. Just wooden arrows? Want to defeat merfolk with these? It's utterly absurd. Puff hiss. The arrows hit their heart areas dead on. The 2 merfolk froze instantly, their hands loosening their grip on the boy. The boy let out a shrill scream as he fell to the ground with a splash. The frozen merfolk, pop, exploded directly into a mass of stench and black mist, dispersing into the air. But they did not explode to reveal the half-treasure map that Su Yuan had expected. TSK. Su Yuan smirked. His luck was slightly off, and just as he was about to turn and leave. Hey, don't go. The boy by the campfire got up from the ground. He just saw Su Yuan who was gripping the wooden bow. Su Yuan glanced back at him. The boy only managed to see his completely forgettable, ordinary face. Su Yuan ignored him and disappeared into the night. The boy prepared to chase after, but suddenly a red figure blocked his way. Scary. Mysterious. In his panic, the boy still remembered to pick up a burning branch from the campfire pile, aiming it at the mysterious figure cloaked in an ancient bridal gown, with a red veil covering her face. I'm not afraid of you. Though his hands trembled and his legs quaked, breaking his voice when claiming he wasn't scared. Linger merely intended to scare him enough before she turned and followed Su Yuan away. The boy was genuinely terrified. Once the suddenly appearing female ghost disappeared, he plopped down on the ground. Scared. I nearly died. He flicked his hair and lightly patted his slightly raised chest. Subsequently, he stood up, tightly biting the lower lip, forcing courage to run deeper into the spruce forest because his black hut was located there. Su Yuan also returned to the black hut. He removed the Thousand Faces mask set to its normal mode and stood by the door of the black hut, looking down over the entire crescent lake. Is the treasure map of the merfolk tribe hidden here the secret? He looked up at the moon. It was less than 3 minutes until sunrise. Su Yuan turned and went back inside the black hut. He didn't know that at this moment, one vortex after another appeared on the surface of Crescent Lake. Inside each vortex stood a merfolk. At this point, a larger vortex suddenly appeared in the center of Crescent Lake, followed by a merman twice the size of an ordinary merfolk, wearing white armor emerging from the vortex. He held a slender trident, and his cold eyes swept the surroundings before finally landing on the high slope where Su Yuan's black hut was located. Yum! A harsh roar echoed throughout Crescent Lake. Even the boy far in the depths of the spruce forest heard it. He crouched in the corner of his bed, covering his ears, too afraid to make a sound. Since entering the eerie survival world, apart from enduring the rules that inevitably arrived every night, the boy constantly worried about the merfolk of Crescent Lake. Fortunately, they seemed unaware of his existence and never attacked him. One day while preparing hunting traps, the boy unearthed a slender trident from the thick piles of spruce leaves on the ground. He discovered that this trident not only possessed a powerful 200-point evil repelling property, but also included a special attribute, increasing intimidation toward merfolk by +10. That night, after deciphering the bizarre rule of the hairbrushing ghost, bolstered by the trident's properties, the boy ventured out to explore further. As soon as the boy poked his head out of the black hut, he spotted a treasure chest next to a tree in the spruce forest. With the trident in hand, he dashed forward unexpectedly smoothly, succeeding in grabbing the chest and bringing it back to the black hut. Thinking that with the trident, he could resist both the weirdness and the merfolk, he stepped out again and searched for more treasure chests in the spruce forest. Suddenly, strange cries of the merfolk sounded around him. Yum, yum. The next second, his body suddenly lost control, dropping the trident, falling into the hands of two merfolk, and being bound to a tree. If the trident hadn't intimidated them long enough for them to take it and leave for some time, he might have already been eaten, thus ending the story prematurely. Last time, since the boy was controlled by the merfolk sounds, he guessed that their voices must possess a certain kind of mysterious power, capable of controlling human behavior. Don't listen, absolutely do not listen. No. The boy desperately covered his ears, but his body still moved uncontrollably toward the outside. Finished. Just as he had stepped outside after opening the door of the black hut, an endless cacophony of merfolk cries suddenly rang out again. The boy felt that it was all over for him. Under the influence of those sounds, he started walking toward Crescent Lake. Suddenly, the sound stopped abruptly. He raced back like a bolt of lightning. Clang. The door of the black hut was tightly shut and barricaded with a chair. The boy crouched on the bed, tightly covering his ears as he silently prayed that the merfolk's voices would not ring out again. Back at the black hut, Su Yuan immediately took out the survival handbook to check the bizarre rules when the white-armored merfolk let out its fierce roar. The voices of the merfolk have the ability to control one's mind. It will make you walk straight into their trap. Fortunately, the merfolk initiating the strange cries hadn't reached beyond B-level in its eerie abilities, making Su Yuan immune to its mental attacks. Master, Chang'an emerged from the Ghost Covenant. This mission should be more suited to me. Su Yuan nodded. Chang'an was an expert in psychic forces. Nevertheless, Linger was still required, considering her current level could outright crush any general eerie presence. Su Yuan led them out of the black hut, his gaze coinciding exactly with the white-armored merman floating on the lake. A trace of confusion flickered in the white-armored merfolk's eyes. This human has not been affected by my mental control, and even worse, I feel a sense of intimidation from him. Su Yuan surveyed the experience-granting babies on the lake's surface, calculating silently. At least 50, advancing to the honorary title of Merfolk Hunter Master should not be a problem. But I wonder if these merfolk can drop the other half of the treasure map after being cleared. Meanwhile, the white-armored merfolk was strategizing too. If my own psychic assault doesn't work, how about this? Ying, holding his trident high and waving his arm. Ying. All the merfolk on the lake cried out in unison, just like trained soldiers. In no time, their sounds reverberated through the skies, shaking the very heavens. With so many merfolk cooperating with the white-armored one to launch a psychic attack that indeed surpassed B-level, Su Yuan's body began moving uncontrollably toward Crescent Lake. Fortunately, Linger grabbed hold of him, stopping him in his tracks. Chang'an had already drifted into midair, directly locking eyes with the white-armored merfolk, instantly activating its soul-snatching ability. Under its control, the cries of the merfolk came to an abrupt halt. Su Yuan instantly shook off the control. A flash of anger crossed his eyes. Are these experienced babies rebelling? As he pulled out several 5 thunder talismans to harvest the creatures. On the lake's surface, except for the vortex where the white-armored merfolk stood, all the others began spinning rapidly. The merfolk followed the spirals, descending downward. In the blink of an eye, only the white-armored merfolk remained on the lake's surface. In the sky, the moon set behind the mountain and the sun rose. Chapter 79. Everything is ready. The regional chat channel of Su Yuan's current location suddenly became lively. What just happened? I'm not sure, but my body suddenly went out of control. It must be that weird screech controlling us. When the sound disappeared, so did the control. Yeah, I never imagined that my first step out of the small black room would be forced. In the past, we were forced to go to school, forced to work, and now we're even forced to leave the small black room. It's too difficult. That's right. The moment I left the black room, I felt uneasy as if being watched. My body was controlled, and I couldn't check the bizarre rules. Thankfully, it suddenly got light. Exactly, otherwise tonight would have been filled with more misfortune than good. Speaking of which, what on earth was making that eerie screech? Not sure, never heard anything like it before. The crying sound, doesn't it resemble a fox? Could we have been enchanted by a fox? You're right, that infant-like wail, isn't that exactly the sound of a fox? It's not a fox's cry, though similar, it's much deeper and louder. Don't ask me why I know, just because I used to raise foxes in the past. 666. Half Moon Lake. It's daybreak. All the henchmen ran away. The big boss stood alone on the lake's surface. How damn awkward. The white-armored merman simply exploded on the spot. Bang. After its explosion, its body turned into a foul-smelling mist that dissipated. Su Yuan was somewhat disappointed, because no map came out of its body. Fortunately, before its physical form met the sun and disintegrated, Linger had already used the red silk to pull the trident from its hands. Otherwise, it would have definitely fallen into the unfathomable depths of the Half Moon Lake. Su Yuan looked over this long, slender trident. It was pitch black overall, though slimmer than an ordinary trident, giving off a strong impression of a fish spear. Trident, anti-demonic weapon. Description: this item once killed several mermen. Anti-demonic effect, 200. Attack, 500. Intimidation factor against merfolk, 10. Durability, 100%. Upon reading the stats, Su Yuan blinked, surprised as he said, "Just when we needed you. Here you are." Next, during the search for the merman tribe's treasure, it would become a great help to him. He instantly upgraded the trident's intimidation factor against merfolk 100-fold. Intimidation factor against merfolk, 1000. For intimidation at this level, Su Yuan had a similar experience back at the Yellow Skin Tomb. Low-level merfolk might kneel down instantly upon seeing him wielding this trident. Su Yuan put the trident aside for now. Next he should deal with the soul of the white-armored merman brought by Chang'an. Although the physical form of the white-armored merman was gone, its soul had been captured by Chang'an and followed them into the small black room. Witnessing how the white-armored merman's body exploded under the sunlight, Su Yuan finally understood why all other mermen abandoned their leader and fled so fast. Su Yuan retained the soul of the white-armored merman primarily to see whether it knew about any information regarding the merfolk tribe's treasure. Inside the small black room, kneel. As soon as Chang'an spoke, the soul of the white-armored merman thudded onto the ground, directly kneeling in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan took out the long and used soul lock axe from his storage ring and pinned the white-armored merman's soul to the ground. Chang'an, allow it to regain consciousness. Yes. Huh, what's going on? The first thing the white-armored merman did after regaining consciousness was doubt reality. Wasn't it leading its followers to control some guy? That's someone. It looked up and saw Su Yuan. It was him. I was controlling him. Wait, what's happening now? Why am I kneeling on the ground? My energy feels drained. Feeling weightless and unable to move. Su Yuan stared into the white-armored merman's eyes and asked, "Merman, can you understand what I'm saying? If yes, blink your eyes once." It could understand. But as a proud merman, how could it lower itself to bow down to a human? Even if kneeling, it must maintain its dignity. So, the only part of the white-armored merman that could move, the eyelids, refused to budge an inch. You've got spirit. What Su Yuan appreciated most was precisely this indomitable spirit. In the past, every time he heard such heroic tales, he would end up moved to tears. Noble people shouldn't suffer. Su Yuan pulled out a spirit fire talisman from his storage ring. I will use fiery blaze to bring closure to your illustrious life. O high-spirited hero of the merman clan. Fire will burn and immortalize you forevermore. With a gentle shake, a flame of true essence erupted from the talisman, and the surrounding air sizzled audibly from the heat. Scared, the green scales on the face of the white-armored merman turned pale. Its eyes frantically blinked. No, big brother, I can hear you loud and clear. What do you want to say? Big brother, please stop shaking your hand. The fire is about to burn me. Seeing the white-armored merman almost crying out of desperation, Su Yuan slowly retracted the spirit fire talisman in his hand. Not even the trident was necessary for dealing with it. Next question. If yes, blink once. If no, blink twice. If you understood this, blink once as a response. The white-armored merman obediently blinked once. Good. Su Yuan first asked an easy question. The merfolk tribe lives under the Half Moon Lake. Blink. Su Yuan continued, knowingly asking a simple question. You are hostile towards humans? Blink. Great. The next question is crucial. Do you know about the treasure of the merfolk tribe? Blink. Huh. Double blink. Su Yuan chuckled coldly. Are you fooling around with me? If you don't want to say. He retrieved the spirit fire talisman again. Double blink. No? So, do you actually know about the treasure of the merfolk tribe, or not? Looking troubled, the white-armored merman finally blinked once. Great. Do you know where the treasures are hidden? Having someone lead the way. Isn't that more convenient than looking at a map? Still, he guessed this one wouldn't know the location of the treasures. Indeed. Double blinks. The white-armored merman truly had no idea about the exact position of the treasure. Oh, seems like you're useless then. Holding the spirit fire talisman, Su Yuan controlled it to release a stream of pure essence fire. No. The white-armored merman regretted its inability to communicate verbally with Su Yuan. It fluttered its eyelids desperately. Su Yuan had grown tired of playing charades with it, since there was no possible communication anyway. Whoosh. The white-armored merman caught on fire, and its brief life came to an end. Clang. A treasure chest fell onto the ground. It dropped loot. Su Yuan took out a clay puppet and walked over to open the chest. He held a spirit fire talisman in his hand and watched closely what came out from inside the box. With a click, the chest opened. Inside appeared a piece of white armor. Su Yuan lifted the white armor out, revealing its attributes. Merman white armor. Merman armor. Symbol of identity. The higher the status, the better the armor grade. Merman armor grades. White, red, purple, black, gold. Defense, 50. Water repellency, 10, low level. An ordinary person wearing it can stay underwater for 5 minutes. Durability, 100%. Special attribute. The armor carries the scent of a merman. Putting it on makes one recognized as a fellow merman by other mermen. Su Yuan smiled. Even if the merman's treasure was located at the bottom of Half Moon Lake, he wouldn't fear anymore. Map prepared, weapons to all the mermen in place, and now even the diving equipment is ready. He directly enhanced the water repellent effect of the merman white armor. Water repellency, 1000. An ordinary person wearing it after this upgrade can stay submerged indefinitely. Chapter 80. Searching for clues. The treasure chest won't spawn anything eerie, right? The boy cautiously took the treasure chest outside the small dark room. He felt it necessary to open it outside. If something eerie really spawned, the sun would absolutely be the most powerful warding tool. The boy stood as far away as possible. He stretched out his arms, his slender fingers hooking onto the pull ring on the lid of the treasure chest, then pulled hard. With a click, the treasure chest opened. There was nothing eerie inside. The boy sighed in relief, and a trace of a happy smile appeared on his dirty little face. He looked into the treasure chest and exclaimed in surprise. It's actually a map? The boy reached in to take it out, and when he saw the name of the map, his face lit up. Unfortunately, it was only half of the map. A few floating clouds were reflected on the surface of the half-moon lake, creating a magnificent scene. Su Yuan led Xiao Meiqiu and Zizi out of the room. As soon as he stepped out, he put on Qianlian and set it to the ordinary mode. In case he encountered other survivors around, even if they saw him, they would have a hard time remembering him. For example, last night, the boy who was kidnapped by the mermaid in the Yunshu forest did see Su Yuan, but due to the inherent property of the ordinary mode which reduces presence, the other person found it difficult to remember his appearance. The countdown on the sun showed that there were still over 7 hours before nightfall. Su Yuan rushed towards Half Moon Lake. He had to find the clues to the treasure chest as soon as possible. There are two problems now. The mermaid tribe must live under Half Moon Lake, but the treasure may not necessarily be there, but it should not be out of the scope of Half Moon Lake. Su Yuan did not rush to go down the lake. He prepared to look around first. In order to search for clues faster, not only did Su Yuan let Zizi and Xiao Meiqiu split up and search all over, he also took out 100 clay puppet dolls and had them carpet search the surroundings. The half-hour search time passed quickly, and more than half of Half Moon Lake had already been searched, yet Su Yuan did not make any significant discoveries. Woof, woof. Just at this moment, Xiao Meiqiu suddenly barked twice. Did it discover something? Su Yuan looked towards the southwest corner and saw that Xiao Meiqiu had stopped and turned its head to call him over. When he walked over, he found that a strange stone figure had appeared in front of Xiao Meiqiu. This stone figure had a large head and a small body, with a square face, round eyes, and big ears. Stone figure. It didn't look like an ordinary stone statue at all. This property is too bizarre. Su Yuan wondered if there might be some kind of switch or mechanism on it. He controlled the clay puppet to go forward to feel around, searching for hidden switches or secrets on it. But after rummaging through it for a while, there was no discovery at all. Su Yuan was somewhat disappointed and started thinking about going underwater. Since he couldn't find anything around Half Moon Lake, the underwater part of Half Moon Lake should hold some discoveries. After all, the mermaid tribe lived in Half Moon Lake, and even if he couldn't find the treasure, he should at least be able to find where the mermaid tribe lived. Su Yuan wore the white armor, instantly gaining the ability to stay submerged in water for a long time. First, try it out and see how well the functions of the white armor perform, whether it can really stay underwater forever. Su Yuan stared at the lake water in front of him and dived down headfirst with a splash. Plop! He entered Half Moon Lake. Whoosh! Su Yuan found that he could breathe freely underwater and open his eyes normally. The lake water was very clear, so his line of sight wasn't bad either. This white armor is simply like wearing an infinite oxygen scuba diving suit. Wait, there's a serious issue. Can my talisman still be used underwater? Su Yuan tried to take out a spirit fire talisman from his storage ring, but in the next second, it was soaked wet by the water. Shit. Talismans have always been his strongest means, but now that he's underwater, they've been directly sealed off. By the way, can I still read the survival handbook? Su Yuan dared not take it out easily to check. If a talisman got wet, you just throw it away. But if the survival handbook gets soaked completely, he doesn't know if it could still be used. Su Yuan lowered his head and looked towards the bottom of Half Moon Lake. What? Half Moon Lake is too deep. As he gazed down, it was pitch black, the abyss unseen, making one's heart fear it like a bottomless pit. Su Yuan took out a water element mud puppet, controlling it to swim towards the bottom of the lake. However, Su Yuan discovered that even a water element mud puppet was still a mud puppet at its core. It melted upon contact with water and eventually turned into a pool of mud. Shit. If water element mud puppets don't work, other attribute ones probably won't either. Just at that moment, ZZ. A familiar sound rang in his ear. Su Yuan turned to see ZZ appearing beside him. It swam back and forth in the water effortlessly. Right. This little guy is an ethereal being, and it's not afraid of water. Great. ZZ has strong investigation abilities and can just walk ahead to give Su Yuan early warnings. He gestured for ZZ to dive deeper. ZZ immediately dove down into the water. Su Yuan followed closely behind. The lake water was so quiet, and he had a feeling that something wasn't quite right. As Su Yuan followed ZZ deeper, he wondered what was off. He glanced around. The water in the lake was crystal clear, but there was nothing. No seaweed, no fish. Su Yuan realized why he felt strange. How could normal lake water not have fish? But here at the bottom, it was like stagnant dead water, with no sign of life. Something's definitely not right. Su Yuan became more alert, having already drawn the trident from his storage ring. However, even as he followed ZZ all the way down to the lake bed, he didn't encounter any danger, not even a single mermaid. The lake bed was huge. Since the mermaid tribe lived here, there must be some secret passage leading to their territory. Once again, Su Yuan and ZZ began searching, and unexpectedly, they actually found something. In one corner of the lake bed, Su Yuan noticed a vortex about the size of a well. Recalling last night, when those mermaids appeared and disappeared with a vortex underfoot, he guessed this should be the entrance. Should I jump straight down? Su Yuan hesitated. ZZ. Suddenly, Su Yuan noticed ZZ let out 2 chirps, then its green glow surged brightly. Humming softly, the vortex in front of them vanished. Instead, a dark, pitch-black cave opening now stood where the vortex once was. It was an illusion. ZZ could dispel any illusions or tricks. With it present, such things could not hinder Su Yuan. This cave entrance was rather strange. There seemed to be some sort of mystical force surrounding it, keeping the water separated and preventing it from flowing inside. Here, the clay puppet could go in first for testing. He took out a water element clay puppet and placed it at the entrance. Su Yuan controlled the clay puppet to walk inside. Good heavens. Su Yuan couldn't help but marvel internally. Truly masterful craftsmanship. Through the eyes of the clay puppet, he observed the interior of the dark hole. At the edge of Half Moon Lake, the boy stood by the lake water. His reflection shimmered on the surface, revealing his dirty face. Oof, how filthy. Woof. Just then, he suddenly heard a bark. Not far away, a chubby little dog wagged its tail and barked softly at him. The boy's eyes lit up. What a cute puppy. He slowly moved closer to Xiao Meiqiu. What does he intend to do? Xiao Meiqiu stared warily at him. When the boy neared it, roar. Xiao Meiqiu transformed. Its enormous form as the underworld hound loomed over him, akin to a demon straight from hell. Seeing this, the boy's face turned deathly pale. Ah! He screamed, tripped over his own feet, and tumbled sideways, plummeting directly into Half Moon Lake. Chapter 81. Heavenly Thunder for Entertainment? Am I that scary? What a coward. He actually committed suicide by jumping into the lake. Xiaomaiqiu wagged its tail, transformed back into its earth dog form, and lounged by the lake to bask in the sun, waiting for its master to resurface. In Half Moon Lake, Su Yuan was just about to enter the black hole when Gigi suddenly started chirping upwards at something above the lake. He looked up and saw a dark shadow slowly descending. There wasn't even a fish there before. What could it be? Su Yuan tightly gripped the trident in his hand, ready to launch an attack at any moment. But as the shadow came closer, Su Yuan realized it was the boy he had met the previous night. How did he end up underwater? That's... Su Yuan's eyes fell on what was in the boy's hand. A familiar map tightly clenched in the boy's grip. The treasure map. Su Yuan's expression brightened. It seems like things fall into place without effort after all this searching. However, at that very moment, a gray shadow darted from somewhere unknown and plunged directly into the boy's body. The boy's body convulsed violently, twisted unnaturally, and began moving. Scary. Su Yuan stared at the boy. He suddenly flipped over, facing Su Yuan, his strange gray eyeballs locking with Su Yuan's. What's going on? Something's off. Su Yuan's trident lunged forward abruptly. Just as the trident was about to strike, the boy slipped away like an eel, skillfully maneuvering past Su Yuan and diving straight into the black hole that Su Yuan had discovered. Damn it. Just when the treasure map was within reach, Su Yuan followed him inside. After entering the black hole, Su Yuan suddenly felt weightless and fell from high up in the air. Fortunately, with his quick reflexes and horrifying flexibility, he twisted halfway in midair, landed lightly on both hands, then stabilized himself securely on the ground. Is this where the merfolk live? Su Yuan felt that this place resembled more of a peculiar alternate space. The air here was extremely damp. Thick moss clung to the walls, heavy seaweed sprawled everywhere, yet no water flowed in from outside. On the ground were semicircular structures, giving one a sense reminiscent of ancient Greek buildings from Europe. Harmonious, perfect, noble. Su Yuan entered following the boy, but once inside, the boy seemed to have vanished into thin air. Gigi also trailed after Su Yuan and leapt onto his shoulder. Su Yuan surveyed the surrounding clusters of buildings and couldn't figure out where to start looking for him. As Su Yuan stood still, a call from a merman rang out. Su Yuan cautiously tucked his trident away. With Baijia armor on, the merfolk would consider him kin, thus making the trident unnecessary for now. A white armor merman leading a group of ordinary merfolk armed with swords, spears, and staffs approached swiftly. The leader white armor merman commanded the others to stay put while it stepped forward with a pointed knife in hand. Su Yuan pondered internally. Did they discover me? If they had, wouldn't they all rush over instead of just having the white armor merman come forward? Su Yuan pulled out his soul-slashing sword from the storage ring, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Yin. The white armor merman stopped 2 meters in front of Su Yuan. It gazed at Su Yuan anxiously, gesturing wildly with its hands. Though it didn't attack, Su Yuan still furrowed his brows. Its words, he couldn't understand at all. Yet, from its urgent gestures, it was clear that something must have happened here. Finally, the white armor merman pointed left, then turned and led the other merfolk towards the right. After walking a few steps, it even glanced back at Su Yuan. Should I go left? Su Yuan immediately moved towards the left. Meanwhile, the white armor merman headed right. Su Yuan walked a few steps forward before stopping and turning back around. He decided to trail behind the white armor merman since he was unfamiliar with the area and thought it better to follow them. He wondered what had happened among the merfolk. Could it be that boy? Recalling the map clenched in his hand, it might likely be another treasure map Su Yuan needed. He affixed an invisibility talisman to himself and continued to chase them. The merfolk led by the white armor patrolled everywhere until they collided with another group of merfolk. They ed for quite some time, unclear of what they said, then merged into one group and quickly sprinted toward a certain direction. Su Yuan quickly followed suit. Throughout this entire journey, he finally got a sense of the layout of the merfolk's home. The arrangement of houses here was exactly like that of ancient tribal settlements. Houses crammed together, no streets, no planning. Why are there so many merfolk ahead? Su Yuan discovered that there were 200 to 300 merfolk gathered ahead, standing in front of a raised platform. On the platform stood a merman wearing red armor. Its body was twice as large as that of the white armor merman. Did the merfolk rank their strength by size? Su Yuan's gaze swept over the red armor merman and landed on the side of it. There, the odd-behaving boy who clutched the treasure map lay at its feet, his condition uncertain, whether he was alive or dead unclear. Su Yuan noticed that the treasure map, previously tightly held in the boy's hand, had disappeared. The treasure map now appeared in the hands of the red armor merman. It was seen excitedly waving the treasure map around. At this moment, an inexplicable pressure suddenly emanated from among the surrounding merfolk below. Plop! All the merfolk knelt down, including the red armor merman on the high platform. Only Su Yuan remained standing, slowly walking towards the high platform. All the merfolk knelt on the ground. Their strength was relatively weak, and when Su Yuan passed by, they couldn't resist the oppressive aura emanating from him and collapsed flat on the ground. Even the red armor merman on the high platform dared not lift its head, glancing sideways at Su Yuan once, and realizing immediately that the source of the terrifying aura originated from the trident in his hand. How could someone dressed in the clan's white armor wield such a terrifyingly powerful weapon? As Su Yuan approached and hopped onto the high platform, the red armor merman faced Su Yuan directly, its legs going limp beneath it, unable to support itself any longer. With a plop, it fell face down at Su Yuan's feet. At the same time, its hands were raised high, holding out the treasure map directly to Su Yuan. Good boy. Swoosh. Su Yuan stuck the trident into the platform, and with one hand, took the treasure map from the red armor merman. He placed the treasure map into his storage ring, a faint smile playing on his lips. Thanks for your hard work, everyone. If it weren't for their help finding this boy, things would have gotten quite tricky indeed. Bang! Su Yuan kicked the red armor merman off the platform. Oomph! Just because you helped me find the treasure map doesn't mean you've done such a great job. You still have a much more important destiny ahead. Su Yuan looked every inch like a haughty leader delivering a speech. Huh? Was my speech not engaging enough? No one clapping. Thereupon, he pulled 10 5-thunder talismans out from his storage ring. Fine. If you don't want to clap, I'll entertain all of you with some heavenly thunder. Chapter 82, Mind Blown. Rolling thunder roared and descended. The mermans lying on the ground beat their fish tails against the earth, their heads swaying as crackling sounds filled the air. They danced with rhythm, executing a vigorous breakdance. Among them, the red-armored merman's dance was particularly energetic. Bang, bang, bang. After being slain, all the mermans turned into foul-smelling black mist. This was far too uneco-friendly. Su Yuan looked utterly disdainful and pulled out a pure heart talisman. It had the ability to eliminate any adverse effects caused by strangeness. He wondered whether it could remove the turbid air produced after the merman's deaths. It works. Su Yuan could no longer smell that loathsome stench. At the same time, he heard 2 announcements in his ears. Congratulations for defeating 50 mermans. Your title, Merma Slayer, has been upgraded to Merma Hunter. Congratulations for defeating 300 mermans. Your title, Merma Hunter, has been upgraded to Frenzied Merma Hunter. World Chat Channel. When the system announcement regarding Su Yuan's honor title upgrade floated within the channel. Has Su Yuan gone deep underwater? That's insane. Did he just kill 300 mermans? Terrifying. How did he manage this? Could it be the legendary shocking the fish pond method? What do you mean? What does that mean? I don't understand. I figured it out. Su Yuan found a place where many hundreds of mermans were gathered. Su Yuan must have plunged something there, taking advantage of water's conductivity, electrocuting an entire group of mermans. It's true, I've learned. As expected, to deal with strange beings, science is still the way to go. Weakly asked, but where did the electricity come from? No need to question. It isn't clear yet whether Su Yuan, having reached level 2 in his small black room, received a generator reward from the system, a hand crank one. It'd be hard for a hand crank generator to kill even one fish, so it must be an entire power station. Brilliant analysis. Joking aside, considering he's the favorite son of this strange world, the system likely awarded him a nuclear power plant. You're spot on. The big shots are really nailing their analyses. The system should reward me with a title like Master Analyst. Deep within the fir forest, a thicker fog was spreading. A regular person might only have visibility of 3 meters here. A figure slowly emerged from the dense mist, saying, "No surprise, Su Yuan arrived earlier than me. Since he can so quickly find the location of the merman tribe and wipe them all out, it's likely that he's already determined the position of the treasure. Very good. Let him take the lead." He clutched a gleaming silver spear in his hand, its light flickering under the sunlight. "Su Yuan, this time, you will surely pay for your arrogance." He planted the long spear into the ground and lightly touched something at his waist, revealing a smirk. "Let's see how things play out." Saying this, he headed toward Crescent Lake. Elsewhere in the cloud pine forest, a shadow appeared wrapped entirely in a dark robe, beside which stood a pitch-black coffin. "Lord, we're here." A hoarse, dry male voice emerged from beneath the black cloak. "Knock knock." 2 knocks sounded from inside the coffin. "Yes." The cloaked man extended his hand and gripped the coffin single-handedly, lifting it up effortlessly. He then took slow steps forward. His direction? Crescent Lake 2. At this moment, within the habitat of the merman race in Crescent Lake, Su Yuan opened his survival handbook. Flipping to the page detailing honor titles, the original Merma Slayer title had already changed to Frenzied Merma Hunter. Following that, he examined the enhanced attributes after the title promotion. Merma Slayer. Intimidation against the merman clan plus 40. Damage against the merman clan plus 120%. After slaying 500 mermans, the title will level up to Maniacal Merma Hunter, doubling all properties. Frankly speaking, due to the trident's existence, the intimidation factor attached to the honorary title became less valuable, whereas the additional 120% damage bonus to the merman race proved quite effective. Su Yuan put away his survival handbook, his eyes glowing as they focused on the 8 treasure chests appearing on the ground. Among these, 7 were dropped by the white armor-clad mermans, while the last one was from the red-armored merman. Leaping down from the high platform, Su Yuan gathered the 8 treasure chests into his storage ring, intending to open them later. Check the treasure map first. Su Yuan took out the 2 half pieces of the treasure map from the storage ring. At this point, something magical happened. The 2 pieces seamlessly merged into one. Its properties also evolved after integration. Complete Merma clan treasure map. The hiding place of the merman clan, concealing their great secret. Legend has it that this secret is related to the fish god. Is it really so mystical? Su Yuan looked at the route that appeared on the map, his eyes brightening. The entrance shown here was actually that stone statue. However, I need to first obtain the key to unlock the stone statue. The key is in the home of the mermans beneath Crescent Lake. Then I'll go find the key first. Su Yuan glanced back at the boy on the high platform and summoned Ling. "Master, go check if he's still alive. If he's alive, should we kill him? Are you stupid?" After all, I snatched the treasure map from him. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Su Yuan's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. "Forget it. I wore 1,000 faces, so he doesn't know my appearance. Killing him, if it got me marked as red by the system, would not be worth it." Linger nodded, then walked towards the high platform. She reached out to test the boy's pulse and breath. "He's still alive." Su Yuan nodded, his mind suddenly flashing with those gray eyes. He stared at the boy on the high platform, noticing his finger move slightly. It seems like he's about to wake up. Linger looked at him and felt an unfamiliar familiarity. Strange. Her aura. Why does it feel so familiar? "Linger, let's go." Linger turned around and floated down from the high platform. She glanced back curiously at the person there, but didn't discover anything unusual. Su Yuan retracted Linger and pulled out a paralyzing talisman from his pocket. "I won't kill you, but I can't let you ruin my plans either." He controlled a mud figure to approach the boy and stuck the paralyzing talisman onto him. "I've wiped out every merman here. Consider me your savior," Su Yuan said, shrugging. "Next, Listen to your savior and stay here. Don't go anywhere. After saying this, he turned and headed towards the location of the key as indicated on the map. Not long after he left, the boy on the high platform slowly opened his eyes. His pair of gray eyes flickered with an eerie gray light. Su Yuan stood in front of a stone wall covered with seaweed. He stepped forward and gently tapped on the stone wall 3 times. Click, click, click. A 9-grid panel appeared on the stone wall where the sum of the rows, columns, and diagonals were equal. The map showed that completing the puzzle would allow one to obtain the key behind the panel. What a load of crap. Elementary school was always the most troubling with these types of problems. Su Yuan walked to the side, picked up a rock, and strengthened its hardness 100-fold. Brute force breaks all arts. Give me a way through. Boom. The rocks smashed against it, and the 9-grid panel instantly shattered into powder, revealing a square key box inside. Su Yuan took out the box and looked at its properties. 6th rank magic cube. Solve the magic cube to obtain the key within used for opening the treasure chamber entrance of the merman tribe. This item cannot be damaged. Damn, I seriously suspect. You're messing with me. Chapter 83, The Creepy Task. Unbreakable. This attribute of yours is just like it was made to mock my previous actions, Su Yuan muttered to himself in disdain. Master, I can help you untie it. Chang'an's voice rang in Su Yuan's ears, causing him, who was troubled about how to untangle the Rubik's Cube, to instantly break into a smile. Can you solve a Rubik's Cube? Chang'an looked at the 6th order cube in his hand and nodded. Not an expert, but I can handle it pretty well. Pretty well? That's great. If you can solve it, that's fine. Su Yuan quickly handed over the 6th order cube to him. Clatter clatter. It took no more than 3 seconds. Chang'an handed back the cube. Master, it's done. After taking back the completed cube, Su Yuan stared straight at him. Chang'an became a bit nervous from being watched so intently. He awkwardly scratched his head. Master, was I too slow? Please don't be angry. I'm indeed not very proficient. Not very proficient. Su Yuan almost pulled out his tongue. He drew Chang'an back into the ghost contract. Then with a light snap, the already solved Rubik's Cube opened up. A key-shaped hollow appeared in the middle of the cube, and a blue antique key appeared inside. Su Yuan reached out to take it. Good, let's go to where the statue is. He walked toward the exit. Startled, seeing the shadowy figure suddenly appearing before him, Su Yuan's expression slightly froze. I clearly stuck a binding charm on him. Wait a second, as he examined the boy in front of him. She had climbed out of the half-moon lake water, not only soaked all over, but also washed her originally dirty face clean, revealing an endearing and fresh face. By just this detail alone, it might not have shown much, but her wet clothes highlighted her feminine characteristics. So it was a poorly developed little girl after all. Su Yuan pulled out the demon-slaying knife from the storage ring. What do you want? What do I want? A glint of icy coldness flashed through the girl's gray pupils. You took away my treasure map. Will you just leave it at that? My treasure map? Su Yuan tapped his forehead twice. If I didn't remember wrong, that half-treasure map. I snatched it from the red-armored mermaid, right? Red-armored mermaid. The girl remembered. Ugh, it's all her fault. That half of the treasure map belongs to me. Give it back. The gray light in the girl's eyes intensified. Su Yuan has no time for nonsense with her. Her shadow suddenly stretched longer, went around the edge, and appeared behind the girl. Whoosh. The shadow suddenly entangled the girl. Huh. The girl turned around and threw a punch. Buzz. In an instant, the shadow was directly struck by her fist and thrown far away. She could wound the strange creature with her fists. Who is this girl? Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, she appeared like a whirlwind in front of Su Yuan. Lifting her fist, she slammed it towards Su Yuan. Pang. The girl was flung backward. Playing around. Su Yuan was wearing a white armor on the outside, but underneath he was dressed in a defensive weasel fur coat, with defense power up to 8,000. There was no way the girl could break through his defenses. Monster. The girl got up from the ground, her fists painfully shaken. You brat, beating someone and still calling them names, that's low-class behavior. As Su Yuan spoke, he already took out the wooden bow and arrow from the storage ring. Let's turn red if necessary, doesn't matter now. This girl does not seem normal at all. Su Yuan decided to deal with her quickly. He bent his bow, locked the target, and prepared to shoot. Meanwhile, the shadow that had been hiding silently saw the girl's attention drawn to Su Yuan, and it suddenly threw a stone toward her head. Bang! Her head was hit once. Her face instantly changed, and she closed her eyes. The next second, she reopened her eyes. A trace of surprise appeared on her cold face, immediately turning into fear. Finally, she hugged her head, crouched on the ground, and burst into tears. What did this mean? At the same time, the shadow seized the opportunity and acted from behind her, tying her up into a bundle. Su Yuan felt a bit strange. At this moment, Linger emerged from the ghost contract. Master, if I'm not mistaken, there are 2 souls within her. 2 souls. Su Yuan slowly retracted the bow in his hand. Linger nodded. The one just now was a powerful subordinate soul, and this one is the weaker main soul. Hey Linger, how do you know so much? Linger used to be dual-souled when alive. She turned her head towards Su Yuan. Just now, when I touched the girl, some memories from my past came flooding back. Oh, Su Yuan paused for a moment. Did this trigger the Ghost Bride sequel? He quickly opened the survival manual, and on the page of strange rules, a new content appeared that had never been seen before. Creepy task. Help the Ghost Bride recover her lost memories and resolve the grudges from her lifetime. After completing the task, a mission reward will be granted. A creepy task? This must be the new feature unlocked in the survival manual. Su Yuan asked Linger. Is this girl related to you? Linger shook her head. We have similar experiences. Around her, my memories seem to gradually return. I want to know more about my past. From her voice, Su Yuan sensed melancholy and pain. Master, can we not kill her? Linger looked toward the sobbing girl. Su Yuan nodded. Since they had triggered the mysterious task, he naturally wanted to keep the girl who could help Linger recover her memories if they were to complete it. Su Yuan and Linger slowly approached the girl, getting close enough to hear her cries. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. The girl cried out of terror. She wanted to go home, to eat noodles made by her mom, drink porridge cooked by her dad, visit her grandma, and her grandpa. Wah wah, this world was too scary. The girl completely fell apart. Wah wah wah, the demon and the female ghost were coming to kill her. Faced with the weeping girl, Su Yuan didn't have any good solutions. With no other choice, time for his ultimate technique. He placed the demon-slaying knife at the girl's delicate neck and whispered, "Keep crying, and I'll cut you." Ugh. The girl fell silent. Su Yuan internally gloated. How effective this method was to stop girls' tears. How strange. The survivor shared a similar experience with this eerie presence. This girl really had some bad luck. Linger. Is there a way to suppress the subordinate soul inside her? Preferably separated or eliminated. Her subordinate soul was too troublesome. Probably impossible to kill it. As for separating it, I'm not sure how, but for suppression. Linger thought for a moment. Got it. What are you doing? Don't. She tore off a piece of red silk ribbon, knelt down, grabbed the girl's wrist filled with fear, flicked her fingers, and formed a beautiful butterfly knot on the girl's sleeve. Subordinate soul hidden within this girl, I curse thee. As she ties this bow, thou shalt forever fall into slumber. Mysterious forces surged into the girl's body. Her eyes revealed a glimmer of gray light before vanishing once again. What did you do to me? The girl felt odd, but she wasn't exactly sure what happened. It's time to find the treasure. Su Yuan brought the girl to the black hole entrance, instructing Linger to take her out quickly. They rushed out of the bottom of the half-moon lake, returning to the lake surface. Where's little cold ball? Su Yuan looked around. Did he run off to find food? Squeak. At that moment, Zizi emerged from his sleeve, its small eyes focused on the spruce forest, emitting a series of rapid warning chirps. Su Yuan frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 84, The Demon. Where did little cold ball go? It must not have encountered any danger, right? Adding to this, Zizi kept barking incessantly towards the spruce forest. All of this cast a shadow over Su Yuan's heart. He tightly stared at the spruce forest shrouded in mist, and then took out a spirit fire talisman from his storage ring. That place had already exceeded Su Yuan's line of sight. He could only see a few spruces, with everything far away obscured by the mist. Just then, the girl behind him suddenly asked weakly, am I being kidnapped by you?" Su Yuan ignored her, because he noticed something suddenly appear in the forest, slowly coming towards them. "Excuse me, may I know your name?" "You can call me Qing." "Shut up." "Oh." Su Yuan was slightly distracted, but he had already locked onto what was slowly walking out of the mist. Su Yuan took out his evil cutting blade, his eyes never blinking as they fixed on it. "Ing, a merman?" Judging by the sound, yes. But immediately after, someone holding a long spear and completely wrapped in black cloth suddenly rushed out from the spruce forest. This gait, very familiar. Su Yuan watched its twisting body, recalling the image of the merman in his mind. Shoo! The long spear in its hand was hurled towards Su Yuan, swift like a shooting star. Ding! The spear collided with Su Yuan's clothing with terrifying defensive capabilities, instantly twisting and deforming. The spear had already bent. Ing. Without weapons, the black-robed person didn't prepare to stop. When it got closer, Su Yuan saw its face full of fish scales under the black robe. It was truly a merman, wrapped in a layer of black cloth to be active during the day. Go! Su Yuan threw the spirit fire talisman towards it. Tung! The merman was instantly surrounded by Sanwei true fire, burning it into ashes in an instant. Strange. How could the merman come out during the day? After all, they fear sunlight immensely. That white-armored merman turned into ash instantly when exposed to light, right? Before he could think deeply, woof, woof woof. Behind Half Moon Lake, a series of dog barks rang out. Little cold ball? Su Yuan's face lit up with joy. Phew, it's fine. This dumb dog is fine, and that's good. He turned his head towards the Half Moon Lake behind him, only to see little cold ball, looking like a nether hound, slowly floating out of the lake water and swimming over. Woof. Little cold ball climbed onto land from the water, shaking its fur vigorously, splashing droplets everywhere. Are you okay? Su Yuan walked over and gently patted its big head. Ayo. Little cold ball transformed back into the form of a common dog, and then gently rubbed Su Yuan's ankle with its little head. Its adorable appearance made Su Yuan want to laugh. I almost put out a lost dog announcement. Ayo. Little cold ball rubbed even more enthusiastically. Zizi jumped down from Su Yuan, diving into little cold ball's fur. Beside him, Xiaoqing anxiously watched little cold ball who acted so closely with Su Yuan. She remembered falling into the Half Moon Lake, being frightened by this shape-shifting dog. Could it be that all this was orchestrated by the man before her? Xiaoqing tightly bit her lips, the man from last night, who saved her appearing in her mind. Would he come to save her again? Unfortunately, despite seeing his face, she couldn't help but forget it. They were quite similar in one respect. Both had very ordinary appearances, so ordinary that one would hardly remember their faces. Xiaoqing cautiously glanced at Su Yuan beside her. Woof woof. Master, do you know how scared dogs get? From the spruce forest, a sudden long spear shot out, almost costing the life of your beloved one. Little cold ball still felt the aftershocks and glanced there with heightened alertness. Although Su Yuan couldn't understand its words, he read the uneasiness in little cold ball's behavior. Following its gaze, Su Yuan stared at the spruce forest enveloped in mist. Little cold ball must have encountered something earlier, otherwise, it wouldn't have submerged itself underwater until now. However, time waits for no one. Su Yuan looked up at the sun. There were only more than 3 hours left until nightfall. He needed to quickly obtain the treasure. Before it gets dark, he must return to the little dark house. If he doesn't return, what will happen? He suddenly conceived such a thought. Little cold ball, keep an eye on her. Su Yuan signaled for little cold ball to guard Xiaoqing while he approached the nearby stone statue and took out the key from his storage ring. Where is the keyhole? He squatted down, feeling around the stone statue, but found no keyhole at all. Could it be movable? Su Yuan grabbed the head of the stone statue and sharply twisted it. Click! An amazing scene occurred. With some effort, he directly wrenched off the stone statue's head. Brother, wasn't your craftsmanship too crude? But at the breakage point of the stone statue's head, a vertical keyhole appeared. The essence of this keyhole design is something that an average person would never find. Who would be idle enough to just go around twisting the heads off statues? Su Yuan didn't rush to insert the key. He first took out 100 clay puppet elementals of all kinds from his storage ring, had them form groups, and hide around the area. He told them to stay concealed. Since something's lurking in the dark trying to scheme against me, let's play a bit more openly. Even if you see me hiding these clay puppet elementals, you must still have the ability to deal with them. Once everything was set up perfectly, Su Yuan inserted the key into the keyhole. A click, and the stone statue's body split open in front of Su Yuan. A pitch-black cave entrance appeared before him. This is correct. Su Yuan pulled out the map and compared the treasure map's entry point with the subsequent route, reviewing it again. Let's go. Su Yuan and Xiaoqing went ahead, while Little Coal Ball and Ziji followed behind. They successively entered the hidden treasure location. As soon as Su Yuan and the others left, a figure indeed emerged from the spruce forest. He carefully approached, spotting the ambush set by Su Yuan. When he got near the treasure entry, several clay puppet elementals rushed over, encircling him in the middle. Paltry tricks. The man lunged at one of the puppets with his long spear in hand. Suddenly, one water-based clay elemental released a water shield, blocking the man's attack. Then, a fire-based elemental opened its mouth and shot a dragon made of flame straight at him. The man sidestepped the fiery dragon, but then felt a chill underfoot. Frost elemental puppets had frozen him to the spot. Curse! He swung his spear, drawing a circle horizontally, which instantly destroyed a few clay elementals. But within seconds, more clay elementals appeared around him. The man was thoroughly annoyed by the clay puppet assault. What he didn't know was that, at that moment, a pair of eyes in the cloud pine forest were closely watching him. Su Yuan had already entered the treasure vault. Upon entering, there was a narrow passage. The passage was so tight that only one person could pass through at a time, and it wasn't high either. Someone like Su Yuan, who was 1.8 meters tall, had to bend down to get through. You, where are you taking me? The girl timidly asked from behind Su Yuan. To look for treasure. Treasure. The girl immediately recalled the treasure map she'd obtained from the chest. Oh, may I know your name? Su Swan. Uh-huh. What will you do with me? The girl cautiously probed, vaguely remembering the horrifying sensation of her neck touching that cold blade. Startled, Su Yuan suddenly turned around and stared directly at her. Do you think I intend to do anything to you? In the dim light, the girl distinctly noticed a hint of ruthlessness on his face. Her pale face drained of color as she silently thought. Oh no, I've truly met a evil demon. Will he eat me? Chapter 85. Absolutely don't panic. After being scared by Su Yuan, Xiaoqing didn't dare to make a sound. Su Yuan held the torch high as Xiaoqing followed behind. They slowly made their way further in. Suddenly, Su Yuan stopped, and Xiaoqing, who was lost in thought trailing behind him, crashed straight into his back. I'm so sorry. Hush. Xiaoqing quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Su Yuan ignored her and moved closer to the map with the torch. The map showed a times symbol not far ahead. Su Yuan looked at the note on the map. This times symbol indicates a trap. Su Yuan opened the survival manual, and a mysterious rule appeared. Mysterious rule: be cautious of the big-headed fish that will swallow you whole. His gaze fell on the place where the trap was located ahead. Mirror. Master, create a mirror image of me, and let it set off the trap ahead. Yes. In the next second, Su Yuan's mirror image appeared in the tunnel and ran towards the location of the trap. Roar. As the mirror image reached the position of the trap, there was a splash, and a ripple formed on the ground, out of which appeared a giant-headed fish. Its enormous head opened its mouth wide, revealing jagged teeth as it lunged toward the mirror image. The mirror image was immediately swallowed whole by the large-headed fish. Su Yuan had already prepared himself. He flung the Zhanxiao knife. Swoosh. Hum. The large-headed fish was cut into two halves by the Zhanxiao knife. Su Yuan looked at the map again, and the times mark that was previously there disappeared. He stepped forward quickly, picked up the Zhanxiao knife, and found two pieces of fish meat on the ground. Big head fish meat, fresh, too. Fresh big head fish meat, rich in protein, tender and smooth in texture, can be eaten raw. Strength, +1. Food that boosts attribute points. Su Yuan was slightly excited, and he directly performed a 100-fold enhancement on the two pieces of fish meat. Strength, +100. Woof woof. Little Machio came running to Su Yuan's side, her eyes gleaming as she stared at the fish meat in his hand. Su Yuan generously handed her one piece, which Little Machio swiftly devoured. Little Machio's strength indeed needed some boosting. Unlike him, she only had one life, and if anything happened today, she would truly die. Su Yuan also ate the other piece. What a fresh taste. The fresh fish meat had no fishy smell at all, and even after eating it, the delicious and tender flavor lingered in his mouth. A sudden burst of warmth surged from Su Yuan's dantian, gradually spreading throughout his body. He couldn't help but exclaim, feels so good. At this moment, Su Yuan flipped open the survival manual to check his attributes. Strength, 158. I already had 58 points of strength. No wonder he could wrench the head off the statue. Because of the limit imposed by satiety, he could eat up to 6 items enhancing strength per day. But after 9 days in the survival world, he had accumulated strength 10 times that of an ordinary person. Now with the boost provided by the big head fish meat, Su Yuan's strength had exceeded 30 times that of an average human. Gripping his fists tightly, an unprecedentedly powerful force swirled inside him. Roar. Little Machio stretched out her body, her strength also having significantly improved. 100 points of strength added, making her attack power rise from 300 to 600. Xiaoqing stood nearby, shocked to see them eat the raw fish meat they had picked up, fearfully thinking if he might treat her like food too. For some reason, whenever she looked at Su Yuan now, he seemed more formidable than ever. Su Yuan waved his hand. Let's keep going. Woof. Little Machio urged the somewhat dazed Xiaoqing on. Oh, coming. Xiaoqing snapped back to reality, hastily catching up. She dared not provoke their anger. I will just obediently stay low profile. So hopefully, he won't eat me, right? Not long after Su Yuan and company left, the man who was blocked outside by the clay puppet figure arrived here. Su Yuan, don't think you're safe from me. The man clenched his spear tightly, his features menacing. He looked terrible. His face was scorched black and purple by the clay puppet. A large section of his hair was burned and curled, and his clothes were almost entirely burnt to shreds. Holding the spear firmly, he took a few steps forward, pulling out a palm-sized black turtle shell from his pocket. Looking at the turtle shell, he murmured, looks like the traps here have been dealt with. With complete confidence, he strode forward, stepping exactly where the big-headed fish had previously appeared. Ripples appeared on the ground. What's happening? The man hastily retreated. Roar. A big-headed fish identical to the one before emerged from the ripples, opening its giant mouth, biting wildly before retreating back under the surface of the water ripples. The trap was obviously already disabled. Could it be? The man's expression grew even colder. He seems to have become tougher than before. Interesting. He didn't notice a red figure flit away from the corner. By this time, Su Yuan had already reached the location of the next trap. They had already left the passage and entered a large room. The walls were covered with moss, and the floor was crawling with seaweed. Drops of water dripped continuously from the ceiling. Moreover, there were bulges on the ground resembling small mounds. Why is it so cold here? Su Yuan sensed an ominous chill. Remember, his clothes could adjust their temperature appropriately. Hiss hiss. Xiaoqing behind him was shivering, her lips turning blue from cold and her whole body trembling. And she kept jumping up and down just to warm herself. Little Meichio and Ziji were fine. One had lush fur, and the other was a spiritual entity. Su Yuan took out a python-scaled coat he had previously discarded from his storage ring and handed it over. Put it on. Ah, okay, hiss. Xiaoqing's mind seemed a little numb from the cold, and her fear of Su Yuan seemed to have decreased somewhat. She took the coat and quickly put it on, which fit perfectly and provided much warmth. Xiaoqing suddenly remembered what Su Yuan said while eating fish meat earlier, giving her another shiver. Could it be that he wanted me alive, so I stay fresh for eating? Su Yuan looked around, and then pulled out the survival manual from his storage ring. There's something out here. Perhaps we've stumbled upon an eerie rule? He flipped open the manual, and sure enough, an eerie rule appeared. Eerie rule. Countless remains of the merfolk race are buried here, their spirits unquiet. Any intruders will be devoured by them. Wow, this is serious. Su Yuan couldn't help but smirk. In the next second, a chilling wind came rushing. From those mound-like graves sprang strange gray streams of smoke that then merged together. Roar. The merfolk spirits converged into a colossal merfolk spirit. Intruder die. Its fishtail whipped towards Su Yuan. Ah. Xiaoqing beside him got scared so badly that she closed her eyes instantly. Swoosh. Su Yuan drew the long trident from his storage ring. You can be strong as you like, but my trident beats all. Before the giant fishtail touched Su Yuan, it recoiled in fright, kneeling down directly before him, its huge tail raised high, its head pressed tightly against the ground. Hey lad, why did you kneel? I'm only guarding the treasure under orders, truly never intended to offend the master. I see, you've been very good, perfect work attitude. Su Yuan smiled as he patted its large head. Next, you should keep guarding here well. If anyone else comes, do your best to eliminate them. Yes, yes. Make sure not to chicken out. Chapter 86. Drawing a gun? You're desperate. Su Yuan and his companions were about to move forward when a pleasant voice came from behind. Master, Linger, you're back. Linger silently appeared next to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing nearly fainted in fright. Su Yuan turned around. Is it him? Yes, master, Linger nodded. The yellow fox fled last time. We mustn't let him escape this time. Su Yuan nodded. Let's secure the treasure first. Then he nodded toward Xiaoqing, who was trembling uncontrollably. Keep an eye on this burden. I can't afford to worry about her. Yes, master. As Linger approached, Xiaoqing hastily moved aside. They had survived 2 traps so far, leaving only one final trap ahead. After traversing a narrow passage, Su Yuan and his group arrived at a water pool. Is this the last trap? Su Yuan examined the map. He opened the survival handbook first. Mysterious rule. The tears of the fish god gather here. Can you feel the fish god's pain? If not, die. What is the fish god's pain? This rule is way too mystical. Su Yin slammed the trident into the ground in front of the pond. This is where the tears of the fish god are gathered, right? I wonder if the trident will have some effect on it. All the water in the pond started to swirl, ultimately forming a massive whirlpool. It worked. Splash. A figure slowly rose from the water. Su Yuan and Xiaoqing couldn't help but exclaim. A mermaid. Her face looked as if it was intricately carved jade, exquisite and flawless, with black hair reaching down to her waist covering her pristine white skin. The fish tail gradually emerged, adorned with colorful fish scales. So beautiful. Linger couldn't help but admire. Chang'an, Ying, Jing, and others all emerged from the ghostly contract, their eyes fixated on the floating mermaid. Su Yuan frowned and stepped back a few steps, and conjured up a 5-thunder talisman in his hand. Are you the fish god? No matter if you're a god or a spirit, watch me send talismans flying your way and see if you don't die. I am in agony. A melodious voice came from the fish god's mouth. I've lost my freedom. Do you understand that? Intruder. She fixed her gaze directly on Su Yuan. I understand. In the mysterious rules, it mentions, if you cannot feel the pain of the fish god, then you must die. Su Yuan didn't want to go against the grain. Yes, you understand. You helped slaughter those detestable merfolk for me, said the fish god through clenched teeth. She gently landed on the shore, waving her hand, causing Su Yuan's trident stuck in the ground to fly into her grasp. Dang it, what's going on? Telekinesis? Su Yuan pondered secretly inside. If she got destroyed, wouldn't it be possible for her to drop a telekinesis powerball? What is your relationship with him? The fish god's voice was akin to celestial music, making Xiaoqing and the ghostly servants entranced. Him? Su Yuan furrowed his brows slightly. She was referring to the master of the trident. I have absolutely no relation to him. Instead, Xiaoqing nearby, when she saw Su Yuan pull out the trident earlier, it felt familiar to her. She pursed her lips and silently complained in her heart. It was clearly something she picked up. How could he be so despicable, taking both the treasure map and the trident away? I have no connection with him. I just happened to pick up his trident, Su Yuan confessed honestly, already prepared for a fight. You're very honest. Who knows? The fish god was very pleased with Su Yuan's answer and sadly added. He is merely a common human, likely having already returned to dust long ago. What more should I expect? Since you obtained his token and have managed to come here, it means you have some destiny tied to the treasure. You may proceed. Su Yuan was full of question marks. Is that it? But watching how the fish god caressed the trident, she obviously wasn't planning to return it. As Su Yuan continued moving forward, he thought about whether to take her down and see if anything good might drop. But if they end up not being able to handle her, wouldn't it be counterproductive? Alright, Su Yuan put the thunder talisman away. Just as he was circling around the water pool and about to pass through, a fierce roar came from behind. Su Yuan, stop right there. Su Yuan hesitated and turned around. The fish god, holding the trident, preparing to return to the water pool, also paused momentarily. Who dares to make such noise here? Her voice became colder than before. From following closely behind, a man now ragged and beaten appeared suddenly charging in. The man glared coldly at Su Yuan. Even though Su Yuan's appearance has changed, the dog and the owner of the spiritual rat certainly weren't wrong. Seeing the man, Little Coalball and Gigi immediately fluffed their fur. Especially Little Coalball. It kept glaring at the spear in the man's hand, feeling furious. Woof, woof, it was him who threw the spear to sneak attack me. I want you dead. The man thrust his spear into the ground, then directly retrieved a pistol concealed at his waist that he had prepared to use to ambush Su Yuan. A pistol? Su Yuan's expression slightly faltered. Was this guy packing such high-tech weaponry? But by revealing your trump card so early, aren't you falling right into Su Yuan's hands? So eager to draw your gun? Young man, you're desperate. Click, click. The man wanted to pull the trigger, but realized the pistol suddenly jammed, making it impossible to fire. The pistol didn't jam. The reason he couldn't fire was quite simple. The fish god directly used telekinesis to control his pistol. The man's planned secret weapon suddenly flew out of his hand, landing straight at Su Yuan's feet. The fish god softly said, "You helped me recover his token. This strange weapon will be my gift of thanks." "All right, thank you." Su Yuan bent down and picked up the pistol. "And furthermore, regarding the secrets of the treasure, I'll tell you." Then the fish god gave Su Yuan a charming smile before transforming into a streak of light and plunging back into the pool, vanishing without a trace. Zoom! A streak of light entered Su Yuan's forehead, instantly adding information about the final treasure to his mind. Simultaneously, a blue crystal flew from the pool and landed in Su Yuan's hand. "So the treasure is this. No rush then." Su Yuan smiled as he looked at the properties of the gun in his hand. Spirit gun, special prop. It can gather spiritual energy to launch attacks, bypassing defenses to directly attack ethereal beings. Soul impact, 300. Accuracy, 80%. Durability, 60%. Su Yuan did not rush to enhance it. He temporarily stashed the pistol in his storage ring. Damn. Seeing Su Yuan's smooth actions, the man was almost driven crazy with anger. Su Yuan gazed at the man across the pool. Every time you either send pets or equipment, it's exhausting. How about we just add each other as friends and trade? Add friends? The man's mouth twitched a little. "I'll fight you." He gripped the spear and charged over. Roar. Little coal ball rushed forward. Its claw collided fiercely with the spearhead. The man was thrown back. How painful. He landed heavily on the ground. Whoosh. Strands of red ribbons shot over, directly binding him. Su Yuan approached slowly. "Do you know about the fox pearl?" Fox pearl. Upon hearing these words, the man's expression clearly froze for a moment. "Didn't you find plenty of fox spirits? Hand them over, and I might consider letting you go." "I don't understand what you're talking about." As Su Yuan prepared to ask more questions. Woof woof. Chirp chirp. Little coal ball and Gigi started barking simultaneously towards the passage they came through. Zoom. A pitch-black coffin plummeted heavily next to the water pool. Chapter 87. Dare to flirt with the Eerie? Great Su Yuan, we meet again. A familiar voice came from the entrance of the passageway. Su Yuan looked outward. A cloaked figure slowly walked in. "Master." The ghostly servants of Chang and all emerged from their bonds and stood beside Su Yuan. Xiaoqing nearby was flustered. Was this man Great Su Yuan? She had just heard the man mention him, and it left her feeling confused. Now, another person addressed him that way. It must be true. It was a mistake for her to take him as a demon. Xiaoqing clenched her fists. A man like Great Su Yuan was undoubtedly the best man under heaven. How could he be a demon? I must have wronged him. Su Yuan felt helpless. This disguise with 1,000 faces was too much of a failure. How could everyone who comes out recognize him? Speaking of the previous man, as the original owner of Gigi, it made sense that he recognized him. But who was this stranger? The cloaked figure slowly approached and then stood next to the coffin. Great Su Yuan, do you still recognize me? He removed the hood of his cloak, revealing a ghastly pale face, his eye sockets black as if he wore dark makeup. Is he? Su Yuan felt a sense of familiarity, as if they'd met somewhere before. You wouldn't even be here without the map I provided. The map of Half Moon Lake? Chai Ning. Su Yuan still remembered him. They had once encountered each other at the Yellow Skin Grave. Only back then Su Yuan wasn't paying attention to him, so the impression wasn't deep. Su Yuan looked at Chai Ning across the water pool. You've got serious dark circles. Did you recently become a time management master? You. Chai Ning quickly put his hat back on. Su Yuan, given our past friendship, as long as you willingly hand over the fox pearl, and her, I can plead with my master to spare you. Chai Ning raised his hand, pointing behind Su Yuan. Su Yuan turned around briefly. Only Linger and Xiaoqing were there. Was he referring to the girl named Xiaoqing? And how did he know about the fox pearl? Say, where is your master so I can talk to them? Buzz. Before Chai Ning could respond, the coffin beside him suddenly stood upright. Whoosh. The coffin suddenly lunged straight towards Su Yuan. Ing immediately wove together the shadows around him into a shadow net, blocking it in front of them. Pop, pop, pop. The shadow net completely broke apart. The coffin continued hurtling directly towards Su Yuan. What's going on? Bang. A pair of hands caught the flying coffin midair. These hands belonged to Su Yuan's mirror image. Su Yuan's strength was already quite formidable, but the basic attributes of the mirror image were 10 times his. Bang. The mirror image delivered a punch to the side wall of the coffin, hurling it away with force. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. With such power, the coffin hadn't been shattered? He suddenly remembered the bronze coffin in his storage ring. I wonder which one is more solid. Controlling the mirror image, he chased after the coffin. Su Yuan, do you truly wish to die? Chai Ning charged at Su Yuan. His speed was very fast, like a blur, appearing before Su Yuan in the blink of an eye. Looking at the concealed face of Chai Ning, Su Yuan whispered quietly, have you lost your mind? Enough nonsense. Chai Ning tightened his fists and smashed them down. Save me. Why should I? Su Yuan effortlessly caught his fist. Chai Ning's hands were icy cold, hard, and possessed relatively greater strength than an average person. 3 Fox Spirit Stones. How does he have Fox Spirit Stones? Su Yuan swung his fist backwards and knocked him down to the ground instantly. Su Yuan pressed down on his shoulder with his elbow. How do you know about the Fox Pearl and the Fox Spirit Stones? The fallen Chai Ning revealed a sly smile. I also know the secret of the treasure here. He softly spoke a few words into Su Yuan's ear. Su Yuan smiled faintly. Deal. Where are the Fox Spirit Stones? In the pocket of my robe. Do you have faith that I will save you? Only you with your cheat abilities can save me. I'll take the gamble. You win. While speaking, Su Yuan had already manipulated a clay puppet to lift up Chai Ning's cloak and fish out 3 differently colored stones from his pocket. The clear heart talisman. Su Yuan stowed away the 3 Fox Spirit Stones, then casually pasted a talisman onto Chai Ning's forehead. A burst of white light instantly enveloped Chai Ning. In a flash, the corpse poison within him had been neutralized. Chai Ning lay there weakly, not wanting to move. Su Yuan, why didn't you directly use the talisman against us? Su Yuan offhandedly replied. Just for fun, I don't need talismans. I'm just messing around. Chai Ning seemed to remember something. He urgently rose to his feet and warned Su Yuan. Don't fool around. Quickly use the spirit fire talisman to burn that coffin. Master, the thing inside that coffin is terrifying. Is there a zombie inside? Exactly, a very scary female zombie. Oh, Su Yuan indifferently replied. If it's a zombie, then things will be much easier. What does he mean? Chai Ning was full of question marks on his face. Just then, Su Yuan suddenly pulled out brush, ink, paper, and an inkstone from his storage ring, and started grinding the vermilion ink. Chai Ning looked at him strangely. You're out of talismans? Are you drawing new ones now? Over there, the coffin was still grappling with Su Yuan's mirror image. Suddenly, the coffin stopped, and a horrifying black mist emerged from within. The moment the mirror image touched the black mist, it began aging rapidly. While drawing the talisman, Su Yuan praised, what a powerful ability. Chai Ning was almost crying. Big brother, can you take this seriously? It will kill us like this in a minute. Don't be afraid. Su Yuan took out a group of fire element clay puppet soldiers. Attack! Whoosh! 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 A crowd of clay puppet soldiers rushed in and surrounded the coffin. Fire dragons instantly engulfed the coffin. Will it work? Chai Ning nervously stared at the situation over there. Su Yuan indifferently said, Nope. What? Sure enough, the next second, the coffin lid was flung open, and a red figure shot out. The black corpse gas surrounding her directly pushed back the flames. You've angered me. The woman looked towards Su Yuan. By coincidence, Su Yuan's talismans were just completed. He immediately recalled those clay puppet soldiers. Anger makes one age easily. Better to stay beautiful. Hey, was Su Yuan flirting with her? How could he play around like that? Chai Ning was thrown off. Lord Su Yuan, you are truly amazing. You're really looking for death. The woman swept towards Su Yuan, enveloping herself in terrifying corpse gas. Master, watch out. Linger shouted loudly, and then threw the man she had previously wrapped up with a red silk cloth forward, blocking Su Yuan perfectly. Eek! What's going on? The man's complexion drastically changed. Finished. The terror of the corpse gas instantly covered him. With a wave of the woman's hand, she sent him flying far away. Ah! The man let out a painful cry as his hair instantly turned white, and the skin on his body began aging. Right at that moment, Chang'an suddenly appeared beside him and initiated soul hooking. You cannot die yet. Master still needs something to be found. Swoosh. The man's soul was hooked out. Seize. Chang'an temporarily sealed him away and decided to deal with him once they left. On the other side, in the blink of an eye, the woman had already arrived close by. Su Yuan calmly retrieved the clear heart talisman. Silence. The woman's corpse gas dissipated. Her body dropped heavily, falling onto the ground. Su Yuan walked over and directly pasted a paralyzing talisman on her forehead. Immediately afterward, he drew out the evil cutting sword and gestured with it before the beautiful woman's face. Say again, who wanted to die just now? Chapter 88, The Fish Spirit Pearl. The woman, or rather, she should be called a female zombie, was so furious that she wanted to pin Su Yuan down and devour his bones, flesh, and blood. Chai Ning was shocked by Su Yuan's series of actions. He couldn't help but exclaim, Su Yuan is truly the foremost expert in bizarre survival. Xiao Qing also cast an admiring glance at him. With her hands clasped together at her chest and eyes shining, she exclaimed, the great god is too handsome. Arg arg. At this moment, Su Yuan, holding the evil slaying sword, tapped the female zombie's head twice. Not going to talk anymore? The female zombie shot him a killing glare, which Su Yuan didn't even flinch at. With a smile, he said, all right then, it's my turn to put in some effort. Then, he placed the corpse cultivation talisman he had just drawn on the palm of his left hand. He then lightly cut the index finger of his right hand with the evil slaying sword, causing a drop of fresh blood to drip onto the talisman. Infuse essence and blood. Merge the 3 spirits. Bind the spirit of the corpse. Arise. This incantation was from the corpse controlling art within the alchemy of zombies, and when paired with the corpse talisman, could control the fully formed zombie. Su Yuan, are you insane? When Chai Ning saw Su Yuan reaching out to tear off the immobilization talisman pasted on the female zombie, his face instantly turned dark like soy sauce. But the next second, the female zombie humbly stood beside Su Yuan, completely devoid of her previous arrogance. Could this really be the master she'd been serving for days? How could she now display such a servile attitude before Su Yuan? Unable to resist, Chai Ning asked, Su Yuan, what did you do? Not worth mentioning. Su Yuan waved his hand, and then turned his gaze to Xiao Qing, saying, by the way, why would you two take interest in this girl? Her. Chai Ning shook his head. Master, it's not that. She's after that red-veiled female ghost. Linger. Su Yuan glanced back at Linger not far behind him, and found her standing there dumbfounded, seemingly lost in thought. What's going on? Su Yuan looked at the female zombie. You tell me. The female zombie opened her mouth and said, in the past, we shared the same body. Su Yuan immediately pulled out his survival manual and checked the strange task listed. Strange task. Sequel to Ghost Bride. The Ghost Bride has retrieved her lost memories. Please help her untie her grievance knot. After finishing reading the strange task, Su Yuan looked up towards Linger, seeing her slowly walking towards them. Master, I have something I want to ask her. May I? Of course. Linger stared at the emotionless face of the female zombie. Since the moment you came here, I've sensed your presence. My memories gradually returned, and I have only one question. Back then, why did you do that? Shouldn't that question be coming from me? Suddenly the corpse inside the female zombie erupted. Linger was no less willing to back down, as ghostly chi burst forth from her, battling against it. Stop. Su Yuan felt if he didn't intervene, they might demolish the secret passage. Upon hearing his words, both of them ceased. Why can't you say things calmly? Master, Yuan has nothing more to say to her. All I see is the urge to swallow her whole. Yuan, this was the name of the female zombie. Linger, hands on her hips, shouted angrily. What a haughty zombie. Master, burn it. He's my master now too. Su Yuan almost felt his head explode. Feeling somewhat helpless, Su Yuan believed it wasn't wise to stay long here. They'd better wait until they returned to deal with this strange task. Dismiss. Linger returned to the ghost pact. Once Linger retreated, Yuan naturally calmed down as well. Truly impressive skills, Su Yuan. Ning came over and offered a compliment. All these oddities, once they meet you, obediently submit. How come you're still here? Su Yuan replied seriously. If you have nothing else to do, leave quickly before I get tempted to rob and kill you. He suddenly recalled the scene where the man was directly thrown out by Linger to serve as a meat shield, causing a slight change in his expression. Ning took out his survival manual, flipped through it briefly, then laughed, and said, I see that someone in the chat channel mentioned that night is approaching, so I must leave now. Having finished speaking, Ning was about to go. Wait, Su Yuan called out to him. What is it, Master Su Yuan? Do you have anything else to discuss? He stopped his steps and turned to look at Su Yuan. Your little black room is quite far away. How do you plan to get back? By this, Su Yuan implied. Once it's dark, how will you manage? Ning smiled and said, no need for Master Su Yuan to worry. I've already planned out how to get back. Is that so? Good job. Seeing that Ning didn't intend to elaborate, Su Yuan stopped probing further because he vaguely guessed something. Farewell. Farewell. As Ning walked away, unbeknownst to him, a clay puppet with a hidden invisibility talisman followed stealthily behind. Su Yuan needed to verify his guess. Also, regarding what he just mentioned earlier, whether it was the fox pearl or the treasures located here, it was all told to him by a mysterious person through the trading market. The 3 fox spirit stones were also given to him by the other party. How credible was this matter? At this moment, Xiao Qing ran over, looking at him with admiration. Great God, you're really amazing. Su Yuan glanced at her. Oh, she seemed to be of no use anymore. Since Linger's memories had been completely restored, this little girl had become a burden. You should leave too. Xiao Qing didn't react for a while. Didn't I kidnap you? Now it's unbinding time, you can go now. Oh, Xiao Qing pouted her lips, showing reluctance, and dragging her feet. Su Yuan called Little Cold Ball over. Woof, Little Cold Ball, tell me, what is out there at night? Woof woof. Those weird creatures that specifically eat little girls. That's truly terrifying. Su Yuan deliberately used an exaggerated tone. Scared, Xiao Qing's face changed instantly as it was almost dusk, so she decided to head back to her little black room. Thinking about this, Xiao Qing gave Su Yuan one last reluctant glance and turned to run off. Chang'an walked up to Su Yuan and said, I have already claimed the soul of that man. Su Yuan felt very reassured delegating the task to Chang'an. Immediately, he gathered Chang'an and them into the ghost pact. Su Yuan recalled what Ning had previously said to him, and he looked at Yuan. Ning has been with you all along. How does he know we're here? Yuan shook her head. Not sure. It seems like someone else told him. Su Yan thoughtfully mused. Could it be that man? When they returned, he would need to carefully interrogate his soul. Next, let's bring the treasure back. Su Yuan headed towards the final hiding place marked on the treasure map. Little Cold Ball, Ziji, and Yuan followed closely behind. They quickly arrived at the location where the treasure was hidden. This was a spacious room containing a cylindrical platform in its center. On top of the platform sat a chest emanating a blue glow. Su Yuan slowly approached it. Suddenly, a stream of light emerged from within his body and drilled into the jewel box. Click. The box opened, and inside floated a blue pearl the size of a thumb, which fell directly into Su Yuan's hands. So this is the treasure of the mermaid clan? A single pearl? He glanced at the attributes of the blue pearl. Fish spirit pearl. Description. Only those who receive the blessing of the fish god can take it away. Control power, 200. Can control fish-based oddities at level C or below. Turned out it was a control item. No wonder it was treasured by the mermaid tribe, though its power wasn't overwhelming. But Su Yuan could amplify it 100-fold. Control power, 20,000. Can control fish-based oddities at level S or below. Now this is more fitting for your title of Fish Spirit Pearl. Chapter 89, The Mysterious Person. The little black room was above Half Moon Lake. Su Yuan, with Little Cold Ball and Ziji, returned quickly after leaving the treasure's secret passage of Half Moon Lake. He temporarily placed Yuan in her usual coffin inside the cattle raising area where corpses were buried for corpse refining. There was about an hour left before nightfall, and Su Yuan prepared to open the treasure chests dropped by the merman first. 8 treasure chests. After taking off his thousand faces disguise, Su Yuan controlled the clay puppet to go over and open them. Click, click. The delightful sound made when the treasure chest opened was truly enjoyable every time. Whoosh. 3 shadows simultaneously emerged from 3 of the treasure chests and rushed towards Su Yuan. Go. Su Yuan threw a spirit fire talisman over. Sanwei true fire swiftly enveloped them and in an instant burned them into ashes. 3 little ghosts appeared from 3 of the treasure chests. 5 remained. Su Yuan walked over. White armor. As it turned out, 4 pieces of white armor were inside the remaining 5 treasure chests. He was somewhat speechless. Merman brothers, you're really poor. At this point, he looked at the last treasure chest that dropped from the red armor. A skill orb. Excitedly, Su Yuan took out the gray spell stored in the treasure chest. Fish scale arm. The skin on the hands and arms turns into fish scales, increasing hardness. Hardness, 50. The hardness can rival stone. Su Yuan directly performed a 100-fold reinforcement on its hardness. Hardness, 5,000. The hardness can rival diamond. Ghosts. Su Yuan swallowed the orb in one bite. Streams of gray energy dispersed throughout his body. Su Yuan absorbed the energy of the orb and had already mastered the ability of the fish scale arm. He tried activating the ability. The skin on his arm hardened quickly in layers, turning into colorful scales. He clasped his hands together and slapped them twice, producing a clang-clang sound. Su Yuan went to the little black room. There happened to be a large rock nearby. He walked over and lightly touched it. Crack. The rock broke. So hard. Su Yuan couldn't help but marvel. He returned to the little black room and decided to deal with Linger's weird rule after the strange rules of the night passed. After all, since it involved two women, the situation might not be easy to handle. He lay down on the bed and then picked up the survival manual, casually flipping through its contents. At this moment, Su Yuan noticed a system announcement appearing in the chat channel. System announcement. After sunrise, a power ranking will be published. The system will rank the survivor's strength. The top 100 names will be disclosed on the list. Note: people on the list can choose whether or not to disclose personal information. The number 1 on the list will receive a special honorary title. The list will be updated every 10 days. How could I have forgotten about this matter? Su Yuan took out the survival manual, flipped to the page of honorary titles, and beside the honorary titles, there was clearly a leaderboard, though it currently showed nothing. The power leaderboard. I wonder how it evaluates the strength of the survivors. The image of that man surfaced in his mind. If he really is a reborn person, perhaps he knows more. Chang'an. Master, let that man out. Yes. Chang'an waved his long sleeves, a dark mist appeared, and a figure emerged in front of Su Yuan. Master, after you enhanced me, I've been studying my soul-catching ability. Now it has been improved. Any soul I catch will be in a dazed state, at which point, if you ask him questions, he will answer anything truthfully. Chang'an's face was full of smiles. His ability wasn't suitable for direct confrontation. Starting from Su Yuan's forced interrogation of the white armor merman, he figured out this direction and completed the improvement. Really? Su Yuan's face lit up with joy. He was worried this man would stubbornly refuse to say anything. Chang'an bowed respectfully. Master, you can ask whatever you like. All right. Su Yuan looked at the man. What's your name? Zhu Yu. Good. Are you a reborn person? Zhu Yu looked blankly. No. Then how did you know about the Fox Pearl and the Merman clan's treasure? The mysterious person gave me trading information in the trading market. The mysterious person, trading market. What he said matched what Chai Ning said. It seemed Chai Ning wasn't lying. Originally, Su Yuan thought the mysterious person was this Zhu Yu, but apparently not. Why did he send it to you? To let us take control of resources at the start and dominate the rankings, because we are spirits. Puff. Zhu Yu's soul suddenly exploded into a puff of black gas. Just as it was getting crucial, he disappeared just like that. Master, he must have been cursed with some kind of triggered spell. Su Yuan frowned, wondering who was plotting behind the scenes. He silently pondered. Who exactly is the mysterious person they mentioned? Even though he had accumulated so much by now, in the future, he still needed to be even more cautious. Su Yuan opened the survival manual and flipped to the chat channel. World chat channel. After tonight, the rankings will be open. I wonder who will be ranked first. No need to say, it's definitely Master Su Yuan. Not necessarily. With a global population of 7 billion, there might be other powerful individuals lurking undiscovered. Wait, how many people are there globally? It's not 7 billion. Look at the total number of people on the world chat channel. 4.5 billion. What? Shock, awe, horror. You just noticed? I realized this long ago. That's right. Every day many people die. The past few days, the numbers have decreased particularly fast. Are everyone trying to go outside during nightfall to search for treasure chests? If it were only the bizarre rules during nighttime, with Master Su Yuan's strategy guide, as long as we don't act recklessly, most of us could survive. This is a survival world. We must empower ourselves. So many people lost their lives because of that. Silence. We've been in the bizarre world for 10 days, right? To be precise, 9 nights and days. Who among us does not yet have some means to save our own life? That's right. One day, I will ride a bizarre creature and make it call me daddy. Flipping bizarre creatures isn't just a dream. Charge, charge, charge. Brothers, stop boasting. Let's upgrade the little black room to level 2 first. Sisters, I still don't dare to search outside for treasure chests. Can anyone trade me one? Dear lady, my little black room has lots of treasure chests. Come quickly. Brother, you're disgusting. Ugh. Su Yuan couldn't bear to look anymore. Most of the active users in the chat channel are seeking comfort. Valuable information is scarce, but watching them pass the time can be entertaining. At this moment, it had already gotten dark. A sound of tick-tock from the pendulum of a clock rang out in his ears. Su Yuan flipped forward to the bizarre rule page. Bizarre rule. The wall clock inside the little black room is linked to the survivor's life. When the hour hand points to 12 again, your life will end. Be cautious. Do not attempt to destroy it. Otherwise you will also suffer equivalent damage. If the clock stops working, your life will come to an end. Enjoy your gift of the clock tonight. Gift. The clock had already started running, and the hour hand would point to 12 again roughly 12 hours later. Su Yuan felt a storm surge within him. Tonight seems to want to get rid of all survivors. He looked at the old-fashioned hanging clock on the wall. You cannot stop it, nor can you destroy it. Su Yuan carefully studied the bizarre rule. Using brute force definitely wouldn't work, so what should he do? And ignoring it wasn't an option either. When the time reached 12 o'clock, you will die. Chapter 90. The Pendulum. Tick-tock. Leaning against the bed, Lu Yi nervously stared at the pendulum on the wall. With each swing of the pendulum, life seemed to be slipping away. Will I die tonight? What a miserable day. She gently moved her right leg. Even though it was simply bandaged, the wound appeared inflamed and swollen quite severely. Lu Yi felt so terrible that she wanted to cry. She opened her survival manual and looked at the only friend in her chat list, biting her lips after thinking for a long time. In the end, she couldn't resist sending a message. Daozhong, how should we deal with tonight's bizarre rule? Tears were welling up in Lu Yi's eyes. She originally wanted to say, Daozhong, I'm so upset, but she didn't express it in the end. Su Yuan did not reply, which made her even sadder. Her tears fell on her chest. And Lu Yi continued to send messages. Daozhong, I'm so scared. Can you talk to me? Daozhong, are you there? Despite several consecutive messages, Su Yuan didn't reply at all. Tick-tock, the pendulum on the wall kept ticking. Lu Yi decided to make one last attempt. She sent another message. I found a special item today. Would Daozhong consider a trade? How to trade? Su Yuan replied instantly. A vein twitched on Lu Yi's face. But this was the world of survival. Everyone just wants to live. Who would care about who you were? She faintly responded, Big brother Su Yuan, my leg got injured while mining today. Do you have any medicine for external injuries? Unconsciously, the way she referred to him had changed. External injury treatment? Su Yuan indeed had some. The strange rules of the night were indeed hard to decipher. Su Yuan pondered for a long time, but had no clue. He was just about to go to the chat channel to get some genius thoughts when he saw the message from Lu Yi saying that she had a special item. White Phoenix Peach could heal her wounds. However, he needed to check the attributes of her special item first. Su Yuan said, let me see its properties. Zhu Xia Gem, special item. Can be used as an inlay for weapons or armor. After embedding, plus 50 Zhu Xia attribute. Perhaps others would think that just 50 points of Zhu Xia attribute were ordinary. But Su Yuan thought differently. 50 points? So what? We can strengthen them 100-fold. Moreover, the Zhu Xia gem can be embedded. He could directly use it on his Demon Slayer blade. Deal. Su Yuan readily agreed and added generously. I'll also give you a Spirit Fire Talisman. If you find more special items in the future, please prioritize trading with me. Okay. Lu Yi composedly completed the transaction with Su Yuan. Men. Always thinking about transactions. But when she saw the attributes of White Phoenix Peach, she cried uncontrollably. White Phoenix Peach. Upon consumption, damaged muscles and skin will immediately be restored. She cried while eating the peach. Wah. So many injuries from mining all over her body. The leg injury made her feel especially hopeless. But now, with this peach, everything is healed. Lu Yi jumped off the bed happily. The leg injury was gone, and the gloom in her heart seemed to lift. Big brother Su Yuan. No, Daozhong was truly great. He said he'd prefer me first. Isn't this hinting at something? Women. After receiving the Zhu Xia gem, it was a green circular gemstone. Su Yuan strengthened it 100-fold, then embedded it onto the Demon Slayer blade. The Zhu Xia attribute of the Demon Slayer blade became 5700. With one strike of my blade, would the clock disappear? Yes, if the clock disappeared, he probably would too. The fact that violence cannot resolve the issue was most troubling to Su Yuan. He held the Demon Slayer blade and stared absent-mindedly at the green gemstone on it. The clock on the wall is connected to my life. But exactly how is it linked to my life? Tonight they sent a clock for you. Damn it. What does this bizarre rule mean? Su Yuan stood up and slowly approached the clock. Looking at the clock on the wall, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind, reminding him of Mirror's strange rule from that time. Could there be a ghost of the clock hidden inside this clock? Su Yuan carefully inspected the clock in front of him and swung his Demon Slayer blade. The Demon Slayer blade paused just before touching the clock. It continued to tick-tock without any ghosts appearing. Is there no ghost? Su Yuan tried to pull it down, but found out that the clock was embedded in the wall and could not be removed. 12 hours. Why precisely 12 hours? Su Yuan stood in front of the clock, seriously pondering. He suddenly realized something and hurried to the door, opened the door of the small dark room, and looked up at the sky. The countdown on the moon showed 7 hours 30 minutes and 7 seconds. 4.5 hours of the night had passed, which felt much shorter than usual. Su Yuan glanced at the clock on the wall again. 12 hours, precisely matching the length of tonight. If it were still not 12 o'clock when the dawn broke, what would happen? But the rule clearly mentioned that if the clock stops running, you will die anyway. The challenge was to prevent it from stopping while ensuring it couldn't reach 12 o'clock before sunrise. Su Yuan stared at the swinging pendulum and muttered softly. Could the solution be? World Chat Channel. Guys, this clock is so annoying. Can't we just destroy it? Are you kidding? Didn't you read the eerie rules? If the hands hit 12, we're dead. If it gets close to 12, I'll just turn it back a bit. Will that work? Creative thinking. I checked. There really is an adjustment screw below the clock. But can it actually adjust? I think it's worth a try. Is anyone willing to test it? Smith Morton adjusted the time backward, causing his clock's hands to accelerate in reverse. His clock time reverted to 12 o'clock, and Smith Morton died. Everyone gasped. Time cannot be turned back. Guess we just wait to die? Hope someone else cracks this rule. There's still time. Not really. Only 6.5 hours remain. I hesitantly ask, does the clock's time exactly match the duration of the night? You're right about that. So what? If we slow down the speed of the clock's time, can we prevent it from hitting 12 o'clock before sunrise? Then, once dawn arrives, the eerie rule will vanish, right? You're blind? Earlier, someone tried turning the time back, and they died. I get it. You mean don't turn it backward, but somehow make the clock move slower. Will that work? It should. Pulling the screw down lengthens the pendulum, slowing its swing, which slows the rotation of the hands. Who dares to try it? Silence. No one dared. If the eerie rule triggered, death would come. And no one wanted to die? It wasn't until Su Yuan released his strategy. Su Yuan, the master has posted a guide. What does it say? The guide suggests, lengthen the pendulum to slow down the movement of the hands. What? It's that simple. Everyone became confused. I told you, we should have slowed it down. We all thought of it. Buffed, you may have thought of it, but who dared to try? As always, in crunch time, everyone relies on Master Su Yuan. In the dim room, Su Yuan had already adjusted the length of the pendulum. Now he sat on the chair and looked at the modified eerie rule in the survival manual. The clock's rotation has been slowed down, and it won't reach 12 o'clock before dawn, finally disappearing. Chapter 91, Rising Survivors. The small dark room was very quiet at this moment. Little Coalball curled up in the corner, chewing on weasel meat while tilting her head to glance towards Su Yuan beside the little black table. Ziji lay sleeping on her head. On the chair beside the little black table, Su Yuan sat upright, sensing the clay puppet he had sent out. It had lost Chai Ning's trail, and it now stood outside Xiao Qing's little black room. Xiao Qing had been taken away by Chai Ning. This was a bit strange. Su Yuan could only summon the clay puppet back. His incredible speed indicates that his strength is clearly extraordinary. Moreover, Su Yuan sent the clay puppet after Chai Ning and discovered that he also possessed a mobile second-level little black room. This Chai Ning certainly has many secrets. Could there be a connection between him and the mysterious person mentioned by Zhu Yu? Su Yuan stood up, walked to the window, and looked out. On the first night of appearing in this bizarre world, I awakened to the talent of hundredfold reinforcement. Did others awaken to some talent as well? Through the window, he gazed at the pitch-black night, a sudden surge of inexplicable excitement welling up in his heart. A grand stage with only one dance would be awfully dull. After all, people from all over the world had come to this strange place. Once they adapted to it, they began exploring patterns and seeking improvement. From the start, when Su Yuan's solo show continued until now, every day there were announcements about survivors receiving honorary titles. World Chat Channel. Announcement. Sun Yin completed the first kill of a werewolf and obtained the Werewolf Hunter title. Announcement. Thompson completed the first kill of a vampire and obtained the Vampire Hunter title. Announcement. Ahmed completed the first kill of a mummy and obtained the Mummy Hunter title. Announcement. Yoshida Shoichi completed the first kill of a human and obtained the Human Race Hunter title. The title holder will be marked as red name, and his title will be highlighted in red above his head. There are an unusually large number of honorary titles tonight. After all, the rankings will be released tomorrow. Who will be ranked first? Everyone thought of that name, Su Yuan. No matter what kind of performance or achievements others had, they couldn't match Su Yuan's deeply ingrained otherworldly abilities. He would always be a god in people's hearts. At this moment, Su Yuan was sitting on the chair, preparing to solve Linger's problem. Linger stood by his side, hands hanging down, tightly gripping together, with her right thumb pressing hard on the tiger's mouth of her left hand. Su Yuan glanced at her, then looked at Yuan standing emotionless nearby, seemingly without ripples. Indeed, different souls can grow into one body, just like the girl called Xiaoqing who appeared earlier. The main soul is weak and incapable, but the secondary soul is shrewd and strong. I want to make it clear first, no arguing. Whoever I allow to speak may do so. Did you hear me? All right, master. Yes. Good. The intimidation power of the master still exists. They act this way in front of me, so they shouldn't squabble later. Su Yuan turned to Linger. After all, this mission was related to her. Linger, tell me what grievance is in your heart. When Linger heard Su Yuan allowing her to speak first, she felt thrilled. Of course, the master favored her more. She slowly relaxed her tightly clenched hands, adjusted her clothes, and said, back then, it was she who collaborated with that evil Taoist to expel me from my body, then went on to have a ghost wedding with a strange man. Ghost wedding? Was that where her ghost bride backstory came from? Su Yuan turned his head to look at Yuan, waiting for her response. But Yuan still stood there expressionlessly, without any intention of speaking. Why don't you say anything? Humph, master, see how she admits it? Such a wicked woman. Burn her already. Linger angrily said. The master didn't let me talk, Yuan replied. So obedient. Su Yuan quickly said. Yuan, speak up. Is what Linger saying true? No, she's lying. Yuan stared straight at Linger and said. Now you call the Taoist master evil, but why did you collaborate with him and design to separate me from our body, confining me in such an ugly vessel? And now, you turn around to falsely accuse me. Ugly vessel. Su Yuan scrutinized her appearance, smooth skin, bright eyes, white teeth. She was truly beautiful, far from being associated with ugliness. You must be practicing humble bragging. Also, what's going on with the master thing? Su Yuan curiously looked at Ling. Unlawful union. Linger's body quivered slightly. You're making things up. It was clearly you who conspired with that wicked Taoist. So how could it be me framing you? Wait, you said this body isn't mine. Then where is my body? Yuan cast a faint glance at her. With the master here, why pretend? Why ask me about your body? Did you get so infatuated with that zombie that he turned you into one as well? Linger grew anxious. You're talking nonsense. Tell me quickly, what happened to my body? Without her body, she didn't even know what she looked like. This was also the reason why she couldn't remove her red veil. Yuan ignored her and addressed Su Yuan instead. Master, this female ghost conspired with that dog Taoist to seal me inside a corpse and transform me into a zombie. Her intentions were extremely sinister. She deserves to die. Master, it's her. You. Enough. Seeing the two women about to argue again, Su Yuan quickly intervened. You two stop arguing. Keep it up, and I'll burn you both. Su Yuan waited until they quieted down before continuing his questioning. Both of you mentioned that Taoist. Tell me, who exactly is he? Him. Linger was about to speak when she suddenly found herself unable to articulate anything. A second ago, she seemed quite familiar with him, but in the next instant, all memories of him became extraordinarily hazy. A flicker of emotion finally appeared on Yuan's face. She furrowed her brows, opened her mouth, but said nothing. Forgot. Su Yuan sighed in frustration. This Taoist was the key figure. Without a clear idea of who he was, there would be no way to proceed. Master, that Taoist must have used some kind of sorcery on me. No matter how hard I try, I can't remember. I can't recall either. After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan asked another question. Do you have any clues about where he went? He's definitely still alive. Linger confidently declared. The Taoist once boasted many times that he doesn't age and won't die. Immortal. Su Yuan's expression stiffened. This Taoist might truly be a monster. Are there any other leads? Anything else? Linger lowered her head, recalling carefully. Right. At this point, Yuan suddenly interjected. I remember that when he performed magic on me, he held a jade token. Linger agreed. Yes, an emerald green jade token. What? Emerald green jade token? That sounded very familiar to Su Yuan. Could it be this? He hurriedly searched within his storage ring. The next second, a palm-sized emerald green jade token appeared in Su Yuan's hand. Ancestral Dao Jade. A special item whose attributes were unknown. Master, how did it end up in your hands? It's definitely this one. Both Linger and Yuan fixed their gazes on the ancestral Dao Jade in Su Yuan's hand. At this moment, Su Yuan's jade token suddenly emitted a soft green glow and slowly floated upward. Ah! Linger and Yuan cried out simultaneously. Suddenly, two beams of white light shot out from the ancestral Dao Jade, instantly enveloping them both. A tremendous sense of awe spread through them. They felt as if 1,000 gene weights had been pressed upon them, rendering them completely immobile. Chapter 92. Dao Yun Ancestral Jade. Su Yuan quickly reached out and grabbed the jade tablet, extracting a clear mind talisman from his storage ring and pressing it hard against the jade. Fortunately, the silence effect of the clear mind talisman suppressed the authority of the Dao Yun Ancestral Jade. Humming. After shaking twice, the green light slowly dissipated, and the jade tablet calmed down. The white glow surrounding Linger and Yuan disappeared, and the pressure vanished. However, they were still shaken, each stepping back a step, showing great fear towards the jade tablet in Su Yuan's hand. Su Yuan noticed that attributes had appeared on the Dao Yun Ancestral Jade. Dao Yun Ancestral Jade. Legend has it that when the Dao ancestor was young and practiced the way, he often wore this jade tablet day and night, allowing it to nurture a thread of postnatal Dao essence, becoming a powerful treasure for subduing demons. Soul Capture. 999. Curse Art. Lost. Daunting a level or lower eerie forces. Activate the curse art to absorb them into the Dao Yun Ancestral Jade. Attributes incomplete, and at the same time, the curse art is lost. However, even just the attribute of intimidating eerie entities below the A level already made Su Yuan feel astonished. He reversed his hand and put it away, deciding not to enhance it 100-fold for now. He could wait until more of its attributes were revealed before making comparisons. Master, where did you get that jade tablet? Seeing Su Yuan put the Dao Yun Ancestral Jade away, Linger hurriedly came up to ask, could it be that you know that Taoist fiend? Yuan also cast a puzzled look. Su Yuan shook his head at them. Of course I don't know him. This thing was dug out by little coal ball from a jade shop. Oh, Linger seemed somewhat disappointed. She stood with her head bowed, seemingly deep in thought. Su Yuan curiously asked, Linger, why do you say that Taoist is your master? Linger fiddled with her fingers, appearing rather awkward. Back then, the village invited him mainly to drive away evil spirits. After he subdued the malevolent ghosts, we all greatly respected him. He said he couldn't stay forever, so he selected some people with spiritual bones and taught them some techniques to exorcise evil spirits. I was one of them. Come, let me sum it up for you. Su Yuan looked at her and said, in fact, it's very simple. That Taoist fiend designed the two souls within your body, right? But what exactly was his purpose in doing so? He once said he was studying the way of ghost soldiers, Yuan calmly said, and a dual soul body is best suited for refining ghost soldiers. Linger slightly startled. Whenever he mentioned this, it always sounded like a joke, so I never took it seriously. Su Yuan privately pondered. If he really wanted to refine ghost soldiers, wouldn't it have been enough to directly subdue her using Dao magic? Why would he need to take such a roundabout approach? At this moment, the image of Xiaoqing being taken away by Chai Ning suddenly surfaced in his mind. What was Chai Ning's intention? Headache. Anyway, our goal is only one. Su Yuan looked at Linger, is your inner resentment about Yuan? Her? Linger turned to Yuan. She is truly beautiful. What exactly do I look like? She spoke up. Before meeting Master, my resentment was against her and that Taoist fiend. Saying this, Linger turned to face Su Yuan. After meeting Master, my resentment changed. She and that Taoist fiend are no longer as important. Su Yan's face darkened a bit. Could her resentment be that? Linger's usual words echoed in his ears. I want to hang by the wall corner and watch Master sleep. Cough cough. Linger, think carefully before you speak. Linger firmly stated, Master, I am clear. Right now, I'm absolutely clear. I am very curious about my own appearance. Only by knowing what I look like can I lift my veil, so Master can see me. Look at me. Su Yan was dumbfounded. He recalled the first time he met her and how he had reached out to lift her veil. No wonder she became so agitated when Yuan mentioned that her soul was placed in an unfamiliar corpse and refined into a zombie. In that case, Yuan's looks aren't hers. This shouldn't be too difficult. Su Yan looked at Yuan. Do you remember Yuan? Describe yourself to Ling. Yuan slightly frowned, then shook her head. Master, my memory awakened only a few nights ago, and I don't remember much, let alone my original appearance. Su Yan sighed. That's too bad. Linger also felt extremely disheartened. Su Yan flipped open the survival manual. While the mysterious task regarding Linger had been resolved, the rules had changed. Mysterious task. The ghost bride's resentment has been identified. Help her find her looks. To retrieve her looks probably required dealing with her physical body. But where was that body? In the hands of that Taoist? Where's the Taoist anyway? At this point, clues must be triggered on the NPC tied to the mission. Do either of you have any leads on that Taoist? Linger shook her head. Yuan's eyes lit up as she said, he once placed a curse on me using this straw man. As she spoke, she pulled out a straw man from her bosom. Is this it? Su Yuan and Linger both recognized it instantly. Su Yuan asked, Yuan, let me take a look. Yuan handed the straw man over to him, and Su Yuan took it into his hands, examining its properties. Straw man. Curse attribute. Invalidated. The attribute will become invalid upon damage. Undying attribute. Cannot be destroyed under normal circumstances. After damage, it will repair itself. Binding attribute. When bound, it shares life and death with the target. Bound target. Yuan. Yuan told Su Yuan. Initially, it placed a sleeping curse on me. On that night, it must have been damaged by someone, causing the curse attribute to disappear, which allowed me to awaken. Yuan, were you in an ancient residence before? Yes, in an old well inside a house. How did you know, Master? Su Yuan smiled. You woke up thanks to me. This annoying straw man cursed me, so I burned it. By chance, this action woke you up. Thank you, Master. Though Yuan had a beautiful face and a melodious voice, her expression remained cold and her tone stiff. It seemed everything was predestined. Linger, the Dao Yun Ancestral Jade, the straw man, Yuan, they were all somehow interconnected. Perhaps, we should go back and check out that ancient residence in the urban village. Sure. Linger nodded. Let's go. Su Yuan waved his hand since he still had the coordinates of their previous location. Su Yuan immediately entered the engine room, inputted the retained coordinates, and set off for the return trip. The black room activated, with Yuan going to rest in the coffin at the livestock area and Linger being sealed back into the ghost contract. He then pulled out the fox pearl from his storage ring and followed by the 3 fox spirit stones he obtained from Chai Ning. If he indeed planned something, giving these 3 fox spirit stones to me probably had ulterior motives. Su Yuan seemed to realize something, and a smirk crept onto his lips. What a clever plan, but will it truly work out as you hoped? Chapter 93, Master Laying Eggs? The 3 fox spirit stones in Su Yuan's hand shattered instantly upon encountering the fox pearl, transforming into 3 fox shadows that vanished into the pearl. The attributes of the fox pearl changed once more. Fox pearl, the greatest treasure of the fox tribe. Fox spirits, green fox spirit, plus 20 goodwill from the green fox clan. Crimson fox spirit, plus 20 goodwill from the crimson fox clan. Blue fox spirit, plus 20 goodwill from the blue fox clan. Brown fox spirit, plus 20 goodwill from the brown fox clan. Unknown attributes yet, which means the collection of fox spirits is incomplete. Su Yuan looked at the phantom-like images on the surface of the fox pearl and their corresponding names. He seemed lost in thought, muttering, green represents wood, crimson represents fire, blue represents water, brown represents earth. Isn't this classification of fox spirits corresponding to the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? If so, the golden fox spirit must be missing. It appears my guess was correct. The last fox pearl is probably in Chining's possession or with a mysterious person. Su Yuan then put away the fox pearl. He walked over and lay down on his bed. There were still a few hours before dawn. He casually glanced through some of the messages in the chat channel. Most of them were requests for warmth by forming groups. After placing the survival manual nearby, he prepared to take a nap. Since searching for the treasure, Su Yuan had not had a good rest. Not long after lying down, Su Yuan drifted off into slumber. He began dreaming again, just like the previous time. All around him were misty fogs. In the fog, it seemed as if someone was calling his name. Unlike the last time, multiple figures appeared this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, they danced gracefully. A man dressed in green appeared cultured, a woman in red appeared charming and passionate, another in blue was gentle like water, while one in brown was plain and unpretentious. But Su Yuan couldn't enjoy the dance as much as he wanted. His feet felt rooted to the ground, unable to move. When they turned around, in unison, 4 narrow, bizarre fox faces stared back at him. Su Yuan woke up in a cold sweat. The foxes in my dream are definitely related to the fox pearl. Just as he was about to get out of bed, a pitch-black coffin sat beside the bed. Its lid was wide open, and you laid inside, her eyes wide open, her pure white pupils blankly staring at the ceiling, like she refused to close her eyes in death. Su Yuan tapped on the coffin irritably, saying, "Didn't I put you in the corpse burial ground? The heavy Yin energy suits you perfectly, and over time, it could even help you level up. I'd rather lie here," you said emotionlessly, tilting her head towards Su Yuan. "You're a zombie." Clang. With that sound, the coffin lid slammed shut. Su Yuan picked it up and headed straight for the livestock area. Bang. He threw the coffin into the corner of the livestock area's designated burial site. Suck your fill of Yin energy. Ignoring the resentment emanating from the coffin, Su Yuan turned to leave, only to suddenly hear Ling's voice coming from the breeding greenhouse. "The master has laid an egg. The master has laid an egg." What nonsense was this? Su Yuan froze momentarily. Ling ran over, handing him the egg. "Master, you've laid an egg." Su Yuan sighed inwardly. "It's not the master, it's the wild chicken who laid an egg." "Ah, the wild chicken laid an egg." Ling happily caressed the egg. "Master, let me steam you some egg custard." It had been a while since Su Yuan had eaten egg custard. "All right, Ling will go do it right away." Skipping joyfully, Ling headed for the kitchen. As Su Yuan emerged from the livestock area, he entered the storage room to retrieve a bottle of drink. Sitting on the chair, sipping the beverage, he casually flipped through his survival manual. He noticed Zhang Chuansuan, the chatterbox he hadn't heard from for a long time, had sent several messages. "Big brother Su Yuan, do you drink? Brother Su, don't you want to try the delicious fruit wine I've brewed? The wine I've brewed has a clear liquid, tastes sweet and sour upon entry, is rich and pure, and when you open the lid, the aroma fills the entire room, making one indulge deeply and never wanting to leave." "Hey, not there, brother Su Yuan." Su Yuan was relatively interested in the wine he described, asking, "How do you plan to trade?" "I need meat. Just meat." Meat wasn't an issue. His farm had plenty of wild chickens. "All right, but I want to check the properties of the fruit wine first. Our wine's properties are top-notch. Absolutely your best choice for getting drunk. Fruit wine, homemade fermented wine. Raw materials, apples. Drunkenness, 25%. Spirit, +1. Is this all? 25% drunkenness, yet labeled the best choice for intoxication? However, when Su Yuan saw the additional +1 to spirit, his eyes lit up immediately. "Fruit wine with this property, how much do you have? Give me all you've got." To tell the truth, there's plenty of fruit wine, but only 2 barrels have the attribute bonuses. "I'll take these 2 barrels. How shall we trade?" "Meat. I'm sick of eating fruit and gnawing on potatoes all day. Brother Su Yuan, I just need meat. These 2 barrels of mine can even add attribute points. You should give me at least 10 pounds of meat." "Would chicken work?" "Of course, I absolutely love fried chicken. I'll give you 1 wild chicken, about 3 pounds or so. That makes 4 for you. 4 chickens. Great lord, I adore you. Done deal. Quickly give me the meat, chicken, wild chicken. I'll also throw in a spiritual flame talisman, and if I come across any drinks or wines with attribute bonuses later, I'll prioritize you." "No, no, no, lord, can the spiritual flame talisman be eaten? Exchange it for more chicken. I'll definitely prioritize you when I get good stuff later." Top-level foodie identification complete. He didn't even want the spiritual flame talisman, opting instead for a chicken. Su Yuan helplessly said, "All right, I'll add another wild chicken for you." After the transaction was complete, Su Yuan could almost imagine Zhang Chuansuan drooling while looking at the wild chicken. After the trade, Su Yuan only had 9 wild chickens left. He thought to himself, in the future, I shouldn't steam the wild chicken eggs into egg custards anymore. Let Ling keep them to hatch little chicks. Su Yuan took the 2 small barrels filled with fruit wine and directly boosted his spirit attribute by 100-fold. Spirit, +100. Glug, glug. Down went the 2 barrels of fruit wine. Burp. Drunk level, 50%. It really did have quite an effect. Su Yuan's spiritual power had already reached 476, allowing him to control 200 clay figurine puppets. Originally immune to B-grade or lower bizarre spirit energy attacks, the attribute now changed to immune to A-grade or lower bizarre spirit energy attacks. At the same time, Su Yuan mastered the ability to draw more advanced talismans, the Wind Control Charm and the Shooting Star Fire Ring. Among the mid-level talismans, the most practical and highly effective charm, the Wind Control Charm, and the powerful Meteoric Fire Rain Charm could finally be drawn. Su Yuan showed delight on his face. Meanwhile, he discovered that these two types of talismans couldn't be drawn using low-quality yellow paper and cinnabar ink. Besides the high-quality yellow paper and cinnabar ink he had obtained from the Yellow Skin Cemetery, he didn't have any higher-grade materials for making talismans. Su Yuan sent a private message to Lu Yi. Do you still have any perfect-grade cinnabar ink and yellow paper? After waiting for a bit, without receiving a reply, Su Yuan temporarily closed the survival manual and placed it beside him. Master, here comes the delicious steamed egg. Woof. Little Coal Ball and Ziji followed the scent and ran over. They squatted by the table and pitifully looked up at Su Yuan. Ling placed the bamboo bowl containing the steamed egg on the table, lifting the lid to release the fragrance of bamboo, mixed with the sweet aroma of eggs. The wooden bowl contained delicate and tender egg custard, interspersed with pieces of meat like red beans, making it look incredibly appetizing. Let's first check its properties. Dishes made by Ling always gave him some unexpected surprises. Wild chicken egg custard. This is a homely delicacy, rich in protein. Satiety, 20%. Strength, +1. Indeed, Su Yuan reinforced the strength attribute 100 times over. Strength plus 100. After eating it all, his strength increased by 100. His strength became 261, gasping at my strength, which rivals the mightiest. Su Yuan truly wanted to shout out, bring me 10 tripods. No, bring me 10 overlords. Chapter 94, System trolls me. The day has dawned, but the sun in the sky is gray, and people can only see the countdown displayed on it. 6 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Many people are waiting for this moment. But today is not a good day. Drip drop. It's drizzling lightly. Global chat channel. The rankings are out. Scary. Creepy. It's like they're not even out. True. The big names on the rankings have hidden their personal information. There's nothing to see. Nonsense. Isn't the 100th place unhidden? Zhang Xiong, just by his name. This big player must be wise and brave. TCH, he's only the 100th. Don't be jealous. Even being in the 100th position makes one a big name on the list. I'm only concerned about who's number one. True, but unfortunately we can't see. It must be our great god Su Yuan. Not necessarily. With so many people around the world, many have risen lately. True. Yoshida Shoichi has been killing like crazy. His title has been upgraded to Murder Fiend. Just now, Thompson's honorary title also advanced to Vampire Hunter Maniac. These are the true newcomers of tonight, and recently quite a few big players have emerged. Enough talk, look at the system announcement. Congratulations to survivor Su Yuan for ranking first in the comprehensive strength ranking, receiving the honorary title Unbeatable in the world. By the time the next round of rankings are announced, this title will automatically transfer to the new top-ranked person. Unbeatable in the world. The system dares to release this honorary title, indeed unbeatable. My clan willingly calls you the strongest. My god, forever my god, deservedly won. Su Yuan god certainly ranks at the top. To be honest, seeing this news doesn't make my heart skip a beat. True, I've gotten used to it. Still, this system is quite tricky. Su Yuan god obviously hid his number one identity, yet he was exposed directly? Su Yuan god, I wanna lie low. System, no you don't. The aura of an overpowered being is simply impossible to conceal. In a little black room, a man cloaked entirely in black sat in front of a table, with a crystal ball placed on the table. His hand was on the crystal ball, and it was unclear what he was doing. This man leads too much. They need to grow up quickly if they want to catch him. However, this world is fair. Since you have climbed to the peak of the pyramid, then you must bear the dangers at the peak. Will you rise or fall? We'll see. Hee. The man in black let out two strange laughs, and the crystal ball he was pressing his hand on suddenly shimmered with a layer of white light, revealing Su Yuan's image. What exactly do you intend to do? Xiaoqing coldly glared at Chai Ning. She leaned against the corner in the little black room, bound by ropes and unable to move. This small black room belonged to Chai Ning, who was adding tea to his cup. As the tea fragrance spread around, he picked it up and took a gentle sip. I saved you, shouldn't you thank me? So this is how you save someone. Xiaoqing gave a wry smile. Chai Ning drank a second cup of tea before smiling and saying, without me, cursed as you were, you would have had to stay in this body forever, right? Humph. Xiaoqing slightly furrowed her brows and tilted her head, refusing to speak further. Chai Ning looked at the announcement within the survival world, his smile widening. Truly incredible, this Su Yuan god. He cast a deep glance at Xiaoqing, then pulled a rounded golden stone from his pocket. Chai Ning carefully inspected the stone in his hands, murmuring, Su Yuan, can you hold on to the top spot next time? At this point, Su Yuan, having just read the system announcement, had a face full of black lines. System, are you trolling me? He had just received a prompt. You have topped the overall strength rankings. Would you like to hide your personal information? Yes, no? He chose yes. After all, in the survival world, staying low-key is the way to survive. Yet the next second, the system broadcasted it live, as if hiding anything was even possible. Alright, sitting on the chair, Su Yuan rested his leg on the other, flipping backward to the page of honorary titles. Rather than dwelling on this, it might be better to check out what kind of attributes the somewhat middle school-esque honorary title Unbeatable in the World holds. Unbeatable in the World. Invincibility activated, duration, 3 minutes. Activation condition, hands on hips, shout Unbeatable in the World, and it activates. Cooldown time, 10 days. Su Yuan snorted. Setting up something like this, it's really not funny. However, this capability of invincibility for 3 minutes certainly matches this honorary title. Just unfortunate that the cooldown period is too long. Su Yuan put away his survival manual and walked toward the door. Opening the door of the little black room, the rain continued outside. On a rainy day, the fog beyond was even denser, greatly obstructing visibility for ordinary people. Still the first time seeing such a sun, Su Yuan gazed at the gray sun in the sky, slightly lost in thought. 10 days have passed? It feels like I've been in this world for a long time already. The little black room was still moving forward, and it would only reach the urban village after nightfall. Su Yuan didn't intend to stop. He had noticed earlier that the surrounding area was quite desolate, offering little in terms of supplies. Just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly saw a muscular figure sprinting towards him from behind. A survivor? There stood a burly man, wearing an animal skin shirt who ran over next to the little black room. Linger had cast an illusion on Su Yuan's little black room, so the man had no idea that there was a moving black room right beside him. Thus, what followed was a comical scene. Ouch! The man slipped due to running too fast. Just as he surpassed Su Yuan's little black room, he fell precisely into the path of its movement. Shit! Su Yuan cursed out loud. Are you faking injury here? You think I'll give in to you? Run you over? But something unexpected happened. Just as the little black room was about to hit the man, a golden bracelet on his wrist suddenly glowed, and he flipped up to his feet instantly, pressing both hands against the black room as if trying to stop it. Can he break through illusions? Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. All he heard was the man shouting loudly. What devilry is this? Show yourself quickly. Phew. Su Yuan felt exasperated, watching the man being pushed by the little black room step by step. It was truly like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly beyond their capability. Monster, are you challenging me? I am not afraid. I am the strongest of the strong village's might king. No one has ever beaten me. This guy seemed determined to take on the little black room head on. Su Yuan could hardly bear to watch anymore. He slapped the invisibility charm on himself, stepped out of the little black room, and kept pace with it. He looked at the man whose veins bulged under the pressure from the little black room. Su Yuan thought in his heart, this kid used to be good until now. Don't let this drive him mad. Let big brother give you a hand. He gently grabbed the man's wrist. The self-proclaimed mighty king immediately lost his strength and got flung outwards. Su Yuan nimbly jumped back onto the top of the little black room. From behind came the man's shouts. You demon, do not run away. Sneak attack isn't the way of a hero. Junk monster, don't even dare leave. Did he think it was over? Thinking he'd shaken him off, the man rushed forward directly in front of the little black room, shouting, Demon, show yourself and fight me honorably. Still not done. Su Yuan took out the mask of 1,000 faces and put it on. He removed the invisibility charm, stopped the little black room, then walked out slowly. So ordinary looking monster. The man stared at him foolishly, his bull-like eyes wide as bells, muttering, looks just like a human. Indeed, in the normal mode of the mask of 1,000 faces, Su Yuan did appear rather ordinary. Let us have a straightforward match, shall we? The man flexed his fists, saying, come on. Oh, Su Yuan moved slowly towards him. He stretched out his hand and gently slapped it toward the man. Hey! The man swung his fist powerfully to meet him. Bang! Ouch! Su Yuan turned and walked back towards the little black room. The man was slapped flying, straight into a pile of grass on the side of the road, and fell unconscious. Chapter 95, Human Face. The light rain gradually intensified. The gentle pitter-patter of the raindrops turned into a steady downpour. The small black room continued moving forward. Inside, with nothing else to do, Su Yuan attempted to sketch out the symbols for the wind-riding charm and meteoric fire rain using low-grade materials, but he ultimately failed. He opened his survival handbook and glanced at the message list. Lu Yi still hadn't replied. Su Yuan could only place his hopes in the trading market. He opened the trading market and started a search. And sure enough, Su Yuan discovered a set of perfect-grade yellow papers. Trading requirements. Yellow paper, perfect grade. 5 pieces, 1 square unit each. Exchange. Exorcism items or food that increases attribute points. System verifies fair trade, then automatically completes transaction. Trader, Zhang Hailing. Su Yuan noticed that nowadays most people chose automatic transactions handled by the system, which was more convenient. With the system acting as reviewer, it was easier to judge the equality of the trade and avoid severely lopsided deals. Su Yuan tried putting up 1 spirit flame talisman. Trade complete. 5 pieces of yellow paper were enough to exchange for 1 spirit flame talisman. The other party stood to gain no loss. Of course, due to the value of yellow paper in Su Yuan's hands, this was destined to be a win-win trade. I'll look around for some vermilion ink. Su Yuan searched again, but surprisingly didn't find anyone offering it for trade. Vermilion ink itself had exorcising properties, so it barely counted as an exorcism item. It was normal that people wouldn't put it up for trade after finding it. Su Yuan had just stored away the yellow paper when he suddenly noticed a figure appear beside him. Yuan, how did you crawl out? Master, the 3 zombies have already been successfully processed. So fast. He clearly remembered it would take 3 days, yet only 1.5 days had passed. I had a certain promoting effect on their formation. Is it because of your corpse chi? Yes, master. Su Yuan looked at Yuan with surprise, as if he had just discovered a new continent. This would help immensely with his zombie creation. After all, burying corpses indeed took quite some time. With Yuan present, this period was significantly shortened, proving Yuan to be quite useful. Su Yuan quickly took out the yellow paper and vermilion ink from his storage ring and swiftly completed drawing the 3 spirit conjuring talismans. Let's go take a look. He headed towards the livestock area with Yuan. When they arrived at the burial site, there sat a pitch-black coffin placed neatly to the side. Su Yuan directed the clay figurine puppet to sweep clean the weeds used previously to cover the buried bodies. Then, Su Yuan pulled out the 3 spirit conjuring talismans. Su Yuan had collected plenty of bamboo last time. Bamboo cylinders were already prepared. He pulled out 3 bamboo tubes, inserted the talismans inside, and placed them on the ground. Next, he took out a fruit knife, cut his fingertips, and dripped blood inside. Drip, drip, drip. Several drops of blood entered the 3 bamboo tubes, soaking the talismans. Rise. With a wave of Su Yuan's hand, the faceless zombies lying in the burial site all stood up, stiffly stretching out their arms. Go. With another wave of his hand, the 3 bamboo tubes flew out. Simultaneously, the 3 zombies opened their mouths. Whoosh. The spirit conjuring talismans soaked in Su Yuan's blood instantly shot out from the bamboo tubes and entered through the zombies' mouths. Su Yuan began chanting the final spirit conjuring spell. After the incantation finished, the three zombies trembled violently for a moment, emanating an icy chill throughout their bodies. Su Yuan scrutinized the first batch of zombies he'd created and glanced over at Yuan. They were incomparable, because the zombies Su Yuan had created were unconscious corpse walkers. To make them grow, he needed even more resources for upgrading these undead bodies. Corpse walker, eerie level D level. Its body is tough, has no sensation of pain, is not easily destroyed, and possesses a certain self-healing ability. Toughness, 60, slightly stronger than stone. Strength, 100. Self-healing, 50. When the damage to its body isn't severe, it can slowly recover in places heavy with energy. What attribute should I strengthen? Su Yuan thought quietly. Finding materials to boost its strength and toughness might be a little easier, but finding ones to enhance its self-healing ability might be harder. He decided to enhance the zombie's self-healing ability 100-fold. Instantly, the corpse walker's rank soared to B level. Self-healing, 5,000. As long as its physical structure isn't completely ruined, it can absorb energy to heal quickly. Su Yuan thought about whether he should also seal a few wandering spirits within the faceless zombie corpses, granting them a self-aware consciousness like Yuan. That's right. What eerie level was Yuan? Oh, Linger's attributes. He suddenly realized that since capturing Yuan, he had been pondering how to solve Linger's mysterious mission and hadn't considered enhancing her. It was only now that Su Yuan checked Yuan's attributes. But he found something odd. He couldn't see Linger's attributes at all. How was this possible? Su Yuan used the corpse refining technique to turn Linger into his own zombie. That blood-connected sensation was unmistakable, and yet as the master, he couldn't view her attributes. This is ridiculous. What's wrong, master? Yuan asked coldly. Furrowing his brows, Su Yuan asked. Yuan, why can't I see your attributes? Attributes? Yuan looked completely baffled. That question had gone beyond her comprehension. Never mind. Su Yuan smiled, then waved his hand, sending the three corporeal undead back to the burial site. Next came the process of nurturing the corpses while continuously searching for materials to refine them further. Since it was incomprehensible, Su Yuan decided to leave it for later. He then sent Yuan back to the coffin and left the livestock area. He walked to the door and looked outside. The rain was still pouring heavily. Su Yuan glanced at the countdown timer. There was a little over an hour until nightfall. Turning around, he returned to the house. He retrieved a wooden box from the storage room, taking out yellow paper and vermilion ink, and began drawing thunder charms. In no time, he completed dozens of charms. Su Yuan drank a bottle of homemade drink, replenishing his spiritual energy. Lying on the bed, he picked up his survival handbook, opened the trading market, and posted a message. Trading information, system auto exchange. Item for trade, thunder charms. Trading conditions, items imbued with resentment or corpse chi. System evaluates if trade is equal before generating direct exchange. Alright. After posting the message, Su Yuan set the survival handbook aside. He leaned quietly on the bed, enjoying the comfort, waiting for the arrival of night. Global chat channel. I'm so panicked. About to wet myself. Can't even bring myself to look. Don't panic. There's always a solution. Need guide. Guide. Find a saw first. Raise your arm, grit your teeth, and saw off your hand. Have you tried it yourself? Soon, all humans in the world will only have one hand left. Brothers, did your thing grow? Mine feels bigger. Is this fast? It must be a psychological effect. It has grown indeed. It was originally nail-sized, now it's coin-sized. So eerie. It just smirked at me. It gave me a cold sneer. To me, it looks like a toothy grin. Don't scare me. I'm really going to chop my hand off. Mysterious rule. Check if a vague human face has grown on the back of your hand. It will keep growing. Believe this. When it becomes powerful enough, it will consume you. Before that happens, find a way to expel it. Make sure you understand clearly because it represents your greatest inner fear. Chapter 96. Unknown. Su Yuan placed the Qingxin charm down and frowned as he looked at the human face on the back of his hand. It was still there. The Qingxin charm didn't work. It wasn't a negative effect caused by the eerie. The outline of the human face was rather distorted. Its blurred features were pitch black and unclear. It was more like a ghost face than a human face. The human face on Su Yuan's hand had already covered the entire back of his hand, and its mouth looked as if it was smiling. The most important rule in the eerie rules should be this sentence. You must look carefully, because it represents your greatest inner fear. Greatest inner fear? Su Yuan furrowed his brow in deep thought. I have Spirit Fire Charm, 5 Thunder Charm, and Qingxin Charm. Even when facing the eerie, I don't feel much fear. So what is my greatest inner fear? Death. Su Yuan pondered carefully. Everyone's greatest inner fear is different. What exactly is the way to solve the eerie rule tonight? Perhaps, where am I wrong? The blurred human face, the greatest inner fear. What connection exists between these two? Su Yuan sat in the chair, eyes tightly closed. He calmed his mind and carefully pondered. World Chat Channel. Today's eerie rules are more complex than before. That's right, it even appeared directly on our bodies. It's killing us. Can't we just violently destroy it? How do you violently destroy it? Fire or cutting off our hands? The rule says that once it becomes strong, it will swallow us up. The human face on the back of my hand has already spread to my elbow. Damn, really? It's almost at my shoulder. It's already at my armpit. Hopefully my body odor can suppress its spread. Buddies, it has already reached my chest. I'm panicking. The degree of spreading of the human face on our bodies seems different. When the human face spreads all over the body, is that when it becomes powerful enough to swallow us? Logical, then what should we do? I think it won't take long for it to spread across the whole body. Time is running out, and no one has shared any strategy yet. Big brother Su Yuan, please give us some tips. Su Yuan, big brother, help me with a shortcut. Really funny. You actually plan to rely on others forever? This is a survival world. Those who act like you will definitely end up dead. We're scared, okay? Then what do you suggest? I've prepared myself to sever my arm. What about if it reaches the chest? Suicide, let's line up. Let me share my thoughts. The rule mentioned it being the greatest fear in people's hearts. I guess the stronger the feeling of fear in one's heart, the more powerful it becomes, and the faster it spreads. Great leader. Your analysis is impeccable. Brother, you're awesome. Leader, please teach us, how can we get rid of it? The rule said that it represents our greatest fear in the heart, so we need to find our deepest fear and eliminate it. Greatest fear? Isn't it different for everyone? You're right, then what should we do? I'm more panicked now. Greatest fear, death? Who isn't afraid of dying? How can we eliminate that? This. For a moment, everyone fell silent. That's right. Even if we figured out the greatest fear, how could we possibly eliminate it? Everyone started thinking deeply. Just at that moment. It seems to be alive now. Brother, what do you mean? What happened to you? I was just looking at it, and my brain was full of images of Sadako. Then it crawled off my body. Don't come near, help, someone save me. His sharp screams of agony rang out. Wang Xiong was swallowed by the human face. He has died. Sadako, it turned into a man-faced spider. Save me. Save me. It's trying to crawl into my mouth. Save me. Save me. Soy sauce number 1 has been swallowed by the human face. Soy sauce number 2 has been swallowed by the human face. Soy sauce number 3 has been swallowed by the human face. In an instant, countless people met their doom. Don't think anymore. The more you think, the more terrifying it gets. Before you know it, it grows bigger and gains the ability to swallow us. Adjust your breathing, stay calm. I have the spirit fire charm I traded from Brother Su Yuan. As soon as it comes off my body, I'll burn it. Before he finished speaking, his eyes went blank instantly as the human face suddenly wrapped around his body, tightly coiling him. In the next second, he was tightly strangled by it. Without a chance to call for help, he disappeared immediately. Soy sauce number 4 has been swallowed by the human face. Calm down, stay calm. Think of nothing. Everyone silently consoled themselves in their hearts. I can't bear it anymore. Geckos can drop their tails. Why can't I sever my hand to survive? A ruthless person appeared online. It hurts. It has moved from my right arm to my left arm. It hurts so much. He did not struggle for long. Hendren died from excessive blood loss. In the little black room, sweat slowly slid down from Su Yuan's forehead. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. I get it. Su Yuan looked at the strange human face on his right arm, which was about to spread to his shoulder. No one knows what their innermost fear is. Fear changes with your environment and experiences. Images of every single night flashed through his mind like a movie. Each night had been filled with terror. But what was people's greatest inner fear? It's the unknown. Su Yuan suddenly became enlightened. The unknown was the greatest fear. The less you know what you're afraid of, the more fantasies would appear, making the power of fear grow stronger. As for how to solve this eeriness, Su Yuan smiled. Fear can't be eliminated. Since the unknown can't be solved, turn it into something known. This strange human face could transform into whatever you imagined. However, you can't fool yourself. Your imagination must be based on reality. Sweetheart, you have a pretty good face, so I'll keep it. With a grin, Su Yuan stared at the strangeness on his arm, and an image of a plump black worm with a human-like face formed in his mind. Splash! He flicked it off his arm casually. Bugs are indeed quite annoying. He stepped forward and lifted his foot. Squish! The fear of the unknown comes from your boundless imagination. You've overcome the fear you imagined. World Chat Channel. More and more people are dying. It's getting bigger and bigger. Yes, I'm trying to stay calm as much as possible. I think we should stop looking at the chat. It's getting scarier the more we read. Indeed. Wait, brothers, Su Yuan God's strategy has come out. Hurry up, let's go take a look. It's just a little fleshy worm with a human face? Really? Hey, the human face on me has turned into a weird fleshy worm with a human face too. One stomp and it's dead. Is that all? They're dying? Eaten by the flesh worm? Ugh, a bit embarrassing. The dead people are all from Lilliput. Su Yuan glanced at the chat messages and couldn't help but smile faintly. The strategy for solving this rule wasn't easy to write. He simply decided to project his own imagination directly into everyone else's minds. Still, projecting imagination wasn't that simple, and some people were still dying. Su Yuan didn't care about them. He put the survival manual aside and walked toward the door, intending to check where the little black room was now. As Su Yuan reached the door, he suddenly heard a scream from outside. Save me, save me. Who can come rescue me? Chapter 97, The Great Force Ghost. Su Yuan opened the door of the small dark room and poked his head out to look. It was still raining cats and dogs outside, seemingly heavier than before. The cry for help came from a burly man who was sprinting in the rain. Upon closer inspection, that man turned out to be Su Yuan's previous opponent, the Might King he had driven away earlier. How did he appear again? Did he bribe the director to force himself back into the story? This guy sure has guts. On such a dark night, he wasn't hiding in the small dark room, but running around outside. Su Yuan remarked, "This is what a true warrior looks like, afraid of neither beatings nor strange phenomena. Truly worthy of calling himself the Might King. But, Brother Might King, why are you screaming like a ghost? Help! I can't run anymore." Might King's voice sounded distorted. Clearly, despite his robust physique, all this running had exhausted him greatly. Roar! A towering figure over 4 to 5 meters high appeared behind him, relentlessly chasing after him. Su Yuan casually opened the survival handbook. Weird rule, Great Force Ghost. It possesses extraordinary strength, seeking people to test their strength against. If you lose, it will eat you. If you win, it will die of shame and explode into a treasure chest. Hey, big dummy Might, met little dumb Might, Su Yuan muttered. Torrential rain drenched them, adding dramatic flair to the chase scene. Bang! Mother dear, Might King was slapped far away by the Great Force Ghost. Splash! He fell into the muddy roadside, completely soaked and transformed into a mud-covered man. At this moment, Su Yuan got a clear view of the Great Force Ghost's appearance. Its face was grotesque, its body as massive as a hill. Under its crimson skin, blue veins bulged prominently, and its solid muscles looked like steel bars. Might King was being chased and beaten mercilessly by the Great Force Ghost, yet there was no way he could fight back. Still, he managed to withstand every blow through bizarre postures, minimizing damage. If it were anyone else, they would have been pulverized long ago. Su Yuan stopped at the small dark room, mainly because the rules mentioned that defeating it would trigger the release of a treasure chest, but only if it died of shame. Testing strength, huh? Su Yuan smirked. I don't even need to fight personally. It'll embarrass itself to death. Su Yuan summoned the mirror. Create an image of me. Yes. Mirror activated its ability. Soon after, Su Yuan's mirror image appeared. Compared to the mountain-like great force ghost, his silhouette seemed insignificant. Go test your strength against it. After Su Yuan spoke, his mirror image stepped out into the rain and slowly approached the great force ghost. Pang pang. Great force ghost pounded Might King until he couldn't stand up, then started excitedly beating on its chest. Strength. This was overwhelming power. Invincible might unmatched by any. His pride radiated across his face. Just then, a sudden slap sound of shoes hitting the rain caught the attention of the great force ghost. Startled, the great force ghost turned around. Su Yuan's mirror image stopped about 5 to 6 meters away. He stretched out a hand and gave it a thumbs up. The great force ghost swelled with arrogance at the praise. From afar, Su Yuan observed silently, thinking, indeed, this odd creature is rather foolish. Swiftly, the thumb extended by Su Yuan's mirror image suddenly flipped, turning admiration into provocation and ridicule. Vermin. The great force ghost roared with anger, raising its foot high and stomping down towards Su Yuan's mirror image. The immense pressure of this step could crush even an elephant effortlessly. Then, the next second, something held its foot firmly in place. This cannot be possible. Stunned, the great force ghost realized no matter how much force it exerted, its foot wouldn't budge at all. Su Yuan's mirror image slightly applied effort, and instantly the balance of the great force ghost's body was thrown off. Boom. It was flipped over onto the ground. Roar. Enraged, the great force ghost sprang up from the ground, refusing to believe a mere insect could throw it. There must have been some sort of clever trick used. I'll turn you into minced meat. The deep voice of the great force ghost resounded like thunder throughout the rain as it raised its palm and swung it down hard towards Su Yuan's mirror image. Without even thinking of dodging, the mirror image lowered its stance slightly, drew its palm back, and pushed forward toward the descending large hand of the great force ghost. Buzz. Palm against palm. In an instant, the great force ghost was blasted backward. Shock filled its eyes. This had to be true. Its own brute force couldn't match up to this little person. A wave of humiliation surged in its heart. Bam! The great force ghost exploded, dissolving into black smoke which dispersed into the air. A purplish-black treasure chest landed on the ground. On the side, the thoroughly beaten Might King crawled out of the mud puddle just in time to witness the scene. It actually got blown up. Is that guy even human? Good grief. The world outside is too scary. I'm going back to my village to find Mama. Holding his head, he bolted into the rain and disappeared within moments. Su Yuan glanced once more at the direction where Might King had vanished before giving. The mirror controlled the mirror image to pick up the treasure chest. A rare treasure chest. Seeing the treasure chest in the mirror image's hand, Su Yuan's eyes lit up as he reached out to take it. Master, I'll return first. Good. With a wave of the mirror image returned to the ghost pact. Su Yuan looked up at the sky. At this point, the countdown shown by the moon indicated there were still over 12 hours until dawn. He closed the door of the small dark room well, then turned and returned inside with the treasure chest in hand. Placing the treasure chest on the table, Su Yuan walked into the power room and reactivated the small dark room, directing it to continue heading toward the urban village. Back in the main room, Su Yuan glanced at the corner where little Coal Ball and Ji curled up sleeping, then walked straight to the small black table. Summoning 2 clay figure puppets from his storage ring, he had them open the treasure chest. With a snap, the treasure chest opened. No eerie phenomena emerged, so the alert was cleared. Su Yuan put away the spiritual fire talisman in his hand. He was still quite looking forward to what was inside. After all, it was a rare treasure chest, and he hoped for something good. Approaching the chest, Su Yuan peered inside. A piece of earth yellow ore appeared in the treasure chest. Su Yuan took it out. Great Force Secret Soil, or special material. It contained abundant earth element components. Earth attribute +5. Items made from this material will gain additional strength attribute capabilities. An earth type ore, still decent. Although he didn't know exactly what kind of strength attribute capability it referred to, it should be clear once the clay figures were made. Su Yuan amplified its earth attribute by 100 times. Earth attribute +500. This journey to find treasure with the Merfolk tribe had indeed cost Su Yuan quite a few clay figure puppets. He intended to make some more before they arrived. It was night now, so he didn't need to leave himself to search for the sticky mud. Instead, he summoned Shadow and instructed him to fetch some soil. Su Yuan then entered the decomposition and processing room to break down and process the Great Force Secret Soil or into 100 portions of world-class materials. By this time, Shadow had already brought back the sticky mud. Su Yuan began to mold the clay figures. Soon, he produced 100 earth-based clay figure puppets. Let's check their attributes and enhance them accordingly. Clay figure puppet, C rank. Attack, 120. Defense, 210. Earth element, 15. Durability, 100%. Special abilities. 1. Earth shield, constructs a defensive shield, boosting defense by 100%. 2. Gigantism, body size increases tenfold, resulting in immense strength, and attack power becomes 10 times stronger. Su Yuan stared at its attributes for a moment, a bit confused. Should I reinforce the attack power or the earth element? Chapter 98, Scared to Death. In the end, Su Yuan chose to enhance his attack power. Attack power, 12,000. Offense is the best defense. Squatting there with a shield and passively taking blows. How unbearably humiliating. Make the clay puppet giants. Charge forward and beat them senseless. The very thought was exhilarating. Su Yuan had just packed away the earth element clay puppets when he felt the small black house gently sway and come to a stop. It should be here by now. Calculating the time, it seemed about right. Su Yuan walked to the door and opened it. Sure enough, he had arrived in the urban village. Civilization in the city had degraded severely. Whether high-rise buildings or tile-roof bungalows, everything was dilapidated beyond repair. Su Yuan summoned Linger. Go fetch Yuan. All right. Although Linger wasn't particularly thrilled, since it was Su Yuan's order, she naturally had to follow through. Linger pulled out a small white paper figure and placed it on the ground. It floated away towards the livestock area. As Su Yuan watched the airborne paper figure, he couldn't help but ask, Linger, why do I rarely see you use these paper figures? Linger said, Master, my paper figures can only be used for moving things around or passing messages. They aren't good for much else. Indeed, Linger had previously used her paper figures to transport tableware and such. Su Yuan pondered if her paper figures could be enhanced by using special materials like his own clay figures, potentially improving their strength. Before he could voice this idea, Yuan had already appeared. He decided to leave that research for later. Su Yuan called out to the corner of the small black house, Xiao Meiqiu. Woof. Xiao Meiqiu and Ziji ran over. Let's go. Su Yuan stepped out of the small black house. Chang'an, Jing, and Ning also emerged from the ghost contract, each standing in one of three positions behind Su Yuan. Linger and Yuan followed behind Su Yuan, while Xiao Meiqiu led ahead with Ziji perched on his head. The small black house was parked very close to the ancient residence. Thus, they quickly arrived at the old estate. The once deep-set mansion had grown even more decrepit, feeling even more mysterious than before. It was unknown whether the sorcerer who sealed Yuan would have left any clues near the ancient well. With a creak, Su Yuan pushed open the yard gate and walked inside. Upon entering the old estate, he noticed that moss covered the green stone slabs on the ground. The big willow tree in front of the side house had grown much larger, its branches already covering half the courtyard. Woof, woof. Xiao Meiqiu transformed into his underworld dog form. He barked repeatedly at the giant willow tree. Su Yuan opened his survival manual, revealing strange rules. Mysterious rules. The magical willow tree has its willow branches as its strongest weapons. Be careful not to be strangled by the branches and killed, turning into its nourishment. Whoosh. The willow branches of the tree swung wildly without wind, lashing towards them. Humph. Linger took a step forward, her red silk fluttering, charging toward the attacking branches in midair. Bang, bang, bang. Linger, who had now advanced to an A-grade level mysterious being, had seen a rapid enhancement in power. Her silk carried fierce ghost energy. As soon as the willow branches touched her red silk, they instantly turned black and decayed. Seeing the situation worsening, the willow tree attempted to retreat its branches. How could Linger possibly let it escape easily? She coldly sniffed and wrapped the silk around effortlessly. Auntie, spare my life. The next moment, cries of mercy echoed from the willow tree. Spare your life? Linger had completely bound the tree up with her red silk. Su Yuan gestured for Linger to hold off, his gaze focusing on the trunk of the willow tree. A face, somewhat weathered, slowly formed thereon, which made Su Yuan mutter under his breath. Just a tree? Master, forgive me for offending you. Please, master, forgive me. I won't dare offend you again. The tree spirit sensed a daunting presence from Su Yuan. I've understood. Su Yuan turned to Linger and said, Linger, retrieve the silk. Linger obediently replied, Yes, master. Is he letting me, the tree spirit, go? The tree spirit heard Su Yuan's words and ecstatically waved its branches, yelling joyfully, Long live the master. Thank the master for sparing my life. After retrieving the red silk, the tree spirit grew increasingly excited. But the very next moment, all excitement was shattered. Su Yuan flung out a spiritual fire talisman. A fiery ball of terrifying flames roared towards it. The willow tree was immediately encircled by 3 pure element fire and turned to ashes within the blink of an eye. Smiling, Su Yuan nodded approvingly. If it weren't for this tree, I'd forgotten about my honorary title of tree burner. The few ghosts beside him were long accustomed to Su Yuan's actions. They had foreseen Su Yuan would act this way, truly wondering what exactly the tree spirit was rejoicing about. Yuan, with her cool demeanor, cared nothing for such trivial matters. At this moment, she steadily approached the nearby ancient well. Seeing the situation, Su Yuan hurriedly followed. The last time he came here, there was merely a thin layer of moss over the ancient well. But now the surrounding green vines had crept up and completely covered the well's mouth. Yuan extended her hand to rip them away, revealing the deep well opening before them. There used to be water below, but now it had dried up. Master, let me lead the way, Yuan said indifferently, then directly jumped into the ancient well. Let's go down too. Su Yuan pulled out a torch from his storage ring, lit it, and said, Linger, give me a hand. All right. Linger wrapped the red silk around Su Yuan and Xiao Meiqiu, and lowered them into the ancient well. Ning instantly dived into Su Yuan's shadow, forming a protective shield of shadows around him. Chang'an and Jing also floated in. When Su Yuan reached the bottom, Linger swiftly followed suit. The light of the torch illuminated the entire underground area at once. Unbelievably, beneath the small well opening, there was a space of more than 20 square meters. Su Yuan glanced at his survival manual, and no strange rules appeared. At this moment, Yuan spoke up. Master, I was sealed here before. Except for the lack of water, everything else remains the same as before. Holding the torch high, Su Yuan began inspecting the surroundings, searching for any clues. Suddenly, Ziji leapt off Xiao Meiqiu's head and ran towards the southwest corner. Ziji, Z. Hearing its cries, Su Yuan immediately approached. Ziji must have found something. He stepped closer, and the torchlight immediately illuminated the walls around that area. There stood Ziji beside a fist-sized hole, as Su Yuan gripped the spiritual fire talisman, cautiously moving toward it. Roar! An eerie, guttural scream suddenly erupted from the hole. Ziji quickly dodged to the side. Whoosh! A dark, ghostly shadow shot out of the hole, straight for Su Yuan. Shadow reacted fastest, realizing it wasn't an especially powerful entity, and effortlessly blocked it. However, this ghost moved extremely fast, and it was already dangerously close to Su Yuan. Woo! A pitch-black face with decayed features appeared right in front of Su Yuan, locking eyes with him for a brief second. Su Yuan, this ghost is so damn ugly. It gave me quite a scare. Ghost, how come this person exudes such terrifying energy? It almost scared me to death. Chapter 99, The Ghost Gate. I'm a ghost, and I was scared out of my wits today. Drifting around outside was perfectly fine. Why imitate others and jump down a well? Well, my ghostly life has come to an end. It's no wonder that the feral ghost at the bottom of this well would have thoughts unworthy of its eerie name. mainly because of this man, who is known by the terrifying title, the fanatic ghost hunter, striking fear into ordinary ghostly creatures. A shadow blocked the sudden appearance of a ghost. Su Yuan smoothly drew his evil cutting blade and slashed directly. Zing! The hideous ghost was instantly split in two. Su Yuan snorted dismissively. Too ugly. Woof. Little coal ball came up close, and together with Ziji, peered inside through the narrow opening. Su Yuan squatted down, thrusting the torch he held towards the cave in trance to illuminate the inside. Could there be a secret passage here? Just as Su Yuan prepared to let the clay puppet investigate further, Yu walked over from behind. Bang! One punch, and a large hole was immediately punched through the wall at the bottom of the well. Su Yuan gave her a thumbs up. Good job. He held one hand on his evil cutting blade while holding the torch in the other, extending it into the opening and illuminating the interior. Sure enough, there was a hidden passage inside. Su Yuan took out an earth-based clay puppet. After enlarging it, the clay puppet, originally only tens of centimeters tall, became instantly more than a meter high. Su Yuan handed it the torch, allowing it to lead the way. Since it was night, the time when eerie activities were at their peak, it was better to be cautious. He took out a few talismans from his storage ring and followed closely behind Linger and the others, slowly advancing inward. Under the firelight, Su Yuan noticed complex and eerie glyphs carved on the walls all around. Although he couldn't understand the meaning of these glyphs, Su Yuan could sense they seemed related to the eerie. Su Yuan flipped open his survival handbook and kept observing whether any eerie rules appeared around him. Suddenly, the clay puppet carrying the torch stopped in front. Su Yuan and the others paused as well. He looked inward. The secret passage seemed to have reached its end. Su Yuan carefully scanned the surroundings. Holding the evil cutting blade tightly, he slowly moved forward. When he arrived beside the clay puppet, this is what place? Su Yuan discovered a huge black metal door ahead. This 3-meter-high dark gate obstructed their further exploration. He meticulously examined the black iron gate, finding it not only inscribed with glyphs identical to those on the walls, but also bound tightly by arm-thick black skull-like chains. Su Yuan carefully counted. There were exactly 9 chains. What lay behind this great gate? Su Yuan stepped forward, suddenly swinging his evil cutting blade and fiercely chopping down upon it. It felt like cutting through air, though soft and yielding. The blade edge couldn't advance even a little bit. Su Yuan frowned slightly. He stowed his evil cutting blade away, activating the ability of the scaly arm, where a layer of indestructible scales emerged on his arm. Su Yuan powerfully swung his fist and smashed it against the target. A similar sensation. Yu approached. She too attempted to strike with her fists, but just like before, she couldn't cause any damage to the iron gate. Su Yuan muttered inwardly, this is getting weird. Linger stood beside Su Yuan. Master, I think we should return first. Something doesn't feel right here. Su Yuan also had such a feeling. Beside them, little Coal Ball and Ziji now crowded near Su Yuan, emitting low growls, clearly showing signs of nervousness. Alright, we'll come back during the day. Just as they were about to retreat, a thunderous sound of a massive rock hitting the ground echoed behind them. Clang. Upon looking back, the path leading backward in the hidden passage was completely blocked off by an enormous stone that came from nowhere. Pound. Yu rushed over, raising her fist and hammering it against the boulder. The boulder remained steadfast, not a single crack appearing. Su Yuan furrowed his brows. In this confined terrain, obviously using the 5 thunder spell wouldn't work since it might cause a collapse. With the returning route obstructed, it was probable that some kind of rule was triggered. He glanced at the survival handbook in his hand, where 2 eerie rules abruptly appeared. Eerie rule. This is a one-way road. Do not attempt to go back, or you will only become more desperate. Move forward. As long as you haven't been consumed by darkness, naturally a way out will appear ahead. The implication was clear. He could only proceed forward. Su Yuan turned his gaze to the next rule, which pertained to the black iron gate ahead. Eerie rule. The ghost gate. If you wish to continue moving forward, pass through this ghost gate first. It is encircled by ghost locks. To break the ghost lock, you need a weapon that can directly attack ethereal entities. Once the ghost lock is broken, the ghost gate will open. Ghost gate. Next up is the road to Yellow Spring and the Bridge of Helplessness. Isn't it likely that they've trespassed into the underworld? Su Yuan scrutinized the ghost gate ahead. No wonder it can't be destroyed. It seems breaking it requires a weapon capable of attacking ethereal bodies. Will talisman suffice? He took out a spiritual fire talisman and threw it towards the lock chain on the iron gate. Buzz. The runes on the ghost gate suddenly lit up. Su Yuan's spiritual fire talisman became ineffective. It didn't summon the 3 primary true fires. It directly self-ignited. Su Yuan furrowed his brows. The inscribed runes on this ghost gate aren't simple. Initially, Su Yuan had planned to use shadow blades for an attack, but after seeing those strange runes, he gave up. These runes might very well harm shadows. That's right. Su Yuan suddenly remembered something. The last time at the treasure hideout of the Merfolk tribe, he obtained a spirit spear, which seemed capable of ignoring defenses and directly attacking ethereal bodies. It has been sitting there unused. Su Yuan took it out from his storage ring. Spirit spear, special item. It could gather spiritual energy to launch attacks, ignore defenses, and directly assault ethereal bodies. Soul impact, 300. Accuracy rate, 80%. Durability, 60%. Su Yuan looked over its attributes. To cause strong damage to ethereal beings, he must enhance the soul impact attribute. Fortunately, it has remained in his storage ring without undergoing any enhancements. After strengthening it 100-fold, soul impact, 30,000. This damage should be enough. Su Yuan stepped back several paces, then raised the spear, aimed it at the ghost lock on the ghost gate, and fired. Bang. One shot, one chain link on the ghost gate broke. Bang bang bang. Su Yuan fired 9 consecutive shots, breaking all the chains on the ghost gate. Durability, 51%. This gun isn't durable. As soon as the chains broke, when Su Yuan checked the survival handbook again, the ghost gate will open shortly. Please pass through within 10 seconds, or it will close again. 10 seconds? Su Yuan retracted the spirit spear, gazing at the soon-to-open ghost gate. Buzz. The ghost gate split open in the middle. With a creak, both doors opened from the center. At the same moment, a countdown appeared on the gate. and 10 seconds. Go. Su Yuan controlled the earth-based clay puppet holding the torch to walk ahead, while he led Linger and the others closely behind. Hoo-hoo. The instant Su Yuan approached the gate, a peculiar cold wind began to blow around him. The wailing wind sounded like malevolent spirits trying to stop him from advancing further. With the fierce wind, Su Yuan squinted his eyes but continued forward undeterred. However, little Coal Ball, along with all the ghostly servants, and even you found themselves unable to move easily. Swipe. He drew the evil cutting blade, instantly releasing a killing aura. The next second, the cold wind stopped. Around Su Yuan coalesced the atmosphere of having slain all sorts of eerie entities. Coupled with the malevolent aura of the evil cutting blade, even the cold wind dared not challenge him further. He successfully passed through the ghost gate. Once past the ghost gate, behind them came a clanging sound as the ghost gate shut once more. Su Yuan looked ahead, noticing underfoot appeared a black-blue iron suspension bridge. Splashing water sounds reached his ears beneath. Glancing down, there below lay a blood-red river teeming with insects and snakes, its waves churning, and a foul breeze blowing in their faces. He crossed the ghost gate. Having passed the ghost gate, behind them a clang sounded as the ghost gate closed again. Looking ahead, Su Yuan noticed a black-green iron chain bridge appeared beneath his feet. Swish, the sound of rippling water came from below. Looking down, beneath his feet lay a blood-red river infested with bugs and snakes, the water surging, and a pungent stench wafting upward. Chapter 100, the Manhwa Bridge. Su Yuan stared at the strange rules in the survival manual, and thought to himself, it seems that we are really descending into the underworld. Weird rule, Manhwa Bridge. Congratulations on passing through the ghost gate, and stepping onto the Manhwa Bridge. Next, you have two choices. 1. Drink the broth of forgetfulness offered by Mother Ming, and forget the memories of this life, and enter the cycle of reincarnation. 2. Don't drink Mother Ming's broth, and be thrown into the pool of blood under the bridge to suffer from snake and worm bites, never entering the cycle of reincarnation. Never attempt to challenge Mother Ming. She is the god on the Manhwa Bridge. He disliked multiple choice questions, especially when neither option was appealing. In front of Su Yuan, a black bowl floated in the air. The bowl exuded a faint but recognizable fragrance. This smell was so familiar. Suddenly, Su Yuan remembered the eerie food made by Linger. He examined the dark bowl in front of him, seeing 3 bloody characters carved on it. Mother Ming's bowl. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help asking, why can I only see the bowl and not the person handing it out, Mother Ming? As soon as he finished speaking, a soft feminine voice rang out. Mother Ming has arrived. Then, from the other end of the bridge, there bounced over a little girl wearing a black skirt who looked about 5 or 6 years old. Did I summon her with my question? It seemed that his mention of Mother Ming triggered the subsequent plot development. Linger and the ghost servants, including Yuan, all hid in the back, not daring to take another step. Even Xiaomaiqiu and Ziji, seeing Mother Ming, remained silent. At the instant little Mother Ming stepped onto the bridge, she disappeared momentarily, only to reappear in front of Su Yuan the next second. She tilted her head upward, her rosy little face radiating happiness as she asked, were you calling for me? Let me ask something off topic, Su Yuan joked. Is it legal to use child labor here? CC. Little Mother Ming didn't answer. She waved her hand, and the Mother Ming's bowl flew into her grasp. Holding it before Su Yuan, she asked, do you want to drink this Mother Ming's broth? Su Yuan glanced into the bowl, where it was filled with golden liquid. He said, am I supposed to make my choice now? You can drink it, or you can refuse. Little Mother Ming blinked her big eyes, her eyelashes fluttering, quite charming indeed. Linger whispered softly in Su Yuan's ear, Master, she's an S-level anomaly, let's run quickly. This bridge is her domain, we cannot beat her. Run? The way they came has already been blocked off. Where could they possibly flee to? Su Yuan nodded toward Linger, then turned to look at little Mother Ming. This small figure was indeed S-level, truly bizarre beyond appearance. He asked, does it make a difference whether I drink it or not? To be honest, the options provided by this weird rule had never intended for him to survive. Whether reincarnating or not, both led to death. Death either through memory loss or death through venomous bites. At least you have a choice. Little Mother Ming smiled, her beautiful large eyes curved like crescent moons. Unable to resist, Su Yuan took a couple more glances at her. What a sweet smiling little girl. Thus, when he pulled out his Spirit Flame Charm and Thunder Charm, he hesitated. Such a cheerful little girl. Which would cause her less crying? Spirit Flame or Heavenly Thunder? Seemingly sensing Su Yuan's intent, little Mother Ming appeared to have noticed something. Hugging the Mother Ming's bowl tightly, she pouted and questioned, what do you intend to do? Su Yuan smiled and said, eliminate you. All the ghostly servants trembled at Su Yuan's words. Their master definitely did not realize how terrifying an S-level anomaly was, let alone being within its own realm. Though fearful, they still stood beside Su Yuan. Su Yuan raised his hand, and threw the Spirit Flame Charm forward. Poof! The Spirit Flame emerged, heading straight towards little Mother Ming. Without dodging, she instead lifted her hand and grabbed directly at the Spirit Flame. Puff! The flame was extinguished. An S-level anomaly was truly powerful. Su Yuan had already initiated the 5 thunder incantation. Boom! 5 bolts of celestial thunder descended from the sky, rushing straight at little Mother Ming. Boom! The thunder struck her squarely. However, little Mother Ming remained unscathed, though the soup in her hands spilled to the ground. A deity on the Manhwa Bridge, Su Yuan frowned, but believed that there must be a way to break this rule. Little Mother Ming glared at him furiously. I kindly offered you some tea, and even if you refused it, why would you waste it? That's terrible. I'm going to get mad. Linger sternly spoke up. Master, please find a way to escape. We'll hold her off. Su Yuan laughed lightly. Linger, where should I go in this place? Yuan interjected from the side. Run to the other side of the bridge. The other side of the bridge? Su Yuan suddenly recalled what Linger had said earlier. S-level anomalies. This bridge is their domain. We cannot overcome it. Combined with the rule stating, on the Manhwa Bridge, she is the god. Plus, she originally came from the other side of the bridge, seemingly running onto it. Su Yuan instantly put everything together. He turned around and quietly took out Qin Mian, putting it on, then gave a glance to Mirror and Linger as a signal. Swish. Shadow activated his ability, causing the surrounding shadows to instantly appear, completely concealing them. At the same time, Linger cast an illusion, causing a thick mist to rise all around. Linger, take me to the other side of the bridge. Yes, master. Whoosh. Linger's red silk had already wrapped around Su Yuan's waist, ready to transport him through the air to the other side of the bridge. Meanwhile, they all charged straight toward little Meng Pe, shouting in unison. Master, we'll hold her off for you, Ron. Oomph. Do you really think I'm a little girl? Little Meng Pe rolled her eyes. Her gaze fell upon the iron chain bridge below. There appeared another Su Yuan bound by red silk. Little Meng Pe had already seen through the mirage in the sky. This one below the bridge was the real Su Yuan. After all, illusions couldn't replicate his true aura. You think you can escape? Not possible. Ignoring Linger and the others rushing at her, little Meng Pe flew directly towards Su Yuan. If you don't want to drink the soup, then fall into the blood river pool and suffer eternal torment by snakes and insects. She reached out and grabbed Su Yuan's arm. Su Yuan's face changed abruptly as he gripped her tiny hand and tried to throw her off with force. But to his shock, she didn't budge at all. Nice strength, little Meng Pe sneered coldly. But within my domain, you have to listen to me. The next second, Su Yuan's body went limp, and he lost all his strength. Splash! She tossed him into the blood river pool, where the surrounding snakes and insects swarmed over him, instantly swallowing him whole. Tisk! Little Meng Pe covered her mouth and giggled. You disappeared so quickly? That's some weak eating there. Just then, a lazy voice rang out from the opposite bank of the river. No problem. If you want more, I'll let Mirror create a few more illusions for your bugs to feast on. How is this possible? Little Meng Pe's expression turned grim, and her icy gaze locked onto the far bank of the river. How did you escape? Su Yuan smiled, stowing away Qin Mian. His ordinary properties made him easy to overlook, especially since the illusions drew all the hostility, so Su Yuan managed to run across the Manhwa bridge boldly with everyone else. You're already impressive, able to see through the illusion's pretense. Applause for you. Linger and the others clapped in sync. Annoying, so annoying. Spurred on by Su Yuan, little Meng Pe became angry and flew across the Manhwa bridge. As little Meng Pe landed on the riverside, gripping her tiny fists tightly, she bounced forward, charging towards Su Yuan. Yeah, Su Yuan placed one hand firmly on her head, while little Meng Pe wildly flailed her arms, yet couldn't hit him at all. On the bridge, you're the goddess. Off the bridge, what are you? A little ghost. Scared? Little Meng Pe's face immediately turned green. She tilted her head back, her eyes welling up with tears as she asked pitifully. Wah, can I go back to the bridge, so we can restart? Chapter 101, Meng Meng. All eerie things above S-Class possess their own domains. For example, little Meng Pe's domain is the Manhwa bridge. Generally, S-Class eerie things do not leave their domains. After all, these are what they rely on. Within their domains, their powers will be infinitely magnified. A normal S-Class eerie entity, even if it leaves its domain, still possesses immense strength. But little Meng Pe was quite abnormal. She was tightly bound by Linger with red silk, and without her domain, she couldn't even exert B-Class power. Just as she was about to summon the Manhwa bridge, Su Yuan attached a Qingxin charm to her body, and little Meng Pe was immediately silenced. She could do nothing. S-Class eerie thing, is this all? Su Yuan looked at little Meng Pe with feigned disdain. It's not. I didn't evolve into S-Class on my own, she said pouting. My domain was given to me by Brother Taoist. This girl truly lacked common sense. With a little provocation, she revealed everything. Brother Taoist? It must be that demon Taoist. It seems that he really has something to do with this. However, Su Yuan frowned and asked, can a domain actually be given? Chang'an approached and said, Master, I did hear this from an over-curious stray soul. Oh, seeing Su Yuan interested in hearing more, Chang'an continued. Eerie entities above S-Class are all relatively special existences. They are divided into two categories. One category evolves independently in appropriate environments or conditions. Their strength is extraordinary, and even without their domain, they're stronger than ordinary A-Class eerie beings. The second category evolve to S-Class through their domains. Their own strength is average, but they gain powerful abilities due to their domain. Without their domain, they would lose all their powers. Pointing to little Meng Pe here, he said, she should belong to the second category. If you want to know more, I can use soul calling technique. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, no need, I have a more direct method. He grinned while looking at little Meng Pe. Kid, I might consider letting you go, but the condition is, tell me your name. A group of ghost servants under Chang'an quietly thought, the ruse begins. Don't think you can fool me so easily, little Meng Pe pouted and said. I won't tell you. You're a bad person. Is that so? Then I'll just kill you instead. Originally, I wanted to take you to meet a friend of mine. It seems you know him. Saying that, he took out the Tao Essence Ancestral Jade from his storage ring. Since you put it that way, I suppose I shouldn't bother. Wow, isn't that Brother Taoist Jade Plate? Are you friends with Brother Taoist? Little Meng Pe's reaction verified Su Yuan's previous guess. Indeed, everything here was related to that demon Taoist. That case, I can tell you. My name is Meng Meng. Where's Brother Taoist? I miss him so much, please take me to see him. As for Brother Taoist, I'm also looking for him. Su Yuan pulled out a fruit knife and lightly cut his right index finger. Drip. A drop of blood fell from Su Yuan onto Meng Meng. What did you do? That's so dirty. I didn't do anything. It's mainly to ensure you behave well. Su Yuan took out the Ghost Covenant and wrote her name on it, then tore off the Qingxin charm on Meng Meng. Buzz. A wave of black, ghostly energy emerged, instantly engulfing Meng Meng and pulling her into the Ghost Covenant. Covenant complete. Master, could she possibly have any clues about the demon Taoist? Linger tightly gripped the ribbon around her fingers, her tone somewhat anxious. Su Yuan nodded. We can ask. Yeah, Linger was very tense, and the ribbon had been pinched into many creases. Su Yuan summoned Meng Meng from the Ghost Covenant. Meng Meng. Master. After signing the Ghost Covenant, Meng Meng became one of Su Yuan's ghost servants. Compared to before, she was now much more obedient. Su Yuan toyed with the Tao Essence Ancestral Jade in his hand and asked her, how much do you know about that Taoist? Looking at the familiar jade pendant, Ming Ming seemed to recall something. With delight, she said, Brother Daoist is such a good person. He's the second best person I've ever met. The first is Master. Su Yuan smirked. This girl was truly adept at reading the situation. Talking about Brother Daoist non-stop, Linger and Yuan couldn't take it anymore. Yuan first snapped coldly. If you dare call him that again, I'll rip your mouth apart. Yes. Red silk ribbons around Linger's body also fluttered. Wah, don't be mean to me. Ming Ming looked helplessly towards Su Yuan. Master, I actually, hick. Seeing they were serious, she quickly changed her words. He saved me from a vicious ghost and gave me my domain, helping me to advance. We spent very little time together, so I'm not very familiar with him. Su Yuan gestured for Linger and Yuan to calm down a bit, then continued to ask. You said the Manhwa bridge was given by him? Ming Ming nodded rapidly like a chick pecking seeds. Yeah, he's super talented. He chanted a few spells, and the Manhwa bridge became mine, upgraded to S-class. Incantation? Su Yuan recalled the incantations around the secret passage when he arrived, as well as the ones on the ghost gate. This Taoist actually mastered the incantations to grant domains. What kind of person was he exactly? Su Yuan continued asking. Do you have any clues about him? Hearing Su Yuan's question, Linger quickly leaned in to listen attentively. No. Ming Ming shook her head, a disappointed look on her face as she said. After he left, he never came back. Su Yuan pressed further. Did he leave anything behind, or give any instructions? Ming Ming shook her head again. Master, I really don't know, but... As she spoke, she glanced toward the depths of a secret passage, where there was a man-sized opening. Inside, it was pitch black, hiding something unknown. At that time, to repay his kindness, I said I would do anything for him, so he had me guard here. No one was allowed to cross the Manhwa bridge, not even me to peek inside. That's where he left from. Secrets, huh? Looks like we should press forward. Su Yuan turned away, his gaze landing on the forbidden entrance. Master, can I go along too? Oh, this is amazing. I'm not breaking my promise. I must obey Master. Ming Ming was overjoyed because of the agreement, and for countless days and nights, she had been guarding this place devoid of light. Master, let me shrink my domain. She hopped happily up to the Manhwa bridge, then waved her hand at the iron chain bridge. With a clattering sound, the bridge trembled violently before flying over from the Blood River pool. The Manhwa bridge directly shrank to the size of a palm model and landed in Ming Ming's hand. Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat twice. Didn't that Taoist worry about her breaking the agreement when he forbade her from going inside? Or did he prepare a contingency plan? At this moment, Su Yuan suddenly caught a whiff of an unbearable stench, and his gaze landed on the Blood River pool in front of him. The river water started churning more furiously, with a strange whirlpool appearing out of nowhere. Woof! Little Mayball bristled its fur, its eyes flashing with sharp light as it barked at the Blood River pool ahead. The whirlpool grew larger, and the entire Blood River pool began spinning wildly. Linger and the others all gathered by Su Yuan's side. Chang'an frowned and said, the ghostly qi in the river is very strong. Su Yuan took out the survival manual. Mysterious rule. Endless ghostly qi in the Blood River pool is surging. It will burst out soon, devouring everything around. Looks like they needed to leave as soon as possible. Just then, splash. Blood water mixed with snakes and insects surged into the sky from the Blood River pool. Ming Ming opened her little mouth in surprise, muttering, the ingredients for Mengpa soup are flying now. Chapter 102, Within Reach. Master, let's go. Ming Ming's bridge of helplessness soared into the air, instantly subduing the towering waves. Su Yuan and the others quickly ran inside. Linger continued to teasing beside her as they ran. The method for mixing this river water is similar to that of the bizarre food. You could take a dip, maybe even advance in power. TCH. Ing ignored her, directly diving into Su Yuan's shadow. Who would want to soak in that blood water? No, not even ghosts would dare. The overwhelming ghostly energy there could instantly assimilate anyone entering it, transforming them into part of the Blood River pool. After they had all run away, Ming Ming retracted the bridge of helplessness and hurried after them. Woof, woof. As they reached the cave entrance, barking sounds suddenly came from behind them. Su Yuan turned around just in time to see little Cole slowly walking towards the Blood River pool. What's he up to? Is he crazy? Woof woof, woof woof. Initially intending to stop it, Su Yuan opened his mouth, then closed it again. For within little Cole's barks, Su Yuan could sense excitement and anticipation, seemingly understanding its intention. Squeak. Squeaky came running over casually, which made Su Yuan feel more at ease. Howl. Transformed into a hellhound, little Cole gave out an earth-shattering roar before leaping up, rushing towards the torrential stream of blood in the sky. It dived straight into the pool, vanishing in an instant beneath the waters of the Blood River. Since little Cole had once consumed snake meat enhanced by Su Yuan, its intimidating presence caused nearby snakes to retreat in fear, and those strange insects wouldn't dare approach either. An idea surfaced in Su Yuan's mind. Could it be trying to? Splish. Little Cole's head emerged from the blood water, revealing that the ghostly energy within the Blood River pool was now flowing towards its gaping maw. Roar. Staring at the continuous flow of ghostly energy being swallowed by little Cole, Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. This ability to devour souls can produce such amazing effects. Linger explained. Master, the malevolent energy has been refined by the Blood River pool, which is why it can swallow so recklessly. Can you absorb that ghostly energy? Su Yuan looked at the few ghostly servants beside him. Chang'an helplessly shook his head. Master, we are not afraid of that ghostly energy, but if we tried to do the same as it does, we would likely be refined by the Blood River pool's waters immediately. Su Yuan understood. Little Cole was not a spiritual entity, hence it did not fear the waters of the Blood River pool, coupled with its soul-devouring power. The ghostly energy in the blood water was unable to harm it, instead granting it greater strength. Burp. After having absorbed all it could handle, little Cole forcefully kicked off inside the blood water. Slap slap slap. Its paws smacked heavily against the water, sending little Cole surging out of the blood water, charging towards Su Yuan and the others. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under Su Yuan's direction, Linger manipulated her red silk ribbon, intercepting little Cole smoothly landing it on the side. Meanwhile, the blood water from the blood river pool surged toward them rapidly. Let's go. Su Yuan led them into the pitch-black cave entrance. Inside the cave was a secret passage, rather spacious with heights reaching 4 to 5 meters. Before they could continue forward, bang! A deafening sound came from behind them. A massive stone door descended, sealing the cave entrance completely. The blood river pool's water outside was also blocked, unable to enter. Su Yuan looked at his survival handbook. Mysterious rules. After crossing the bridge of helplessness, move forward, and there will be the rebirth platform. Rebirth platform? Su Yuan gazed into the dark recesses of the cave ahead, feeling an inkling of unease. Hell! At this moment, Su Xiao Little Cole walked over to him. Su Yuan shouted hastily, "Stop! Don't move!" Its body was covered in blood, emitting a foul stench. Su Yuan controlled a water element mud puppet, going forward to clean it up. Su Yuan noticed. Little Cole had grown larger than before. Its fur shone much blacker and brighter, and its originally crimson eyes had turned ink black. Most noticeably, the beast tooth necklace hanging around its neck had transformed into a skull bone chain. Just then, Su Yuan heard the system's prompt tone. Survivor Su Yuan has evolved their first S-class pet, rewarding a special item, Pet Gemstone. World Chat Channel. What the heck is an S-class pet? It's not a ghost, it's a pet. Holy crap, someone's pet is already S-class. I don't even deserve to be Su Yuan's pet. Take note, it's an evolved S-class. Could we possibly evolve our own pets to S-class? Forget S-class. I didn't even know my pet could evolve until now. Discussing the importance of finding the right master. Ah, these words hit home. I understand perfectly. Su Yuan, great master. Are you still looking for more pets? Master Su Yuan, I'm a humanoid pet. Combat strength. Rubbish. Ability. Loves eating and being lazy. Seeking adoption. Seeking evolution. Can't wait to know the properties of that reward, Pet Gemstone. How should I know? They indeed wouldn't know, because Su Yuan would never post its attributes on the chat channel unless he went insane. Su Yuan glanced at the properties of the milky white gem in his hand. Pet Gemstone. Space. 10 square meters. Tamed pets can be stored inside, and the internal environment of the gemstone is suitable for pet level enhancement. Pets inside can still enhance their levels. This thing is good, but it's too small. Su Yuan amplified the space by 100-fold. Space. 1,000 square meters. This is more like it. Otherwise, with your size, you might not even have enough room to move around. Su Yuan reached out to pat the lowered head of Little Cole. At the same time, he checked its attributes. Little Cole, tamed. Owner, Su Yuan. Breed, Ghostly Hellhound. Attack, 3,000. Defense, 2,200. Alertness, 1,000. Affection, 100. Combat strength, S-class, growth potential. Abilities, 1. Barrier break. 2. Soul swallowing. 3. Ghostly Hell Realm. Within the realm, countless phantom versions of Hellhounds will be summoned, possessing 30% of its own combat power, initiating direct soul attacks against targets. Su Yuan was astonished by the transformation of Little Cole. You little guy, talking about advancing a level, and just like that, you've leaped straight into the S-class. It wasn't just the increase in attributes. The beast now possessed an intense mental attack field. Squeak. Suddenly climbing onto Little Cole's large head, the tiny creature rolled back and forth happily playing there. Su Yuan smiled, putting the pet gemstone into his storage ring. Let's go, keep moving forward. The earth elemental mud puppet led the way, the light from the torch illuminating the surroundings. Su Yuan watched the inscriptions on the walls surrounding them, his eyebrows slowly knitting together. The deeper they ventured, the more numerous and complex the inscriptions became. What exactly is this rebirth platform? Whine. Just then, a strange scream came. A zombie, dressed in tattered clothing, suddenly jumped out from the secret passage. Then, dozens more emerged. Master, let me handle this. Yuan stepped forward, ready to tear apart her own kind. But Su Yuan immediately stopped her. No troublemaking. Zombies are rare. First, help me control them. Master, let me try. Ming had just joined the group and naturally wanted to demonstrate her skills. All right, you do it, said Su Yuan. Then, from his storage ring, he pulled out yellow talisman paper and cinnabar ink, along with the mud puppets, instructing them to assist him in drawing symbols. Ming's bridge of helplessness could shrink or expand, and surprisingly, also stretch and rotate. She effortlessly encircled all the zombies. Great job, Ming. With the assistance of the mud puppets, Su Yuan swiftly completed his talisman-making work. He drew dozens of corpse-refining talismans. Since these were mindless undead creatures without souls, no essence or blood from Su Yuan was required. Go. Under his control, the talismans were successfully affixed to the zombies. After refining them, Su Yuan excitedly mumbled, "My zombie army will soon come true." Chapter 103, Rat-Faced People. An imposing sight. Behind Su Yuan followed a large group of zombies. Reanimated corpse. Mysterious level D level. Its body is hard, and it has no sensation of pain. It is immortal. Hardness, 60, slightly stronger than stone. Strength, 50. These zombies are similar to the 3 faceless corpses created by Su Yuan. They're all reanimated corpses, but these lack self-healing abilities. Without self-repairing capability, its strength and hardness can be enhanced 100-fold, and in the future, corpse-refining materials may also enhance it. Strength, 5,000. This terrifying strength is unparalleled, though it must be used sparingly, for if too many of these reanimated corpses were damaged, even if reparable with corpse-refining materials, it would still cause trouble. Su Yuan continued walking forward, passed through a secret passage, and entered a rather spacious and enormous room. Master, Yuan said as she approached Su Yuan's side. The place here reeks of corpse chi. Su Yuan nodded. If tens of zombies could appear from here, then heavy corpse chi was only natural. But Yuan's next sentence made his eyelids twitch. Apart from the corpse chi, I also feel an equally robust vitality. This was odd. How could there be signs of life in a place where so many zombies gathered? His gaze fell on the survival manual, and sure enough, the rules regarding the reincarnation platform appeared. Mysterious rules. Do you see the reincarnation platform? It unites life and death, creating fearsome monsters. These monsters are low-grade failures, but they possess frightening power. Be cautious. Terrifying monsters? Failures? What does that mean? At this moment, Su Yuan heard a strange squeaking, coming not from Chi-Chi, but hidden in the corners of the room. Staring eyes. One by one, bean-sized crimson eyes appeared from the shadows, fixedly staring at him. CHH. 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 In the next second, hundreds of blood-red-eyed rats rushed out of the darkness, rushing towards Su Yuan and the others. Seeing all this, Su Yuan's scalp went numb, and he had already tossed the several 5 thunder talismans in his hand. Boom. The sound of thunder echoed violently, and within a blink of an eye, the rats were completely incinerated by the heavenly thunder. Survivor Su Yuan instantly slaughtered over 500 rats, earning the honorary title, Rat Exterminator Demon. Su Yuan didn't have time to care about the properties of the honorary title. He quickly checked the mysterious rules again. However, the monsters mentioned in the reincarnation platform's rules were still there. It seems these rats aren't the monsters mentioned in the rules. While taking out a bunch of 5 thunder talismans, Su Yuan continued to observe his surroundings. At any sign of abnormality, he would act immediately. Cha! A sharp roar came from the distance, and a figure shot out, landing not far from Su Yuan and his companions. The glow from the torch held by the earth elemental mud puppet revealed the figure's appearance. It had a sharp and thin rat-like face covered with gray fine hair. Is it a rat fiend? Su Yuan, upon seeing its appearance, first thought it might be a beast transformed from a rat. But Yuan beside him said instead, Master, it doesn't seem to be a fiend. It's more like a human. Su Yuan questioned suspiciously. A human? How could a human grow a rat face? Chang'an, however, shared Yuan's view. Master, its aura is indeed akin to that of a living human. At least, it's not a fiend. Chi-Chi squeaked at the creature, then retreated into Xiao Meiqiu's fur, hiding away. Su Yuan kept his gaze fixed on the creature which seemed restless, his 5 thunder talisman ready to strike at any moment. Roar! Xiao Meiqiu crouched down and gave a series of low growls. In an instant, it leaped forward. S-class combat strength was indeed formidable. The creature was immediately subdued by Xiao Meiqiu, pinned to the ground. Roar! Just as Xiao Meiqiu opened its giant mouth, intending to swallow it whole, Su Yuan called out urgently, Wait! Xiao Meiqiu paused its devouring actions and quietly waited for Su Yuan and the others to approach. Su Yuan walked up close, looking at the creature lying on the ground. During its struggle with Xiao Meiqiu, wounds appeared at places torn open, revealing bloody streaks. It bleeds. Could it really be, as Yuan had said, that this monster was actually a person? At this point, Chang'an stepped forward and bent down to investigate its vital signs. Not quite right. Although it has the smell of a living human, its soul isn't that of a human. As he finished speaking, he activated his soul-snatching ability, pulling the creature's soul out. A rat-shaped soul covered in gray fur was extracted. Rat! A flash of inspiration crossed Su Yuan's mind. He seemed to understand something. Human? Zombie? Weird rats? Rat-faced people? Reincarnation platform? He swiftly organized these elements in his mind. Could it be that the function of the reincarnation platform is to implant the souls of rats into human bodies, thus creating rat-faced people? Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, several rat-faced people charged out from within, rushing towards Su Yuan and his companions. Su Yuan hurled the 5 thunder talismans in his hands. The heavenly thunder fell, defeating and slaying them. Survivor Su Yuan completed the first kill of a rat-faced person, earning the honorary title, Natural Enemy of Rodents. Su Yuan opened the survival manual, and the mysterious rules of the reincarnation platform had changed. Mysterious rules, the secrets of the reincarnation platform. You have defeated the rat-faced people created by the reincarnation platform. Perhaps you can uncover the secrets hidden within it, which will reward you greatly and provide a way to leave this place. The secret of the reincarnation platform? Speaking of which, where is the reincarnation platform? Just as he was about to go inside to look, he suddenly heard Linger shout, Master, come over here. Unbeknownst to him, she had already walked deep into the room. Su Yuan glanced at the soul of the rat, then walked into the room. Chang'an tossed the lured rat's soul towards Xiao Meiqiu. Roar! Xiao Meiqiu immediately swallowed it whole, and ghostly chi surged from her paw pressed onto the rat-faced person's corpse, pressing down hard. Bang! The corpse of the rat-faced person instantly vanished, dissipating into a puff of black mist. As Su Yuan walked in, he discovered a staircase leading upwards. Following the stairs upward, he saw a tall, circular stone platform. At this moment, Linger stood beside the platform, and when Su Yuan looked at it, he noticed strange runes carved on its surface. He just glanced at them, but already felt dizzy. Su Yuan quickly took out a pure heart talisman and used it on himself. His mind cleared instantly. So, this is the reincarnation platform? Are the rat-faced people its creation? Su Yuan really wanted to throw a human and a rat on top of it for a try. If this reincarnation platform was built and set up by that Taoist priest, what was his purpose? To create rat-faced people? And why would he want to create rat-faced people? Su Yuan frowned. It would be better to refine more zombies. Master, Linger's voice broke Su Yuan's thoughts. That vitality seems to emanate from beneath the stone platform. Su Yuan walked around the stone platform back and forth. Vitality radiated from below the platform. Is there something underneath? He wondered. Whether to directly break the platform with brute force. Su Yuan activated the fish scale arm technique, then smashed it toward the stone platform. Buzz! A strong backlash reverberated through his arm, and he was instantly sent flying. Fortunately, Linger caught him with the red silk, pulling him back. Master, are you alright? Su Yuan said nothing, instead summoning dozens of earth element mud puppet warriors. He controlled them to grow larger and disperse across the platform, ready to strike. Damn it, how dare you shock me? Smash it. Chapter 104. The Secret of the Reincarnation Platform. World Chat Channel. The rat's nest has been raided. Killed 500 rats. Truly a rat-slaying war god. Hey, is this great Su Yuan's honorary title? This is far more majestic. Enemy of rodents. Enemy of rodents? Aren't they just cats? Black cat policeman? Cat king. Hare. Brothers, don't mess around. No need to say more. I just came back from picking up a treasure chest outside. I'm also going to look for treasure chests. Be extremely cautious about the eerie things. Always pay attention to changes in the strange rules on the survival handbook. Alright, I'll just stay honestly inside the little black house. I don't even have proper exorcism tools yet. Not many people trade exorcism items after all. Since it's something to save lives, who would be willing to put them up for trade? Boom. A loud sound was heard. Dozens of earth element clay puppet warriors unleashed their strength. Such terrifying force only managed to slightly shake the stone platform. The clay puppets were all flung away. Fortunately, Linger was quick on her feet and pulled them all back with her red silk. Su Yuan collected them back in, looking utterly helpless. The plan to violently break through the stone platform has failed. Yuan and the others also stepped onto the stone platform. Under the platform, Ming Ming was still wandering around with a large group of zombies. Master, what is this? At this moment, Linger made a new discovery. Su Yuan quickly went over. He found that right in the center of the stone platform, there appeared a groove, and the shape of the groove seemed like the jade tablets, making Su Yuan immediately think of the Tao-infused jade ancestral tablet. He took out the jade tablet. Just as he was about to try putting it in, Su Yuan hesitated. If the jade tablet was used to activate the formation on the stone platform, wouldn't that mean directly triggering the reincarnation platform? Yuan walked to Su Yuan's side. She looked at the inscriptions on the stone platform, her pure white eyes instantly turning pitch black. Linger also walked over. Her body radiated an eerie black glow. They chanted in unison, "Life and death follow the way. The essence of the way is boundless. Celestial mysticism governs all things, and all things are reborn." What are you two talking about? Su Yuan looked at them curiously. The next second, they returned to their normal state. Yuan also felt odd. This sentence just popped into my mind unexpectedly. Linger nodded as well. The words suddenly appeared in her mind, and she couldn't help but recite them. At the same time, Su Yuan heard the system prompt. You successfully brought the trigger, twin souls to the reincarnation platform. You have obtained clue 1, the inscription. Continue searching for clues to unravel the secret of the reincarnation platform. The term, twin souls must definitely refer to Yuan and Linger. Clue 1's inscription was likely the words Yuan and Linger had just uncontrollably uttered. Annoying, it was just 1, Su Yuan frowned, because this meant there might also be 2, or even 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At this moment, Ming Ming's voice sounded. Master, there are so many white bones here. Standing under the stone platform, she waved her little arms at them. Master, look, there are so many bones, how fun. She picked up 2 leg bones and started pounding them against the ground joyfully. Su Yuan's expression slightly changed because he noticed the pile of bones moving. Whistling sounds followed as they instantly assembled into a huge humanoid skeleton. Ming Ming was lifted by one bone finger. Floating in the air, she was still slapping the bones in her hands. How fun. Hey, why am I flying? All the ghosts were embarrassed. She was disgracing the face of S-ranked weirdness entirely. Humph, bad guys, why didn't you warn me? Ming Ming looked at everyone's expression, suppressing laughter. Finally realizing, when she turned back, she saw herself being held aloft by the giant skeleton made of bones. Greenish light flashed in the eye sockets of the white bone skeleton. Am I so easy to bully? Bang. She threw down the bones in her hand and swung the nether bridge toward it. With a crunching sound, the enormous bone fingers of the white bone skeleton snapped. Ming Ming broke free and prepared to escape, but the white bone skeleton grabbed it again. But its speed was ultimately too slow. Ming Ming dashed forward and jumped onto the stone platform where Su Yuan and the others stood. Wah, master, it bullied me. Ming Ming walked over with a pouty face and complained to Su Yuan. You tell me it bullied you? Su Yuan glanced at the slowly advancing form of the white bone skeleton heading toward them. Someone's fingers were broken by you. Ming Ming mumbled with her head bowed. That's not true. It wasn't me. Clearly it broke itself. It has nothing to do with me. Su Yuan opened the survival handbook. A new rule appeared. Eerie rule. The skeleton warrior formed by white bones has declared war on you. Defeat it, and you will gain clue 2 to uncover the mystery. Clue 2 actually had something to do with this white bone skeleton? The white bone skeleton emitted a low, mournful wail from its mouth. Its massive body was already pressing forward. Su Yuan gripped a spirit fire talisman and threw it at the white bone skeleton. Whoosh. The white bone skeleton caught on fire. When it turned to ashes, a black box appeared on the ground. Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. What dropped isn't even a treasure chest. Clue 2 provided by the white bone skeleton should be inside the black box. Linger used her red silk to pull the black box up, placing it in front of Su Yuan. Everyone, be careful. He didn't dare open it recklessly. Who knew if the clue might come along with some eerie things? Su Yuan held several talismans and controlled an earth element clay puppet to go and open the black box. With a creak, the black box was opened, and a jet of black gas emerged from within. Taoist brother? Foul Taoist. Kill you. Wait. Seeing the slowly forming human figure from the black gas, Su Yuan stopped Yuan and Linger who were ready to rush forward. He's nothing more than a shadow. Only then did they calm down. Su Yuan looked towards the figure, whose appearance was extraordinarily